1 million years ago, the ruler pushed through mountains and rivers for billions of miles, laying the immortal foundation for humanity. 150,000 years ago, the human emperor intimidated all races, undefeated throughout his life, never encountering an opponent. Today, the celestial wolf devours the sun, calamity descends, and Xu Changge perishes in the starry sky. But a mysterious ancient Linglong Tower allows Xu Changge to return to the days before the calamity, becoming a young master of a family about to be abandoned. Chapter 1. The brilliant era begins. Young master, it's time for you to eat. A servant brought a bowl of spoiled food, full of disdain on his face. The servant pushed open the dilapidated door and placed the food on the table. He glanced at Xu Changge, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and sneered, "Remember to eat. Today's meal is not bad. If you want to eat something this good next time, you'll have to rely on luck." The food, reminiscent of slop, emitted a foul odor that was nauseating. Even the servants in the household found this rotten food disgusting. The servant looked at Xu Changge with contempt, did not want to stay any longer, and quickly left. Expelling Xu Changge from the Xu family to protect the family's interests is the best choice. In Yundong City, the higher-ups of the Xu family made this decision. Xu Changge, the eldest young master of the Xu family, was originally a renowned prodigy. However, 5 years ago, in his youthful arrogance, Xu Changge provoked a powerful enemy during his training and ended up with his legs crippled. Since then, Xu Changge has been dispirited, and the family relegated him to a corner of the backyard. Ignoring him, Xu Changge's father, the head of the Xu family, directly abandoned him after he became disabled, remarrying and having more children. As for Xu Changge's mother, it is said that she died during childbirth. In this situation, only Xu Changge's fiancée, Lu Qing'er, did not abandon him. Lu Qing'er wanted to seek justice for Xu Changge and loudly questioned the higher-ups of the Xu family. Changge has sacrificed so much for the Xu family, why should the family treat him this way? The Xu family was originally a small family, but because of Xu Changge's youthful talent, they gained numerous resources and became one of the top families in Yundong City. Unfortunately, after Xu Changge was crippled for 5 years, the family decided to expel him, which is lamentable. The affairs of the Xu family do not concern an outsider like you. Leave. The higher-ups of the Xu family reprimanded. Although Lu Qing'er was Xu Changge's fiancée, she had never formally married him, so according to the rules, she was just an outsider. For 5 years, Lu Qing'er devoted herself to caring for Xu Changge without any complaints. "Don't you feel any guilt for doing this?" Lu Qing'er said through gritted teeth. Ancient Qing sect is putting pressure. Everything is for the family's interests. 5 years ago, a disciple of the ancient Qing sect clashed with Xu Changge, crippling his legs. Recently, the Xu family wanted to curry favor with the ancient Qing sect, so they had a deal with Xu Changge, who had a grudge against one of their disciples. If it weren't for Changge, would the Xu family be where it is today? Lu Qing'er felt it was unfair for Xu Changge and was furious. The Xu family has cared for him for 5 years. That is already more than enough. Yes. Who told him to provoke a disciple of the ancient Qing sect? He deserves his current fate. If it weren't for the contributions Xu Changge made to the family in the past, he would have been expelled 5 years ago. Why wait until today? The elders said coldly. No matter how Lu Qing'er pleaded or protested, the Xu family only had one answer. This matter is settled and cannot be changed. In the backyard of the Xu family, in a simple room, on the table lay some spoiled buns and dishes. This was the treatment Xu Changge received daily from the family. These sour and smelly foods were even inedible for the household servants. Although Lu Qing'er took care of Xu Changge and occasionally managed to bring him fresh food, most of the time he had to gnaw on spoiled buns. Lu Qing'er had to save money to buy medicine for Xu Changge. At a fixed time, the household servants would bring over the repulsive food. Sometimes, Xu Changge could even see worms wriggling in the food, which was quite disgusting. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Everyone knew Xu Changge had been crippled, and those with dark hearts wanted to kick him while he was down. When Xu Changge learned that he had been expelled from the family, his expression was indifferent. Then he smiled self-deprecatingly. How ridiculous! Xu Changge gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his fingers turning pale. Just as Xu Changge was filled with rage, a golden light broke through layers of void, shattering the barriers of time and space, landing above Xu Changge's head. Buzz! Xu Changge instantly fainted, and many fragmented memories appeared in his mind. Half an hour later, When Xu Changge opened his eyes, his gaze became particularly profound, and the aura around him subtly changed. I'm back, really back. The golden light entered Xu Changge's crown, instantly transforming him as if he had become another person. The golden light was sentient, containing fragments of Xu Changge's past life memories. In his past life, Xu Changge was a peerless prodigy of sacred land, who later fought through many obstacles and suppressed an ERI in the end. Xu Changge reached the pinnacle of all worlds and became an emperor. There is still a long way until the Eternal Night era. Everything is not too late. Xu Changge discovered he had returned to the time before the Eternal Night era. Overwhelmed with JOY in the Eternal Night era, beings from another chaotic world invaded Xu Changge's world, bringing suffering and destruction. Xu Changge fought against many peerless powerhouses but could not change the situation. In the final battle of the Eternal Night era, Xu Changge fought to the death against several foreign enemies, sacrificing the treasures he obtained in his past life, the Linglong Tower, perishing together with several powerful foes. Unexpectedly, when Xu Changge woke up again, he had returned to the years before the Eternal Night era. Xu Changge did not seize this body, but was reborn into this era, awakening his memories only today. All of this was due to the Linglong Tower within him. The Linglong Tower has actually been reborn with me. After spending so many years, the Linglong Tower finally absorbed enough spiritual energy, awakening Xu Changge's memories that in the Eternal Night era, countless beings died, and humanity became the plaything of powerful foreign enemies, with billions suffering tragic deaths. Just thinking of that scene ignited the fury within Xu Changge. The Linglong Tower is a supreme treasure containing the laws of time, which even Xu Changge in his past life could not fully comprehend. When the Eternal Night descended, all things were obliterated. This time around, Xu Changge would not repeat the same mistakes. Being expelled from the family is fine. Xu Changge was utterly disappointed with the Xu family. At this moment, someone barged in. By order of the family, young Master Changge is to move out of the Xu family. A richly dressed man looked at Xu Changge in the wheelchair with no respect whatsoever. This man was named Wang Qianren, the captain of the Xu family's guard. For years, all of Xu Changge's logistical matters have been arranged by Wang Qianren. This meant that Wang Qianren intentionally had people deliver rotten food daily, using various means to make things difficult, not allowing Xu Changge to live in peace. Naturally, the higher-ups of the family had heard about this, but no one spoke to stop it, and they even tacitly approved. 8 years ago, Wang Qianren was down and out, bullied by others. Later, he met Xu Changge and had the fortune to become a servant of the Xu family, avoiding starvation. Wang Qianren had some talent, and after several years of cultivation, he had the fortune to become a member of the guard. Recently, after discussions within the family, Wang Qianren was made the captain of the guard, gaining considerable power. I understand. Xu Changge glanced at Wang Qianren, his heart as calm as water. Young Master Changge, you have at most 3 days to pack your things. If you don't leave after 3 days, don't blame me for being merciless, Wang Qianren sneered. Such a pretentious act. Xu Changge coldly looked at Wang Qianren. You. Wang Qianren's expression changed as he pointed at Xu Changge. After a moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once you leave the Xu family, it won't be safe outside, so be careful. Back then, you violated the family rules of the Xu family, and I had someone punish you with 50 strokes. I showed you leniency and did not expel you for the family. Yet, instead of being grateful, you bear a grudge and are ungrateful. 6 years ago, Wang Qianren was severely punished by Xu Changge for breaking the family rules. On the surface, he accepted his punishment respectfully, but in his heart, he held on to resentment that it was only after Xu Changge became disabled and his cultivation fell that Wang Qianren began to show his true colors, constantly mocking and ridiculing him. 3 days from now, I will personally see young Master Changge off from the estate. Wang Qianren snorted coldly, remembering only the punishment Xu Changge had inflicted upon him, not his previous kindness. After saying this, Wang Qianren turned and left. Get lost. In the face of this situation, how should Xu Changge handle it? Chapter 2. In the myriad realms, who can claim supremacy? Inside the room, Xu Changge sensed the illusory Linglong Tower within him, recalling the method to open it. The Linglong Tower has 99 levels, each containing the laws of time and hiding numerous treasures. in his previous life. Even when he ascended to the throne, Xu Changge could not fully comprehend the Linglong Tower. Buzz. Xu Changge's consciousness entered the Linglong Tower, which was lofty and unattainable. The tower had 8 corners, each inscribed with traces of the Tao that had endured endless vicissitudes, seeming both near and far. Following the Tao techniques in his memory, Xu Changge opened the Linglong Tower and slowly walked inside. When Xu Changge stood inside the Linglong Tower, he found it completely different from the scenes of his previous life. Surrounded by darkness, the atmosphere was oppressive, and there was a faint scent of blood that had endured for millions of years. Xu Changge instinctively walked forward and saw a stone tablet standing ahead. The stone tablet was inscribed with 2 lines of text. In the myriad realms, who can claim supremacy? The path is vast. Can there be immortals in this world? These 2 short sentences plunged Xu Changge's consciousness deep into thought, as if he saw a lonely figure standing on a mountain peak. Were these traces left by the original master of the Linglong Tower? In his previous life, Xu Changge had never discovered this place within the Linglong Tower, speculating. Could this be the 99th level of the Linglong Tower? In his previous life, even after ascending to the throne and using various methods, he could never enter the highest level of the Linglong Tower. Unexpectedly, in this reincarnation, he had strangely arrived at the highest level. The era of extreme night has arrived, and all living beings perish. I reverse the flow of time and space with my remnant thoughts. This is your last chance, and the final hope for the beings of this world. The time left for you is running out. Faintly, Xu Changge heard a voice of authority echoing in his ears, penetrating his soul. Boom! In the next moment, Xu Changge's consciousness was ejected from the Linglong Tower. The once gleaming Linglong Tower instantly dimmed. In reality, Xu Changge suddenly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just now, in the realm of consciousness, he had truly sensed immense pressure. Everything was not an illusion. So I can return to the era before the extreme night because of the original master of the Linglong Tower. It is incredible that one can alter the laws of time and space with a remnant thought. Xu Changge realized, feeling a sense of awe and gratitude towards the true master of the Linglong Tower. Recalling the illusory figure within the Linglong Tower, Xu Changge felt as if he saw an insurmountable mountain. Originally, he wanted to ponder the Linglong Tower further, but now he found it dim and his consciousness unable to enter. Perhaps this summoning of Xu Changge's consciousness had consumed the remaining spiritual energy of the Linglong Tower, requiring much time to slowly recover. My body is recovering. Xu Changge discovered that he could feel his legs again, and the previously damaged meridians were beginning to heal. All of this was thanks to the Linglong Tower. Without the help of the Linglong Tower, Xu Changge could still restore himself with his own abilities, but it would naturally take a considerable amount of time and require searching for some spiritual herbs, which would be quite troublesome. That a trace of spiritual resonance from the Linglong Tower entering his body saved Xu Changge a lot of effort. After 2 days, Xu Changge could clearly feel his body improving. He was no longer as weak and powerless as before. Tomorrow marked the final deadline for Xu Changge to leave the family. Many people in the Xu family were waiting to see Xu Changge's joke, and even the citizens of Yandong City were discussing this matter. For a time, Xu Changge became the topic of conversation during meals. Xu Changge did not care about others' opinions. In this life, Xu Changge only cared about 2 people. His fiancée, Lu Qing'er, and the maid she brought with her, Miao'er. That I can't just leave the Xu family like this. I need to give them a parting gift. Xu Changge pushed open the door and prepared to go out for a stroll, encountering the maid waiting outside. Young master. This maid was Miao'er, Lu Qing'er's personal maid, akin to his sister. Ever since Lu Qing'er arrived at the Xu family, she noticed that the servants no longer regarded Xu Changge as a young master and were unwilling to take care of him. Therefore, Lu Qing'er kept Miao'er by Xu Changge's side to prevent him from seeking to end his life and to provide him with care. Miao'er, push me out for a walk. Xu Changge looked at Miao'er, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. After becoming disabled, his temper had been terrible, and he had scolded Miao'er many times. Yet, Miao'er still willingly took care of him, working hard without complaint. Over the years, Miao'er had been wronged. Starting today, Xu Changge would treat Miao'er like a younger sister and take care of her. Young master, we have to move tomorrow. It's better not to go out. Miao'er lowered her head, not daring to meet Xu Changge's gaze. Based on past experiences, Xu Changge would definitely lash out, and Meower had prepared herself for that. Meower, please. Xu Changge smiled slightly, his tone sincere. Meower trembled slightly. Having cared for Xu Changge for 5 years alongside her lady Lu Qing'er, it was the first time she heard such gentle words from Xu Changge, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Push me around to see the scenery of the Xu family before I leave. Xu Changge's deep gaze looked at Meower. Meower was taken aback. She felt as if the young master had become a different person, yet somehow remained unchanged. Whether it was due to Xu Changge's sincere eyes or her fear of his scolding, she nodded and agreed. All right. Then, Meower carefully pushed the wheelchair forward, cautious not to let Xu Changge bump into anything. Meower pushed Xu Changge slowly to the garden in the backyard, where the birds sang and flowers bloomed. The guards and servants on duty in the garden saw Xu Changge, but none approached to pay their respects, even whispering among themselves. Have you heard? The young master is about to be expelled from the family. The young master is about to be kicked out, yet he still has the leisure to stroll in the garden. Apparently, our Xu family owes its current state to young Master Changge. How can you disrespect him like this? The young master's own father doesn't care about him. What's wrong with us saying a few words? The crowd whispered, with a few servants pointing at Xu Changge, their eyes filled with undisguised ridicule. Though their voices were not loud, they were not quiet either, and a few of their remarks reached Xu Changge's ears. Meower really couldn't listen any longer and pushed Xu Changge. Wanted to leave the garden. Young master, let's go back, wait. Xu Changge looked in the direction where the servants and maidservants had gathered. Push me over there. Since this group of lower servants didn't understand the rules, Xu Changge would go over and teach them a lesson. Chapter 3 Next Life. Mind your words, young master. There's no need to be angry. Let's go back. Meower was afraid that Xu Changge would hear these idle gossip, causing his old illness to relapse. It's fine, Xu Changge said expressionlessly. In the past, Meower would have pushed Xu Changge away from here, even if it meant being scolded by him later. But now, Xu Changge's voice seemed to have an invisible magic that made Meower dare not disobey. Yes, young master. Meower lowered her head and pushed Xu Changge towards the crowd. As Xu Changge approached, the servants all turned to look, not bowing, their gazes scattered. Are you all bored? Xu Changge asked the 10 or so servants in front of him, his tone indifferent. Not really, one servant shrugged, replying casually. Instantly, some maidservants began to cover their mouths and laugh. In the past, Xu Changge stood high above, making others look up to him. Now, he had fallen to the status of a useless person, not even comparable to a servant in the Xu family. The disparity in status led the servants to develop a morbid mindset. They had witnessed Xu Changge's fall from grace, and few felt pity. Laughter was constant. Meower. According to family rules, what punishment should those who offend their superiors receive? Xu Changge asked Meower. The light punishment is 30 strokes, and the heavy punishment is expulsion from the family. Meower answered honestly. Did you hear that? Xu Changge looked at the servants. You will receive your punishment, 30 strokes. None of the servants moved, as if they had not heard. A few even showed mocking expressions, clearly not taking Xu Changge seriously. Punishment? Do you really think you're still the eldest, young master? What about the guards? Seeing that the servants were unmoved, Xu Changge turned to the 2 guards on duty. You 2 come here. The 2 guards heard Xu Changge's call. They just glanced at him and had no intention of approaching, ignoring his words. Meower felt embarrassed. Her face flushed and softly said to Xu Changge, Young master, let's leave. Xu Changge did not say to go back, and Meower did not dare to push the wheelchair away. You've grown bold. Very good. Xu Changge smiled faintly, showing no emotional fluctuation regarding the situation. One house servant couldn't help but say, Soon, you won't be the Xu family's young master anymore. What are you pretending for? As soon as the words came out, everyone burst into laughter. A tiger falling to the plains is bullied by dogs. This is the way of the world. The house servants dared to mock Xu Changge in front of him, which clearly showed how much his status had changed. What's your name? Xu Changge looked at the house servant who had just spoken. Wang Shulai. The servant puffed out his chest, his eyes arrogant. The captain of the guard, Wang Qianren, is my cousin. With this connection, as long as Wang Shulai did not offend the higher-ups of the Xu family, no one would dare provoke him. So you are Wang Qianren's brother? Xu Changge nodded slightly. Just now, Wang Qianren had threatened Xu Changge. And now even his cousin dared to mock him to his face. Wang Xulai, in your next life, whether as a human or an animal, you should learn to mind your words. As soon as Xu Changge finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A blood hole appeared in the center of Wang Xulai's forehead. His mocking expression froze, blood gushed out. With a thud, Wang Xulai's body fell to the ground. Instantly, everyone present was startled, letting out a series of screams. Ah? Throw his body out. Don't let it offend my eyes, Xu Changge said to the house servants, who were still in shock and did not respond. Didn't you hear? In the next moment, the servants looked at Xu Changge with terrified eyes, nodding repeatedly. We heard. Each of you will receive 30 strokes. Is there a problem? Xu Changge's expression was emotionless, his voice seemingly coming from the underworld, chilling to the bone. No problem. The previous mockery and ridicule vanished, replaced by a deep sense of fear. They never expected that just a few words could cost Wang Xulai his life. And it was at the hands of the so-called useless young master. No one wanted to end up like Wang Xulai, trembling and submissive. What have you done? Suddenly, a reprimanding voice came. Wang Qianren, the captain of the guard, rushed over with more than 20 men, looking furious. He had received news of an incident in the garden and hurried here. When he saw Wang Xulai's body lying in a pool of blood, his face turned ashen with rage. Although Wang Qianren had an average relationship with Wang Xulai, they were still relatives. As the saying goes, you must look at the owner when beating a dog. Wang Xulai's death clearly showed he did not take Wang Qianren seriously. Xu Changge, you dare to harm a member of the household. What punishment do you deserve? Wang Qianren came up and placed a heavy accusation on Xu Changge, his eyes blazing with anger. If this were not the Xu family, Wang Qianren might have drawn a sword by now. A member of the household? Xu Changge coldly glanced at the corpse on the ground and replied to Wang Qianren, just a barking dog. Killing it is no crime. According to the family's unanimous decision, you're no longer a member of the Xu family. How dare you act so recklessly? You deserve to die. Wang Qianren pointed at Xu Changge, suppressing the anger that was about to explode. Clearly, Xu Changge's words were a veiled insult. In the past, Xu Changge was a renowned genius. Even after becoming disabled, he still had some means to kill unskilled servants. For this, the crowd was not particularly surprised, but they felt that Xu Changge's character had become much more ruthless than before, entirely different. Go report this matter to the elders. Wang Qianren glanced at his cousin's body, forcing down his anger, and dispatched a subordinate. This subordinate hurriedly reported the incident, and a quarter of an hour later, he returned with the elders' orders, loudly declaring, after discussing, the elders have decided that Xu Changge killed a servant and will be immediately expelled from the family. The crowd was in an uproar, not expecting the family to be so merciless. They looked at Xu Changge with eyes full of mockery. Once Xu Changge was expelled from the Xu family, any accidents he encountered would no longer be related to the Xu family. In other words, if Xu Changge left the Xu family today, he might face misfortune tomorrow. According to family rules, they could only ask young Master Xu to leave the Xu family. Wang Qianren understood the hidden meaning of the family's decision and dared not strike Xu Changge for now. He signaled to his guards, and everyone immediately surrounded Xu Changge. Not happening. Miaour stepped forward to stand in front of Xu Changge. Chapter for you're a dog. I picked up, get out of the way. Wang Qianren's eyes were dark, his voice low. I killed him. It has nothing to do with the young master, Miaour said in a rush without thinking. Xu Changge looked at Miaour's back, layers of ripples appearing in his eyes. Only Lu Qing'er and Miaour were willing to follow him through thick and thin in such a lowly situation. They treated Xu Changge sincerely, asking for nothing in return. Xu Changge had overlooked this in the past, but now he would not let them suffer any grievances, not even once. Miaour, step back, Xu Changge said softly. Young master. Miaour turned to look at Xu Changge, biting her crimson lips tightly, her eyes resolute. Be obedient. Xu Changge could tell that Miaour wanted to take the blame for him. However, Xu Changge was not so useless as to let a woman take the punishment for him. Miaour did not dare to disobey Xu Changge's command. Lowering her head in silence. Seize him. Wang Qianren issued the order. The guards slowly closed in, preparing to capture Xu Changge and take him to the ancestral hall for sentencing. Xu Changge surveyed the guards, making them feel a chill, instinctively halting their advance. I will give you one chance, step aside. Xu Changge's voice contained an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. More than 20 guards did not retreat. They braved the slight pressure emanating from Xu Changge and slowly approached him. They knew very well that Xu Changge had lost his power, and there was no need to fear him. The captain of the guard, Wang Qianren, watched coldly, preparing to throw Xu Changge out of the Xu family and then slowly torture him. What are you all waiting for? Move, Wang Qianren said again. Immediately, everyone took action, preparing to suppress Xu Changge with overwhelming force. Meower, lend me your hairpin. As soon as Xu Changge finished speaking, he pulled Meower's hairpin from afar. Then, Xu Changge flicked the hairpin with his fingers. Whoosh! The hairpin transformed into a divine weapon, weaving through the crowd. In just a few breaths, screams echoed as all 20 or so people fell to the ground, clutching their chests, their faces contorted in pain. Xu Changge possessed the memories of his past life and was not the same as before. He could easily see through the weaknesses of these people. By merely channeling a strand of spiritual energy into the hairpin and striking each person's weak acupoints, he could incapacitate their entire cultivation. The path of cultivation is divided into the body refinement stage, meridian condensation stage, Tao accumulation stage, and extreme spirit stage. Above extreme spirit is the saint. As for those above the saint, they're the emperors who dominate the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, the pinnacle figures of an era. Most of the guards were at the early body refinement stage, and Xu Changge could easily incapacitate them with a flick of his fingers. As for Xu Changge himself, 5 years ago, he was at the late meridian condensation stage and had gained fame at a young age. Later, his legs were crippled, causing his cultivation to plummet, leaving him with only the mid-body refinement stage, stagnating and abandoned by his family. How is this possible? Everything happened too suddenly. The onlooking servants and those observing secretly looked at the guards wailing on the ground in horror, unable to believe it. With Xu Changge's mid-body refinement stage cultivation, combined with his crippled legs and depleted vitality, an ordinary mid-body refinement stage person could easily defeat him. However, more than 20 guards at the body refinement stage had been defeated in an instant by Xu Changge, and even their cultivation had been completely wasted. 5 years ago, I could grant you wealth and glory. Today, I can take it all back. Xu Changge looked at the guards lying on the ground, showing no mercy, cold as ice. Bastard, what have you done? Wang Qianren, at the late body refinement stage, was also unable to take down more than 20 people, let alone easily waste their cultivation. At that moment, Wang Qianren was so frightened that he kept retreating, cold sweat pouring down. Xu Changge, you dare to waste the guard's cultivation. Do you still care about the Xu family? Wang Qianren pointed at Xu Changge, loudly questioning him. The Xu family? Xu Changge chuckled lightly, speaking with disdain. The Xu family has what it is today, all because of my contributions. What have you people, including those old fogies hiding in the shadows, done for the family? Besides scheming against your own kin and constantly fighting for trivial gains, what use are you? If it weren't for me, the Xu family would still be a small family hiding in a corner. 5 years ago, when I had an accident, how did the Xu family treat me? Xu Changge said coldly, don't mention the Xu family to me. None of you have that qualification. Some of them were once beggars on the streets, some were down-and-out refugees. It was Xu Changge who gave them a meal and trained them to become cultivators. Unfortunately, they forgot who gave them wealth and who gave them a new life. Daring to attack me, not taking their lives is my mercy. Xu Changge looked at the guards on the ground, and not a single person dared to meet his gaze. At that moment, each guard recalled their own miserable state from years ago and remembered the kindness Xu Changge had shown them. Once the guards became useless again, they finally remembered their original selves and recalled Xu Changge's goodness. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Qianren, if I remember correctly, you're also a dog I picked up from the roadside, right? Xu Changge looked up at Wang Qianren, his expression indifferent. You, Wang Qianren, pointing at Xu Changge, couldn't utter a word. A dog is still a dog. Wearing human clothes can't hide your servility. When I fell from grace, you couldn't wait to bite me back. How lowly can you be? Xu Changge said without any reservations. The elders hiding in the shadows heard these words and were furious, their faces turning pale, fists clenched. wishing they could crush Xu Changge. You have injured so many people. The elders won't let you off. Wang Qianren knew his own strength and dared not approach Xu Changge, fearing he might also end up on the ground. What surprised and shocked everyone was how Xu Changge still possessed such strong strength, which was unexpected. If Xu Changge had displayed this strength earlier, even if his cultivation had stagnated, he would not have been neglected by the family for so many years. Many people were dumbfounded, unable to accept this fact. Wasn't Xu Changge a waste? Why does he still have such terrifying strength? This kid must have some secret technique or some kind of treasure. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, it's impossible to exhibit such strong power. The high-ranking members of the Xu family secretly speculated, and greedy looks appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 5. The entire scene shocked. Elders? Xu Changge looked at the frightened Wang Qianren and sneered. Xu Changge could sense the elders of the family watching, but he didn't care. Meow here. Throughout the ordeal, Xu Changge showed little emotional change. He handed the hairpin he held in his left hand to Meower, his gaze softening. Meower numbly took the hairpin, her expression shocked. Stunned by what had just happened. Xu Changge, you wait. Wang Qianren immediately ran off to report what had happened here to the elders, urging them to take action themselves. Xu Changge remained expressionless, standing still without any intention of leaving. Then, Xu Changge turned to the servants. You will be punished on the spot. It will be 30 slaps. Any objections? Thud, thud. One servant's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Soon, the others also knelt down. Young Master Changge, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out. I'll accept my punishment. The housekeepers and maids began to bow, some fiercely slapping their own faces, all terrified by Xu Changge's methods. Their faces pale and devoid of blood. Xu Changge ordered the servants to slap themselves, coldly watching this scene. Slap, slap. The servants who had just spoken out regretted it immensely, hitting their faces hard, both cheeks marked with handprints, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. They struck themselves with all their might, fearing they would provoke Xu Changge and lose their lives. Had they known this would happen, they would not have spoken so carelessly. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. They could only pray to save their own lives. After the servants finished punishing themselves, they looked at Xu Changge in terror, not daring to breathe. Get out. If there's a next time, then you can learn the rules in your next life. Do you understand? Xu Changge coldly said to the servants. Understood, understood. The servants, as if granted amnesty, scrambled and crawled away from there. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Xu family were in chaos. No one had expected that the waste who had been incapacitated for 5 years could still possess such strength, which was incredible. Wang Qianren immediately reported this matter, and over 10 Xu family elders gathered together to discuss what to do about Xu Changge. I believe we should immediately capture Xu Changge. We cannot let him roam free. Xu Changge currently only had mid-body refinement stage cultivation and depleted vitality, so it was impossible for him to waste more than 20 guards by his own strength. The only explanation is that Xu Changge must have obtained some kind of opportunity, either a secret technique or a treasure. Having gained this opportunity but not submitting it to the family, he is acting recklessly as a member of the Xu family. The elders clearly seem to have forgotten who made the Xu family rise and who brought glory to the Xu family. Without Xu Changge, the Xu family would never have secured so many resources or reached today's level. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? The elders discussed for a long time. And finally, their eyes fell on the patriarch Xu Shanliang. Xu Shanliang, the current patriarch of the Xu family, is also Xu Changge's father. According to the family rules, they decided to expel Xu Changge from the family immediately, severing all ties with him. Xu Shanliang pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. 5 years had long since dulled his feelings for Xu Changge, and the guilt deep in his heart had long since dissipated. In Xu Shanliang's eyes, Xu Changge seemed more like a familiar stranger. With the patriarch's command, the Xu family's experts rushed to the garden, intending to expel Xu Changge. The pressure from the ancient Qing sect forced the Xu family to treat Xu Changge as a pawn. One person dying is better than implicating the entire family. In the garden, Meower was anxious, not knowing how this situation would end. At that moment, Lu Qing'er rushed over in a panic. Meower, didn't I tell you not to let Changge go out? Why didn't you listen to me? Lu Qing'er scolded Meower. Meower lowered her head. Knowing she was in the wrong, Miss Meower was wrong. It's not Meower's fault. I just wanted to see the scenery before leaving, Xu Changge said softly. Lu Qing'er's brows were filled with worry. Why are you so reckless? Even if you still have some strength and trump cards, those are just for self-preservation. How could you expose them over something trivial? In my opinion, certain people in the Xu family will definitely not let you off. This is troublesome. Seeing Lu Qing'er looking so worried, Xu Changge was slightly taken aback. Qing'er, Xu Changge called softly. Lu Qing'er, who was still emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, stopped upon hearing Xu Changge's gentle call, her gaze fixed on him. Believe me, nothing will happen, Xu Changge said seriously. For some reason, after hearing this, Lu Qing'er felt inexplicably at ease, her previous worries and anxieties vanishing without a trace. You don't have a hold on so hard. Although you didn't say it. I know everything. Xu Changge rolled his wheelchair to Lu Qing'er's side and held her jade hand. For me, you've endured so much. Buzz. Lu Qing'er's body trembled instantly, her eyes reddening. Upon learning that the Xu family intended to expel Xu Changge, Lu Qing'er had thought of various ways in the past 2 days. Unfortunately, the Xu family was resolute, unmoved by her pleas and struggles. Lu Qing'er and Xu Changge had grown up together, and she had admired him since childhood. Even when Xu Changge became disabled, she had no intention of breaking off their engagement. Instead, she faced numerous pressures to come to the Xu family and selflessly cared for Xu Changge for 5 years. This kindness Xu Changge would never take for granted. Suddenly, a group of people stormed into the garden, surrounding Xu Changge and the others. The leader was the Xu family's elder, Suan. By order of the family, Xu Changge is to be expelled from the clan immediately. Elder Suan waved his hand, and a group of guards stepped forward. Su Jin, I advise you to be sensible and leave the Xu family quietly to avoid suffering physical pain. Suan, around 50 years old, had graying temples. Old man, you owe your current prestige to a large extent to me. Were you pretending to be in front of me? In the past, the Xu family was quite destitute, and it was Xu Changge's early accomplishments that secured many resources, allowing the Xu family to thrive. Presumptuous. The Xu family's guards pointed at Xu Changge, shouting loudly. Without me, how could the Xu family be where it is today? Old man, don't you think so? Xu Changge looked at Elder Suan. Xu Changge's repeated use of old man directly angered Suan. You little brat, you're seeking death. Suan rushed at Xu Changge with great speed, slapping down hard. Be careful. Lu Qing'er instinctively stood in front of Xu Changge. Xu Changge then slammed his hands down on the armrests of his wheelchair and leapt into the air. Old man, since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. Xu Changge jumped into the air and struck towards Suan. Suan was at the initial stage of the condensing veins realm, which was considered strong within the Xu family. However, when everyone expected Xu Changge to be suppressed by Xu and slapped, the outcome was unexpected. It was Suan who was sent flying, not Xu Changge. Thud! Suan fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood and looking pale. You Suan are seriously injured, unable to say a word, and you're coughing up blood again. Xu Changge slowly landed back in his wheelchair, looking calm and relaxed. The whole place was shocked into silence. Chapter 6. Don't pretend Xu Changge, who only had the cultivation of the mid-stage of the body refining realm. How could he defeat Suan, who was at the initial stage of the condensing veins realm, with a single slap? Everyone was dumbfounded, and their gazes towards Xu Changge changed dramatically. For 5 whole years, everyone in the Xu family, and even the people of Yundong City, had thought Xu Changge had become disabled, ridiculing him. Until today, when Xu Changge suppressed the Xu family's elder, Xu, and with overwhelming strength, everyone suddenly woke up. A genius is still a genius, even if he has fallen from grace. He is still not someone ordinary beings can humiliate. For 5 years, Xu Changge had endured disdain and ridicule, and the Xu family servants occasionally gossiped. But now, the Xu family was silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Xu Changge. Is this really the Xu Changge who has been in decline for 5 years? The guards dared not step forward, their bodies trembling with fear. The elders of the Xu family were also stunned by this scene, their hearts trembling. There were only 3 to 5 condensing veins realm cultivators in the Xu family, and their strength was not much different from that of Elder Suin. Since Xu Changge could suppress Su and with one slap, the other elders would surely not be his opponents either. Therefore, all the elders remained silent, not daring to rashly step forward, unwilling to end up in the same embarrassing situation as Su, and little did they know, the qi and blood within Xu Changge were churning violently. Although he appeared relaxed and at ease while suppressing Suan, his internal state was a mess. To intimidate the Xu family, Xu Changge had to use the most forceful means. Only by doing so could he avoid being disturbed by certain malicious individuals in the short term and buy himself time to recover. If Xu Changge didn't appear strong enough, he would definitely face significant trouble in the future. I said, "You are not qualified to pretend in front of me." Xu Changge sat in his wheelchair, his indifferent gaze fixed on the fallen Suan, his cold voice fading like a breeze. Suan, already injured, fainted upon hearing Xu Changge's words. Whether Suan truly fainted or was just pretending, it was unknown. Some servants of the Xu family, under the orders of certain elders, immediately helped Elder Xu into the side for proper care. "Changge, why do you have to do this? If it weren't for the pressure from the ancient Qing sect, how could the Xu family bear to expel you?" One elder, knowing that brute force couldn't solve the issue, had to play the emotional card. Xu Changge remained expressionless, quietly watching the elder's performance. After a while, Xu Changge casually said, "Are you done? If you're done, then shut up." The elder thought Xu Changge would show some understanding towards the Xu family's actions, but he never expected Xu Changge to be so indifferent, even speaking rudely to him. The clan elder was very angry, but he could only hold it in, not daring to speak harshly or lay a hand on Xu Changge. "Xu Changge, what exactly do you want to do?" At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over, and everyone around made way. This middle-aged man was Xu Changge, the head of the Xu family. When Xu Changge appeared, Lu Qing'er and Miao instinctively trembled because Xu Changge was Xu Changge's father. "I have given the Xu family glory today, yet now the Xu family wants to expel me from the clan, and I have no complaints. However, what the Xu family has gained over the years must be returned in full." Xu Changge had no feelings left for Xu Changge. After 5 years, he had seen through the Xu family and the so-called father. "Do you really think the Xu family has come this far solely because of you? You have only fought for some resources for the clan. That is your duty as a member of the Xu family, nothing more." Xu Changge snorted coldly, dismissing Xu Changge's past contributions to the Xu family. Hearing this, Xu Changge let out a low, mocking laugh, seemingly self-deprecating. "The clan leader's words are very reasonable. However, I do not accept them. Although I do not know how you defeated the Great Elder, do not think that this allows you to act recklessly in the Xu family." Xu Changge's cultivation was at the late stage of the pulse condensation realm. Over the years, he had used a lot of the Xu family's resources, and his cultivation had advanced rapidly. As for the source of those resources, it was naturally from Xu Changge's victory in the competition among the younger generation years ago, which he fought for the family. "Either the Xu family pays some price today, and from now on, I have nothing to do with the Xu family, or I will personally reclaim everything the Xu family possesses in a while. Two choices, clan leader. Which do you think is appropriate?" Xu Changge leaned back in his wheelchair and said unhurriedly, "For 5 years, Xu Changge had not visited Xu Changge even once, and the father-son bond between them had long since faded, like strangers. Neither is appropriate," Xu Changge said sternly, standing with his hands behind his back. Xu Changge and Xu Changge stared at each other, and after several breaths, Xu Changge turned to Lu Qing'er beside him and said softly, "Changge, let's pack our things and leave the Xu family." Okay. At this point, leaving the Xu family was the only option. Lu Qing'er pushed the wheelchair and slowly left in front of everyone. Miao followed closely, her heart pounding as she was genuinely frightened by the scene today. Everyone watched Xu Changge leave, and no one stopped him. Clan leader, young Master Changge, is only in the mid-stage of body refinement realm, yet he was able to easily injure the Great Elder. He must have treasures and secret techniques. Are we really going to let young Master Changge leave like this? One elder whispered. Xu Changge pondered for a long time. Everyone is greed, but one must be self-aware. Xu Changge defeated the Great Elder in the early stage of the pulse condensation realm. he might still have other means. A careless move could backfire. This is a troublesome time. Xu Changge ordered people to clean up the aftermath. What happened today would definitely spread throughout Yindong City. Many people would then have their eyes on Xu Changge, trying to figure out what treasures he possessed. The ancient Qing sect is the largest sect power nearby. If the Xu family wants to advance further, they can only become a subordinate force of the ancient Qing sect. Because Xu Changge offended a disciple of the ancient Qing sect 5 years ago, the Xu family had to expel Xu Changge to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might upset the ancient Qing sect. Everything was for the benefit of the family. As for Xu Changge's life or death, the Xu family did not care at all. Sometimes, many people in the Xu family could not understand the clan leader Xu Changge's thoughts. After all, Xu Changge was also the clan leader's son. Why was the clan leader so heartless towards Xu Changge? Perhaps there were other secrets behind it. Meanwhile, Xu Changge and the others packed their belongings and left the Xu family. Xu Changge looked back at the Xu family's gate and murmured, "I gave the Xu family a chance, but unfortunately, they were unwilling to cherish it." Chapter 7. Leaving the Xu family originally. Xu Changge planned to make the Xu family pay a price today and settle everything in one go. Unfortunately, the Xu family was unwilling to repay the contributions Xu Changge had made in the past and took a tough stance. In this regard, Xu Changge took the Xu family's refusal as acceptance of the second option. When the opportunity arises, Xu Changge would return to the Xu family, making them lose everything. Changge, where are we going now? Liu Qing'e asked, confused. Since Liu Qing'e resolutely came to the Xu family to take care of Xu Changge 5 years ago, it had caused quite a stir in the Liu family. For 5 years, the Liu family initially advised Liu Qing'e to give up on Xu Changge and withdraw from the engagement. However, Liu Qing'e insisted, which greatly displeased the higher-ups of the Liu family. Eventually, the Liu family acted as if Liu Qing'e did not exist. "How much silver do we have left?" Xu Changge asked. "Only a few dozen taels are left. If it's just to find a place to stay, it shouldn't be a problem. However, your injuries require a lot of medicinal materials, and this amount of silver is far from enough." Over the years, Liu Qing'e had been busy helping the Xu family with work to care for Xu Changge, living a tight life. Now that they had lost the Xu family as a source, Liu Qing'e was at a loss for what to do. "You don't need to worry about my injuries. I have my ways." Xu Changge reassured Liu Qing'e, telling her not to be concerned. Liu Qing'e put on a smile on the surface. But how could she not worry deep down? Let's find a place to stay first. In this life, Xu Changge could not care less about anyone. But he would never let Liu Qing'e down. Only Liu Qing'e had stayed by his side without leaving when he was at his lowest. As for the maid Miao'er, she also stayed to serve Xu Changge because of Liu Qing. After a while, Liu Qing'e found Nin, and the three of them took 2 guest rooms. Xu Changge stayed in one room, while Liu Qing'e and Miao'er were in the adjacent room. Xu Changge closed the door, closed his eyes, and rested. The most urgent thing now was to recover his physical body. It could not be delayed. Not long ago, due to the Linglong Tower, Xu Changge's leg injuries had healed significantly, and the damaged foundation had been restored. What Xu Changge needed to do now was to restore his legs to their original state, which was not difficult. Xu Changge had ascended to the throne in his previous life, ruling over the world, and the knowledge of the laws and divine powers he possessed was countless. After careful consideration, Xu Changge made a decision. He would practice the mysterious technique of the sword control technique found in the Linglong Tower. However, this technique was a fragmented version, and the last few pages were missing for some unknown reason. In his previous life, Xu Changge had gained many opportunities and fortuitous encounters in the Linglong Tower, and the sword control technique was located on the first floor. At that time, Xu Changge, having just obtained the Linglong Tower, was not interested in the sword control technique, especially since it was an incomplete technique. However, when Xu Changge ascended to the throne, he realized that the sword control technique contained the principles of the heavens and could be cultivated to the extreme. Now that the Linglong Tower was in a closed state and could not be entered, it posed a bit of a challenge. Although Xu Changge remembered part of the content of the sword control technique, without the presence of its inherent laws and principles, it would be difficult to grasp its true meaning and would require a lot of time. What Xu Changge lacked the most now was time. He needed to quickly improve his strength to have the ability to protect himself. After much deliberation, Xu Changge had no choice but to come to Lu Qing'er's guest room door and knock. "Changge, what's wrong?" Lu Qing'er opened the door and immediately asked. "Qing'er, I need to ask you for a favor." Xu Changge's expression was serious, causing Lu Qing'er's heart to skip a beat. "You say it. Don't say one favor. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Lu Qing'er's feelings for Xu Changge were as clear as day. Besides the cost of accommodation for these 2 days, use the rest of the money to buy Linglong grass. I have use for it. Xu Changge had no money on him now and could only rely on Lu Qing'er to use her savings. "How much Linglong grass do you need?" Lu Qing'er asked. "The more, the better," Xu Changge pondered. Linglong grass is the least valuable medicinal herb, with one plant costing 10 taels of silver, equivalent to more than half a year's living expenses for an ordinary person. Lu Qing'er remained silent for a long time, then nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go buy it for you right now." "Qing'er," Xu Changge called out to Lu Qing'er, his tone pausing. "Thank you." Lu Qing'er smiled gently, their eyes meeting, and no more words were exchanged. Lu Qing'er was very understanding. She didn't ask Xu Changge what he needed the Linglong grass for. She just knew he wanted it, so she wanted to figure out a way to get it. Xu Changge returned to his guest room to meditate, while Lu Qing'er was preparing the silver, planning to buy enough Linglong grass for Xu Changge. In the room, Lu Qing'er took out the remaining 50 taels of silver, recalling Xu Changge's words that the more, the better. After much deliberation, Lu Qing'er gritted her teeth and opened the box she carried with her, using a special method to unlock the compartment inside, revealing something wrapped in a red cloth. "Miss, you can't possibly want to use these to buy Linglong grass for young master." Meower, Lu Qing'er's personal maid, exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, Changge seems to really need Linglong grass." Lu Qing'er carefully held out the red cloth, afraid of damaging the items inside. "Miss, this really won't do," Meower advised. "Over the years, you've spent all your dowry to treat young master's leg ailment. This dress was personally embroidered by Madame over 2 years. It's the only keepsake she left for you. Clothes are dead, but people are alive. If my mother were here, she would definitely understand me." Lu Qing'er's mother passed away 6 years ago, and her father was a coward with no power in the Lu family. If Lu Qing'er's biological father had a significant position in the Lu family, she wouldn't have suffered various oppressions in the Xu family. "I disagree." Meower blocked Lu Qing'er, the first time she had ever spoken out against her. For years, Lu Qing'er could get Meower to do anything with just a word. Because of Lu Qing'er's one plea, Meower willingly stayed by Xu Changge's side for 5 years, taking care of his daily life, enduring mockery and scorn from the Xu family, and even being scolded by the disabled Xu Changge. Meower could withstand all these hardships. But today, Lu Qing'er actually wanted to sell this dress, which Meower was utterly unwilling to accept, because this dress was not only the only keepsake left by Madame, but it was also Lu Qing'er's wedding dress. With a flick, Lu Qing'er tore open the red cloth, revealing her wedding attire and jewelry. The phoenix crown and the flowing bridal gown, all intricately woven. Chapter 8. The sword tomb. The most beautiful moment in a woman's life is her wedding day. 5 years ago, Lu Qing'er arrived at the Xu family wearing the red wedding dress embroidered by her mother. She did not leave when Xu Changge was at his lowest point. Instead, she chose to stay and care for him. For Xu Changge, Lu Qing'er exhausted all her mother's dowry. In the end, only this piece of clothing remained, carrying Lu Qing'er's happiness and dignity, as well as her mother's hopes. If she sold this dress, Lu Qing'er would have no more hope and would feel guilty toward her mother. Meower understood the significance of this item, so she tried her best to stop Lu Qing'er, not wanting her to regret it. "Meower, do you know why I want to stay by Changge's side?" Lu Qing'er touched the red garment, recalling the past with soft eyes. "I don't know." Meower shook her head. She had once asked this question, but Lu Qing'er always changed the subject, unwilling to discuss it. "That year I was 12 years old, and while training outside with the other children in the household, we were attacked by mountain bandits. The bandits tied us all up and threatened the Lu family for a ransom and spiritual herbs. The Lu family refused, fearing that agreeing to the bandits' demands would damage their reputation. To maintain their dignity, the Lu family decided to attack the bandits, regardless of our lives. because we were all illegitimate children with no significant cultivation talent, and our parents held no position in the clan. The Liu family didn't care about us, only about their face. Just when I thought I was going to die, someone appeared. He wore a white long robe, alone with a sword, and killed over 70 bandits, staining his white clothes with blood. At that moment, he walked up to me, took my hand, and said, "I went to the Liu family yesterday and heard that you were taken by thieves. Don't be afraid. I'm here. That year I was 12. That year, he was 17. Time flies, and Xu Changge is now 25, no longer as he once was." Even so, Xu Changge would not leave, willingly following him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." This phrase seemed to echo in Xu Changge's ears once more, causing ripples in her heart. As she spoke of the past, a few tears fell on the red dress, her face full of smiles. Just because of his words from that moment on, the Liu family treated me as their precious jewel, and no one in Yundong City dared to bully me again. Meower, he is now in trouble. How can I turn a blind eye? Xu Changge knew Meower was acting out of concern, but she was willing to sell her wedding dress for Xu Changge, with no regrets. Hearing this, Meower felt a lump in her throat and her eyes became slightly wet. "Miss, I understand." Xu Changge carefully wrapped up the red dress, treating it as a treasure. "Miss, I will accompany you." Meower took Xu Changge's hand, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xu Changge and Meower exchanged smiles, calming their emotions, and left the inn. 2 hours later, Xu Changge returned with dozens of Linglong grass. Xu Changge looked at the dozen plants on the table, his first thought not of joy, but of doubt. Ching only had a few dozen taels of silver. How could she buy so much Linglong grass? Xu Changge had originally planned to think of a way to earn some silver to escape this embarrassing situation sooner. Unexpectedly, Xu Changge went out for a while and brought back so much Linglong grass, surprising Xu Changge. "How'd you get so much?" "Xu Changge asked Xu Changge. I just discovered I had a lot of silver on me, so I bought a bit more. Is it enough?" Xu Changge's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Xu Changge's gaze. Meower stood by silently, her head lowered, biting her lip. "It's enough." Xu Changge remained silent for a long time before gently nodding. Upon hearing this, Xu Changge felt a slight sigh of relief in her heart. As long as Xu Changge thought the Linglong grass was sufficient, that was all that mattered. If it were not enough, Xu Changge would definitely be at a loss. Unsure of how to help Xu Changge, "Then let us go back to the room. If you have anything to do, just come knock on the door." Xu Changge, fearing she might break down, took Meower back to her guest room. Xu Changge watched Xu Changge's departing figure, his heart inexplicably trembling. His intuition told him that Xu Changge must be hiding something from him. However, judging from Xu Changge's recent state, even if Xu Changge asked, she wouldn't answer. So, Xu Changge pretended to know nothing. Xu Changge was not foolish. He would definitely investigate. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, Xu Changge needed to focus on refining the Linglong grass and make the most of his time. Xu Changge closed the door, ensuring no one would barge in. Then, he began to refine the Linglong grass. The Linglong grass was consumed quickly. In just 1 hour, it was all gone. A stream of spiritual energy flowed within Xu Changge's body, transferring it into the illusory Linglong Tower. The Linglong Tower absorbed the faint Tao rhyme and spiritual energy from the Linglong grass, gradually becoming more substantial. Late at night, Xu Changge finally felt a response from the Linglong Tower within his body and sighed in relief. If he hadn't obtained so much Linglong grass, it would have taken a long time for him to revive the Linglong Tower. "Enter." Xu Changge silently chanted in his heart, and his consciousness entered the Linglong Tower. Suddenly, Xu Changge arrived in the space of the Linglong Tower and entered the first level. Ancient and weathered, every corner of the first level bore the marks of time. Xu Changge looked at a jade slip floating in the center and slowly moved closer. This jade slip contained the true meaning of the sword control Tao. Xu Changge wanted to take down the sword control Tao, but found that his hand passed through it as if they were not in the same space. How could this be? In my previous life, I was able to take it down. Why can't I this time? Is it because my strength is insufficient? Or for some other reason? Xu Changge was full of confusion, deeply puzzled by the scene before him. Suddenly, the ground of the first level cracked open, and the entire Linglong Tower seemed to tremble. Xu Changge looked down at the cracked ground, stunned. In his memory, it was the first time such a situation had occurred in the Linglong Tower. Extremely bizarre. Whoosh! The ground split open, revealing a pitch-black passage. In an instant, a powerful suction force rushed towards Xu Changge, uncontrollably pulling his consciousness into the depths of the Linglong Tower. Xu Changge could not resist at all and could only let his consciousness fall to the bottom of the Linglong Tower, his whole body tensed up. This realm was one Xu Changge had never visited in his previous life, completely unaware. When a faint light appeared in the depths, Xu Changge saw the situation here clearly. His mouth agape in astonishment. This was a sword tomb. Chapter 9. Divine Weapons and Swords. Enduring the passage of time, the temperature in the sword tomb was extremely low, with a moon formed by Tao laws hanging above, casting a weak moonlight on the ground, adding a sense of eeriness to the sword tomb. This moon was dark red, and its light fell on the dull gleam of the 3-foot green sword, casting mottled reflections. A cold wind seemed to come from nowhere, accompanied by a faint wailing sound. To think that there was such a hidden realm beneath the Linglong Tower. Xu Changge had studied the Linglong Tower for many years in his previous life and had never discovered such a hidden world at the bottom, astonished. The sword tomb was filled with thousands of sharp swords. Some were rusty, some had turned to ashes, and others had lost their spiritual resonance. Sword resonance. Xu Changge could see the remnants of sword resonance on every dull green sword, meaning that each sword here was a rare treasure in the world, having developed its own intelligence. After countless years, these swords could not withstand the erosion of time, slowly losing their sharpness and their spiritual resonance fading into nothingness. Xu Changge looked up ahead, where a stone tablet stood. He walked a short distance forward and saw the 3-meter-tall stone tablet inscribed with words, his heart shaken. The stone tablet read, "I have traversed mountains and rivers, seeking over 37,000 swords of spiritual resonance, controlling swords for eternal life, searching for traces of immortals." This stone tablet must also be a mark left by the first master of the Linglong Tower. Controlling swords for eternal life, searching for traces of immortals. But do immortals really exist in this world? Xu Changge questioned himself. In his previous life, Xu Changge reached the pinnacle, suppressing an era and ruling the world. Even so, he had not found any trace of what could be called an immortal. Xu Changge slowly delved into the core of the sword tomb, discovering that many of the swords had lost their spiritual resonance, like flowers, grass, and trees that had withered away. Xu Changge saw a few faint glimmers of light flickering in the core of the sword tomb, and, upon closer inspection, his expression changed. In the center of the pile of swords, 3 swords were inserted, each with its own merits. Xu Changge walked over without any obstruction. Beneath each sword was a small stone tablet inscribed with the origin and name of each sword. The stone tablet for the sword on the left read, sword name, Hanxing, forged from wood in youth, accompanied by loneliness through countless battles, transcending the mundane to enter the Tao. The Hanxing sword was 3 feet long and was a wooden sword, faintly emitting a Tao rhythm and sword might. When the sword was drawn, one could only imagine the terrifying power it would unleash. The stone tablet in the middle read, "After 700 years of cultivation, I ascended to the realm of saints, wielding this sword to discuss the Tao with the world, finding no equal." Sword name, Gusang. The Gusang sword was entirely black, with a ghostly blue Tao mark running through the center of the blade, chillingly cold. Just a glance was enough for Xu Changge to know that this sword was an ultimate Tao weapon in the world, capable of becoming a treasured artifact in any top holy land. Alone on a cold river, I admire my own beauty. On the mountain peak, the height is unbearable cold. Xu Changge seemed to see the original master of the Linglong Tower, standing on the mountain peak with a sword, unmatched among his peers, an invincible loneliness, like a cold wind blowing, piercing to the bone. The stone tablet on the right read, "Searching for immortals and seeking the Tao for tens of thousands of years. I dare to ask the heavens, are there immortals in the celestial palaces?" This sword had no name and had a strange shape. It was clearly a broken sword, missing a part. However, even with a piece missing, this sword looked far more terrifying than the other 2. In the sword tomb, There were tens of thousands of swords nurturing these three swords, enduring the endless erosion of time. What a grand undertaking! Xu Changge glanced around in astonishment. The purpose of this sword tomb was actually to protect the spiritual resonance of these three swords, preventing them from being eroded by the power of time. Who exactly was the master of the Linglong Tower? Xu Changge felt that even at the peak of his previous life, he was far inferior to the master of the Linglong Tower, filled with curiosity. Xu Changge looked at the three swords before him, lost in thought. At that moment, a jade slip floated before Xu Changge. This jade slip was the sword control Dao located on the first level of the Linglong Tower. Xu Changge instinctively reached out to grab the jade slip. But just as he reached for it, the jade slip transformed into a streak of light and evaded him. The next moment, the jade slip appeared above one of the swords, emanating a gentle Dao resonance, as if guiding Xu Changge to come closer. Are you asking me to draw this sword? Xu Changge understood the meaning of the jade slip, or more accurately, the intention of the Linglong Tower. The spirit of the Linglong Tower had opened the hidden realm at the base, bringing Xu Changge here. Looking at the Hanqing sword, which was over 10 meters away, Xu Changge paused for a moment and slowly stepped forward. If Xu Changge was not mistaken, these three swords were all left by the original master of the Linglong Tower. Now, the Linglong Tower wanted Xu Changge to inherit one of the swords, clearly recognizing Xu Changge's identity and wishing for these treasured swords to shine once more. Xu Changge reached the side of the Hanqing sword and slowly grasped the hilt with his right hand. The Hanqing sword trembled slightly, seemingly resisting. But when the jade slip emitted a portion of Dao resonance, the Hanqing sword calmed down. It seemed that he could really draw this sword. Xu Changge thought to himself and began to exert force. As Xu Changge applied force, the Hanqing sword, which was merely embedded in the ground, began to loosen. Clang! The moment the Hanqing sword was pulled out by Xu Changge, the entire sword tomb trembled violently, and many decayed and rusty swords were shattered into dust by a wave of Dao might. Xu Changge held the Hanqing sword, experiencing no backlash. In fact, he felt a special connection with the Hanqing sword. Clearly, all of this was due to the Linglong Tower. Buzz! The Hanqing sword, which had been silent for countless years, awakened today, its sword might overwhelming, and the Dao chants roared. At the same time, the jade slip of the sword control Dao flew into Xu Changge's hand, and all the Dao methods and sword techniques recorded within the jade slip were absorbed by Xu Changge. Xu Changge's current cultivation was too low, and receiving so many sword techniques caused his head to throb painfully. Boom! Xu Changge opened his eyes, finding his consciousness return to reality. Immediately, he discovered that the overall outline and key formulas of the sword control Dao emerged in his mind, carrying the Dao resonance, making cultivation undoubtedly much more efficient. My cultivation has improved a bit. The Linglong Tower did not absorb all the power of the spirit yang grass, leaving a portion of spiritual energy transferred into Xu Changge's body, allowing him to return to the late stage of the body, refining realm. With a thought, Xu Changge directly took out the Hanqing sword from the Linglong Tower in his consciousness space, and the sword's aura surged, causing an extraordinary phenomenon in the world. A vortex of rosy light appeared in the sky above Yundong City, with purple mist stretching for thousands of miles. Chapter 10. Severing the Right Hand. This matter is over the strange phenomenon in Yundong City made countless people look up, startling various factions. Yundong City is a city of the feathered Ascension dynasty, and the emergence of the phenomenon reached the ears of the royal family. At the same time, many sects also received the news and sent powerful individuals to investigate the situation. The moment Xu Changge took out the Hanqing sword, it caused quite a stir. Seeing the situation was not good, Xu Changge immediately put the Hanqing sword back into the Linglong Tower. Xu Changge's current strength was too low, and he did not want to become a target. Fortunately, he had previously taken precautions and concealed the aura of the Hanqing sword with the Linglong Tower. Otherwise, his whereabouts would surely be exposed, leading to considerable trouble. The Hanqing sword had been silent for countless years, and now awakening. It naturally could not suppress its overwhelming sword intent, causing the world to exhibit strange phenomena. Half an hour later, The phenomenon in the sky above Yundong City disappeared. Xu Changge's consciousness re-entered the Linglong Tower and found the Hanqing sword floating in the void, bringing it out again. This time, the Hanqing sword did not cause any disturbance. Appearing like an ordinary wooden sword, unremarkable. Xu Changge had just communicated with the Linglong Tower about whether it could suppress the sword's aura to avoid drawing attention. The Linglong Tower agreed to Xu Changge's request, stating that as long as the observer was not a major cultivator, they would not be able to discern the uniqueness of the Hanqing sword. Xu Changge stroked the Hanqing sword, which resembled dead wood, its surface smooth and flawless. To the naked eye, the Hanqing sword looked like a child's toy, suitable only for pretend play. However, in reality, the Hanqing sword was an unparalleled sharp blade that had accompanied the first master of the Linglong Tower in battles across the world, experiencing countless fights. With the assistance of the Linglong Tower's spirit tone, Xu Changge's paralyzed legs had regained some sensation. Just a moment ago, Xu Changge's cultivation broke through to the late stage of the body, refining realm, and he attempted to walk a few steps, although his legs still lacked significant strength. Walking was no longer a problem. This meant that Xu Changge could begin to free himself from the wheelchair at this moment. However, Xu Changge was unwilling to spread the news of his recovery for now. Naturally, he had to continue sitting in the wheelchair to keep some people's nerves at bay. That night, Xu Changge brought in some food and drinks. She looked at Xu Changge and felt that his spirit had changed significantly, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what the change was. Xu Changge advised Xu Changge to eat the food, reminding him that there was still hope for the future and not to give up on himself. Afterward, Xu Changge left and firmly closed Xu Changge's door. Watching Xu Changge take care of him with such dedication warmed Xu Changge's heart. In this life, Xu Changge could betray anyone, but he could not let Xu Changge down. Changge, everything will be fine in time. Xu Changge looked at the food on the table, his tenderness fleeting. The next morning, Xu Changge was practicing the sword control technique when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Sitting in his wheelchair, he opened the door and saw the scene before him. Several elegantly dressed individuals were arguing with Xu Changge, and these people were from the Liu family. Indeed, they were Xu Changge's relatives. Xu Changge, don't you think you've lost enough face? Come back with us immediately. The speaker was Xu Changge, the eldest son of the Liu family and Xu Changge's cousin. This is my own decision. I won't go back, Xu Changge opposed. You may not care about your face, but you can't ruin the reputation of the Liu family, nor can you drag us down. You know, Xu Changge is a cripple. 5 years ago, you went to the Xu family to take care of him, making our Liu family a joke. Now that the Xu family can't even accommodate Xu Changge, why are you still with him? Xu Changge questioned. He is my fiancé, and we share honor and disgrace, Xu Changge replied, disregarding the opinions and comments of outsiders. She only wanted to live according to her own wishes. The Liu family could indulge you before, but now that is absolutely not possible. Xu Changge had heard about Xu Changge causing a scene at the Xu family and knew he still had some ability. But what of it? Xu Changge had offended the ancient Qing sect, and it was destined for him to have a miserable life. Is it because of competing for the mining rights of that spiritual vein? Are you afraid that because I am too close to Changge, it will affect the Liu family's impression in the ancient Qing sect? Xu Changge directly tore off the pretense. Impudent. Family matters are not something you can comment on. Xu Changge, enraged, slapped Xu Changge across the face. Smack! Xu Changge's slap landed heavily on Xu Changge's face, leaving a handprint. At that moment, Xu Changge pushed the door open and witnessed the scene. Not long ago, a low-grade spiritual vein had appeared near Yundong City. Originally, various sects wanted to compete for it, but in the end, it was claimed by the ancient Qing sect. Later, the ancient Qing sect released news that they would select some families from Yundong City to assist in mining the spiritual vein. In order to secure the opportunity to mine the spiritual vein, the Xu family expelled Xu Changge just to avoid offending the ancient Qing sect. It was said that the disciple of the ancient Qing sect who had conflicts with Xu Changge 5 years ago was one of the people in charge of this spiritual vein. The Liu family also had some strength in Yundong City and naturally wanted to compete for the opportunity to mine the spiritual vein for profit. To avoid leaving any handles, the Liu family unanimously decided to take Xu Changge back to the family and draw a clear line with Xu Changge. seeing the handprint on Xu Changge's face. Xu Changge's body suddenly shook, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Changge. Xu Changge looked at Xu Changge as he pushed the door open, instinctively lowering her head to hide the red mark on her face. At that moment, she was so disheveled and lost her beauty. Xu Changge suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Meower, "Meower, take the young lady back to the room." "Yes, young master." Meower was taken aback, but obediently nodded. Meower pulled Xu Changge back into the room and firmly closed the door. Xu Changge and several young people wanted to step forward to stop them and directly take Xu Changge back to the family. "You will sever your right hand and apologize to Changge. This matter is over." Xu Changge looked at Xu Changge, his cold gaze making Xu Changge's heart tremble. Feeling a bone-chilling fear, Xu Changge instinctively avoided Xu Changge's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. "Xu Changge, I am Changge's cousin. Disciplining her is a matter of course. You want me to sever my right hand? Do you really think you're still the Xu Changge of old?" Xu Changge was actually panicking inside, but for the sake of his face and the dignity of the Liu family, he pretended to be calm. 5 years ago, who in Yundong City and the surrounding areas did not know the name Xu Changge? Unfortunately, the past is like smoke. Xu Changge's reputation has long faded with the passage of time. Chapter 11. Recovery. She is my fiancée, Xu Changge. No one has the right to discipline her. I say this one last time. Sever your right hand and apologize. This matter is over. The invisible pressure emanating from Xu Changge made Xu Changge and the others feel suffocated and their souls tremble. What kind of gaze is this? Xu Changge did not dare to look Xu Changge in the eye and forced himself to remain calm. Suddenly, Xu Changge recalled a past event. At that time, some members of the Liu family had been kidnapped by mountain bandits who demanded ransom in silver and spirit stones. Among those kidnapped was the young Xu Changge. On that day, Xu Changge came to the Liu family, having heard that Xu Changge had fallen into the hands of the bandits and was in imminent danger. Immediately, Xu Changge, dressed in white, armed with a sword, wiped out all the mountain bandits near Yundong City and safely brought Xu Changge back. From that day on, Xu Changge's famed soared, and people in Yundong City and the surrounding areas began to refer to him as Young Master Changge. It was also from that moment that Xu Changge was regarded as the apple of the Liu family's eye, and no one dared to bully her. At this moment, Xu Changge seemed to see the unparalleled Xu Changge from years ago, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This is a matter for my Liu family, and it has nothing to do with you. Right now, many people in Yundong City are secretly watching. Xu Changge would not lose face or shame the Liu family. So, even though Xu Changge felt some fear and unease in his heart, he still did not bow to Xu Changge. In that case, I will come personally. Xu Changge would not allow anyone to bully Xu Changge anymore, not even the King of Heaven. Xu Changge, who had been hiding at the door, heard the commotion outside and immediately pushed open the door to stand in front of Xu Changge. "Changge, I'm fine, let's just forget about it," Xu Changge advised, not because she cared about Xu Changge, but because she did not want Xu Changge to completely sever ties with the Liu family. Now that Xu Changge had parted ways with the Xu family and had enmity with the Guqing sect, if he continued to offend other forces, Yundong City would not be able to accommodate him. For Xu Changge's sake, Xu Changge had to speak out to dissuade him. Xu Changge looked at the handprint marks on Xu Changge's face, and his heart ached. At that moment, he really wanted to chop off Xu Changge's right hand, but when he saw the pleading look in Xu Changge's eyes, his inner anger gradually calmed down, and he fell silent. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Xu Changge's forehead. He did not want to stay here long and warned Xu Changge as he was leaving. "Xu Changge, this time I came to persuade you to go back. If you don't return in a few days, then the clan elders will come personally. I advise you to take care." After saying this, Xu Changge and the others hurriedly left. Just now, Xu Changge had exerted too much pressure on them, making it hard for them to breathe. In that instant, Xu Changge even wondered if Xu Changge would really chop off his own hand if Xu Changge had intervened. Previously, people thought Xu Changge was crippled, but not long ago, he had suppressed the Xu family's elder with a single palm, awakening everyone. Xu Changge could be considered the strongest among the younger generation of the Liu family, having reached the early stage of the condensation vein realm. However, when facing Xu Changge, he had no confidence whatsoever. "Does it hurt?" Xu Changge squatted in front of Xu Changge, who gently caressed her cheek. Xu Changge smiled and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. How could it not hurt? Xu Changge's expression was emotionless, and no one could see his thoughts. Xu Changge would not easily let Xu Changge off. Since Xu Changge refused to apologize today, Xu Changge would visit the Liu family on another day to make the entire Liu family pay the price they deserved. In order to distance themselves from Xu Changge, the Liu family had to forcibly bring Xu Changge back to the family. Xu Changge instructed Miaoer to take good care of Xu Changge and not to leave the house for the time being. Then, Xu Changge stayed alone in the room, his expression serious, with a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. In a few days, you will all pay the price. Xu Changge had to endure for a while and allow his body to recover fully. He seized the time to meditate, using the Tao rhythm of the Linglong Tower to repair his foundation and physique. Each time Xu Changge's body improved a bit, his cultivation would also increase slightly. 5 years ago, Xu Changge was at the late stage of the condensation vein realm, hailed as the #1 talent in Yundong City. Xu Changge originally had a bright future, but due to a chance encounter, he brought disaster upon himself. On that day, 5 years ago, Xu Changge obtained a spirit treasure and happened to encounter a disciple of the Guqing sect, leading to a dispute. Then, Xu Changge fought against that disciple and defeated him. Originally, Xu Changge planned to leave with the spirit treasure, but an elder from the Guqing sect was nearby and, upon learning of the incident, directly crippled Xu Changge's legs, severing his foundation, perhaps to torture Xu Changge or to let nearby people know the consequences of offending the Guqing sect. That elder did not kill Xu Changge. From then on, Xu Changge became a topic of conversation among people, with some mocking and others lamenting. In no more than 3 days, I will be fully recovered. Xu Changge calculated the time and closed his eyes to meditate. Xu Changge had already instructed Xu Changge not to bring him food, saying that she should not disturb him unless necessary. Xu Changge guessed that Xu Changge was preparing to practice again, so she solemnly agreed. 3 days later, Xu Changge opened his eyes, his meridians had been reopened, and his vital energy surged like a dragon. The aura Xu Changge emitted was clearly the pressure of the late stage of the condensation vein realm. With the help of the Tao rhythm of the Linglong Tower, Xu Changge had fully recovered. When Xu Changge pushed the door open and prepared to find Xu Changge, he discovered that she was not in the room at all. Although Xu Changge had fully recovered, he still sat in a wheelchair, feigning weakness. Looking at the empty room, Xu Changge furrowed his brow and immediately found a nearby servant. "Where's the guest who stayed here?" 2 days ago, that young lady left, the servant quickly replied. "Where did she go?" Xu Changge asked. Many important figures from the Liu family came downstairs that day, and the young lady left with them. Before leaving, she told me to guard the door and not let anyone disturb the young master. The servant was just a lowly worker and did not understand the family affairs, so he spoke honestly. Upon hearing this, Xu Changge felt uneasy and immediately left the inn. Along the way, Xu Changge inquired about the news and headed straight for the Liu family. Xu Changge pushed his wheelchair himself, drawing the attention of many. Most people guessed his identity and whispered among themselves. A skinny dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Xu Changge was crippled, he still had many hidden abilities. Various families in Yundong City were on alert, wanting to see what Xu Changge planned to do, watching secretly. Chapter 12. You only have the time of a stick of incense meanwhile. Because Xu Changge had drawn the cold green sword earlier, a huge phenomenon had occurred, alarming various forces in the imperial court. Days passed, and some powerful figures from certain forces had arrived near Yundong City, secretly investigating the cause of the phenomenon. Xu Changge ignored the gazes of those around him and arrived at the gate of the Liu residence. Xu Changge wanted to enter, but was stopped by the guards at the entrance. No entry for idle people. The guards recognized Xu Changge and adopted a superior attitude. Although Xu Changge had recently defeated the Xu family elder, the Xu family had suppressed the news, so ordinary people naturally did not know. The guards at the Liu residence still regarded Xu Changge as the crippled person from before, showing no respect in their eyes. "Do you want to die?" Xu Changge did not want to entangle with these guards, and his cold voice suddenly dropped the temperature around them. Instantly, the expressions on the faces of the guards stiffened, and they involuntarily swallowed hard, feeling frightened. If you don't want to die, go inform them immediately that Xu Changge has come to pay a visit to the Lu residence. Xu Changge spoke in a commanding tone. Initially, a few guards wanted to hold their ground and not lose face. However, one guard became timid and immediately nodded. I'll go report it right away. Just a bunch of clowns. Xu Changge had no interest in wasting time with them. If the guards at the entrance were unreasonable, Xu Changge would not mind staining the ground with blood to teach the Lu residence's subordinates a lesson. Soon, the steward of the Lu residence arrived. The steward, Lu Yishan, was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Young master, Xu has come to visit our Lu family. What is the matter? Lu Yishan, being a high-ranking member of the Lu residence, naturally knew about Xu Changge's uproar at the Xu family and did not dare to be negligent, slightly bowing. Where's Changge? Xu Changge, sitting in his wheelchair, made eye contact with Lu Yishan, standing at the entrance of the Lu residence. Miss Changge is currently listening to the clan elder's admonitions and is temporarily unavailable. Lu Yishan smiled and replied. Xu Changge remained expressionless. Is it that there is no time? Or is he under house arrest by the Lu family? Miss Changge is from my Lu residence. It seems the internal matters of the Lu family have nothing to do with young Master Xu. If it weren't for fearing that Xu Changge still has hidden means, Lu Yishan would definitely not be this polite. Because Xu Changge possesses the Linglong Tower within him, his cultivation aura is concealed. As long as Xu Changge does not take action, no one can discern his true cultivation strength. Lu Yishan, I give you a piece of advice. Do not play those petty tricks in front of me. In one sentence, let Changge come out, and I might leave some face for the Lu family. Xu Changge's serious demeanor made Lu Yishan feel a bit worried. He did not know what confidence Xu Changge had to dare to come alone to the Lu residence and say such words. Could it be that Xu Changge really possesses some extraordinary treasure? Lu Yishan remained silent for a long time. He did not dare to make a decision on his own. Young Master Xu, please wait a moment while I report your visit to the clan leader. A stick of incense. Xu Changge extended a finger. What? Lu Yishan was momentarily stunned, not understanding Xu Changge's meaning. Within a stick of incense. If I do not see Changge, the Lu family shall fall. Considering Changge's face, Xu Changge could not possibly wipe out the Lu residence. After all, many people in the Lu residence are Changge's blood relatives. Upon hearing this, Lu Yishan's first thought was to mock. But when he saw the calmness in Xu Changge's eyes, his heart inexplicably trembled, and his hands subconsciously tightened. The Lu family shall fall. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Lu Yishan's heart to quiver. In a daze, Lu Yishan seemed to see the spirited young Master Changge from 5 years ago, unparalleled in glory. Lu Yishan deeply looked at Xu Changge, remaining silent, and hurriedly entered the Lu residence. Xu Changge was not in a hurry. He just stood at the entrance of the Lu residence, slightly closing his eyes and waiting. Soon, the time of a stick of incense passed. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and Xu Changge slowly opened his eyes, seeing Changge walking towards him. Changge's expression seemed a bit off. There was no joy on her face, and her hands, hidden in her sleeves, were tightly clenched until they turned purple. Changge, I have come to take you away. Only when facing Changge would Xu Changge reveal a tender expression. If it were before, Changge would have happily walked up to Xu Changge, willing to face anything together with him. However, this time, Changge did not approach Xu Changge, maintaining a distance between them. Changge, I did not plan to leave the Lu family anymore. Changge's gaze was fixed on Xu Changge's feet, not daring to meet his eyes, fearing she could not hold back. Why? Xu Changge immediately saw that Changge was hiding something in her heart. He was not surprised, merely asking calmly. After all, I'm a member of the Lu family. Changge paused and continued. Moreover, I do not want to live a life of wandering. I am sorry. No one knows how much pain Changge endured to say these words. For 5 years, Changge disregarded the rumors of others, just to stay by Xu Changge's side. From this point, it is enough to show that Changge is not a vain person, but truly cares for Xu Changge. Yet, why had such a significant change occurred just a few days after Changge returned to the Lu residence? Xu Changge was certain that Changge must have been coerced or had reached some sort of agreement with the Lu family. Changge, Xu Changge softly called out. Changge's delicate body trembled slightly. She was desperately suppressing her emotions, not allowing herself to break down. Changge, do you believe me? Xu Changge asked in a deep voice. Changge's mind was in disarray. She used all her strength to look down and said, I'm sorry. You should go. After saying this, Changge turned and walked into the Lu residence without looking back. If Changge stopped for even half a step, she would surely not be able to resist looking back at Xu Changge. If she looked once, everything would be in vain. Watching Changge quickly leave, Xu Changge's fingers pressed tightly against the armrest of his wheelchair, leaving several deep marks, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Originally, Xu Changge only intended to make the Lu family pay a certain price, but now he no longer thought so. The Lu family must have used some means to force Changge to say those words, causing her inner turmoil and pain. Perhaps I should act sooner. Xu Changge, considering the bigger picture, temporarily did not force his way into the Lu residence. Because the enemies he needed to face were not just the Lu family, he could not act recklessly. Chapter 13. I am here, do not fear. I trust you. I trust you more than anyone in this world. However, I do not want to become your burden. I want to help you stand up again. After returning to the Lu residence, Changge leaned against a corner, sobbing. You did well. As long as you sever ties with Xu Changge, the Lu family has a great chance of securing the opportunity to assist the ancient Qing sect in mining the spiritual vein. Lu Yishan, the steward of the Lu residence, slowly approached Changge, his expression indifferent. As long as the family can fulfill its promise, it is enough. Changge wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, unwilling to show her fragile side in front of others. Rest assured, in a few days, as long as you marry the young master of the Wang family, the family will definitely fulfill its promise and deliver the bone-severing jade grass to Xu Changge. Lu Yishan said, the bone-severing jade grass, a miraculous spiritual herb, can heal injuries from severed bones and veins. This item is considered a priceless treasure in Yindong City. A few days ago, in order to sever Qingye's ties with Xu Changge, the Lu family promised to send the family's treasure, the bone-severing jade grass, to Xu Changge. Although it cannot allow Xu Changge to rebuild his foundation, it is enough to help him escape from the wheelchair. Furthermore, the Lu family also promised one more thing. If the Xu family dares to make things difficult for Xu Changge, they could also provide covert protection once. Changge had no choice but to agree to the family for Xu Changge. Marrying into the Wang family? What does that mean? Changge was taken aback and questioned. Did I not tell you before? Maybe I'm getting old and forgot to say it. It is said that the young master of the Wang family has extraordinary talent and is about to become an external disciple of the ancient Qing sect. 5 days ago, the Wang family sent a betrothal gift, wanting to marry into our Lu family. The young master of the Wang family specifically requested to marry you, and no one else will do. Lu Yishan finally revealed his fangs, laying everything bare. If nothing unexpected happens, the Wang family should become one of the families mining the spiritual vein. As long as our Lu family marries into the Wang family, we can also receive their support. I only agreed to part ways with Changge, and you can give Changge the bone-severing jade grass. I never agreed to marry the young master of the Wang family. Changge protested. You are a member of the Lu family. Everything must prioritize the family's interests. Moreover, the family has already accepted the Wang family's betrothal gifts a few days ago. There is no reason to backtrack. Lu Yishan said sternly. Over the years, has the Lu family ever cared about me? Did you ever care about me? Now that it concerns the family's interests, do you want to sacrifice me? Changge wanted to leave the Lu residence. She even began to doubt that the family would not deliver the bone-severing jade grass to Xu Changge. Your reputation has already been ruined. We cannot understand why the young master of the Wang family insists on marrying you. Lu Yishan could not allow Changge to leave and directly had the guards and maids of the residence keep a close watch on her, not letting her move an inch. I want to go out. Changge regretted it. She should not have trusted the family. Everything was a conspiracy. Initially, Changge did not take the family's promise seriously because she thought it was impossible. But when she saw the bone-severing jade grass with her own eyes and remembered Xu Changge sitting in a wheelchair for 5 years, she ultimately decided to take a gamble. Unfortunately, it seemed that Changge had lost her bet. 7 days later, the Wang family and the Lu family would marry. inviting heroes to come and drink a cup of wedding wine. The news from the Liu family quickly spread, and the Wang family immediately echoed it. In no time, the entire Yundong city became lively, with hidden currents stirring beneath the surface. However, outsiders were unclear about the specifics of the marriage alliance and continued to speculate. In the dead of night, Xu Changge changed into travel attire and quietly infiltrated the Liu residence. Xu Changge avoided the patrols of the Liu family and put in considerable effort to locate Xu Changge. In a room, over a dozen guards were tightly guarding the entrance, not allowing anyone in or out. The servants bringing meals also had to undergo strict inspection before entering. Changge was indeed under house arrest. Xu Changge's anger towards the Liu family deepened. If it weren't for ensuring everything was foolproof, he would have subdued the Liu family members one by one right then. Unfortunately, Xu Changge only had late-stage pulse condensation cultivation and could only buy time. But what was he waiting for? When the time came, everything would be revealed. With Xu Changge's strength, it was quite easy to avoid ordinary guards and enter the room. When he silently arrived inside, he saw Xu Changge lost in thought. Looking at her haggard profile, Xu Changge felt a sharp pain in his heart. The Liu family must pay the price they deserve. To avoid attracting the attention of the guards outside, Xu Changge used a technique to seal off a 10-meter radius around them, ensuring that no sound would leak out. Changge, I'm here. Xu Changge thought she was hearing things and did not react. However, she sensed someone approaching and instinctively turned her head. In that moment, she saw Xu Changge in a black long robe, walking step by step towards her. Was it an illusion? Xu Changge felt a surge of joy, then self-deprecatingly thought she was delusional. In her impression, Xu Changge had been rendered unable to walk, completely incapable of coming to her side. Xu Changge reached out to touch Xu Changge's cheek, his voice trembling slightly. Xu Changge felt a hint of warmth from Xu Changge's palm, and her delicate body shook violently as she suddenly looked up to meet his gaze. It wasn't an illusion, was it? Was this real? Xu Changge couldn't believe it. Covering her red lips with her right hand, her eyes filled with joy and excitement, along with a hint of anxiety. Then slowly, she reached out with her left hand towards Xu Changge's palm. When Xu Changge grasped Xu Changge's hand tightly, her inner defenses were instantly breached, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like rain on a pear blossom. I'm here, don't be afraid. Xu Changge felt heartbroken for Xu Changge and held her tightly in his arms. Xu Changge couldn't say a word and could only nod vigorously. She didn't know how Xu Changge had recovered or how he had entered the room. All she knew was that as long as Xu Changge was safe, she could be at ease. Xu Changge slowly calmed Xu Changge down, explaining that his body had returned to normal and that there was no need for her to worry. You little girl, I remember what you said this morning. I'll take my time to settle the score with you when I have the chance. Xu Changge scolded in a doting tone. Xu Changge lowered her head in guilt, softly saying, I'm sorry. All right, everything is with me. You don't need to bear everything alone. Xu Changge gently patted Xu Changge's back, speaking softly. After that, Xu Changge asked Xu Changge some things and learned about her agreement with the Liu family. At the same time, he also understood the details of the marriage alliance between the Liu family and the Wang family. Upon learning that the young master of the Wang family was to marry Xu Changge, Xu Changge's expression turned colder, and he muttered to himself, in 7 days, I want the Wang family to become history in Yundong City. 7 days later was the date of the marriage alliance between the Wang family and the Liu family. Chapter 14. Redeeming the Wedding Dress. Buying a coffin, Xu Changge comforted Xu Changge for a while, assuring her not to worry. Changge, I will definitely come to take you away in 7 days. Don't be afraid. Xu Changge could take advantage of these 7 days to do some things. I'll wait for you. Xu Changge looked at the restored Xu Changge, overjoyed. Until Xu Changge left, Xu Changge still wore a smile on her lips. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Changge, I'm waiting for you to take me away. Xu Changge reminisced about the bitter life of the past 5 years and smiled as she lay down to sleep. The worries deep within her heart were swept away, and she was no longer afraid of her family's coercion, because she knew that in 7 days, Xu Changge would definitely appear before her, taking her away from the abyss. In 7 days, the Wang family and the Liu family were about to enter a marriage alliance, which stirred the entire Yundong city, causing a commotion among the families in the city. There were 7 prominent families in Yundong city, and if the Wang family and the Lu family formed an alliance, it would undoubtedly affect the situation in the city and break the balance. It was rumored that the young master of the Wang family had become an outer disciple of the Guqing sect, possessing exceptional talent, and would likely advance to an inner disciple in the future. Yundong city, with currents stirring beneath the surface. Xu Changge hid in the shadows, quietly observing the changes in the city. Over the past few days, Xu Changge noticed many unfamiliar individuals arriving in the city with profound auras. The previous anomaly caused by the cold blue sword had attracted quite a few people. Xu Changge looked at the unfamiliar cultivators appearing in the city and speculated. In the 9 provinces, each region had countless forces with vast territories. The Yuhua dynasty was merely a force from one region, hardly ranking among the true top powers. They were all insignificant figures. Xu Changge had little interest and chose to continue meditating, patiently waiting for the day of the marriage alliance between the Wang and Lu families to arrive. He was also waiting for others. Let's not forget, in his previous life, Xu Changge was a prodigy of a sacred land, suppressing an era with his own strength and ascending to the throne. Though his identity had changed before returning to the extreme night era, he was still very familiar with the methods of the sacred land from his past life. On the 3rd day, Xu Changge learned about something using his own methods. Some time ago, Lu Qing'er had exchanged dozens of spirit sun herbs for Xu Changge, which he had not forgotten, keeping an eye on it. Yuyuan Pawn Shop, the most famous pawn shop in Yundong City. Xu Changge entered the pawn shop, and immediately a clerk came over to attend to him. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" "Redeem an item." Xu Changge had disguised himself, wearing black clothing and a veil, making it impossible for anyone to discern his identity. "What item? Do you have proof?" the clerk inquired. "Some time ago, Miss Qing'er from the Lu family came to pawn an item. I'm here to redeem it," Xu Changge stated directly. "According to the rules of our Yuyuan pawn shop, if the guest does not have the pawn shop's proof, they cannot redeem someone else's item within the time limit." The clerk explained the rules. "The rules are dead." Xu Changge concealed his appearance, leaving only his eyes exposed, giving off a mysterious and stern aura. "Take me to see your shopkeeper." The clerk hesitated. If he took someone to see the shopkeeper just because of an outsider's words, wouldn't the shopkeeper be overwhelmed? Therefore, the clerk dared not act rashly, fearing punishment. "I am here to do business with Yuyuan Pawn Shop. Are you sure you want to let me in to see the shopkeeper?" Xu Changge shot a glance at the clerk, speaking coldly. The clerk sensed an irresistible pressure from Xu Changge, gritted his teeth, and nodded. "In that case, esteemed guest, please follow me in." Recognizing people is part of a host's skill, based solely on the invisible pressure Xu Changge exuded. The clerk could tell that Xu Changge was not an ordinary person and that he should not be offended. In the elegant room of Yuyuan Pawn Shop, the shopkeeper learned from the clerk that a strange guest had arrived at the pawn shop, masked and mysterious. In the room, the shopkeeper had a servant pour a cup of tea and openly sized up Xu Changge. "What business does this esteemed guest wish to discuss with my Yuyuan Pawn Shop?" "There are many eyes and ears." Xu Changge glanced coldly at the servants around him. "You all may leave," the shopkeeper commanded. Soon, only the shopkeeper and Xu Changge remained in the elegant pavilion. "May I ask how to address you, my lord?" the shopkeeper asked politely, cupping his fists. "Names are not important. There's nothing much to say. You take a look first. We're discussing something," Xu Changge replied, taking out a book from his bosom and placing it on the table. The shopkeeper, Rong Yuanin, was over 50 years old. He had managed the Yuyuan pawn shop for many years, and no petty thief dared to cause trouble inside. Rong Yuanin looked deeply at Xu Changge and reached for the book on the table. As he opened it, his expression changed dramatically, shock evident on his face. A quarter of an hour later, Rong Yuanin carefully closed the book and asked excitedly, "May I inquire about the origins of this technique?" It was not customary for pawn shops to inquire about the backgrounds of their clients. Xu Changge's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was flat. Rong Yuanin realized he had overstepped and took a deep breath to calm himself. "I was being reckless. I apologize." Xu Changge had many techniques and methods in his mind. Yesterday, he casually inscribed a seemingly unimportant technique, which was valuable enough in Yundong City. A few days ago, what item did Xu Changge pawn? Xu Changge explained his intent. Rong Yuan hesitated for a moment, not wanting to break the rules. You should know our pawn shop's rules. We cannot disclose information about our clients. I don't think it's a valuable item. As long as you agree, this technique can be exchanged for the item that Miss Xu Changge pawned. For you. This deal is definitely not a loss, Xu Changge stated directly. Rong Yuan hesitated for a long time, looking again at the technique book on the table. Finally, he made a very wise decision. Since you have spoken, our Yuan pawn shop naturally has no reason to refuse. Please enjoy some tea while I go fetch the item. Rong Yuan immediately stood up, fearing Xu Changge might have second thoughts. Before long, Rong Yuan hurried back with a sandalwood box in his arms. Xu Changge opened the box and saw the phoenix crown and colorful robes inside. In an instant, Xu Changge's heart jolted and his pupils contracted sharply. This foolish girl. Xu Changge's emotions were not revealed. He gently closed the box. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. Rong Yuan estimated the value of the technique and realized it could be sold for at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. To avoid trouble, he decided to pay some spirit stones, allowing both parties to benefit without disputes. More importantly, Rong Yuan wanted to collaborate with Xu Changge again. He could tell that the technique recorded in the book was inscribed recently. Rong Yuan speculated that either Xu Changge had the original jade slip of the technique or had an extraordinary background. Therefore, from every angle, Rong Yuan did not want to offend Xu Changge. Xu Changge was aware of the technique's value and accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. Originally, Rong Yuan wanted to inquire about Xu Changge's background, but Xu Changge, without saying a word, directly took the sandalwood box and left, not wanting to linger. To take a high-grade technique just to exchange for a piece of clothing? What a strange person. Could this person have some connection to the Liu family? Rong Yuan was very puzzled as he carefully put away the technique book on the table. In Yundong City, this technique could definitely be considered treasure. It was a pity that this technique was a copied version and lacked spiritual resonance. Otherwise, its value could have multiplied several times. Xu Changge placed the clothing in a safe place and then went to another location. On the east street of the city, a coffin shop. What do you need? The coffin shop owner asked. Can you make 10 high-quality coffins in 4 days? Xu Changge asked. Yes. The owner estimated and nodded. Where should they be delivered in 4 days? To the Liu family. Xu Changge left 10 low-grade spirit stones and turned to leave. The owner was startled and wanted to ask more questions, but found that Xu Changge's figure had already disappeared. Everyone in Yundong City knew that the Liu family and the Wang family were about to be married. But that person just ordered 10 coffins to be delivered to the Liu family, which did not seem like a good omen. However, looking at the 10 spirit stones on the table, the owner was very tempted. 1 low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. At worst, after delivering the coffins, I'll leave Yundong City immediately. The owner steeled his heart. He was certain he would make this money. With just 4 days until the wedding of the Liu and Wang families, Yundong City became increasingly lively. Various forces searched for the reasons behind the strange occurrences, but unfortunately, after much effort, they found nothing. Gradually, some of the stronger forces left, believing it was merely an anomaly of heaven and earth. That night, Xu Changge was meditating and practicing when he suddenly felt a heat in his right hand and immediately opened his eyes. Is it here? Xu Changge looked at the special mark that appeared in the palm of his right hand and murmured. In the next moment, Xu Changge disappeared into the night. A few days ago, Xu Changge had used a special method and sealing technique to summon the nearest guardian of the Holy Land. Since he had decided to deal with the ancient Qing sect, Xu Changge naturally could not let himself fall into danger and must be fully prepared. The Wanyan Holy Land. The sect Xu Changge belonged to in his past life. In this life, Xu Changge decided to go to the Wanyan Holy Land. No matter how deep the waters of the Wanyan Holy Land were, Xu Changge could not avoid it because there were several people he cared about deeply within the Holy Land. Is it the Dian seal you formed? On a high mountain outside Yundong City, 2 men in black questioned Xu Changge. Chapter 15. Wanyan Sacred Sect, Beiquan Guard. The Dian seal is a sealing technique of the Wanyan Sacred Sect. This technique can only be practiced by core disciples of the Wanyan Sacred Sect and is used to summon the Beiquan Guard of the Wanyan Sacred Sect. The Baekwon Guard is a secret elite force established during the early days of the Wanyin sacred sect. Anyone qualified to become a member of this guard possesses the cultivation of the Yundao realm and is loyal to the Wanyin sacred sect. The number of Baekwon Guards is fixed at 800, with some stationed at the sacred sect and others dispersed throughout the world. The duty of the Baekwon Guard is to protect the Wanyin sacred sect and secretly eliminate spies from enemy forces. Additionally, if a core disciple of the sacred sect encounters difficulties and uses the die and seal technique, the nearby Baekwon Guards must rush to assist in the shortest time possible without fail. Anyone who can become a Baekwon Guard has a great chance of reaching a core position within the Wanyin sacred sect. It is said that the leader of the Baekwon Guard can speak equally with the sect master, holding a status comparable to that of the elder who protects the sect. Therefore, all disciples of the Wanyin Holy Land aspire to become Baekwon Guards. As long as they survive the trials of the Baekwon Guard, their future is limitless. The two men in black are members of the Baekwon Guard. They were in closed-door cultivation when they suddenly sensed someone using the die and seal and rushed over without hesitation. One is named Xiao Dingyuan, and the other is Lu Pingjiang. Both of them have reached the Yundao realm. The path of cultivation begins with body refinement, followed by meridian condensation, and then the Yundao realm, and finally the extreme spirit realm. Are you a disciple of our Wanyin sacred sect? Why have I never seen you before? Xiao Dingyuan stepped forward, scrutinizing Xu Changge and questioning him. As members of the Baekwon Guard, Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang are well aware of the core disciples of the Wanyin sacred sect. However, in their memories, there was no one by the name of Xu Changge. Recently, Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang had received the summoning of the die and seal and were quite puzzled. According to reason, the core disciples of the sacred sect would not come to such a remote place. However, to abide by the rules of the sacred sect, the two decided to come and take a look. But strangely, why would Xu Changge use the unique secret technique of the Wanyin sacred sect? Speak the truth. Who are you? Lu Pingjiang questioned, exerting a hint of pressure. Xu Changge remained calm and slowly replied, "Ancient path steel, the green mountains remain the same. Old friends have passed. Baekwon Guard, protect our sacred sect, eternal and immortal." As Xu Changge's words came out, Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang were instantly stunned, exchanging glances filled with shock. What Xu Changge just said was a line from the Baekwon Guard's general outline. The Wanyin sacred sect has a place called the Ancient Path Steel, where green mountains reach the clouds. And at the foot of the mountain lie the buried members of the Baekwon Guard, all of whom died fighting to protect the sacred sect. How do you know this phrase? Xiao Dingyuan retracted his previous aggressive demeanor, his gaze now filled with trust as he pondered. Only those who have truly become core disciples of the sacred sect would have the opportunity to learn such hidden things. I am Xu Changge, the disciple of Yanqing, the head of Dongshin Peak. Xu Changge clasped his hands and introduced his identity. Disciple of the head of Dongshin Peak. Is that true? Lu Pingjiang replied, somewhat skeptical. The head of the Dongshan Peak, Yin, was elusive, and someone like him would hardly have the leisure to take on disciples. Hearing this, both were stunned, harboring some doubts. The Wanyin sacred sect has a total of 7 branches, and Dongshin Peak is one of them, ranked at the very end. The Dongshin Peak used to be very strong, with every generation's leader coming from there, possessing a strong foundation. However, Dongshan Peak gradually declined, until this era, when Yin Xinyu became the head of Dongshin Peak. He completely ignored sect affairs, being idle and negligent, with no order. Gradually, the disciples of Dongshan Peak turned to other branches, leaving only a few stragglers. As for the head Yin Xinyu, he hadn't returned to the sect for decades. If it weren't for the soul lamps still being lit in the sacred sect, everyone would have thought Yin Xinyu was dead. But to be honest, how could someone as lazy as Yin Xinyu take on disciples? It makes no sense. Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang still had their doubts and couldn't easily trust Xu Changge. However, the great transformation technique he demonstrated and his knowledge of the Baekwon Guard were indeed real and not false. To be honest with you, I just became a disciple not long ago. My master said that if I encounter trouble, I can use the great transformation technique. As long as my luck isn't too bad, the Baekwon Guard should appear. Xu Changge's words were a mix of truth and half-truths, and combined with his reborn character, he showed no signs of weakness. The two members of the Baekwon Guard were continuously monitoring the heartbeat and breathing frequency of Xu Changge. If he were lying, it would definitely be subtle fluctuations. However, Xu Changge was extremely calm, showing no signs of deceit. By the way, my master also said that if the Baekwon Guard refuses to help me, he would definitely expose the fact that the head of the Baekwon Guard wet the bed when he was a child, as well as the news of him visiting brothels, and make it public. Xu Changge said unhurriedly, with an unchanged expression. However, upon hearing these words, Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang shivered, their scalps tingling with fear, because the matters Xu Changge mentioned were indeed known to them. Many years ago, the head of Dongshan Peak, Yin Xingyu, had a conflict with the head of Baekwon and publicly spread each other's misdeeds and embarrassing stories. Later, the elders suppressed the matter, preventing it from becoming a joke, and only a very few people knew. Stop. Xiao Dingyuan believed Xu Changge, as such secret matters were best known by those involved. And he had to believe, Junior brother Xu, you must not let this slip out, or it will be troublesome. I know, I'm not stupid. Xu Changge's mind conjured the figure of the head of the Baekwon Guard in his previous life. He became a member of the Baekwon Guard and was greatly favored by the head. The head of the Baekwon Guard had a very irritable temper and would fight at the slightest disagreement. If it involved fighting, he wouldn't waste a single word. According to the rules, Junior brother still needs to present your identity proof. Xiao Dingyuan and the others believed Xu Changge's identity. Perhaps the head of Dongshan Peak had taken pity on him and decided to take on a disciple to inherit his legacy. Xu Changge immediately formed a seal, and a pattern of green mountains and flowing water appeared in his palm, with the pathmarks of Dongshan Peak engraved on it. In his previous life, Xu Changge encountered the wandering Yin Xingyu and was fortunate to become his disciple. In this life, although the trajectory of his life had changed, Xu Changge still wanted to be that old man, Yin Xingyu's disciple. Junior brother, upon seeing the Dongshan Peak seal that Xu Changge had condensed, the two felt completely at ease and nodded with a smile. Chapter 16. The day of the alliance has arrived, two senior brothers. Xu Changge saluted the two. In Xu Changge's memory, he had some impression of Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang. After all, there were only so many people in the Baekwon Guard, and each one was an elite. Junior brother Xu, have you encountered any trouble? Out of respect for the head of Dongshan Peak, the two were quite polite to Xu Changge. Although the head of Dongshan Peak was lazy, he still possessed strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold his position. This matter is long to explain. Please take a seat and have a drink to ease your fatigue. Xu Changge pointed to a few large stones beside him, took out several jars of fine wine, and slowly spoke. Xu Changge recounted everything he had experienced before, and then mentioned that he was fortunate to meet his master, Yin Xingyu, which allowed him to restore his body. My master, Yin Xingyu, is used to being carefree and has gone missing. I see. Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang had no doubts. After all, Xu Changge knew so many secrets about the Wanyan sacred land and had formed the unique seal of Dongshan Peak, making him trustworthy. Junior brother, what do you want us to do? Xiao Dingyuan stated directly. Some things we need to clarify first. According to the rules of the sacred land, the Baekwon Guard is only responsible for protecting the safety of the disciples, and we do not interfere with other matters. Moreover, if Junior brother wants to formally enter the sacred land, you must go by yourself. We cannot intervene. The Wanyan sacred land aims to temper its disciples, and unless in special circumstances, the Baekwon Guard cannot overly assist disciples who are out training. Only when an inner disciple encounters a life and death crisis can the Baekwon Guard secretly intervene. Rest assured, senior brothers, I understand these rules. Xu Changge smiled slightly. After some pleasant conversation, Xu Changge returned to Yundong City, quietly waiting for time to pass. Now that he had the concealed protection of the two senior brothers from the Baekwon Guard, Xu Changge was absolutely confident and ready to take action. The city was brightly lit, and the Wang and Liu families decided to widely invite heroes to handle the marriage alliance. It was rumored that representatives from the ancient Qing sect would also attend the wedding scene of the two families to select 3 families from Yundong City to assist the ancient Qing sect in mining the nearby inferior spiritual veins. This news emerged and instantly shocked countless people. If the ancient Qing sect truly managed to mine this inferior spiritual vein, its strength and foundation would surely rise a level. For this spiritual vein, the ancient Qing sect had entangled with nearby forces for a long time and had paid a considerable price. Therefore, to avoid any unexpected events, the ancient Qing sect sent several elders to Yundong City, just in case. That night, in a refined pavilion belonging to the Liu family. To comfort Liu Qing, the Liu family agreed to her request and let her maid, Miaoer, enter the pavilion to take care of her. Inside the room, Miaoer was anxiously pacing, whispering, "Miss, what should we do? There are only a few days left before the Liu family is to marry the Wang family. When the heroes come, and even representatives from the ancient Qing sect, if that day really comes, it will be too late. Don't panic, sit down and have a cup of tea." Liu Qingge smiled as she tugged at Miaoer's wrist. "I really don't have the mood to drink tea right now." Mia, who shared a sisterly bond with Liu Qingge and had endured a lot of hardship, said, "Miss, why don't we escape tonight?" Liu Qingge gently shook her head, a smile at the corner of her mouth. In her mind, the figure of Xu Changge seemed to appear, and she felt no anxiety at all. She knew that Xu Changge would definitely show up for the marriage alliance in a few days. At that time, Xu Changge would pull her back from the abyss of darkness, just like he did back then. Is it possible to leave? Suddenly, the door of the elegant pavilion was gently pushed open, and a person walked in. It was Liu Yishan, the steward of the Liu residence. Seeing Liu Yishan approach, Miaoer turned pale with fright and retreated a few steps in fear. "Miss Qingge, I advise you not to waste your efforts. To avoid any accidents, there are several clan elders stationed outside. You cannot escape." Liu Yishan came to remind Liu Qingge on behalf of the family. If Liu Qingge caused trouble during the marriage alliance, it would not be good. 5 years ago, the Liu family ignored the Mrs. Life and Death, and now they want to use her lifelong happiness to gain benefits. It's too shameful. For Liu Qingge, Miaoer, who had always been afraid of the steward, mustered her courage, overcoming her deep-seated fear, and spoke up loudly. Liu Yishan swiftly moved to Miaoer's side and slapped her. With a loud smack, a red handprint appeared on Miaoer's face, and Liu Yishan coldly said, "Is it your place as a servant to question family matters? Am I not stating the facts?" The Liu family used to fear that the miss would tarnish the family's reputation and publicly declared that she was not one of them. Now that the Liu family is marrying into the Wang family, they want the miss to sacrifice her happiness. It's disgusting. Miaoer, afraid of death, was even more afraid of Liu Qingge losing her future and retorted again. Hearing this, Liu Yishan prepared to continue punishing her. Liu Qingge immediately stood in front of Miaoer. Furious, "If you dare to lay a hand on Miaoer again, I will not let the family have their way." After a moment of consideration, Liu Yishan stopped. Regarding the future interests of the Liu family, he did not want Liu Qingge to do anything foolish. "Miss Qingge, listen to my advice. As long as you obediently marry the young master of the Wang family, I will overlook your maid's rudeness, and the family will consider taking care of Xu Changge, who is stranded outside. If you do not cooperate, I guarantee your maid will not have a good outcome," Liu Yishan threatened. "You are truly despicable." Liu Qin appointed a Liu Yishan Kritzingherzil. Originally, Liu Yishan had promised to send the family's broken bone and jade grass to Xu Changge, but he had changed his mind. Now, he was forcing Liu Qingge to marry the young master of the Wang family for profit. "I'm just a messenger. All of this is the family's arrangement," Liu Yishan said with a smile. Liu Qingge suppressed her anger and remained silent. "Take care," Liu Yishan said as he left, casting a deep glance at Miaoer. If Miaoer didn't have some value, he could have killed her with a single slap just now. The door was tightly closed, and Liu Qingge was once again placed under house arrest, unable to step outside. Liu Qingge looked at the red and swollen injury on Miaoer's face and immediately used her weak spiritual energy to heal her. "Miaoer, does it hurt?" "Miss, I'm not in pain." Miaoer shook her head. "Miss, you don't need to worry about me. With your abilities, if you try hard enough, there should be some chance to leave the Liu family and escape this place of turmoil." Liu Qingge's cultivation was not as simple as it appeared to the outside world. She had entered the early stage of the pulse condensation realm a year ago, making her a genius among her peers. Liu Qingge had never shown her strength, and aside for her close maid Miaoer, No one knew she possessed early-stage pulse condensation realm cultivation. In Yundong City, that level of cultivation could definitely be considered strong. If it weren't for Xu Changge, Lu Qing'er would certainly have a bright future. However, Lu Qing'er did not regret it. If she made some plans, there might be a chance to break out of the Lu family, even if the hope was slim. Miaoer was just a maid, and after years of following Lu Qing, she had also cultivated to the mid-stage of the body, refinement realm. But with such cultivation, breaking out of the Lu family was just a fantasy. Miaoer did not want to hold Lu Qing'er back, and sincerely hoped she could escape the Lu family's constraints. Don't worry, he will definitely come to get us, Lu Qing'er said, her eyes shining with belief. He? Miaoer was taken aback. Are you talking about young Master Changge? Yes. Lu Qing'er gently nodded. How could that be? Miaoer's eyes instantly dimmed, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Young Master Changge had been expelled from the Xu family, and even if he still had some hidden cards, it wouldn't change anything. Moreover, young Master Changge had offended the ancient Qing sect and was in danger himself. How could he save a miss? Miaoer held no hope for Xu Changge and had already prepared herself to accompany Lu Qing'er to death. A few days later, Yundong City was bustling with activity. Today was the day of the marriage alliance between the Lu and Wang families. Early in the morning, both families started to receive guests, and the entire residence was busy, decorated with lanterns and streamers. Everyone, please come in. Influential figures in the city brought gifts to the Lu and Wang families to drink a cup of celebratory wine. Even if they were unhappy about the alliance, they still had to show face and not lose their manners. Lu family, the tightly sealed elegant pavilion. A group of maids entered the pavilion, carrying exquisite wedding attire and jewelry. Miss Qing'e, it's almost time. Please bathe and change. The jewelry carried by the maids was very eye-catching. Each piece had been carefully selected by the Lu residents to ensure that they would not lose face on such an important day. Lu Qing'er sat in front of the dressing table in a daze, looking at the wedding dress and jewelry in front of her, feeling a strong sense of repulsion. To her, this wedding dress seemed so disgusting. Miss Qing'e, please cooperate. The leading maid stepped forward and urged. Liu Qing'e remained silent. This is a family order. If Miss Qing'e does not cooperate, we will have to send Miaoer to the punishment room for a while, one maid sneered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'er's delicate body trembled slightly. The Lu family's punishment room was extremely cruel. If Miaoer was really sent there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Qing'er tightened her hands and finally compromised. I understand. Then, with the help of the maids, Lu Qing'er changed into a red outfit, a dot of vermilion on her forehead and her lips alluring. Her hair was styled in a double ring knot, with a long skirt adorned with a touch of red. She was as beautiful as spring water, overshadowing all flowers. Changge, you'll come, right? Lu Qing'er looked forward to Xu Changge's arrival to take her away from the dark abyss. The auspicious time had arrived, and the senior members of the Wang family had come to the entrance of the Lu residence, ready to welcome the bride. Chapter 17. Heading to the Wang family. Pretending to be disabled, Lu Qing'er felt nervous as she followed the maids to the entrance. At that moment, she wished so much that Xu Changge would appear and take her away from this place of turmoil. However, even after Lu Qing'er got into the bridal sedan chair, she did not wait for Xu Changge's arrival. Is it possible that Xu Changge won't appear? No, that's impossible. Since Changge said he would come and get me, he will definitely come. Lu Qing'er was firm in her heart and would not doubt Xu Changge. Changge must have been delayed by something, which was why he was late. Once in the bridal sedan chair, Lu Qing'er's feelings became extremely complex. Miaoer was imprisoned, but for now, there was no danger to her life. As long as this marriage alliance had not ended, the Lu family would not dare to harm Miaoer, using her as a threat against Lu Qing'er. Meanwhile, Xu Changge was disguised, watching Lu Qing'er get into the bridal sedan chair. A few days ago, Xu Changge had planned to visit the Lu family to see Lu Qing'er and explain the situation. However, in the last few days, the Lu family kept a close watch on Lu Qing'er, and Xu Changge was worried about alarming the snake in the grass, so he had to give up. Initially, Xu Changge planned to cause a commotion at the Lu family and take Lu Qing'er away. However, he changed his mind due to a piece of information he received. Xu Changge heard that certain individuals from the ancient Qing sect would be at the Wang family to drink a toast and announced the list of families that would assist in mining the spiritual veins. Among the representatives from the ancient Qing sect was a person named Zhang Quan. 5 years ago, Xu Changge acquired a spiritual treasure, and upon hearing the news, Zhang Quan rushed over, intending to seize it by force. After a fierce battle, Xu Changge defeated Zhang Quan, but intended to leave when an unexpected event occurred. An elder from the ancient Qing sect received Zhang Quan's distress signal and rushed over immediately. As soon as the elder appeared, without saying a word, he incapacitated Xu Changge and took away the spiritual treasure that Xu Changge had worked hard to obtain. The past causes and effects were now being settled. Xu Changge decided to go to the Wang family to resolve this matter. Half an hour later, Xu Changge stood in an alley, waiting for the coffin shop owner. The owner was about to place 10 coffins at the Liu family's doorstep when he was stopped by Xu Changge. Take the coffins to the Wang family. The owner, being just a commoner, didn't have the courage to do that. Being able to deliver the coffins near the Liu residence was already risking his life. Today was a grand day for the Wang family. If anyone dared to deliver coffins to their doorstep, they would surely be dismembered. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Xu Changge didn't want to make it difficult for the owner and nodded. The owner ran away in a hurry, having already packed his belongings early that morning, leaving the city and never looking back. He earned a spiritual stone from Xu Changge and could live comfortably for the rest of his life. The 10 high-quality coffins set up in the alley cast a shadow over the entire space, creating a chilling and terrifying atmosphere that made people uneasy. With no other choice, Xu Changge had to shamelessly ask his 2 senior brothers for help. Senior brothers, can you help me deliver these 10 coffins to the Wang family's doorstep in 2 hours? Xu Changge communicated via his sound transmission. This is beyond our responsibility, said Xiao Dingyuan, who had just gotten to know Xu Changge. They had previously exchanged polite words, and still, out of respect for the head of Dongqin Peak, they were reluctant to do such a trivial task. It would be a loss of face. Senior brothers, I've heard from my master that if someone from a North Sparrow Guard wants to be promoted, in addition to improving their cultivation, they must also obtain enough merits. If you help your junior brother with a small favor today, once I officially become a disciple of Dongqin Peak, I will be a direct disciple of the head. At that time, I will definitely report your merits to the Holy Land, and Dongqin Peak would be willing to establish a good connection with you. Xu Changge transmitted his thoughts. Su Shidi, although you are a disciple taken in by Master Yin to officially become a direct disciple of the head of Dongqin Peak, you must obtain the sect's approval. It cannot just be decided by Master Yan's nod. A direct disciple of the lineage is no trivial matter. If it were just an ordinary disciple, the head could arrange it freely. However, a direct disciple will be a core figure of the Wanyan Holy Land in the future and must undergo various tests and receive recognition from at least half of the elders of the Holy Land. Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang hid in the shadows, thinking that Xu Changge was somewhat delusional. A direct disciple of the lineage is typically a top talent, having gone through numerous trials. If the junior brother succeeds by chance, he will certainly remember the help of the 2 senior brothers. If he fails, he will still be an inner disciple of Dongqin Peak. Regardless of the outcome, the 2 senior brothers would not lose out. Xu Changge said these words to elevate his status in the eyes of Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang. If they encountered a powerful opponent later, it would encourage them to help protect him wholeheartedly. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Dingyuan considered, since Su Shidi has said so, as senior brothers, we should naturally help a bit. In 2 hours, the 10 coffins will definitely appear at the Wang family's doorstep. Thank you, senior brothers. Xu Changge expressed his gratitude and prepared to head to the Wang family. In the shadows, Liu Pingjiang whispered, do you really believe this kid can become a direct disciple of Dongqin Peak? It's difficult. Xiao Dingyuan shook his head, lacking confidence. However, since he is a disciple taken in by Master Yin, even if he doesn't make it, he will become an inner disciple of Dongqin Peak in the future. It's not a loss to befriend him. After all, we are members of the North Sparrow Guard. If word gets out that we helped carry coffins, we would definitely be ridiculed. Liu Pingjiang expressed some resistance. Why think so much? Xiao Dingyuan valued Xu Changge to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed. In his understanding, the head of Dongqin Peak, Yin Xingyu, was usually lazy and had never selected disciples during past recruitment ceremonies. This time, since he took Xu Changge as his disciple, it was clear that Xu Changge must have some uniqueness. Little did he know, since Xu Changge's reincarnation, he had never met his cheat master, Yin Qingyu. If Yin Qingyu found out he suddenly had a disciple, he would surely have a very amusing expression. At the Wang family, there were many guests and piles of gifts. Xu Changge changed into a light white long shirt and appeared at the entrance of the Wang family in a wheelchair. Since he was going to put on a show, he would do it thoroughly. Xu Changge deliberately dressed as a disabled person to see the ugly faces of these people. When Xu Changge struck hard later, he wouldn't feel a bit of guilt in his heart. Xu Changge is here. Those who could come to the Wang family to drink toasts were people of some status in Yundong City and could recognize Xu Changge at a glance. Chapter 18. People's mockery. Xu Changge sat in a wheelchair, and all eyes gathered on him. Some felt pity for Xu Changge, others mocked him, while most adopted an indifferent attitude as if it had nothing to do with them. Xu Changge pushed his wheelchair forward, and those in front instinctively made way, retreating to the sides while pointing and whispering. A few days ago, only a small number of people knew about Xu Changge's uproar at the Xu family. The news circulating in Yundong City stated merely that Xu Changge had been expelled from his family, homeless, like a rat crossing the street. It was said that the Xu family had completely severed ties with Xu Changge, only to vie for the opportunity to mine low-grade spiritual veins alongside the ancient Qing sect. Once, young Master Changge single-handedly suppressed all the bandits and mountain thieves in Yundong City and its surroundings. And the people and families inside and outside the city directly and indirectly benefited from him. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. Who would have known that young Master Changge would lose power and not return to his former glory? Even the Xu family no longer cared for him. Even if we wanted to help, we were powerless. If we got involved with Xu Changge, we would surely gain nothing. All eyes were fixed on Xu Changge, whispering amongst themselves. At the entrance of the Wang family, a managing man approached with an air of superiority. Today is a grand day for the Wang family. If you're here to beg, please wait until after the feast. At that time, our Wang family will generously distribute the leftover food to the homeless and beggars. Ha ha ha! As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately provoked a burst of laughter from the crowd. Those present had previously only been able to look up at Xu Changge's back, unattainable. Now that Xu Changge had become a disabled person whom everyone mocked, those who once looked up to him felt a significant sense of disparity and all wanted to step on him, as if their souls could be elevated, feeling extremely comfortable. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, Xu Changge remained unfazed. Xu Changge had experienced too many grand occasions in his past life. If such a situation affected his emotions, it would be too ridiculous. As the laughter of the crowd gradually faded, Xu Changge slowly spoke up. I heard that the Wang family and the Liu family are getting married, so I came to ask for a cup of wine. Does the Wang family lack even this bit of grace? The steward of the Wang family glanced at Xu Changge and shouted loudly. Anyone who enters my Wang family is someone of status in Yundong City. What is your background? What qualifications do you have to enter the Wang family? And can you afford the entrance gift? Xu Changge did not get angry, as if watching a clown barking. Get out of the way. You are blocking my Wang family's joyous occasion. The steward called over a few servants, intending to drive Xu Changge aside, so he wouldn't block the entrance to the Wang family. Just as several servants were approaching Xu Changge, a senior member of the Wang family noticed the commotion outside and immediately said, "The guest is here. Please let him in." The steward and the servants at the Wang family's entrance all stopped. "Please come in." The steward looked at Xu Changge, his lips curling in a dismissive manner as he said casually. Throughout, Xu Changge did not lift his eyelids, remaining as calm as water. Xu Changge's demeanor and state of mind made many people feel frightened. Unfortunately, Xu Changge was left with a disability in both legs. Even if his temperament was good, it was all in vain. The senior members of the Wang family had heard about how Xu Changge had suppressed the elder of the Xu family with a single palm and would not underestimate him. Xu Changge's visit to my Wang family today surely has ulterior motives. Regardless of what Xu Changge intends to do, we will accompany him to the end. Even if he has certain means, there is no need to worry. The elder of the ancient Qing sect is stationed here. No one dares to cause trouble. Just a useless person, If Xu Changge dares to cause trouble, my Wang family will establish our authority today. If he behaves and drinks a cup of wine, once the banquet ends, we might even give him a few taels of silver." The senior members of the Wang family all noticed Xu Changge and whispered among themselves. Under the arrangement of the Wang family, Xu Changge was seated in a remote corner. The table and chairs were old and somewhat wobbly. In the vast banquet of the Wang family, no one was willing to sit at the same table as Xu Changge. In fact, the tables and chairs around Xu Changge were also empty, fearing they would be tainted by Xu Changge's bad luck. To demonstrate the Wang family's generosity, a servant brought Xu Changge a pot of turbid wine and a plate of snacks. The other guests were all served with lavish dishes, and the rich aroma of wine permeated every corner of the Wang family, intoxicating everyone. Before long, the head of the Wang family and a group of clan elders appeared. The head of the Wang family, Wang Lingyu, stood tall at 8 feet, dressed in splendid clothing. He surveyed the attendees and raised his glass with a smile, saying, "Today is the day of the marriage between my Wang family and the Lu family. Thank you to all the guests for coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lingyu downed the wine in his cup. "The head of the Wang family is too polite. We are honored to be able to drink the joyous wine from both families today." The crowd stood up one after another, raising their glasses to drink with endless compliments. In a large front courtyard, hundreds of guests stood up to congratulate. Only Xu Changge sat in a corner, quietly observing this scene, appearing extremely out of place. "I toast to you all," said Lu Daoan, the head of the Lu family, raising his glass. Lu Daoan, in his 70s, had a head full of white hair. By seniority, he could actually be considered Lu Qingge's second grandfather. Among the guests, the head of the Xu family and several clan elders sat in the inner courtyard, peering through the gaps in the crowd to spot Xu Changge sitting in the corner of the front courtyard. What's he doing here? Does he want to cause trouble? The Xu family members were very worried that Xu Changge would cause trouble, implicating the Xu family. Although Xu Changge had already been expelled from the Xu family, they still felt some concern. Because today, the most important matter was not the marriage between the Wang and Lu families, but the ancient Qing sect announcing the selection of several families to assist in mining the spiritual veins. If Xu Changge caused dissatisfaction among the people of the ancient Qing sect, it would inevitably affect the interests of the Xu family. "Elder, should we warn Xu Changge?" asked an elder from his Xu family. "No need," shook his head the clan leader Xu Shanli. "Xu Changge still hides some means. He definitely came here to cause trouble today. The Wang and Lu families will not let Xu Changge make a scene. We will just observe the changes." Hypocritical. Xu Changge sat in the front courtyard, watching the laughter that erupted as guests chatted, his eyes indifferent. On the surface, everyone seemed friendly, but behind the scenes, they would fight to the death over trivial matters. This was true for both mortals and top holy places and sections. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Lingyu, the head of the Wang family, loudly said, "Please welcome the newlyweds." Chapter 19. The wedding ceremony finally revealed the young master of the Wang family, Wang Bia. The young lady of the Lu family, Lu Qingge. Wang Bia wore a red long robe, exuding an extraordinary temperament, handsome and dashing. He was in his early 20s, with excellent talent, having won the favor of an elder from the ancient Qing sect. When the next disciple selection ceremony of the ancient Qing sect took place, Wang Bia would officially become a disciple of the ancient Qing sect. Currently, Wang Bia was already an appointed outer disciple of the ancient Qing sect. With this identity, the representatives of the ancient Qing sect chose to settle in the Wang family, designating it as one of the families for mining the spiritual veins. Lu Qingge wore a phoenix robe and red skirt. She had been waiting for Xu Changge's appearance, but had not seen him at all. At this point, Lu Qingge wanted to break free from the control of the Wang and Lu families, but she was being closely watched and had no chance to escape. Moreover, the Lu family directly threatened Lu Qingge. If she dared to cause trouble on her wedding day, they would not spare her handmaid Mia. For Mia's sake, Lu Qingge could only silently endure and persevere. "Changge, where are you?" Lu Qingge was tightly supported by a group of maids into the inner courtyard, forcing her to appear before everyone. Lu Qingge was mentally prepared. If Xu Changge did not arrive in time today, she would rather die in the Wang family than suffer humiliation. "It's her." Unexpectedly, it was Lu Changge from the Lu family getting married. I was still guessing which Lu family young lady it would be. Wasn't Lu Changge Xu Changge's fiancée? Why is she suddenly marrying the young master of the Wang family? The high-ranking figures of Yundong City received the inside news. But most people were unclear about the specifics of the Lu family's marriage. Now that everyone saw Lu Changge, there was an uproar. In the front courtyard hall, many people looked towards Xu Changge sitting in the corner, suddenly realizing why he had come to the Wang family today. It must be for Lu Changge. How pathetic. Some people felt sorry for Xu Changge, who could not even protect his own woman and was about to become someone else's wife. It was truly lamentable. The once distinguished young Master Changge had actually fallen to such a state. Looking back at the past, how majestic and dashing young Master Changge was. But now, there was no more young Master Changge in Yundong City, only a disabled person sitting in a wheelchair. In the inner courtyard, Lu Changge kept scanning the crowd, trying to find Xu Changge's figure. However, after searching for a long time, she still had not found Xu Changge's trace. Xu Changge was in a remote corner of the front courtyard, so Lu Changge naturally could not find him. Lu Changge's heart was faintly uneasy, anxious, and restless. Changge, where are you? Changge, you'll come, right? Lu Changge firmly believed in this and slowly calmed her emotions, looking forward to Xu Changge's appearance. From today onward, the Wang family and the Lu family will be in-laws, helping each other and advancing and retreating together. The head of the Wang family, Wang Lingyu, and the head of the Lu family, Lu Daoan, said in unison. In the crowd, congratulations echoed. The auspicious time has arrived. Prepare for the wedding ceremony. The steward of the Wang family looked up at the sky and announced. The hands that Lu Changge hid under her sleeves gathered spiritual energy. She could not possibly marry the young master of the Wang family. Even if it meant death, Lu Changge would not compromise. Once the wedding ceremony was completed, everything would be over. Lu Changge kept her eyes fixed on the entrance, hoping that Xu Changge would appear at this moment and pull her back from the abyss. After more than 10 breaths, Lu Changge still couldn't see Xu Changge's figure, and her heart felt like dead ashes. Could it be that he couldn't come? He promised me he would definitely show up today. He would never go back on his word. He must have been delayed by something. It has to be that way. Lu Changge believed in Xu Changge more than anyone else in the world, without reservation. When Lu Changge was pushed to turn around by several maids of the Wang family, she was already prepared to fight back with all her might. At this moment, in a corner of the front courtyard of the Wang family, Xu Changge pushed his wheelchair through the crowd towards the inner courtyard. I advise you to return to your original position and not disturb the marriage between the two families. The Wang family had always sent people to keep an eye on Xu Changge and would intervene to stop him if he showed any signs of causing trouble. More than 10 guards of the Wang family blocked Xu Changge's path, their momentum fierce. Xu Changge slowly raised his head to glance at the more than 10 guards in front of him, and without saying a word, he waved his sleeve. Thud! Thud! More than 10 people were knocked to the ground by a powerful force, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs, and screams filled the air. The commotion in the front courtyard immediately spread to various parts of the Wang family. Ignore it. Continue, commanded the head of the Wang family, Wang Lingyu. Everyone hurried to complete the marriage ceremony as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, Lu Changge heard the commotion and could no longer hold back. She directly pushed away the maid beside her and turned to look towards the entrance of the front courtyard and the inner courtyard. Impudent. Seeing Lu Changge dare to take action, the high-ranking members of the Wang and Lu families were all furious. Consolidation realm cultivation. Everyone scolded Lu Changge, only to realize that she actually possessed consolidation realm cultivation, which was quite surprising. Over the years, Lu Changge had selflessly taken care of Xu Changge in the Xu family, and had never acted out against anyone. No one expected Lu Changge to have such impressive talent. Everyone showed looks of surprise. However, what puzzled them was who dared to cause trouble on the day of the marriage between the Wang and Lu families, and they turned to look at the front courtyard. There, Xu Changge sat in his wheelchair, slowly pushing the wheels, appearing on the scene. Xu Changge. Everyone recognized Xu Changge at a glance, secretly thinking that a good show was about to unfold. Most hoped that the Wang and Lu families would lose face, and wished that Xu Changge could make a bigger scene. not letting it end too quickly. Changge, I've made you suffer, but I'm here now. Xu Changge ignored everyone present and looked at Lu Changge, who was wearing a red dress, smiling gently and speaking softly. Lu Changge's heart completely settled down. I knew you would come. Lu Changge nodded lightly, her eyes only on Xu Changge, smiling like a peach blossom. Lu Changge wanted to rush to Xu Changge's side, but was stopped by someone. It was the young master of the Wang family, Wang Bai. Wang Bai blocked Lu Changge, and the strength he displayed was evidently at the late stage of the consolidation realm. Xu Changge, long time no see. Wang Bai's talent was already good, and with some opportunities, his cultivation soared. I have no grievances with the Wang family, but it's a pity the Wang family is seeking their own demise. Xu Changge and Wang Bai could be considered old acquaintances. Many years ago, when Xu Changge was not disabled, he accidentally discovered Wang Bai engaging in the trafficking of people and intervened to stop and teach him a lesson. If it weren't for the high-ranking members of the Wang family showing up, Wang Bai would have faced dire consequences. Because of this incident, Wang Bai held a grudge against Xu Changge, a hatred that had not diminished over the years. When he heard that Xu Changge had been expelled from the Xu family, Wang Bai's first thought was not to kill Xu Changge, but to make his life worse than death. What could be more satisfying than trampling on the fiancé of an enemy? Chapter 20. Xu Changge's background. Wang Bai wanted to torment Xu Changge, wanted to see Xu Changge in despair. Xu Changge, do you really think you're still the same as before? Saying that my Wang family seeks their own demise. Don't you look at your own situation? Wang Bai, dressed in red, raised a smirk at the corner of his mouth, seemingly mocking. Back then, I could easily suppress you, and I still can now. In the past, Wang Bai, at the age of 15, relied on the protection of the Wang family to engage in unscrupulous activities. After Xu Changge learned of this, he intervened and ruined Wang Bai's various schemes. Wang Bai laughed a few times, pointing at Lu Changge beside him, and said loudly, Xu Changge, your woman has officially entered my Wang family. I can do whatever I want with her. What can you do about it? Xu Changge had an expressionless face, gently pushing his wheelchair forward. To him, these people were merely clowns and not worth his attention. Lu Changge was restrained by the elders of the Wang and Lu families. Her body unable to move, she wanted to break free from the restraints, but was powerless. Lu Changge could only watch Xu Changge, praying that he would not be harmed. You deserve to die, do you know that? Xu Changge said slowly. Ha ha ha. Wang Bai laughed several times. I will sleep with your woman later. I indeed deserve to die. But what can you do? You're just a cripple. Do you think you can come and go freely in my Wang family? Sometimes, being overly confident is not a good thing. Wang Bai was confident that everything was under his control, even if Xu Changge had extraordinary spiritual treasures and secret techniques. He would not be able to leave the Wang family safely. Don't forget, the people from the ancient Qing sect are guests in the Wang family's elegant pavilion. The Wang family, having allied with the ancient Qing sect, felt emboldened and showed no fear. Master Xu, today is a great day for the Wang and Lu families. Are you really going to let Xu Changge cause trouble here? Wang Lingyu, the head of the Wang family, looked at Xu Shanling, who was sitting aside. With a calm tone, Xu Shanling coldly glanced at Xu Changge and said to everyone, Xu Changge has already been expelled from the Xu family. His actions have nothing to do with the Xu family. Today, if Xu Changge deliberately causes trouble, the Wang and Lu families can drive him out or suppress him. They must not let today's union be spoiled. Master Xu, you are truly righteous in cutting ties with your own kin. I admire you. Wang Lingyu initially speculated that the Xu family's expulsion of Xu Changge was merely a temporary measure to vie for the opportunity to exploit the spiritual veins. Who would have thought that Xu Shanling would be so heartless, truly watching Xu Changge be suppressed? Seizing this opportunity, the Xu family was about to announce something. In fact, Xu Changge was not the son of Xu Shanling. More than 20 years ago, when I was out training, I encountered a woman who was on the verge of death, holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, the woman gave me her last remaining spirit stones and entrusted me to raise the baby to adulthood. Xu Shanling did not want to ruin the Xu family's future on this important day because of Xu Changge. Therefore, Xu Shanling decided to reveal this secret, completely severing ties with Xu Changge. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Xu Changge, who had been indifferent, showed a hint of surprise, his brows slightly furrowing. No wonder since Xu Changge became disabled, Xu Shanling's temperament changed drastically, remarrying and having children, without visiting Xu Changge even once. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. What about a human? Xu Changge had displayed astonishing talent since childhood. In order to give Xu Changge a sense of belonging, the Xu family claimed that Xu Changge's mother died in childbirth and even constructed a fake tomb. Moreover, Xu Shanling had never remarried, fearing it would upset Xu Changge. All of this was to solidify Xu Changge's identity as a descendant of the Xu family, making him fight desperately for the Xu family. Master Xu, you must not be fabricating this to compete for the opportunity to exploit the spiritual veins. Someone questioned. What I say is true, absolutely no falsehood. Xu Shanling stood up, scanning everyone, and said loudly, over the years, my Xu family has taken care of Xu Changge. We have done our utmost. Nowadays, Xu Changge intentionally offends the Wang and Lu families, and his actions have nothing to do with my Xu family. All the heroes present could testify to this. Xu Shanling's statement left everyone present stunned. The once famous young Master Changge of Yundong City turned out not to be of the Xu family bloodline, but rather a baby picked up from outside. This revelation caused an uproar in the crowd, leaving many people's minds buzzing and unable to calm down. If Xu Shanling was not lying, then this person was truly terrifying. To become stronger, he created a lie, remained unmarried for 20 years, and refrained from any romantic entanglements, all to give Xu Changge a sense of belonging to the family. Now that Xu Changge is down and disabled, Xu Shanling decisively chose to sever ties with him for the opportunity to exploit the spiritual vein. This ruthlessness is something we can hardly match. In the crowd, high-ranking members of various families whispered among themselves, all shocked by Xu Shanling's methods. Even raising a dog would elicit emotions, let alone raising a son for 20 years. To assist the Guqing sect in exploiting the spiritual vein, the Xu family and Xu Shanling truly went to great lengths, ruthless and heartless. The head of the Lu family, Lu Daoan, cast a deep glance at the expressionless Xu Shanling, feeling wary. Xu Shanling is a man with deep schemes. Today, everyone truly recognized Xu Shanling's true nature, which was chilling. Xu Changge remained silent, and with his perceptiveness and insight, confirmed that Xu Shanling was not lying. This meant that Xu Changge was indeed the child Xu Shanling picked up over 20 years ago. Perhaps, if Xu Changge had not displayed such astonishing talent, the Xu family would have expelled him long ago. Because of Xu Changge's exceptional talent, the Xu family saw hope for their rise and thus chose to tread carefully. Xu Shanling's scheming and methods are truly alarming. Good. Suddenly, a voice came from the elegant hall of the Wang family. I announce that the Xu family can assist my Guqing sect in exploiting the spiritual vein. The elders of the Xu family were overjoyed and bowed in the direction of the voice. Clan leader Xu Shanling revealed a hint of joy, quickly suppressing his emotions, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you to the Guqing sect for giving the Xu family this opportunity." In an instant, everyone sighed inwardly. Xu Shanling had caught the attention of the Guqing sect. As long as he connected with them, the future looked promising. After a while, everyone's gaze shifted back to Xu Changge, their eyes filled with pity. Xu Changge had once exhausted himself for the Xu family, only to find out he was merely a pawn, subject to manipulation. If Xu Changge had not ended up disabled with his exceptional talent, the Xu family would certainly still treat him as their young master, with paternal love and familial harmony. Chapter 21. The Clown, ridiculously laughable. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The decision made by the Xu family can no longer be changed. Xu Changge did not expect that after enduring 5 years of painful life, the family was indifferent. And the reason was such. Well, this gives Xu Changge even more reason to take action against the Xu family, with no reservations. Xu Changge, I really didn't expect you to be a wild seed. Huh? Wang Bai wanted to crush Xu Changge and trample on his dignity. Xu Changge is truly pitiful. The Xu family is indeed heartless. We are far from their level. Many people fan the flames, eager to take the opportunity to mock Xu Changge and satisfy their hypocritical hearts. Originally, He had a bright future, but unfortunately, after offending the Guqing sect, he was destined to fall into such a pitiful state. The situation suddenly shifted to this point, and everyone believed it would be difficult for Xu Changge to leave the Wang family alive today, feeling quite regretful. Among all present, only Lu Qing'er felt a sharp pain in her heart, deeply pained for Xu Changge. The Xu family makes me sick. If it weren't for Changge, the Xu family would still be a small family in Yindong City, with nothing. Even if Changge is not of the Xu family bloodline, doesn't the Xu family owe him a shred of gratitude? Lu Qing'er turned to the Xu family members and cursed loudly. The Xu family raised him for so many years. 5 years ago, when he offended the Guqing sect, the family did not immediately expel him, which was already quite benevolent. An elder of the Xu family spoke up. Bullshit. Lu Qing'er disregarded her own image and shouted, did the Xu family raise Changge, or has Changge been supporting the Xu family all along, helping it grow to this day? Don't you all know in your hearts? You are all heartless beasts in human skin. Impudent. Wang Lingyu, the head of the Wang family, scolded, this is not your place to speak. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will be dealt with according to family rules. Lu Daoan, the head of the Lu family, glanced at Lu Qing'er, not intending to speak up for her, appearing indifferent. Am I wrong? Lu Qing'er was already prepared to face death. Unreserved. If you continue, I can't guarantee the safety of Miaoer. Lu Daoan didn't want Lu Qing'er to escalate the situation and warned her softly. Liu Qing'er clinchel her hens tightly, quitting her too. In the end, the figure of Miaoer appeared before her, and she could only close her mouth. Miaoer had suffered a lot alongside Lu Qing'er. She didn't want to implicate Miaoer any further. Lu Qing'er looked at Xu Changge, placing all her hopes on him. No matter what the outcome, Lu Qing'er would not be afraid because Xu Changge was by her side. Let everyone see the joke. I will personally teach Lu Qing'er a lesson shortly, so she understands what rules are. Wang Bai glanced at Lu Qing'er and said to the crowd, a smile containing deep meaning appearing on his lips. Everyone understood and laughed heartily, completely disregarding Xu Changge. When Wang Bai made that remark, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at Xu Changge and continued, Xu Changge, you have not taught Lu Qing'er well. I will teach her the rules properly, so she won't speak out of turn in the future. Xu Changge, who had been enduring, wanted to see the ugly expressions of these people. Suddenly, a loud noise resounded at the entrance of the Wang family. Bang, bang, bang. 10 coffins seemed to fall from the sky, crashing onto the ground at the Wang family's entrance, shattering the floor with a tremendous force. What is going on? Everyone turned their eyes to the entrance, wanting to know what had happened. With 10 coffins, who lies in eternal slumber? Xu Changge heard the sound of the coffins hitting the ground and, taking advantage of the crowd's moment of relaxation, stepped forward, using the force to charge toward Wang Bai. By the time everyone reacted, Xu Changge had already appeared before Wang Bai. Wang Bai instinctively gathered his spiritual power to defend himself. However, Xu Changge shattered Wang Bai's protective barrier with a single punch and kicked him in the dantian. Boom! Wang Bai's dantian was shattered by Xu Changge's kick. Xu Changge, proficient in human meridians and acupoints, directly disrupted Wang Bai's body with a thread of spiritual energy, instantly rendering Wang Bai's cultivation useless. Immediately after, Xu Changge grabbed the collar at the back of Wang Bai's clothes with one hand, broke through the confinement barrier formed by the crowd with the other, and brought Lu Qing'er to the center of the inner courtyard. Everything happened too quickly. No one had anticipated it. In the eyes of the crowd, Xu Changge was merely a disabled person. Even if he concealed some abilities, he was just a toothless tiger, not worth worrying about. This was due to 2 reasons. 1, everyone underestimated Xu Changge, and 2, the sound of the coffins falling had drawn everyone's attention. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Changge quickly crippled Wang Bai and rescued Lu Qing'er. No one expected Xu Changge to possess such strength, creating an uproar. Aren't you supposed to be completely disabled? Everyone was shocked, struggling to accept the reality before them. Xu Changge stood on the ground, left hand holding the limp Wang Bai as if he were a dead dog, and his right hand gently wrapped around Lu Qing'er's waist, with striking features and a handsome demeanor. The crowd looked at Xu Changge, all startled and stepping back several paces. Some people were extremely frightened, recalling their earlier disrespectful words towards Xu Changge, trembling uncontrollably and losing control of themselves. The once renowned young Master Changge had returned. Impossible. The elders of the Xu family were stunned and unwilling to believe it. The clan leader Xu Changge could no longer maintain his earlier indifference. His hands trembled, his face showed shock, and a flicker of doubt and regret flashed in his eyes. "You were already crippled, weren't you? Why?" Everyone was shocked, their hearts racing. Xu Changge gently released his hold on Lu Qing, lifting Wang Buya with one hand and taking a few steps toward the crowd. A bunch of fools, always trying to use their own way of thinking to speculate about others, thinking they have everything under control, yet they don't realize that in my eyes, you're all nothing but clowns, utterly ridiculous. Wang Buya felt his meridians in chaos, unable to sense the spiritual energy within him, realizing his cultivation was destroyed, and let out a miserable scream, utterly debased, no longer possessing the arrogance from before. "Dad, save me." Wang Lingyu watched as his proud son was held by Xu Changge. His cultivation ruined, and rage surged within him. Without Wang Buya, the Wang family could not establish a connection with the ancient Qing sect. Now that Wang Buya's cultivation was destroyed, the relationship between the Wang family and the ancient Qing sect was likely hanging by a thread. Thinking of this, Wang Lingyu was extremely furious and shouted, "Xu Changge, I want your life." Chapter 22. The coffin falls. Death is certain. Xu Changge was not a crippled body, shocking the entire audience. For 5 years, who had treated Xu Changge as a waste, mocking and ridiculing him without restraint? Suddenly, Xu Changge stood before everyone, effortlessly crippling Wang Buya with a single move, showcasing immense strength that left everyone unresponsive. "Want my life? Just because of you?" Xu Changge looked at Wang Lingyu, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. "Why? Weren't you already crippled?" Wang Buya, held by Xu Changge, dragged his broken legs on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate, shouted loudly. Over the years, Wang Buya had secretly inquired about Xu Changge's situation, confirming that Xu Changge was indeed crippled and his cultivation foundation broken. But today, Xu Changge exceeded everyone's expectations, making it hard to accept. "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Xu Changge looked at Wang Buya with indifference. Wang Buya's eyes were vacant, his face ashen. He knew that his cultivation was destroyed, and there was no hope left in this life. Just a moment ago, he was still the respected young master of the Wang family, a designated outer disciple of the ancient Qing sect, destined to become an inner disciple in the future. Now, he was like a dead dog, his life and death in the hands of Xu Changge. "You will release Buya immediately." Wang Lingyu still held a glimmer of hope deep inside, as long as he could rebuild Buya's meridians in the shortest time possible. Spending a lot on spiritual treasures and herbs, there was still a great chance for Wang Buya to recover. "Your son is foolish, but you're even more foolish. Why should I let your son go?" Xu Changge's gaze was extremely cold, making everyone shudder involuntarily. Wang Lingyu pointed at Xu Changge, temporarily hesitant to act, fearing Xu Changge might kill Wang Buya in a moment of anger. "As long as you let Buya go, my Wang family will not stop you and will let you leave." A bunch of fools. Xu Changge smiled and said to everyone, "A few days ago, I put some thought into it and specially bought 10 high-quality coffins. Now that they are empty, how could I possibly leave?" When Xu Changge's words fell, everyone's hearts trembled. 10 coffins? Was Xu Changge planning to kill 10 people today? Who would it be? Many people stepped back in fear, recalling their earlier disrespect towards Xu Changge, feeling anxious and pale. For 5 years, Xu Changge had remained in the miscellaneous courtyard without showing any signs of recovery. How could he suddenly be fine today? If we had known Changge could recover, we shouldn't have pushed things to the extreme. Now it seems there is no turning back. Even if we knew Xu Changge could recover his body for this opportunity of spiritual vain exploitation, my Xu family had to make this decision. Xu Changge offended the ancient Qing sect. Even if he recovers, what can he do? The elders of the Xu family whispered to each other, some showing a hint of regret. However, after some discussion, the elders all strengthened their resolve. Although Xu Changge's body had returned to normal, he had offended the ancient Qing sect, which destined him for a bad end. The ancient Qing sect had previously shown no interest in Xu Changge because he posed no threat, and keeping him crippled could warn various forces. Qing, don't be afraid. Xu Changge turned to Lu Qing, and said gently, I'm not afraid. Lu Qing, nodded lightly. No matter what Xu Changge did, Lu Qing, would not stop him, silently supporting him. Even if they could not leave the Wang family alive today, Lu Qing, would be willing to accompany Xu Changge to the underworld, never regretting it in this life. My woman, no one can bully her. Wang Buya, the first coffin is reserved for you. As Xu Changge's words fell, he manipulated a stream of spiritual energy to move the 10 coffins of the Wang family into the inner courtyard. Thud! The 10 coffins landed in unison, all opening simultaneously. No, Wang Bian knew his time was up, abandoning all dignity and pride, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded loudly. I was wrong. Let me go. I promise I won't do it again. If apologies were useful, then I'll say sorry to you first. I'm going to kill you. Xu Changge said in a calm tone, delivering chilling words. No. Wang Bia kept begging for mercy, imploring Xu Changge to spare him. However, Xu Changge could never spare Wang Buya. In this life, Lu Qing was Xu Changge's reverse scale. No one could bully her. Xu Changge tightened his grip on Wang Buya's neck, seeing Wang Buya's neck veins bulging, blood rushing to his head. Finally, a muffled sound was heard as Xu Changge forcefully snapped Wang Buya's neck, causing him to die. Bang! Xu Changge tossed Wang Buya's corpse into the leftmost coffin. His eyes wide open in death, his expression one of terror. My son, Wang Lingyu watched Wang Buya die tragically, heartbroken, screaming in anguish. The crowd witnessed Wang Buya's death, and their fear of Xu Changge instantly escalated to a high level. Many spectators trembled in fear, as if they were the next to die. Lu Cheng, I gave you a chance some time ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Xu Changge shifted his gaze to the Lu family, finally landing on Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Lu Qing's cousin. A few days ago, Lu Cheng had tried to forcibly bring Lu Qing back to the Lu family. But Lu Qing was unwilling to return and was slapped by Lu Cheng. At that time, Xu Changge had demanded Lu Cheng to sever his right arm as an apology, but Lu Cheng refused and walked away. Xu Changge had kept this matter in mind and had not forgotten. Today, he was going to settle both new and old scores. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Cheng felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake when Xu Changge looked at him, his hair standing on end, trembling uncontrollably. Stuttering, I didn't mean it, it's not my fault. Xu Changge, what do you want to do? Are you going to be enemies with my Lu family? Lu Daoan, the head of the Lu family, could not back down at this moment for the dignity of the Lu family and scolded loudly. Today, you will not leave my Wang family alive. Wang Lingyu, having lost his beloved son, could not let things go, whether for himself or for the family's reputation. A little brat in the late stage of the pulse condensation realm actually dared to disturb my drinking mood. He deserves to die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the Wang family's elegant courtyard. The pressure radiating made everyone's backs bend, their hearts trembling. I implore the elder to suppress this Xu Changge. From now on, the Wang family will obey the elder's commands. Wang Lingyu knows that without the connection to Wang Buyu, the Wang family is in jeopardy. Therefore, to establish a relationship with the ancient Qing sect, the Wang family must seize this opportunity to express their stance. Only in this way can the future of the Wang family have hope. The elder of the ancient Qing sect has actually seen what just happened. However, this elder has maintained a watching attitude. As an outer disciple who has not officially entered the sect is not worth his effort to save. This elder, named Chang Dongqing, is an inner elder of the ancient Qing sect. Considering the slight connection between Wang Buyu and the ancient Qing sect, Chang Dongqing chose to settle in the Wang family and decided to announce the matter of spirit vein collection today. Wang Buyu was suddenly captured by Xu Changge and instantly had his cultivation abolished. Naturally, there was no need for Chang Dongqing to save Wang Buyu. A disciple whose cultivation was completely abolished could just die. Since the Wang family has this intention, the old man will not refuse. Chang Dongqing, nearly 80, with slightly white hair, appears to be a middle-aged man. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. His true age is not apparent at first glance. Thank you, Elder. Wang Lingyu will not miss this opportunity to curry favor with the elder of the ancient Qing sect, lowering his posture and bowing. Chang Dongqing slowly walked out of the Wang family's deep courtyard, followed by a young man, his direct disciple. This disciple is named Zhang Quan. 5 years ago, when Xu Changge obtained a piece of spiritual treasure, Zhang Quan attempted to snatch it. After a fight, Zhang Quan was defeated. However, Zhang Quan immediately sent a message to his master, Chang Dongqing. As soon as Chang Dongqing appeared, without saying a word, he directly incapacitated Xu Changge. The reason he did not immediately kill Xu Changge was that Chang Dongqing wanted to make an example of him, letting Xu Changge live in humiliation worse than death. It's you, kid. As Chang Dongqing appeared, everyone made way for him, respectfully. 5 years ago, I personally crippled you, and I didn't expect you to recover from your injuries. If you don't want to die, honestly explain what opportunity you obtained. Old man, I was planning to visit the ancient Qing sect at some point, but I didn't expect you, old dog, to be right here. Xu Changge had only heard of Zhang Quan, one of the representatives of the ancient Qing sect, and decided to come for revenge. What surprised Xu Changge was that the one who had personally broken his legs back then, Chang Dongqing, was also here. Insolence! How dare you disrespect my master? You should be killed. Zhang Quan, dressed in a light white long robe adorned with the ancient Qing sect's emblem, was furious. If it weren't for your master, this old dog, do you think you would still be alive today? Xu Changge had arranged everything in advance and had no worries at all. Moreover, Xu Changge had experienced countless hardships and storms in his previous life. An elder from the ancient Qing sect was nothing to him. At that time, I should have killed you instead of letting you crawl away. In front of everyone, Zhang Quan's humiliating record was revealed, and he was extremely angry. If you had used deadly force back then, perhaps I would have been grateful to you. Xu Changge had the Linglong Tower protecting him. If he had faced a life-threatening crisis 5 years ago, he would have awakened his previous life's memories in advance, rather than waiting until now. Quaner, there's no need to waste words with a dead man. In Chang Dongqing's eyes, Xu Changge was already a dead man. Chang Dongqing slightly raised his head, adopting a condescending posture. Chapter 23. The cold green sword shows its might. Master, the face that I lost back then, I will reclaim today. 5 years ago, Zhang Quan was at the late stage of the condensing veins realm, and now he has reached the peak of the condensing veins realm, just one step away from entering the essence Dao realm. Once Zhang Quan steps into the essence Dao realm, he can become a core disciple of the ancient Qing sect with an extraordinary status. Therefore, Chang Dongqing values this disciple greatly and nurtures him carefully. Good. Chang Dongqing nodded in agreement. As an inner elder of the ancient Qing sect, Chang Dongqing's cultivation had naturally reached the essence Dao realm. In Yundong City, the essence Dao realm is an absolute ruler. Chang Dongqing was very confident in his own strength. Even if Zhang Quan were to be defeated, he could secretly assist him and subdue Xu Changge. Xu Changge turned to Lu Qing'er and said, "Qing'er, step back a bit." Lu Qing'er retreated to a distance from the higher-ups of various families. With her cultivation at the condensing veins realm, she had enough strength to protect herself, as long as she didn't face someone far stronger than herself. Xu Changge, if possible, I won't let you die so easily. I will shatter all your meridians, making you watch as I toy with your woman, subjecting you to extreme humiliation, worse than death. Zhang Quan recalled the scene from years ago when he was suppressed by Xu Changge, feeling utterly embarrassed and losing face. At that time, Zhang Quan was mocked by his fellow disciples, both openly and secretly, suffering humiliation. Zhang Quan blamed all of this on Xu Changge, never reflecting on his own issues. If Zhang Quan hadn't tried to snatch the spiritual treasure from Xu Changge back then, how could they have ended up with enmity? In this cruel world, only strength is the hard truth. There is no such thing as fairness. Just for that sentence, I've changed my mind. Xu Changge clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly, his voice growing increasingly cold. I won't kill you. Instead, I want you to experience what you call worse than death. Do you really think it's still the same as back then? Zhang Quan had snatched the spiritual treasure from Xu Changge, and with it, he had cultivated for 5 years, greatly increasing his strength. Without the assistance of the spiritual treasure, it would take Zhang Quan many years to reach the essence Tao realm. Xu Changge said no more. He was solely focused on subduing Zhang Quan, making him understand that speaking wrongly comes with a painful price. The next moment, Zhang Quan left a residual shadow in place and hurled a punch at Xu Changge. Xu Changge lightly retreated, easily deflecting Zhang Quan's attack. Then, Xu Changge formed his right hand into a sword and stabbed toward Zhang Quan from distance. Zhang Quan leaped into the air, sensing the killing intent due to his advantage in cultivation, and dodged Xu Changge's strike. From a high position, Zhang Quan took out a mirror with his right hand. This mirror was the spiritual treasure that Xu Changge had painstakingly obtained, but unfortunately, it had ultimately fallen into Zhang Quan's hands. This mirror, named by Jiao, had developed spiritual intelligence and could transform into a white snake. Under Zhang Quan's manipulation, the Bai Jiao mirror turned into a white snake, flicking its bright red tongue. Items in the world are divided into ordinary, spiritual, and Tao, with distinctions of high, medium, and low. According to Xu Changge's observation, this Bai Jiao mirror had already reached the level of a top-grade spiritual treasure. Such spiritual treasures are extremely rare, even in the ancient Qing sect. The Bai Jiao mirror transformed into a long snake and lunged at Xu Changge, containing the might of a top-grade spiritual treasure, along with Zhang Quan's full-force attack. Seeing this, Xu Changge did not hold back, his mind moving, cold green. Xu Changge's right hand reached out, and a wooden sword appeared in an instant. This sword was the cold green sword from within the Linglong Tower. Xu Changge swung the sword, directly blocking the might of the Bai Jiao mirror, resulting in a stalemate. After a moment, both sides retreated a few steps, and the space where they fought tore open, the residual force causing many onlookers to turn pale and tremble. Are you so poor that you can't even afford an ordinary iron sword? Looking at the wooden sword in Xu Changge's hand, Zhang Quan stood in the air, mocking him. Not only Zhang Quan could not see through it, but even Chang Dongqing and others watching the battle could not discern the value of the cold green sword, thinking it to be an ordinary weapon. The cold green sword had concealed its Tao might. Only when Xu Changge truly had the ability to break the seal on the sword body could he unleash its full power. Right now, the cold green sword had no Tao rhyme brilliance. On the surface, it indeed looked ordinary, with no outstanding features. Ignorant person, Xu Changge whispered, gripping the sword and charging toward Zhang Quan. With people like you, even if there are enormous opportunities in front of you, you will still avoid them one by one. The cold blue sword is sealed at the bottom of the Linglong Tower, transformed from a mundane weapon into a spiritual treasure. Undoubtedly, one of the rarest treasures in the world. Moreover, the cold blue sword is one of the swords carried by the original owner of the Linglong Tower, making it of extraordinary significance. Xu Changge struck out several swords, neutralizing Zhang Quan's attacks one by one. Zhang Quan originally thought that with his peak cultivation at the Meridian realm, he could easily suppress Xu Changge. However, reality was hard for Zhang Quan to accept. Clearly, my cultivation is a level higher. I have practiced the ancient Qing sect's techniques, and I possess the white glare mirror as a weapon. Why can't I gain the upper hand? Zhang Quan clenched his teeth and charged at Xu Changge again. To regain his dignity, Zhang Quan must defeat Xu Changge in front of everyone. Only then can Zhang Quan's heart be at peace and remove the thorn deep within. If he wins this battle, he would reach the Tao-nurturing realm in no more than 5 years. Chang Dongqing agreed to let Zhang Quan fight Xu Changge one-on-one to help him overcome the psychological shadow from years ago, which would be beneficial for his cultivation. After dozens of exchanges, there was still no clear victor between Zhang Quan and Xu Changge. Zhang Quan became anxious and unleashed all his trump cards against Xu Changge. The white glare mirror restored to its full form, emitting a blinding white light that contained a powerful offensive force. Xu Changge remained unperturbed, showing no intention of retreating. When Zhang Quan reached Xu Changge's front, Xu Changge simply thrust his sword against the surface of the white glare mirror. At the same time, Xu Changge used his left hand to strike out toward Zhang Quan's waist from distance. Thud! Zhang Quan's protective divine ability was shattered by Xu Changge's palm, and the white glare mirror could not protect him as it was restrained by the cold blue sword. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Quan was sent flying to the ground by Xu Changge's palm, and the white glare mirror was seized by Xu Changge. Quaner. Chang Dongxing had been closely monitoring the battle, and when he saw Xu Changge make a move against Zhang Quan, he instinctively wanted to intervene. However, he found that the divine ability he had gathered stalled for a breath, which was quite strange. Without time to ponder the bizarre situation, Chang Dongxing swiftly moved to Zhang Quan's side, determined to personally eliminate Xu Changge to prevent future troubles. Chapter 24. Ruthless Methods. Worse than death, Chang Dongxing soared into the air, striking at Xu Changge with a palm. The pressure of the Tao, nurturing realm, swept across the scene, causing everyone to turn pale and step back a few paces. However, Xu Changge did not even glance at Chang Dongxing, heading straight for the fallen Zhang Quan. Seeking death, the onlookers watched as Xu Changge turned his back to Chang Dongxing, as if they could already see Xu Changge's corpse. If Xu Changge had been focused on escaping just now, he might have had a glimmer of hope. Yet, Xu Changge actually dared to continue attacking Zhang Quan, disregarding his own safety, which was an extremely foolish act. Longe, Lu Qing'er stepped forward a few paces, her delicate face losing color, and shouted loudly. Xu Changge did not look back, striking at Zhang Quan. At the same moment, Chang Dongxing also sent a palm strike from afar. In a critical moment, a shadow flashed and appeared above the Wang family. The palm strike from Chang Dongxing was dispersed by the sudden appearance of the shadow. Who? Chang Dongxing felt a sense of danger, his hair standing on end, retreating a considerable distance while looking up at the shadow in the void. At this moment, Xu Changge had already reached Zhang Quan's side. Bang! Xu Changge destroyed Zhang Quan's dantian with one strike, and with a sword slash, he severed the meridians in Zhang Quan's legs. Ah! Zhang Quan let out a heart-wrenching scream. My body, everything is ruined, all ruined. Zhang Quan had to endure the pain of his flesh, as well as the torment of his spirit and soul. 5 years ago, he lost to Xu Changge, and if it weren't for his master, Chang Dongxing's intervention, he would have faced dire consequences. Today, Zhang Quan still lost to Xu Changge, with no suspense at all. Zhang Quan roared like a beast, clutching his ruined legs with both hands, desperately wanting to stand up. However, after numerous attempts, he failed each time. Master, master, save me. Zhang Quan could no longer sense his legs. All his spiritual energy was dissipating, and his cultivation was utterly destroyed. At this moment, he was strikingly similar to Xu Changge from 5 years ago. The ancient Qing sect had many spiritual herbs and treasures, so Zhang Quan still held onto a sliver of hope. His last hope was his master, Chang Dongxing. Chang Dongxing wanted to rush over to save Zhang Quan, but he stood still, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, as if being targeted by an extremely ferocious beast. One misstep could lead to death. I am an inter-sect elder of the ancient Qing sect. Why do you block me? Chang Dongxing looked up at the shadow, standing in the void, unable to discern the opponent's cultivation level, which was unfathomable. In this situation, Chang Dongxing could only introduce himself, hoping the other party might show some restraint out of respect for the ancient Qing sect. The person who made the move was Xiao Dingyuan from the North Sparrow Guard, cloaked in black robes that concealed his true appearance. The ancient Qing sect? Just a third-rate minor sect, easily extinguished with a snap of the fingers. The ancient Qing sect, although large, only had one peak cultivator at the Tao nurturing realm. In this remote area, they might be able to dominate, but placed in a true grand world, they would be insignificant. Although the Wan Yin sacred land is not the top-tier force, it possesses a strong foundation. It should be noted that even the weakest member of the North Sparrow Guard possesses cultivation at the Tao nurturing realm. You speak with great arrogance. May I ask your background? Chang Dongxing's first thought was anger, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Since the other party looked down on the ancient Qing sect, they must have a significant background, and he could not act recklessly. You are not qualified to know my background. Xiao Dingyuan was only responsible for protecting Xu Changge in the short term and had no interest in dealing with the ancient Qing sect. Of course, if the ancient Qing sect sought their own demise, he would not mind taking decisive action. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chang Dongxing's eyes, as he felt he had no certainty of defeating Xiao Dingyuan. In fact, a voice deep within his heart warned him that if he dared to continue attacking Xu Changge, he might end up being the one who dies. If I have offended you in any way, I am willing to host a banquet to apologize. Please give me some face. Chang Dongxing did not want to make an enemy of the mysterious Xiao Dingyuan, repeatedly lowering his stance and slightly cupping his hands. Give you some face? What is your face worth? Do you even deserve it? Xiao Dingyuan's voice came, instantly making Chang Dongxing feel embarrassed and at a loss. The onlookers were in awe, watching the renowned inner sect elder of the ancient Qing sect being put in such a difficult position, filled with fear towards the black-clad figure in the void. Chang Dongxing's every move was already locked onto by Xiao Dingyuan. As long as he dared to make a move, a calamity awaited him. Master, save me. Zhang Quan could only crawl slowly towards Chang Dongxing, gripping the ground with his hands. After a while, Zhang Quan crawled 10 meters forward, leaving a shocking trail of blood. Xu Changge stood aside, watching this scene with indifference, showing no emotional fluctuation. Originally, Xu Changge intended to give Zhang Quan a swift end, but when Zhang Quan uttered those vile words to Lu Qing'er, it changed Xu Changge's mind. Only by making Zhang Quan truly experience despair, understanding what it means to be worse than dead, could Xu Changge extinguish the anger in his heart. Quaner, Chang Dongxing had always regarded Zhang Quan as his own child, and now seeing Zhang Quan in such a miserable state, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. However, no matter how anxious and angry Chang Dongxing felt inside, he did not dare to act for the time being. Secretly, Chang Dongxing had already sent a message to his colleagues stationed near the spiritual vein, praying that his fellow disciples could arrive quickly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Quan crawled like a worm, devoid of the earlier arrogant demeanor. Zhang Quan's dignity has been utterly trampled. If given another chance, he would never choose to fight Xu Changge alone. Instead, he would have his master use a thunderous method to eliminate Xu Changge. Little did he know that even if Chang Dongxing had acted first, he would still be unable to harm Xu Changge in the slightest. Zhang Quan's fingers were all torn and bleeding. Some people watching this scene felt extremely nauseated and immediately looked away, trembling all over, not daring to make sound. Just as Zhang Quan thought he was about to reach his master Chang Dongxing, Xu Changge suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Quan looked up at Xu Changge, wishing he could dismember him and execute him slowly. Xu Changge, I am a disciple of the Guqing sect. If you dare to kill me, you won't live to see tomorrow. Even now, you are still so tough and threatening me. Xu Changge lightly laughed, feeling pity for Zhang Quan. Don't you realize that your most esteemed master has always been too afraid to save you? Zhang Quan's cultivation was destroyed, his legs were broken, so he naturally couldn't see Xiao Dingyuan standing above him. In his eyes, the Guqing sect was an absolute overlord here, and no one dared to provoke them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan immediately looked at Chang Dongxing and shouted, Master. However, Chang Dongxing's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Dingyuan in the void, completely ignoring Zhang Quan. Seeing this, Zhang Quan's heart turned to ashes, and he thought about how he had become a useless person, unsure of how to continue living. Xu Changge, if you have the guts, kill me. If I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. When you couldn't defeat me as a human, how would you face me as a ghost? You'd probably shatter in fear at the mere mention of my name, Xu Changge. Xu Changge stepped on Zhang Quan's head, crushing him hard. Xu Changge was not a kind person. Since others wanted his life, how could he show mercy? When dealing with enemies, there was only one thought: kill. Kill cleanly, and naturally, there would be no enemies left. Zhang Quan's head was brutally stepped on by Xu Changge, and he clutched Xu Changge's foot, humiliatingly shouting. Compared to the pain in his body, the most unbearable thing for Zhang Quan was that his dignity was being ruthlessly trampled again and again by Xu Changge. Xu Changge. Chang Dongxing was extremely angry, his hands clenched to the point of turning blue, the veins on his neck bulging. Do you want to make a deadly enemy of the Guqing sect? So what? Xu Changge turned back to glance at the motionless Chang Dongxing, saying dismissively, If you dare to harm Quaner, I guarantee you will lose your life. No one can save you. Chang Dongxing, furious, secretly hated his fellow disciples for coming so slowly. I'll be waiting. Xu Changge's lips curled slightly. Then, Xu Changge kicked Zhang Quan away without immediately killing him because he wanted Zhang Quan to truly feel what it meant to live worse than death. Zhang Quan's body crashed to the ground like a lump of mud, causing the floor to crack with several fissures. The crowd held their breath, not daring to make a sound. If they were targeted by Xu Changge, they would be in big trouble. More than half of the people present had spoken ill of Xu Changge, and their hearts raced to their throats, enveloped by fear. Who is this man in black? Why is he helping Xu Changge? Everyone was curious about this question and found it hard to understand. However, they didn't dare to ask out loud, hoping that Xu Changge would let them off the hook and not hold them accountable. Xu Changge was indifferent to the mockery of most people, unaffected. However, some people had to die because they had touched Xu Changge's bottom line. Since you didn't choose to apologize by severing your arm that day, today you will pay with your life. Xu Changge then looked at Lu Cheng, who was hiding in the crowd, the cousin who had slapped Lu Qing'er. No, no. Lu Cheng was so scared he almost wet himself. He never thought Xu Changge would have a day to regain his former glory, let alone that his retribution would come so quickly. Lu Cheng hid at the back of the crowd, wanting to leave the Wang family, to escape from Xu Changge, the god of death. However, as Xu Changge's gaze shifted in his direction, everyone quickly retreated to the sides, fearing they would block Xu Changge's sight. In an instant, Lu Cheng found himself completely alone, only dozens of meters away from Xu Changge. Chapter 25. Who will die next? Xu Changge advanced step by step, and before he even made a move, he had already scared Lu Cheng into fleeing in all directions. After all, Lu Cheng was a cultivator of the pulse condensation realm, but his performance at this moment was disappointing. If you dare to harm me, that maid Meower will accompany me to the grave. Forced to, Lu Cheng could only stagger to stabilize his body and threaten. Xu Changge's steps did not pause. He continued to move forward. Changge, Meower is really imprisoned in the Lu family. We need to rescue her. Lu Qing'er, very worried about Meower's safety, said to Xu Changge, "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything." Xu Changge glanced back at Lu Qing'er, giving her a reassuring look. Xu Changge never leaves himself any hidden dangers. Long before he acted, he had asked the Bei K guards to secretly rescue Meower. The duty of the Bei K guards was merely to protect the sect disciples who used the Great Transformation Seal. They were not to interfere unnecessarily. However, Xu Changge made a small promise, which is why Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang were willing to assist a little. As for what the promise was, that would be discussed later. Xu Changge, do you really want to be enemies with us? This question from Lu Dan, the head of the Lu family, made Xu Changge want to laugh. Clearly, from the very beginning, various families wanted to oppress Xu Changge. Now that Xu Changge was settling the score, he had become the one who was unforgivable. Xu Changge couldn't be bothered to explain. Dealing with foolish people was extremely tiring, and it wasn't necessary to waste words. Xu Changge didn't even look at the head of the Lu family, walking straight up to Lu Cheng, ready to strike. Lu Cheng watched Wang Buya's tragic death, and then saw Zhang Quan, a disciple of the Guqing sect, end up crippled, knowing he was no match for Xu Changge, and only thought of escaping. But Lu Cheng's strength was far inferior to Zhang Quan's. How could he possibly escape Xu Changge's grasp? Under everyone's watch, Xu Changge cut off Lu Cheng's meridians with a sword, rendering him unable to move. Immediately after, Xu Changge swung his sword down. Puffed. Blood spurted into the sky as Lu Cheng's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood pooling all around, a scene of utter misery. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied Qing'er's sister that day. Please let me go. Lu Cheng, enduring excruciating pain, looked at his broken right arm and could no longer hold back, pleading desperately. I gave you a chance. It was you who didn't cherish it. Xu Changge shook his head. Since he is an enemy, there should be no mercy. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruel to oneself. Qing'er, brother really knows he was wrong. Please make him stop. Lu Cheng, seeing this, turned to Lu Qing'er, crying out in despair. Lu Qing'er looked at Lu Cheng's miserable state and felt compassion, wanted to persuade Xu Changge to spare Lu Cheng. However, before Lu Qing'er could speak, Xu Changge turned back and said, Qing'er, remember this. You must never show mercy to an enemy. He may seem pitiful now, but if we are powerless and without strength, do you think these people would spare us? Lu Qing'er shuddered lightly, suddenly enlightened. Yes, if Xu Changge hadn't appeared today, no matter what torment and humiliation I endured, no one would have felt pity. They would only sit back and watch the joke. You must understand that mercy can only be given under specific circumstances. If the enemy does not die, we will suffer in the future. Xu Changge would not give a true enemy the slightest opportunity because he had made such mistakes in his past life and remembered them well. I understand. Lu Qing'er looked at Xu Changge's unquestionable gaze, biting her red lip, and nodded. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainty, and human hearts are hard to fathom. Xu Changge must make Lu Qing'er understand this point. One must not show mercy to enemies. Lu Cheng was writhing towards the corner, ignoring his severed right arm beside him. At this moment, he desired to live more than ever. Had he known this would happen, he should have resolutely severed his arm to apologize that day, rather than stubbornly clinging to his so-called worthless dignity. No, if given another chance, I would never bully Lu Qing'er. I would avoid her as far as possible. Lu Cheng's heart was shrouded in despair and fear. He now had only one thought: to survive, even if it meant losing all his dignity. He wanted to cling to life. Unfortunately, Xu Changge would not allow Lu Cheng to live. Wrongdoings must be paid for. In the next life, do not make the wrong choice for the sake of your ridiculous dignity. Xu Changge's sword fell without hesitation. No. Lu Cheng looked at the descending cold blue sword and shouted loudly. However, Xu Changge would not show mercy because of Lu Cheng's pleas for mercy. Slash. The sword light flashed, and Lu Cheng's neck was cut open, blood gushing forth. Lu Cheng could not utter a word. His eyes widened in terror and agony. After struggling a few times, Lu Cheng fell silent. The second coffin is left for you. Xu Changge kicked Lu Cheng's corpse, tossing it into the second coffin, leaving a trail of blood behind. The onlookers were horrified, their hearts racing, as fear swept over them like a cold wind, causing them to break into a cold sweat. On the other side, Zhang Quan, with his legs broken, was crawling on the ground, desperately trying to reach his master, Chang Dongqing. Chang Dongqing was being watched by Xiao Dingyuan, who was hovering in the air, afraid to make any move. Chang Dongqing could only watch helplessly as his beloved disciple moved like a maggot in a dung pit, losing all face. Chang Dongqing's nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. He was waiting for his fellow disciples to arrive. He had to remain calm now. When the time comes, Chang Dongqing would make Xu Changge pay a painful price. Chang'er Ludan, with graying hair, watched his grandson meet such a fate, feeling extremely distressed. But what could he do? Even the inner sect elders of the ancient Qing sect dared not act recklessly, let alone others. 10 coffins must be filled today. We'll be next. Xu Changge smiled lightly, an eerie smile. The sun was high in the sky, but the Wang family inside and out appeared extremely eerie and terrifying, making many people shudder uncontrollably. Xu Changge was not a senseless killer. Those he aimed to slay had their reasons for death. When Xu Changge turned his gaze to the Xu family, they all instinctively shuddered, feeling uneasy. This time, Xu Changge said nothing and directly struck his sword at Wang Qianren, who was standing aside. Wang Qianren, the captain of the Xu family's guard. Today, the marriage between the Lu family and the Wang family was taking place, involving the significant matter of mining the spiritual vein, and Wang Qianren had the fortune to accompany the clan elders here. Clan leader Wang Qianren was merely a body-refining realm cultivator who had the luck to gain the favor of an elder and became a lackey, which allowed him to secure the position of captain of the guards. Clan leader Xu Shanling's expression darkened. He did not care about Wang Qianren's life or death, but he valued the face of the Xu family. If Xu Changge killed Wang Qianren in front of everyone, wouldn't the Xu family become a laughingstock? Xu Shanling stood in front of Wang Qianren, and the clan elders acted together in unison. Boom! Xu Changge's sword was blocked by the combined efforts of the Xu family's higher-ups. Xu Changge, no matter what, you were raised by the Xu family. Do you really want to harm your own family? An elder of the Xu family, taking advantage of his seniority, pointed at Xu Changge and scolded. Ridiculous! Xu Changge sneered. A bunch of old fools. Do you really think it was the Xu family that raised me? Or was it me who raised the Xu family? Don't you have any self-awareness? With Xu Changge's words, the faces of the Xu family elders all turned red, not knowing how to argue back. Who in Yundong City didn't know that the Xu family's current achievements and status were all due to Xu Changge alone? If it weren't for the Xu family, would you even be alive? Another elder of the Xu family spoke. So, should I express my gratitude to the Xu family for their actions? Xu Changge retorted, if you still care for the Xu family, you should know the rules. Immediately apologize to the various families, and kneel and bow to the elders of the ancient Qing sect to avoid making a grave mistake. The Xu family's elder stood on the moral high ground, speaking to Xu Changge in a commanding tone. Hearing this, Xu Changge immediately laughed. Xu Changge laughed for a moment, then slowly returned to his indifferent expression. Old fool. Your brain really has problems. You're not just generally stupid. You want me to apologize? Do you think you are worthy? How dare you? The Xu family's elder scolded. It's fine if you want to seek death, but don't implicate the Xu family. Elder Xu, have you forgotten that the Xu family has already expelled me from the family? Naturally, I won't implicate the Xu family. Moreover, I am not one of the Xu family. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would probably still need some time to figure out my own origins. Xu Changge walked step by step towards the Xu family. Each time Xu Changge took a step forward, the Xu family members would retreat 2 steps back. The Wang family's inner courtyard was only this big, and the Xu family had nowhere to retreat. Xu Changge, don't misjudge yourself. In clan leader Xu Shanling's impression, Xu Changge respected him a lot, displaying a stern fatherly demeanor. Whoosh! Xu Changge pressed his sword against Xu Shanling's neck, the chilling sword intent leaving Xu Shanling unable to dodge. With just a thought from Xu Changge, Xu Shanling would meet his end. Xu Shanling's cultivation was all achieved through drugs. His foundation was weak, and his strength was far inferior to Xu Changge's. Moreover, Xu Shanling believed that Xu Changge would not dare to be disrespectful to him, leading to this situation. You dare to kill me? Do you want to bear the infamy of patricide? Xu Shanling, deeply scheming, could not help but show a hint of horror at this moment. Unable to see through Xu Changge's inner thoughts. Slap! Xu Changge struck Xu Shanling's face with a palm from afar. Patricide? Who is your father? Please don't recklessly claim kinship. Chapter 26, Ancient Qing Sect, Still Unworthy. Xu Shanling never expected that one day he would be slapped by Xu Changge. He stood there dumbfounded, his mind blank. After a while, Xu Shanling finally came to his senses, covering his cheek, feeling the burning pain on his face, and looked at Xu Changge without saying a word. Initially, Xu Shanling was prepared to curse loudly, but when he met Xu Changge's gaze, he felt a chill all over, his soul trembling. Xu Shanling had a strong feeling that if he dared to provoke Xu Changge, his life would be at risk. Xu Shanling dared not gamble, so he could only pretend to be calm and remain silent. Xu Changge, you actually dare to hit your father. Are you crazy? Elder Xuan, after a period of recuperation, was now bouncing around again. Some time ago, Xuan had been injured by Xu Changge, but it seemed he had not learned his lesson. As he remained defiant, I remember that over the years, you haven't stopped tripping me up in secret. Today, it's time for you old fools and the Xu family to pay back everything. Xu Changge pointed his sword at Elder Xuan, his emotions flat. If it weren't for the fear of the black-clad figure in the air, they would have already united to deal with Xu Changge. Various families felt humiliated as Xu Changge trampled on their dignity alone. Just as Xu Changge was about to make the Xu family pay a price, the situation changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures swiftly appeared in the air above the Wang family. These 3 were the inner sect elders of the ancient Qing sect, their strength comparable to Chang Dongqing. Old Chang, what happened? 3 elders guarded the land of the spiritual veins and suddenly received an urgent transmission from Chang Dongqing. Not daring to delay and immediately coming over. Was that Zhang Quan, that child? How'd it end up like this? The elders' expressions changed instantly upon seeing Zhang Quan crawling on the ground. Chang Dongqing quickly transmitted the general situation of what had just happened to the 3 arriving elders. Who are you, sir? Knowing the general situation, the 3 elders looked at the man in the black robe, Xiao Dingyuan, and asked warily, could he be from a rival force of our ancient Qing sect? The elders speculated quietly in their hearts. I advise you all to just stand by and not meddle in other people's business. Xiao Dingyuan glanced at the elders and warned, how arrogant of you. Are you too scared to reveal your name or origin? Or are you just bluffing, not daring to show your true face? As elders of the ancient Qing sect, they certainly wouldn't be intimidated by the words of a stranger. Xiao Dingyuan stood in the void, not saying a word. In his eyes, the ancient Qing sect was merely a small force, not worth his effort to deal with. If anyone from the ancient Qing sect dared to act against him or Xu Changge, Xiao Dingyuan would not mind showcasing the dignity of the Beiquan Guard. Although it might seem like bullying, the dignity of the Beiquan Guard could not be violated. Xu Changge, I want your life. With the support of his fellow disciples, Chang Dongqing felt emboldened and no longer had any reservations, directly charging at Xu Changge. Xu Changge looked at the attacking Chang Dongqing, his expression unchanged, not even taking a step back or casting a spell to defend, because someone would resolve these troubles for Xu Changge. Bang! Xiao Dingyuan arrived at Xu Changge's side at an extremely fast speed, slowly extending a hand to intercept Chang Dongqing's killing strike, and scathed. What incredible speed! The faces of Chang Dongqing and the elders from the ancient Qing sect changed dramatically, becoming extremely serious. Who exactly are you? Why do you oppose our ancient Qing sect? Chang Dongqing questioned loudly. Oppose the ancient Qing sect? The ancient Qing sect is not worthy. Xiao Dingyuan said seriously. You speak arrogantly. The elders were furious. In the territory of Yindong City, there was no force that the ancient Qing sect feared. The elders decided to join forces to suppress Xiao Dingyuan and see what his origins were. Make a move. A total of 4 inner door elders from the ancient Qing sect, all at the initial and mid stages of the elemental path realm, moved together, shaking the entire Yindong City. Xiao Dingyuan watched the 4 elders rushing at him, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. Since they wanted to fight, he would naturally show no mercy. Boom! The 4 elders soared into the sky, unleashing their respective skills. Various divine abilities manifested, obscuring the sky and exuding immense power. Child's play, hardly worthy of high regard. Xiao Dingyuan revealed his true face by shedding the black robe he wore. In the next moment, instead of dodging, he charged toward the 4 elders. Xiao Dingyuan formed seals with his hands and punched out, forcing back the might of the 4 elders' divine abilities. Just one exchange, and Chang Dongqing and the others deduced Xiao Dingyuan's cultivation level. Late stage of the elemental path realm, Chang Dongqing and the others stepped back in unison, no longer daring to attack. Moreover, everyone immediately suppressed their earlier anger, managing their inner emotions. If the ancient Qing sect had provoked a deadly enemy at the late stage of the elemental path realm, it would surely lead to continuous trouble. For the sake of the larger picture, the elders all stopped. Even the extremely furious Chang Dongqing had to hold back. After all, even if the 4 of them worked together, it would be difficult to deal with a cultivator at the late stage of the elemental path realm. Why isn't anyone making a move? Xiao Dingyuan had just gotten a bit interested, only to find his opponent standing still, feeling quite bored. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding between us and the ancient Qing sect. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? One elder suggested. There is no misunderstanding. Xiao Dingyuan shook his head. There is no need for us to sit down and talk. The elders were infuriated by Xiao Dingyuan's blatant disregard for them. Let us finish this quickly. Xiao Dingyuan turned to look at Xu Changge, his tone gentle. All right. Xu Changge nodded slightly. What is the relationship between Xu Changge and this man in black? Why would a cultivator at the late stage of the elemental path realm help Xu Changge? Everyone was puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Dingyuan was only responsible for ensuring Xu Changge's safety and would not help him take revenge. The grievances between Xu Changge and the ancient Qing sect had to be resolved by Xu Changge himself. The Wanyan Holy Land put in great effort to cultivate its disciples. Only in this way could the disciples within the Holy Land truly grow and guard their territory. Wang Qianren, I could give you wealth and honor back then, and today I can take it all back. Xu Changge walked towards the Xu family members, swinging his sword towards Wang Qianren. This time, no one from the Xu family dared to stop Xu Changge again. Wang Qianren, terrified, called out a few times, but ultimately died under Xu Changge's sword, becoming a corpse. Xu Changge threw Wang Qianren's body into the 3rd coffin, his sword not stained with blood. Chapter 27. Satisfy your demands. Xiao Dingyuan and the 4 elders of the ancient Qing sect faced each other, the situation at a standstill. The people of the ancient Qing sect were in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. If they fought, even four elders working together would find it difficult to defeat Xiao Dingyuan, and they might even forge a deep enmity with the ancient Qing sect. If they did not fight and allowed Xu Changge to do as he pleased, where would the face of the ancient Qing sect be? Xiao Dingyuan stood there, his face like ice, with no room for negotiation. I want the Xu family to return to its original state. Xu Changge had originally thought of the blood ties with the Xu family, but now there was no longer any need for that. Moreover, Xu Changge needed to clarify his identity in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Changge struck again, aiming at the Elder Suin. Over the years, Elder Suin had oppressed Xu Changge and often insulted Lu Qing'er and Miao'er. This grudge must be repaid today. No, clan leader Xu Shanling wanted to stop him. However, Xu Changge could not be stopped. Elder Suin, not wanting to die here, shouted to the crowd, "It's just one Xu Changge. Can't you all let him run wild? If we work together, we can definitely suppress him." No one made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. Shouting Yuan's pressure enveloped both inside and outside the Wang family, rendering everyone incapable of action. If it were possible, how could they just watch Xu Changge rampage? Whoosh! Xu Changge's sword pierced through Xu En's heart, killing him instantly. If I had known today, how would he have acted that way back then? Xu En's body fell into the fourth coffin, forever asleep. The crowd was terrified and flustered, wanting to escape, but unable to, forced to await judgment. You really dare to kill the elder? Clan leader Xu Shanling found himself unable to see through Xu Changge anymore. The previous Xu Changge had respected his elders and would never have committed such a heinous act. Ironically, Xu Shanling completely overlooked what he and the Xu family had done to Xu Changge. Perhaps deep down, Xu Shanling felt that everything Xu Changge did was justified. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have killed you too. Do you believe that? Xu Changge turned to look at Xu Shanling, his cold gaze seeming genuine. Upon hearing this, Xu Shanling shuddered, a trace of regret surfacing deep within him. If he had known that Xu Changge would one day recover and even meet a great cultivator at the late stage of the elemental path realm, the Xu family would never have treated Xu Changge this way. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regret in this world. On the day I left the Xu family, I said that either the Xu family pays a sufficient price and our karma will be settled, or I will personally take action, and the Xu family will cease to exist. However, the Xu family did not choose. Xu Changge stood before the Xu family members, holding his sword. Since the Xu family is unwilling to make a choice, let me choose for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Changge, relying on his unparalleled combat experience, saw through the physical flaws of the high-ranking members of the Xu family and struck them down one by one. With Xiao Dingyuan's presence, no one dared to move, and Xu Changge felt as if he were in an unguarded realm. Moments later, all the members of the Xu family collapsed to the ground. They were not dead, but their dantian was destroyed, losing all their cultivation and becoming crippled. The high-ranking members of the Xu family thus became ordinary mortals. This meant that from today onwards, the Xu family would exist in name only, no longer possessing the ability to sustain themselves. What do you want to do? The family head, Xu Shanling, looked at Xu Changge as he approached, panic-stricken, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, Xu Shanling stumbled, his pale face appearing particularly frightening. Take back everything I once gave to the Xu family and you. As soon as Xu Changge's words fell, he struck Xu Shanling forcefully with his left hand. Thud! Xu Shanling was knocked down by Xu Changge's palm, spitting out blood, his body in excruciating pain, letting out cries of agony. I've lost my cultivation. Xu Shanling instinctively tried to gather his spiritual power to resist, but was suppressed by an overwhelming force, which was naturally exerted by Xiao Dingyuan. Xiao Dingyuan didn't want to waste any more time and quickly resolve these troubles so he could leave as soon as possible. After all, as a member of the Northern Sparrow Guard, he had no time to waste here. Xu Shanling looked at the members of the Xu family beside him, his face ashen, his eyes vacant. He had spent a lifetime building the Xu family to this point, only to return to square one today, feeling complex emotions and numb all over. Then, Xu Changge turned his sword towards the Lu family. Without further ado, he directly struck down Lu Daoan. the head of the Liu family, crippling his legs, making him become like his former self. Why did Xu Changge do this? Years ago, when Xu Changge was left crippled, Liu Daoan personally came to the Xu family to discuss the annulment of the engagement and privately called Xu Changge a paralyzed person, words that reached Xu Changge's ears. Xu Changge was not bothered by these insults. The real reason Xu Changge wanted to cripple Liu Daoan was ultimately because of Liu Changge. The Liu family, heartless in their pursuit of status, forced Liu Changge to marry the young master of the Wang family. If it weren't for Xu Changge having the means to change the situation, Liu Changge's future was unthinkable. If it weren't for the blood relationship between Liu Daoan and Liu Changge, it wouldn't have been as simple as just crippling his legs. You have such a cruel heart. Liu Daoan, slumped on the ground, unable to feel his legs, pointed at Xu Changge, his hand trembling uncontrollably. This old man can live, but you must die. Xu Changge looked at the Liu family steward, Liu Yishan. Liu Yishan had bullied Liu Changge and Miaoer over the years. Xu Changge didn't voice it, but he was well aware. Young Master Changge, spare me. I was just following orders. I had no control over it. Liu Yishan knelt and begged for mercy, bowing repeatedly. Xu Changge showed no mercy, and the sword light flashed. Liu Yishan's head fell to the ground with a thud, rolling onto a floor in the inner courtyard, staining it with blood. The fifth coffin was returned to Liu Yishan. Afterward, Xu Changge approached the nearly breathless Zhang Quan, a disciple of the Guqingzong. Zhang Quan had initially felt a surge of hope upon seeing the elders of the sect arrive to support him. But when he saw the man in black single-handedly intimidate the entire audience, causing the elders to refrain from moving, it felt like cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing the flame of hope. How does that feel? Xu Changge looked down at the crippled Zhang Quan on the ground, speaking coldly. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Even in the face of death, Zhang Quan still fancied that his identity as a disciple of the Guqingzong would make Xu Changge hesitate to kill him. All right, I'll fulfill your request. Xu Changge smiled slightly and struck down with his sword. Zhang Quan's eyes widened, completely unprepared for Xu Changge to actually dare to kill him, especially in front of several elders. Xu Changge, are you really not afraid of becoming enemies with the Guqingzong? Zhang Quan's death wasn't a serious issue, but where would the face of the Guqingzong go? If the Guqingzong did not pursue Xu Changge's responsibility, they would have no standing in the future. Kfanya, the tragic death of his personal disciple, made Chang Dongqing unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Damn it, the elders kept cautious, not wanting to provoke the mysterious man in black. However, Zhang Quan was killed in front of the elders, which was tantamount to provoking the dignity of the Guqingzong. Our Guqingzong, backed by the Feather Transformation Dynasty, cannot endure such humiliation. The elders of the Guqingzong's patience had limits. Initially, they refrained from acting out of fear of Xiao Dingyuan's strength and background. But at this point, the elders no longer needed to fear provoking a strong enemy. They had to act for the sect's dignity. The Feather Transformation Dynasty held a significant position, with a long heritage and deep foundations. Yundong City was merely a remote small city under the Feather Transformation Dynasty, hardly worth mentioning. If compared, the Feather Transformation Dynasty was only slightly weaker than the Wanyan Sacred Land, qualifying as a very strong force. The Guqingzong belonged to the Feather Transformation Dynasty and paid annual tribute. Let us work together to capture him. A total of 4 inner door elders of the Guqingzong decided to use all their trump cards to capture the man in black, Xiao Dingyuan. Interesting. Xiao Dingyuan lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, unafraid. Xu Changge made himself comfortable, directly pulling over a chair to sit down, watching the battle in the sky. Xu Changge discreetly stored the hanging sword in his Linglong Tower, looking around. His instinct told him that many figures were nearby, secretly investigating what was happening here. Don't forget, not long ago, when Xu Changge first summoned the hanging sword, it caused a terrifying anomaly. Because of this, the Feather Transformation Dynasty sent out experts, and various forces secretly inquired about it. Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang were dispatched by the Wanyan Sacred Land to check the situation upon discovering the change in the anomaly. Who would have thought that the anomaly would vanish, and the two would receive the summoning of Xu Changge's Dian Seal, which led to subsequent events. Bang! 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 In a fierce battle, the four of Xu Changge launched a combined attack against Xiao Dingyuan, but failed to suppress him. In fact, Xiao Dingyuan seemed to gain the upper hand. The dignity of the Xu Changge cannot be trampled. The four elders gritted their teeth, refusing to back down. After hundreds of exchanges, Xiao Dingyuan neutralized the attacks of the four elders, suffering no injuries at all. Those who could become members of the Northern Sparrow Guard had all undergone various hardships and trials. If Xiao Dingyuan were to fall at the hands of a small sect today, he would undoubtedly be mocked by others and would also drag down the reputation of the Northern Sparrow Guard. Activate! Xiao Dingyuan took the battle against the four elders very seriously, forming a seal of the Wanyan sacred land with both hands and pushing forward. Boom! Xiao Dingyuan forcefully dispersed the combined might of the four elders, sending them all flying far back, collapsing many buildings in the process, creating a tremendous spectacle. The elders felt their blood surging within, sustaining some internal injuries and spitting blood. They looked up at Xiao Dingyuan, who stood in the void, momentarily at a loss. Chapter 28. The whole audience shocked. Regret comes too late. Xiao Dingyuan repelled the four elders of the Xu Changge by himself, causing a huge uproar. Within Yundong City, gasps fill the air. Xu Changge sat in the inner courtyard of the Wang family, taking a drink. It was time to settle these grievances. 10 coffins had already housed 6 people. Who would the last 4 be? Xu Changge charged towards the members of the Wang family, giving them no time to react. The high-ranking members of the Wang family all took action, engaging in a fierce battle with Xu Changge. Xu Changge's foundation was extremely stable, and coupled with his memories from his previous life, dealing with the Wang family was effortless. Although Wang Lingyu had the same cultivation level as Xu Changge. Reaching the late stage of the condensation realm, he was simply no match for Xu Changge and was defeated after a dozen exchanges. Show mercy. Wang Lingyu had abandoned the thought of avenging his son Wang Bia and was only focused on surviving. Xu Changge would not give his enemies any opportunity. His methods were ruthless, and he struck to kill. Soon after, Xu Changge killed several elders of the Wang family, staining the inner courtyard with blood. By this point, more than half of the mainstays of the Wang family were dead, and after today, they would surely decline. The Xu family was crippled. The Liu family had also suffered heavy losses, and the upper echelons of the Wang family had suffered casualties of more than half. From tomorrow onward, the family forces in Yundong City would definitely be reshuffled, and a great battle would surely erupt over interests and territory. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of coffin lids being closed echoed, with 10 coffins, all filled with people. Xu Changge had bought 10 coffins, so he certainly would not waste them. As for those who liked to gossip and kick someone when they were down, Xu Changge couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind and directly ignored them. Xu Changge was not a bloodthirsty person, nor was he a kind-hearted one. In this world, a soft-hearted person does not live long. The crowd gazed at the 10 coffins in the center of the inner courtyard, the rich smell of blood wafting toward them, their faces filled with terror and shock. Today was originally the day of the alliance between the Wang and Liu families, an important moment for the ancient Qing sect to announce the exploitation of the spiritual veins. However, no one could have anticipated that things would turn out this way, their bodies trembling. The 4 inner door elders of the ancient Qing sect could not change the situation, which left everyone feeling extremely fearful. Young Master Changge, spare us. Those who had kicked Wang Lingyu when he was down were afraid of meeting the same fate as the Wang family members and, setting aside their dignity, knelt down and begged for mercy. What we said before was all unintentional words. Please don't take it to heart, young Master Changge. With one person's plea for mercy, many others' legs went soft and they fell to their knees. Xu Changge coldly glanced at the crowd around him and had no intention of continuing to strike. He had already killed enough people today and was somewhat tired. When the crowd saw that Xu Changge showed no intention of blaming them, it felt like a great amnesty. Thank you, young Master Changge, for your forgiveness. Thank you, young Master Changge. We will never speak carelessly again. Some people staggered to their feet, trembling. If they could live safely, who would choose death? At this moment, many people turned their gazes to the Xu family members, their eyes revealing unhidden sorrow. If the Xu family had not distanced themselves from young Master Changge, their future would surely have been prosperous and glorious. The Xu family was truly blind. In fact, at the beginning, there was still room for reconciliation between young Master Changge and the Xu family. Who would have known that the Xu family, in order to gain assistance from the ancient Qing sect for the opportunity to exploit the spiritual veins, revealed that young Master Changge was not of the Xu family's bloodline? From now on, the Xu family would likely revert to their original state. If it were not for young Master Changge, how could the Xu family have reached this point today? Ever since young Master Changge fell into decline, the Xu family not only failed to show gratitude, but also continually humiliated him, leading to their current plight, which they deserved. The crowd whispered among themselves, as if forgetting their earlier mockery of Xu Changge. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. The Liu family, Wang family, and Xu family in Yundong City are destined to become history. Did we really go wrong? The elders of the Xu family looked at Xu Changge's back, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant, tears welling in their eyes. If they had known it would come to this, why would they have offended Xu Changge by trying to curry favor with the ancient Qing sect? If 5 years ago, they had not been so cold towards him and had taken good care of him, this disaster would not have happened. One elder of the Xu family felt deep regret and hatred. What has happened has happened. What can we do now? The people of the Xu family were all filled with remorse. The patriarch Xu Changge's cultivation had not been wasted, yet he collapsed to the ground like a useless person, devoid of any authority. In that moment, Xu Changge recalled the years he spent with Xu Changge, a scene of fatherly love and filial piety. How fortunate he had been. But later, everything changed. When did I change? Why can't I even recognize myself? Xu Changge had endured for more than 20 years, painstakingly running the Xu family to become a top family in Yundong City. Xu Changge's methods and depth of character were indeed impressive. But Xu Changge was wrong in that he lost sight of his original intention. He had genuinely cared for Xu Changge at first, without any ulterior motives. However, as time passed, Xu Changge gradually lost himself under the drive of interests, ultimately forgetting his original intention. If I had been willing to accompany Changge through these years, none of this would have happened, and the Xu family could have reached even greater heights. Xu Changge looked at Xu Changge's back, covering his chest with his hands, his heart aching violently. For a moment, Xu Changge wished this were just a dream, hoping the Xu family could choose again and not go astray. In the past 5 years, have I ever visited Changge once? Xu Changge turned back to glance at the elders who had become useless, his lips trembling incessantly, his eyes filled with countless blood vessels, muttering to himself. Xu Changge regretted it, truly regretted it. What has happened has become a foregone conclusion and cannot be undone. Xu Changge initially hated Xu Changge, believing that Xu Changge had destroyed the Xu family he had built over decades. But as Xu Changge looked at Xu Changge's figure, his heart suddenly became extremely calm. Recalling the days spent with Xu Changge, the person I should hate the most is myself. Xu Changge laughed like a madman, his laughter growing louder, his body shaking with the frequency of his voice. Xu Changge turned back to glance at Xu Changge without any emotional fluctuations. The Xu family's current outcome was self-inflicted. They cannot blame Xu Changge for being heartless. If today's Xu Changge had not performed so impressively, would the Xu family still harbor regrets? No, absolutely not. Xu Changge would not pity them, not because he was heartless, but because of this cruel world. The 4 elders of the ancient Qing sect gritted their teeth, wishing they could peel the skin off Xu Changge and eat his flesh, because Xiao Dingyuan was stationed here. The elders had no opportunity to do anything and could only curse Xu Changge in their hearts. What should we do? One elder said, I have already sent word back to the sect. The sect master has learned of what happened here and wants us to return to discuss it. Chang Dongxing reluctantly relayed this news. But what good would it do if we didn't leave? Even if the 4 of us worked together, we could do nothing against Xiao Dingyuan. It would be better to return and plan in detail. One day, the ancient Qing sect would regain the face lost today. To ensure the spiritual veins could be exploited normally and not be seized by others, we cannot get entangled with this person. If we suffer serious injuries or even die here, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. After a discussion, the 4 elders decided to avoid the limelight and turn to leave. The departure of the inner door elders of the ancient Qing sect left everyone in disbelief. In Yundong City and the surrounding cities, the ancient Qing sect was a colossal entity. No one expected that one day people from the ancient Qing sect would flee in panic. Xiao Dingyuan confirmed that the people from the ancient Qing sect would not turn back halfway and exchange glances with Xu Changge before disappearing into the darkness. Shortly after Xiao Dingyuan left, he met up with Liu Pingjiang, who had not appeared until now. The two looked at each other and spoke to a certain void beside them. "Come out." Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps echoed as a woman appeared. The members of the Beiquan Guard never meddle in others' affairs. Why do you want to help a little guy from Yundong City? The person who appeared was the third princess of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, Bai Nianyan. What does this have to do with you? Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang recognized the identity of the woman before them. They had dealt with her before. Purely out of curiosity, Bai Nianyan, disguised as a man, was unrecognizable to ordinary people. Curiosity leads one to inquire. Xiao Dingyuan stated bluntly, the relationship between the Wanyan sacred land and the Yuhua Empire is average. And Xiao Dingyuan naturally wouldn't give much face to the third princess Bai Nianyan. That being said, the Guqing sect is an affiliated force of our Yuhua Empire, paying tribute every year. This place is also within the territory of our Yuhua Empire, so by both reason and sentiment, I have the right to inquire about this matter. Bai Nianyan's purpose is not to seek justice for the Guqing sect, but she is very curious about why the North Sparrow Guard would protect a young man in Yundong City. Based on the North Sparrow Guard's previous style of conduct, they would definitely not meddle in other people's affairs. Bai Nianyan speculated that Xu Changge must have some connection with the North Sparrow Guard, even a causal relationship with the Wanyan sacred land. Just now, Bai Nianyan inquired about Xu Changge and roughly understood his life experiences. Logically speaking, Xu Changge staying in this remote corner of Yundong City should have no intersection with the Wanyan sacred land. Is the third princess not planning to let us leave? Xiao Dingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Not at all. Although our Yuhua Empire and the Wanyan sacred land have no interests in common, we also do not wish to create enmity. However, the North Sparrow Guard is acting this way within the territory of our Yuhua Empire, so they ought to give me a reason, right? Although Bai Nianyan is dressed as a man, she remains enchanting, with a smile like a flower. Please forgive us for not being able to provide a reason. We take our leave. Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang left a remark and turned to walk away. Bai Nianyan did not stop them and could only remain silent. After all, it is still the Yuhua Empire that is not strong enough. Its foundation is weaker than that of the Wanyan sacred land. Xu Changge, what is your background? Bai Nianyan developed a strong interest in Xu Changge. Chapter 29. I was really wrong. The Wang family inner courtyard was silent. 10 coffins were closed, and blood covered the ground. Besides the Guqing sect, Xu Changge's previous grievances were all resolved. Continuing to stir up trouble, Xu Changge was no longer interested. Miss, at this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Wang family, and it was Miaoer. Miaoer had originally been under house arrest at the Liu family, but was secretly rescued by Liu Pingjiang from the North Sparrow Guard without much effort. After escaping from the Liu family, Miaoer hurriedly rushed toward the Wang family. Knowing full well that the Wang family was a den of tigers and dragons, Miaoer still overcame her fear. Even if she were to die, she wanted to die alongside Liu Qing. When Miaoer arrived at the Wang family, she found the atmosphere to be so strange, with no celebratory sounds, particularly quiet, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Furthermore, there were no guards at the entrance of the Wang family. So Miaoer walked straight in and saw the blood-stained coffins and Xu Changge standing amidst the crowd, completely stunned. Young master, let us go back. Xu Changge held Liu Qing's hand and, in front of everyone, stepped out of the Wang family step by step. Liu Qing's heart was extremely complicated, her face full of suspicion. However, when Liu Qing held Xu Changge's hand, feeling that familiar warmth, all her doubts gradually disappeared. No matter what happened, as long as Xu Changge was by her side, that was enough. Liu Qing felt as if she had returned to her youth. When Xu Changge single-handedly cleared out all the mountain bandits near Yundong City, reaching out to save Liu Qing from danger. Today, it seemed just like back then, vivid in her mind. Xu Changge led Lu Qing'er to Miao'er, who was still dazed, and gently tapped Miao'er on the head with his other hand. Stop daydreaming. Let us go home. Oh. Miao nodded like a fool, jogging to catch up with Xu Changge and Lu Qing'er, chattering nonstop. Miss, young master, what just happened? Xu Changge smiled silently, not saying a word. Lu Qing'er then satisfied Miao'er's curiosity, recounting everything that had just occurred. Miao'er listened, her expression shocked, covering her mouth in exclamation. It wasn't until Xu Changge had left for quite some time that the people inside the Wang family found the courage to speak and hurriedly left, muttering, "The Wang family is done for." The elders of the Xu family wore faces devoid of color, each one more dejected than the last. Their cultivation was ruined, and their lifespans were short. Starting from today, the Xu family would decline and return to the past. Xu Changge's matters with others were naturally concluded, but he still had a grudge with the Xu family that needed resolving. Since Xu Changge knew he was not of the Xu family's bloodline, he had to clarify the reasons behind it. In fact, even if the Xu family hadn't mentioned this matter, once Xu Changge's cultivation became stronger in the future, he would still be able to sense the difference in bloodlines. In an inn, after Xu Changge settled Lu Qing'er in Miao'er, he instructed them to wait for his return and not to wander outside. "Don't worry, we'll wait for you to come back. We want to run around." Lu Qing'er and Miao'er were very obedient, knowing they shouldn't trouble Xu Changge at this time. Xu Changge headed to the Xu family, while Miao'er, without any reservations, pulled Lu Qing'er and said, "Miss, when did you know that the young master's body had recovered? Is the young master really as strong as you say?" The young master isn't even of the Xu family's bloodline. This is too. With the crisis lifted, Miao'er was no longer anxious as before. Her face filled with confusion and shock, constantly asking questions. Lu Qing'er looked helpless and could only answer Miao'er's questions slowly. Meanwhile, Xu Changge had already arrived at the Xu family. When Xu Changge appeared at the door, the guards were so frightened they trembled all over, bowing respectfully. "Young master." "I am no longer the young master of the Xu family." Xu Changge's expression was indifferent as he walked straight into the Xu family, and no one dared to stop him. Nowadays, who in Yundong City doesn't he know how terrifying Xu Changge is, fearing him like a tiger? When Xu Changge was in a state of decline, the guard in the mansion did not show such awe. It wasn't until Xu Changge walked through the main door that the guards dared to lift their heads, their faces covered in cold sweat, fearing punishment from Xu Changge. "What do you want to do?" In the Xu family's inner hall, when the high-ranking members saw Xu Changge's arrival, their expressions turned fearful. Most of the high-ranking members of the Xu family had become useless, and they were discussing the future of the Xu family, their prospects dim. "Rest assured, if I wanted your lives, I would only prepare 10 coffins." Xu Changge looked at the flowers and plants of the Xu family, feeling a bit nostalgic and sighing. "Ask whatever you want, and I will tell you." In the vast Xu family, only the patriarch Xu Changge still retained his cultivation. Now, he looked haggard and bloodless. "Where did you find me?" Xu Changge asked straightforwardly. "Follow me." Xu Changge glanced deeply at Xu Changge and said weakly. Then, Xu Changge followed Xu Changge into a secret chamber. This place was extremely secluded, and it was Xu Changge's first time knowing that there was such a place in the family. It must be said that Xu Changge's cunning and methods were indeed extraordinary. Xu Changge lit the lamps in the secret chamber, walked to the depths of the chamber, and took out an exquisite sandalwood box. Xu Changge looked down at the box and spoke slowly. "Years ago, when I was out training, I encountered a woman. The woman was seriously injured, on the verge of death, and was holding a baby in her arms. The woman originally wanted to kill me. I could sense her killing intent, fearing I would expose her location. Later, she changed her mind and asked me to vow my heart's oath to raise the child to adulthood, gifting me all the remaining spirit stones she had on her. This box was also handed to me by her at that time. Once you grow up, you're to pass the box on to you. I promised her and brought you back. I was curious about what was inside the box. However, for over 20 years, I tried countless methods, but could not open the box. This box is indeed a rare treasure, and what's inside must be even more precious. Due to greed, I ultimately concealed this matter and did not give you the box. Perhaps this is retribution. As Xu Changge spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly, with deep regret in his eyes. Xu Changge could tell that Xu Changge's words were entirely true and not a bit false. Then why are you telling me this now? Is it a sudden awakening of conscience? If I say I regret treating you this way, would you believe me? Xu Changge's eyes reddened, and his voice trembled. Xu Changge and Xu Changge locked eyes, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the secret room was heavy. Xu Changge knew that nothing he said now would matter. He sighed lightly and handed the sandalwood box in his hand to Xu Changge. This box may only be opened by you. Xu Changge held the box, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Blood sacrifice technique? With Xu Changge's insight, he quickly deduced the origin of the box. Xu Changge speculated that when he was just born in this life, his blood was used to refine this box, sealing it and placing a restriction on it. To open the box, one either needed to possess strength far beyond that of the one who laid the restriction, or Xu Changge himself had to use his own blood to break it. Do you know? That woman said one last thing back then. If I treat you well, I will surely gain many blessings because of you in the future. On the contrary, disaster will surely befall me. Xu Changge recalled the buried memories deep in his heart, which were hard to face. I believe the woman's words. Since you were born into the Xu family, we have soared forward, becoming the top family in Yundong City in just 20 years. However, I did not hold on until the end. The Xu family suffers this disaster. It is well deserved. What use is there in saying this now? Xu Changge's emotions showed no fluctuation. For 5 whole years, Xu Changge had not come to see Xu Changge even once. In fact, the Xu family had not given a single cent to treat Xu Changge's leg ailment, abandoning him in a deserted courtyard to fend for himself. Over the years, only Lu Qing'er and Maid Miao'er had remained by his side. It truly is of no use, Xu Changge muttered to himself. Holding the box, Xu Changge prepared to leave. He had already obtained the answer he wanted. With this box as a clue, Xu Changge believed that one day he would uncover the origins of his identity in this life. Wait, Xu Changge watched Xu Changge walk away. Is there anything else you want to say? Xu Changge paused, but did not turn back. Are you just going to leave like this? Aren't you going to kill me? Xu Changge's hair was disheveled, his face lacking the previous vigor, looking haggard. For you, living is the greatest torment. Killing you would only grant you release. Perhaps this was Xu Changge's inner thought, or perhaps it was due to the memories of the father-son bond with Xu Changge over the years. In that moment, Xu Changge's heart felt somewhat complicated. After all, Xu Changge and Xu Changge shared an indelible father-son bond. After saying this, Xu Changge left without looking back. Xu Changge slumped onto the floor of the secret room, shedding no tears, making no wails, only endless silence. Just as Xu Changge said, living was the greatest punishment for Xu Changge. Throughout his life, Xu Changge had endured many hardships to elevate the Xu family, constantly scheming. Yet after all his calculations, he ended up back at square one, which was utterly ridiculous. I was truly wrong. Xu Changge recalled Xu Changge's appearance as a child, soft and lovable. He also remembered how Xu Changge was injured the first time he fought for resources for the family, his youthful face displaying astonishing determination. What am I truly pursuing in this life? Xu Changge gazed at the desolate Xu family, feeling lost within. That night, news of a tragic event spread throughout the Xu family, shocking countless people. Clan leader Xu Changge had severed his own legs, abolished his dantian, and committed suicide that night. Chapter 30. The Artifact of Dushengong, Mysterious Origins. That night, Xu Changge heard the commotion in the Xu family and learned of Xu Changge's suicide. At that moment, Xu Changge's heart trembled. Why did it have to come to this? Xu Changge pushed open the window. The night was dark, with only a few stars twinkling. That night, Xu Changge concealed his presence and went to the Xu family, witnessing Xu Changge lying in the coffin, his body cold and lifeless. Hiding in the shadows, Xu Changge listened to the cries of the Xu family members, his expression unchanged, but a ripple stirred in his heart. Did he really commit suicide? At first, Xu Changge thought this was Xu Changge's way of escaping, but now it seemed everything was real. Xu Changge was truly dead. Why would someone so fearful of death choose this path? Xu Changge wondered aloud, confused. Xu Changge watched the Xu family he had built throughout his life fall into decline. His inner pain beyond words. He always believed that every choice he made was correct, but upon seeing Xu Changge's cold gaze, he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Xu Changge did not know what he truly pursued in his life. After pondering for several hours, his mind was filled with fragmented memories he had sealed away. Ultimately, Xu Changge decided to let go. Before dying, he wanted to experience the pain Xu Changge had gone through, severing his own legs and abolishing his dantian. For 5 years, I never once visited Changge. Isn't this the most painful thing? Filled with deep regret, Xu Changge took his own life. Changge, I truly regret it. I did not deceive you. Xu Changge lay in the coffin, and the once great Xu family had completely lost its backbone, unsure of where to go next. Even the slightly skilled guards began to fight over family resources, seizing the night to escape. The Xu family was in chaos, with very few people remaining. That being said, if Xu Changge did not possess absolute strength, would Xu Changge ever regain his conscience and original intent? Would he ever feel regret? This question no one could answer. With the death of Xu Changge, the ties of cause and effect were severed, and Xu Changge felt no more attachments. The future of his Xu family had nothing to do with Xu Changge. Back in the inn, Xu Changge closed the door and windows tightly, taking out the sandalwood box. This kind of restriction is not something an ordinary force could create. Xu Changge looked at the box on the table. After a few glances, he gained a preliminary understanding of it. After thinking for a moment, Xu Changge arranged several barriers around himself to prevent detection by others. With Xu Changge's methods, even if someone with much greater cultivation observed secretly, he would still be able to sense it. Drip. Xu Changge forced a drop of blood from his fingertip, which fell onto the sandalwood box. In an instant, the box absorbed that drop of blood, emitting a faint glow. Then, Xu Changge reached out to touch the box. Finding no rejection, he slowly opened the box and discovered that inside was only a jade pendant. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Xu Changge picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely. The pendant was crystal clear and flawless, with a faint red dragon pattern faintly etched on it, appearing and disappearing. Additionally, the words Dushengong were inscribed on the pendant. Could this be a symbolic artifact of Dushengong? Xu Changge speculated based on his memories from his previous life. The ability to place such a restriction, along with the words Dushengong engraved on the pendant, instantly linked Xu Changge's thoughts to Dushengong. The world is divided into 9 states: Beiyu, Nanjiao, Xiyong, Donyang, Zhongling, Tianqing, Daiming Xuanyu, and Huangji. The names of the 9 states are simplified to East, South, West, North, Central, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each state has countless star domains, with myriad sects standing tall. Zhongling is the most prosperous area among the 9 states, while the other 8 states do not differ much in their star domains. The Yuhua Empire, where Xu Changge resides, is a force in Xuanyu. Dushengong was once the strongest force in Xuanyu. However, Dushengong had long since fallen into decline 1,000 years ago, and now it had vanished without a trace. In his previous life, Xu Changge had a deep impression of Dushengong. The era of polar night has arrived, and the long-hidden Dudianfu has re-emerged. There are fewer than 1,000 people left inside, all of whom are elites, all willing to fight to the death rather than live in shame. Xu Changge witnessed the people of Dudianfu die in the starry sky, protecting their homeland. During that time, the war drums of Dudianfu echoed continuously, with one hero after another falling, never retreating even a step. Could my life's origins be connected to Dudianfu? Xu Changge stored the jade pendant in the Linglong Tower, ensuring absolute safety. He held great admiration for Dudianfu. In his previous life, faced with countless formidable enemies, many forces were unwilling to exhaust their foundations to fight, preferring to preserve their strength. Few were willing to sacrifice everything to repel foes. In my impression, it seems that Dudianfu lost its status 1,000 years ago and subsequently went into hiding, with no knowledge of the specific events that transpired. If there's a chance in the future, I'll investigate slowly, Xu Changge thought to himself. The next day, dawn broke. After one night, Yundong City had been reshuffled. The former Lu family, Wang family, and Xu family had all been replaced by other families. Early in the morning, leaders from various families gathered at the inn downstairs, presenting a sufficient amount of spirit stones and resources before Xu Changge, young Master Changge. What does this mean? Xu Changge looked at the resources before him, unmoved. This is our goodwill. The newly risen families wanted to curry favor with Xu Changge, seeking to get closer to him. Take it back. I don't need it. Xu Changge refused. The crowd hesitated, exchanging glances. Xu Changge cast a cold glance at them, seeing through their intentions. We shall take our leave. The crowd immediately recalled the tragic events of the Wang family the day before, hurriedly exiting the inn, not daring to disturb him. When Xu Changge was down and out, why didn't they show such enthusiasm? Now that he had power, they all wanted to rush over to establish connections, such as human nature. Young Master Changge, someone delivered a letter this morning, and I was instructed to personally hand it to you. The innkeeper hurried over, holding out a letter with both hands. Xu Changge glanced at the envelope and felt a trace of extraordinary spiritual energy. He opened the letter and read its contents. Young Master Changge, you have actually received the protection of the Baekwon Guard. I admire you greatly and wonder if we could meet. At noon, in the Tianzi elegant room of the Drunken Spring Tower, I await your arrival. The contents of the letter piqued Xu Changge's interest in the sender. Anyone who could recognize a member of the Baekwon Guard surely had an impressive background. At least in this small place, that person must have a connection to something significant. Interesting. I'll have to see who it is later. Xu Changge calculated the time. There was still a while, so he wasn't in a hurry. Just then, a voice echoed in Xu Changge's mind. It was Xiao Dingyuan from the Baekwon Guard, requesting to meet Xu Changge. Shortly after, in a remote corner of the city, Xu Changge met Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang. Senior brothers, Xu Changge clasped his fists in greeting. Junior brother Xu, according to the rules of the sacred land, we cannot always protect you. This time, we have made an exception. From now on, you must rely on yourself, Xiao Dingyuan said seriously. I am very grateful for the assistance of both senior brothers this time. I will remember it, Xu Changge promised, vowing to fulfill it in the future. Junior brother Xu, you must make your way to the sacred land as soon as possible to truly become a disciple of our Wanyin sacred land. If you delay too long, it may not be good, Xiao Dingyuan warned. Xu Changge did not yet have an identity token in Wanyin sacred land. And even if he claimed to be a disciple outside, no one would believe him. Xiao Dingyuan's words were sincere. He didn't want Xu Changge to meet with misfortune. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Xu Changge nodded. Once I handle things here, I will set off for the sacred land, and we can catch up then. The journey to the sacred land is long. Junior brother, be cautious. The Baekwon Guard cannot always protect you. Please think carefully about your future actions, Xiao Dingyuan and Lu Pingjiang advised before departing. I wonder where that cheat master of mine is now. Xu Changge reminisced about Master Yin Xinyu, hoping the day of their reunion wouldn't be too far off. After bidding farewell to the senior brothers from the Baekwon Guard, Xu Changge headed straight to the Drunken Spring Tower, a brothel in Yundong City. It is said that the background of the Drunken Spring Tower is profound. Previously, there were forces that coveted its ability to make money and wanted to take it over. The next day, that family was directly razed to the ground, with all its members perishing. Since then, no family dared to have ill intentions towards the Drunken Spring Tower. They behaved themselves. Upon entering the Drunken Spring Tower, a delicate young lady immediately recognized his identity and came to greet him. Young Master Changge, please come upstairs. The Tianzi elegant room of the Drunken Spring Tower was never open to the public. This was indeed unusual. Xu Changge entered the Tianzi elegant room, where a white curtain hung in the middle, behind which sat a figure, their silhouette blurred. Young Master Changge, please take a seat, the person behind the curtain said politely, dismissing the servants in the room. The table was set with fragrant tea and fine wine, a rich aroma wafting through the air. You asked me to come here, yet hide in the shadows. What's the reason? After sitting down, Xu Changge surveyed his surroundings, his gaze alert. Bai Nianyan stepped out from behind the curtain, using a secret technique to conceal her true appearance, disguised as a man. A woman? Bai Nianyan could deceive ordinary cultivators, but could not fool Xu Changge's eyes. Xu Changge pondered and asked, who are you? Why did you invite me here? Bai Xin. Today, I invited you simply out of admiration, Bai Nianyan replied, sitting across from Xu Changge with a gentle smile. Xu Changge remained expressionless, his gaze flat, making it difficult for Bai Nianyan to discern his thoughts. Xu, Bai? Xu Changge repeated in his mind, glancing at Bai Nianyan a few times before smiling slightly. As far as I know, there are very few people with the surname Bai. You must have a significant background to have the Tianzi elegant room of the Drunken Spring Tower opened. Young Master Changge, why not take a guess? Bai Nianyan poured tea, a faint smile playing on her lips. If I guess correctly, what benefit do I get? Xu Changge looked at Bai Nianyan, his gaze deep. What does the young master want? Bai Nianyan was very interested in Xu Changge and was willing to interact with him. If possible, I would like to ask you for a favor. After much deliberation, Xu Changge made a decision in his heart. What kind of favor? Bai Nianyan was taken aback and asked, We just met, and you want me to help you? Aren't you afraid I might go back on my word? This favor will not be a loss for you or the Yu Hua dynasty behind you. Xu Changge tired of playing riddles and directly pointed out Bai Nianyan's identity. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianyan's expression changed instantly, becoming a bit stiff. She never expected that Xu Changge would deduce her identity without her saying anything. How did you determine that I am of royal blood? Bai Nianyan quickly steadied her demeanor, appearing calm. However, the hint of surprise in her eyes was caught by Xu Changge. When you mentioned your name, your gaze flickered slightly, both genuine and false. This means your surname is real, but your name is fake. With the surname Bai, and considering your extraordinary background, you can only be of royal lineage. This is not hard to guess. What else? Bai Nianyan's curiosity grew. Your disguise technique is impressive. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't notice. Miss, are you perhaps very ugly? Otherwise, why disguise yourself as a man? Xu Changge smirked. Bai Nianyan slightly squinted her eyes. She believed that her disguise skills had reached a very high level, and even those with slightly higher cultivation than hers would find it difficult to see through. How did Xu Changge manage to do it? Young Master Changge had good eyesight, but he lacked a bit of human warmth. How could he know whether I am ugly or beautiful? Even if I am not good-looking, he shouldn't say directly. Moreover, he has never seen my appearance. Bai Nianyan initially wanted to understand Xu Changge because of the Baekwon Guard, but now she was very curious about him as a person. Your looks are irrelevant to me. Xu Changge had seen too many holy maidens in his past life and was not impressed by beauty. The Bai family is a prominent clan, and you are a woman. Every stitch of your clothing has been carefully crafted, definitely not from an ordinary royal member. If I am not mistaken, Zue Chun Lu should be a force deployed by the dynasty, spread across various places, coupled with Zue Chun Lu's attitude towards you. I wonder which princess of the current dynasty you are? When Xu Changge said this, the smile on Bai Nianyan's face disappeared, and she became very serious. After a long silence, she looked at Xu Changge earnestly. You're just from a small family in Yindong City. How could you have such insight? Xu Changge smiled, but did not answer. You just said that you have a favor to ask of me, which would benefit both me and the Feather Transformation Dynasty. I want to hear about it. Bai Nianyan no longer had the initial mindset. She felt that her every move, even her thoughts, could not escape Xu Changge's sharp eyes. Since you invited me as a guest, you must have inquired about my entire situation, including my fiancé, right? Xu Changge did not beat around the bush and directly said, I asked for the Feather Transformation Dynasty to protect my fiancé, for 10 years, free from anyone's oppression. Protecting your fiancé, is not difficult. However, why would the Feather Transformation Dynasty do this? What benefit is there? This matter involves the interests of the dynasty, and Bai Nianyan would certainly not agree outright. At the very least, she wanted to understand some of Xu Changge's situation. Didn't you just say that if I guess your identity, you would agree to one of my conditions? Are you going back on your word? Xu Changge countered. I haven't gone back on my word. It's you who haven't guessed my true identity, which doesn't count. If you can say my name, I will admit defeat. Bai Nianyan smiled. A woman's words are indeed not trustworthy. Although Xu Changge had extraordinary insight, it was naturally impossible to randomly name someone's true name. You can't say it like that. I am very trustworthy. Bai Nianyan smiled slightly, feeling she had the upper hand and was in a much better mood. Xu Changge took a sip of tea and quietly looked at Bai Nianyan, saying nothing. The atmosphere in the elegant pavilion was dull for a long time. And Bai Nian finally spoke. If young master wants to entrust his fiancée to my feather transformation dynasty, there must be a reason that we cannot refuse. 10 years. Xu Changge was about to go to the Wan Yin sacred land and could not bring Lu Qing air and Miao air. That would be too dangerous. Given Xu Changge's current cultivation strength, he truly could not ensure Lu Qing air's safety. Therefore, Xu Changge could only reach an agreement with the Feather Transformation Dynasty. The Feather Transformation Dynasty would protect my fiancé, for 10 years. And one day, I will ensure the dynasty's peace for 1,000 years. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Nian's body trembled slightly. At the same time, the experts hiding outside the elegant pavilion showed expressions of shock. They were Bai Nian's personal guards with very high cultivation. To protect my feathered transformation dynasty for 1,000 years. What a bold claim. Bai Nian became exceptionally serious, her tone deep. Xu Changge remained unperturbed, sitting in his place, savoring his tea. Perhaps you have obtained some opportunities and have some connections with the Beiquan Guard or even the Wan Yin sacred land. However, my feather transformation dynasty is not one of these small families in Yundong City. To say you will protect us for 1,000 years. Aren't you afraid of twisting your own tongue? Bai Nian sneered, believing Xu Changge was speaking recklessly and did not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. I, Xu Changge, am a man of my word. Xu Changge looked up at Bai Nian, calm as water. Bai Nian and Xu Changge stared at each other for a long time. And Bai Nian could not see a trace of emotional fluctuation in Xu Changge's eyes, unable to decipher his heart. Is Xu Changge really just from a small family in Yundong City? With such demeanor and temperament, how many peers can compare with him? Bai Nian pondered. How can you guarantee this promise? In an instant, looking into Xu Changge's calm eyes, Bai Nian actually felt a hint of trust for him. However, as a person in the dynasty, Bai Nian would not act impulsively. My words are the best guarantee. What I promise, I will definitely fulfill. Xu Changge said without any hesitation. Bai Nian was amused. She had never met someone so arrogant in her life. However, in her heart, there emerged an illusion that Xu Changge's demeanor seemed justified, without making her feel the slightest discomfort or disgust. Not enough. Bai Nian shook her head. Then forget it. Xu Changge's considerations were not limited to just the feather transformation dynasty. After finishing, Xu Changge prepared to stand up and leave. There was no need to continue the conversation. You are leaving? Bai Nian still wanted to take the opportunity to probe Xu Changge's relationship with the Beiquan Guard. But Xu Changge was prepared to leave without a word. Moreover, looking at Xu Changge's posture, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. If you don't leave, will you stay for dinner? Xu Changge was almost at the door, his pace unbroken. If young master is willing, the food and wine are ready. Bai Nian said, forget it, I don't have time. Xu Changge said, then pushed the door open and left Zue Chun Lu directly. When Xu Changge truly disappeared at the end of the alley, the hidden guards came to report, and Bai Nian finally confirmed that Xu Changge was not retreating to advance, but was indeed leaving decisively. Protect my feathered transformation dynasty for 1,000 years. On what basis? Bai Nian did not fully believe Xu Changge's promise. It seemed like a fantasy. However, the figure of Xu Changge kept appearing in her mind, lost in thought. After returning to the inn, Xu Changge sat with Lu Qing air. Where did you go today? Lu Qing air asked. I went out to meet someone. Xu Changge was very worried about Lu Qing air, no matter what. He had to arrange her safety properly. Xu Changge could not stay in Yundong City forever. He needed to go to the Wan Yin sacred land as soon as possible to grow in the shortest time. Changge, today the Lu family came to find me, wanting me to go back and inherit the position of the young master. Lu Qing air recounted everything without hiding anything. A woman as the young master is extremely rare. The Lu family's actions were undoubtedly aimed at Xu Changge. As long as the Lu family retained Lu Qing air, they would indirectly win over Xu Changge. Did you agree? Xu Changge walked behind Lu Qing air, combing her hair. No. Lu Qing air shook her head. I don't want to have anything to do with the Lu family anymore. No matter what choice you make, I can understand. Xu Changge was worried that Lu Qing air was hiding something and spoke softly. I know. Lu Qing air enjoyed the warmth of the moment. wishing time could freeze at this instant, staying with Xu Changge forever without any risks. At that moment, Miao Air pushed the door open and rushed in, looking somewhat anxious. What's wrong? Xu Changge turned to look at Miao Air. Miao Air, young master, miss, the master has come. Master? Who is that? Lu Qing Air asked. Miss, it is your father. Lu Qing Air's biological father, named Lu Feng, was a wayward young man in his youth. Over the years, Lu Feng had never cared about Lu Qing Air's well-being, living a dissipated life, and was a freeloader supported by the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Feng arrived at the inn, certainly under the instruction of the Lu family, aiming to use familial affection to win back Lu Qing Er. Chapter 32. Young Master. Dare to give it a try. Daughter. Lu Feng inquired about the location of Lu Qing Er's room, crying out as he ascended the stairs. Lu Feng was dressed simply, with a face full of stubble and a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him, making those close to him feel nauseous. Upon hearing Lu Feng's call, Lu Qing Er could only step out to take a look. After stepping outside, Lu Qing Er saw her drunken father. What are you here for? Daughter, I've finally found you. Lu Feng said as he reached out to grab Lu Qing Er's hand, wanting to show concern. Look at you, you've lost weight. Lu Qing Er took a step back, looking coldly at the familiar yet strange Lu Feng. We haven't seen each other for years, and it's already impressive that you can recognize me. No need for such false affection. You shouldn't say it like that. I'm your real father. Lu Feng awkwardly withdrew his hands, forcing a smile. The Lu family promised Lu Feng that if he could persuade Lu Qing Er to return, his monthly allowance would be multiplied tenfold. With the family's promise, Lu Feng hurried over, putting on the guise of a caring father. Do you know what I hate most in this life? It's being your daughter. Where were you when my mother passed away? You were in a brothel, mingling with other women. Where were you when I was ostracized by the family? Probably hiding in some corner, drinking and having fun. And where were you when the family forced me to marry into the Wang family? Now you come to me and say you are my real father. How ridiculous. Lu Qing'er sneered, filled with disdain for Lu Feng. If it weren't for their blood relation, she would have slapped him. Father is also helpless. Lu Feng began to play the victim. You know, I have no talent for cultivation, my strength is weak, and I have no say in the Lu family. Even if I speak up for you, it won't change anything. But you never spoke up, not once from childhood to now. Lu Qing'er's gaze was extremely cold. I just don't have the ability, Lu Feng stammered after a moment, pitifully saying, for your father's sake, please come home with me. I know I haven't treated you well in the past, and I apologize. From now on, I will take good care of you and won't let you suffer anymore. I'm curious, what promise did the Lu family make to you that you went through so much trouble to find me? The more Lu Feng acted this way, the more Lu Qing'er despised him. Father sincerely wants to apologize to you and bring you home, Lu Feng lamented, looking like a remorseful old father, very pitiful. I will not go back. My ties with the Lu family are severed. Lu Qing'er shook her head in refusal, her words firm. Can you just sever it like that? You carry the blood of the Lu family. That's an undeniable fact. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lu Feng directly tore off his hypocritical mask and shouted loudly. Xu Changge had been waiting inside, wanting Lu Qing'er to handle this matter herself. Now that Lu Qing'er had made her choice, he certainly wouldn't let Lu Feng continue to make a scene. Xu Changge stepped out, glanced at Lu Feng, his eyes sharp. Did you not hear what Qing'er said? Xu Changge, good son-in-law, we're all family. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Lu Feng was very afraid of Xu Changge, his eyes darting, forcing a smile. I have nothing to say to you. Just leave. Xu Changge's expression was cold. If you dare to disturb Qing'er again, it won't just be a simple matter of a few deaths in the Lu family. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Lu Feng's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat, and he nodded vigorously. I understand. I won't disturb Qing'er again. Definitely not. Lu Feng was very afraid of death. He knew Lu Qing'er would not do anything to him, but Xu Changge was another matter. On the day of the marriage between the Wang family and the Lu family, Xu Changge had directly brought 10 coffins, blood splattering on the spot. Although Lu Feng was not present, he had heard about it and was terrified. Lu Feng dared not say more, immediately running down the stairs and rushing out of the inn. Watching Lu Feng leave in a flurry, Lu Qing'er nestled in Xu Changge's arms, her eyes red. If he weren't so cowardly, my mother wouldn't have died from overwork. Such a person, who happens to be my biological father, isn't it laughable? It's okay. Xu Changge gently embraced Lu Qingge, patting her back softly, saying, from now on, I will be here for you. Lu Qingge had cared for Xu Changge for 5 years, deserving his lifelong protection. After chatting for a while, Xu Changge returned to his room, starting to plan some matters. In Xu Changge's memory, there were many sects in Xianyuzhou that recruited female disciples. And in his past life, he had some connections with certain sections. Based on his previous memories, he could indeed facilitate Lu Qingge and Miaoer to enter cultivation. However, deep down, Xu Changge was still somewhat worried. If Lu Qingge encountered any danger, he wouldn't be able to resolve it immediately. Should he take Qingge and Miaoer to the Wanyan sacred land together? The Wanyan sacred land did have a lineage that recruited female disciples, but with Qingge and Miaoer's talents, it would be difficult for them to enter normally. Currently, he also had not established a foothold in the Wanyan sacred land, so he couldn't bring them in. Only when he had a certain level of influence in the Wanyan sacred land could he take them over and care for them properly. Smaller sects were unreliable and too dangerous, so it was better not to go. Xu Changge found himself in a bit of a dilemma, lost in thought. Not only was the Wanyan sacred land very deep, but the journey to the sacred land was fraught with dangers. And Xu Changge himself might not even have the strength to protect himself, let alone with them in tow, facing multiple crises. If only my cheat master were here. Since his rebirth, Xu Changge had yet to encounter his cheat master. According to his memories from his past life, his cheat master, Yin Xingyu, would probably take some time before returning to the Wanyan sacred land, as he was currently enjoying himself in the mortal realm. That night, Xu Changge was planning the path ahead when suddenly the window was blown open by a gust of wind. Xu Changge immediately tensed up and shouted towards the window, "Who is it? By the order of the princess, please step out to meet." A guard hiding in the shadows said, expressionless. Xu Changge quickly realized it was the person he had met at noon. "Lead the way." Xu Changge hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Young master, please follow me." The guard led the way, moving swiftly through the night. Xu Changge followed closely behind, not falling behind. Half an hour later, Xu Changge followed the guard to a clear pool outside Yindong City. By the clear pool, a woman in a light white dress stood with her long hair cascading down her back, facing away from Xu Changge. The faint moonlight illuminated the woman, highlighting her ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being descended to earth, like a figure from a painting. Bai Nian slowly turned around, having already removed her disguise, revealing her true face. Her features were exquisite, her skin like cream, her lips fiery red, embodying both allure and nobility, making it hard for anyone to disrespect her. Bai Nian, the third princess of the Feather Transformation Empire, has met young Master Changge. Since parting at noon, Bai Nian had been contemplating Xu Changge. At first, she looked down on him, thinking he liked to boast and was unaware of his limits. However, as Bai Nian reflected and listened to the words of her closest guard, her opinion of Xu Changge gradually changed. That guard was an old matron from the Feather Transformation Empire, who had been secretly protecting Bai Nian. Upon their meeting at noon, the matron gave Xu Changge a high evaluation. From beginning to end, this person showed no emotional fluctuations and has profound scheming. Such a person is very frightening. Bai Nian took the matron's words to heart, and after considering it herself, she decided to meet Xu Changge once more. After all, ordinary people cannot reach the Northern Sparrow Guard, so Xu Changge must have some background. The princess invited me here tonight. What could it be? Xu Changge saw Bai Nian's true appearance, and she was indeed beautiful, but it did not move Xu Changge in the slightest. Seeing that Xu Changge was not swayed by her beauty, Bai Nian felt somewhat displeased and even doubted herself. Soon, Bai Nian cast aside her distractions, pressed her red lips together, and said alluringly, "Did you not want me to use the Northern Sparrow Guard to protect Miss Lu for 10 years? I invited you here tonight to discuss this matter." "Go ahead," Xu Changge replied indifferently. "With you acting like this, are you asking me to do something for you? Or am I asking you to do something for me?" Bai Nian felt somewhat dissatisfied, but held it in and chuckled lightly. "I brought a treasure from the palace." If you can break the illusion of this treasure, I will agree to your request and protect Miss Lu for 10 years. Saying this, Bai Nianyan took out a pearl from her bosom. This was an illusion spirit pearl, a treasure of the Northern Sparrow Guard. Bai Nianyan had obtained this pearl since childhood, using it to select talents and loyal individuals. Over the years, only a handful of people had completely passed the test of the pearl. Tonight, Bai Nianyan wanted to test Xu Changge's talent and character. If Xu Changge's performance satisfied her, she would certainly be willing to establish a good relationship with him. Protecting Lu Qing'er for 10 years was too simple. As for Xu Changge's promise of protecting the dynasty for 1,000 years without worry, Bai Nianyan completely disregarded it, treating it as the youthful bravado of Xu Changge. The illusion spirit pearl. Xu Changge immediately recognized the pearl in Bai Nianyan's hand and thought to himself, such a thing is only taken seriously by second-rate forces. The illusion spirit pearl is commonly used by various factions to test the talents of their disciples and subordinates, but true top-tier forces look down on it, as it is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. This is because the illusion spirit pearl has certain limitations and cannot detect true prodigies. Young master, dare you give it a try? Bai Nianyan tossed the illusion spirit pearl in front of her, forming a pale white vortex. Chapter 33. Passing the test with Xu Changge did not say a word and directly walked into the white vortex. Seeing Xu Changge enter without any hesitation, Bai Nianyan and the hidden experts of the dynasty were momentarily stunned. Courageous, they commented on Xu Changge. Inside the barrier space of the illusion spirit pearl, Xu Changge easily passed all the tests, including the Inferno of Flames, the Millennium Ice, and the Beauty Trap, enduring dozens or even hundreds of tortures without a single one being able to stop him. The test of the illusion spirit pearl was too simple. Xu Changge strolled leisurely in the space of the illusion spirit pearl, his heart undisturbed. Outside, the faint moonlight spread across the ground, and the reflection of the moon was seen in the clear pond, like a fairy tale. Bai Nianyan, connected to this illusion spirit pearl, felt Xu Changge's actions within the pearl's barrier and was extremely shocked. How long do you think Xu Changge can last? Can he pass the test smoothly? After all, Xu Changge is a genius. He should at least last for 3 hours. In recent years, only a handful of people from the Northern Sparrow Guard had truly passed the illusion spirit pearl test, all of whom possessed extraordinary talent and would become the backbone of the dynasty in the future. In the dark, the guards exchanged whispers, very curious. An elderly matron appeared behind the third princess Bai Nianyan and asked in a frail voice, "Princess, how far has Xu Changge gone? Has he passed the test of the 9 layers of flames?" The 9 layers of flames is the first assessment within the illusion spirit pearl. To pass this test, one must walk through the flames with their physical body unwavering in heart. If any fear arises, one would be burned by the flames, and the path ahead would be cut off. Only by overcoming the fear in their heart can they find the way forward again. The old matron had experienced the test of the raging flames before and knew that this path was not easy. Bai Nianyan slightly parted her red lips, unable to hide her shock. Facing the old matron's question, Bai Nianyan was at a loss for words and froze in place. "Princess." The old matron stepped forward a bit and called out softly several times. "What is wrong?" Bai Nianyan's delicate body trembled, lost in thought. What was Xu Changge's performance in the test? The old matron, being Bai Nianyan's closest expert, had a very good relationship with her and asked directly without any reservations. The illusion spirit pearl belonged to Bai Nianyan, and only she could see everything that happened inside. Of course, if Bai Nianyan wished, she could allow the old matron's consciousness to enter and watch. However, Bai Nianyan was so shocked by Xu Changge that she was momentarily dazed, her mind blank. Bai Nianyan's face was filled with astonishment, and she could not say a word, because Xu Changge's performance had exceeded Bai Nianyan's understanding. In her worldview, no one had ever been as prodigious as Xu Changge, effortlessly passing various assessments without any obstacles. Meanwhile, inside the illusion spirit pearl, there was a stone pillar used to test talent. Xu Changge approached the stone pillar and placed his hand on it. Bai Nianyan focused intently on the situation within the pearl's barrier, temporarily setting aside the old matron's question. She watched Xu Changge walking through the flames, his heart unwavering. and saw him endure various mental tortures without even frowning. This kind of composure terrified Bai Nianyan. She had never seen anyone like Xu Changge in her life. Bai Nianyan had already prepared herself psychologically and wanted to see just how powerful Xu Changge's cultivation talent was. The testing stone pillar was 99 meters tall. The higher the talent, the higher the light emitted from the pillar. It was said that the eldest prince of the Northern Sparrow Guard was a prodigy who could make the pillar's light reach 96 meters. However, to Bai Nianyan's surprise, when Xu Changge placed his hand on the pillar, it did not react at all. How could this be? Even if Xu Changge's talent is poor, the pillar should at least show some reaction. Unless Xu Changge is just a waste with no cultivation talent. However, if Xu Changge had no cultivation talent, he could not possibly have reached the pulse condensation realm. Thus, this was a deadlock, leaving Bai Nianyan puzzled and unable to comprehend. Inside the spirit pearl space, after Xu Changge placed his hand on the stone pillar, he withdrew it. Immediately afterward, a white vortex appeared in front of Xu Changge, and he stepped out. Whoosh! Xu Changge emerged from the vortex, returning to the real world. The moonlight was gentle, and a cool breeze brushed against his face. Bai Nianyan looked at Xu Changge. Her red lips slightly parted, stunned and speechless. Just moments ago, the guards were discussing how long Xu Changge could last in the test, and whether he could endure for a longer period within the illusion spirit pearl. Unexpectedly, it had only been a short while, and Xu Changge had already come out. Failed. The guards exchanged glances, all having this thought. It had only been a quarter of an hour, and he had come out of the illusion spirit pearl. How pathetic. Such a person dared to negotiate conditions with the princess. It was truly laughable. Besides Xu Changge's failure, no one could think of another possibility. I was able to last an hour inside the spirit pearl, and Xu Changge only lasted a quarter of an hour before giving up. What a mediocre talent. The night was hazy, and sharp gazes fell upon Xu Changge, devoid of any kindness. In everyone's eyes, Xu Changge was completely wasting their time. The strongest elder matron scrutinized Xu Changge for a few moments, her brow slightly furrowed, muttering, "A quarter of an hour is rather short. Could it be that I misjudged him?" The elder matron had originally held high hopes for Xu Changge, believing he was a rare prodigy in the world. It was precisely for this reason that she was willing to accompany the third princess Bai Nianyan to conduct a test on Xu Changge. Perhaps I really misjudged. The old matron felt a bit disappointed and shook her head gently. Then she said to Bai Nianyan, "Princess, let's go." Bai Nianyan remained stunned, her gaze fixed on Xu Changge, replaying his performance in the spirit pearl barrier in her mind. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" This was the first time the usually composed Bai Nianyan appeared so absent-minded, and the old matron stepped forward to pat her on the back. With a surge of spiritual energy from the old matron entering her body, Bai Nianyan instantly snapped out of her daze. She did not understand why Xu Changge had not lit up the column that tested his talent, but it was a fact that he had passed numerous trials. Suppressing her inner shock and confusion, Bai Nianyan took a few steps forward and bowed to Xu Changge. "I admire the abilities of young Master Changge immensely." Boom! Everyone was stunned. Chapter 34. The Talent of a Sage. Everyone shocked. Why is the princess being so courteous to a failure? Xu Changge had been driven out by the spirit pearl after persisting for a quarter of an hour. It was obvious he was an ordinary person. Such people were numerous in the Feathered Ascension dynasty. The princess was being too polite. Xu Changge did not maintain an arrogant demeanor and slightly cupped his hands. "I'll speak frankly. Does the princess agree to my previous proposal?" "Agree." Bai Nianyan nodded firmly without any hesitation. "I, as the third princess of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, guarantee that for the next 10 years, I will ensure the safety of Miss Lu Qing'er and devote all resources of the dynasty to cultivate her. If I go back on this, may heaven strike me with 5 thunders." Wow! With Bai Nianyan's words, the guard of the dynasty were all shocked. "Princess, no." The old matron worried that Bai Nianyan was acting impulsively and tried to step forward to stop her. This was the first time Bai Nianyan spoke to the old matron in such a firm tone. "This matter is decided by me, and no one can oppose it." In the old matron's memory, whenever she proposed something, the third princess would always consider it carefully and never oppose her. What on earth is happening today? Or rather, what did Xu Changge do in the spirit pearl barrier? Yes, princess. The old matron bowed and complied. In that case, I will take my leave. Xu Changge had some understanding of the feathered Ascension dynasty. At least there would be no turmoil in the coming years, and Lu Qing'er's safety could be guaranteed. Young master, please walk slowly. Bai Nianyan bowed slightly, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Xu Changge left the place, coming with the wind and going with the wind. Throughout, Xu Changge maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him, transcendent and extraordinary. After Xu Changge left, the old matron finally spoke. Princess, why did you make a promise to him when he didn't even pass the first test? Who said he didn't pass the test? Bai Nianyan looked in the direction Xu Changge had left, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and retorted, Isn't that so? The old matron and the guard around were puzzled. He had come out in a quarter of an hour. Xu Changge surely had not passed the first test. Everyone thought the same, without exception. If he had not passed the test, would he still look so indifferent? At the very least, he would show some signs of distress. Right? Bai Nianyan said softly. When everyone heard this, they felt it made a lot of sense. If Xu Changge had been driven out of the Spirit Pearl barrier for failing the test, he would surely have shown a pitiful appearance. However, Xu Changge walked out of the Spirit Pearl barrier leisurely, without a wrinkle in his clothes, his long hair tied up neatly, looking elegant as an immortal. Princess, do you mean he passed the test? The old matron made a bold guess. Bai Nianyan slowly nodded. Impossible. Everyone showed expressions of doubt and fear. Their first thought was disbelief. However, when they looked at Bai Nianyan's serious demeanor, their deep-seated doubts gradually shattered. Could he really have passed all the tests in a quarter of an hour? Really? The old matron asked again in disbelief. Absolutely true. Bai Nianyan nodded again, speaking seriously. In an instant, the old matron recalled Bai Nianyan's earlier absent-minded and fearful demeanor and suddenly realized, is there really such a terrifying prodigy in the world? The old matron murmured to herself, her eyes filled with horror. As for the guard around, they stood frozen like statues, completely petrified. There was one strange thing. Bai Nianyan looked at the old matron and recounted what had happened in the Spirit Pearl barrier. The Spirit Column did not detect Xu Changge's talent. There was no reaction at all. The Spirit Pearl couldn't detect his talent? The old matron was taken aback. Then, the old matron asked Bai Nianyan to open the Spirit Pearl barrier. She wanted to see for herself. However, as soon as Bai Nianyan activated the Illusion Spirit Pearl, a crisp sound of shattering was heard. The Illusion Spirit Pearl has broken. What is happening? Bai Nianyan looked at the Illusion Spirit Pearl with a crack in her hand, feeling very distressed. Although the Feathered Ascension dynasty was large and prosperous, the Illusion Spirit Pearl was also very precious and rare. Princess, I have heard that there are very few peerless prodigies in the world who can break the norms and possess extremely high talent. For the Spirit Column to show no reaction, there are only three possibilities. Either the Spirit Column has failed, or the person being tested is a waste, or the person's talent exceeds the limits of the Spirit Column. The old matron looked at the suddenly shattered Illusion Spirit Pearl, swallowing hard, her heart stirring with a tremendous wave. Are you saying that Xu Changge's talent has exceeded the limits of the Spirit Column? Bai Nianyan's eyes sparkled, her emotions greatly fluctuating. Princess, if he truly is the peerless prodigy spoken of in legends, as long as he doesn't die young, he will surely become a sage in the future. If our Feathered Ascension dynasty can have a relationship with a sage, it would ensure peace for 1,000 years and immortality for 10,000 years without any issue. The old matron, well-versed in knowledge, expressed her views. Talent of a sage. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianyan was completely dumbfounded. Body refining realm, meridian condensation realm, Tao cultivation realm, extreme spirit realm. Above these, there are sages. Looking across the world, sages are extremely esteemed beings with immense power. The strongest person in the Feathered Ascension dynasty is only a peak practitioner of the extreme spirit realm, namely the current emperor of the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Xu Changge was unaware that some people were discussing him. After returning to the inn, he refined 2 jade slips. The next day, Xu Changge handed these 2 jade slips to Lu Qing'er and Miao'er. If you encounter something very dangerous, crush the jade slip, and I will sense it at the first moment. Be sure to keep the jade slip safe and don't lose it. Xu Changge said very seriously. Lu Qing'er and Miao each took a jade slip to carry with them. Miao, you were sold to the Lu family as a child and became Qing'er's personal maid. The Lu family only gave you the name Miao. From now on, you will have no ties with the Lu family. If you don't mind, let us share my surname. Xu Changge looked at Miao. Miao was taken aback for a moment. Then she became so excited that she couldn't speak, her eyes turning red instantly. I'm willing. Miao is willing. Thank you, young master, for bestowing a surname. Saying this, Miao was about to kneel and bow. No kneeling. Xu Changge supported Miao. From now on, you will be my sister Xu Changge. All previous formalities are void. Miao covered her face and cried. Lu Qing'er smiled and stepped forward to hug Miao. At that moment, Xu Changge took out a box from the cabinet. Opening the box revealed the wedding dress that Lu Qing'er had pawned. Chapter 35. I will return in no more than 10 years. Looking at the wedding dress, Lu Qing'er was stunned, her eyes instantly moist. Seeing this, Miao was also dazed. Wasn't he this dress pawned by the young lady? How could it be here? Lu Qing'er and Xu Changge looked at each other, their thoughts drifting back many years. At that time, she was still young, and her mother was still alive. Her mother had been ill for a long time, often coughing, even coughing up blood. Despite this, her mother still persevered, stitching a piece of clothing with tired hands. Young Lu Qing'er watched as her mother embroidered a phoenix and dragon wedding dress and curiously asked, "Mother, is this for me?" Her mother, with a doting expression, replied, "Yes, when Qing'er grows up, you can wear this dress." Young and naive, Lu Qing'er continued to ask, "Why do I have to grow up to wear it? Can I wear it now?" Her mother said, "You can only wear this dress on the day you get married." Lu Qing'er protested, "Mother, I don't want to get married. I want to stay with you forever." Her mother gently rubbed Lu Qing'er's head and said, "Silly girl, you can't stay with your mother forever. One day in the future, you will find a man who truly cares for you, wearing the wedding dress your mother embroidered, and you will become the most beautiful girl in the world." Lu Qing'er tightly hugged her mother, saying, "Mother, I don't want to leave you." Suddenly, her thoughts washed away like a tide. This wedding dress was the only relic her mother left for Lu Qing'er, embodying her mother's deep love. At that time, because Xu Changge mentioned needing a lot of spiritual herbs, Lu Qing'er, with no other options, temporarily pawned the wedding dress. Originally, Lu Qing'er planned to earn back the money within the stipulated time and secretly redeem the dress. Who would have thought that the wedding dress would be right before her eyes now, leaving Lu Qing'er both surprised and excited, filled with joy. From now on, don't make decisions on your own, understand? Xu Changge didn't blame Lu Qing'er because he didn't have that right. For many years, Lu Qing'er had quietly taken care of Xu Changge without a word of complaint or regret. Lu Qing'er took a step forward and hugged Xu Changge tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xu Changge gently embraced Lu Qing'er and whispered, "When the time is right, I will definitely marry you." It wasn't the right time for marriage now, and Xu Changge had no plans to marry Lu Qing'er for the moment. He wanted Lu Qing'er to be the most beautiful bride in the world, deserving of everyone's congratulations. For this, Xu Changge had to rise to a higher position before marrying Lu Qing'er, not wanting to disappoint her heart. Hearing this, Lu Qing'er's cheeks flushed instantly, feeling shy. She quietly murmured, "Who wants to marry you?" Xu Changge feigned seriousness. "What? You don't want to marry?" Lu Qing'er immediately became anxious. "I didn't say I wouldn't marry." Then that settled, Xu Changge smiled. Lu Qing'er huffed softly, burying her face in Xu Changge's chest, feeling extremely shy. "Miss, young master, can you please act like people? I'm still here, can't you see me?" Miao felt genuinely happy for Lu Qing'er and Xu Changge. But seeing their affectionate demeanor, she felt a bit sour. Although Miao was temporarily ignored, a sincere smile appeared on her lips. "From now on, I'll be called Xu Miao. I'm no longer a nameless servant." Thinking of this, Miao looked at Xu Changge with grateful eyes. In the entire Yindong city, which girl didn't admire the sword-wielding gentleman Changge? As a maid, Miao often interacted with Xu Changge, naturally developing different feelings. However, Miao knew that reality made it impossible, and she cut off that trace of emotion for Xu Changge. Now, Miao regarded Xu Changge as an older brother, wishing him and Lu Qing'er a beautiful future. Lu Qing'er seemed to realize she had lost her composure and quickly organized herself, breaking free from Xu Changge's embrace. Then, Lu Qing'er carefully put away the wedding dress. Changge, in a few days, can you accompany me to my mother's grave? Liu Qing'er requested. Xu Changge nodded without hesitation. Sure, I'll go with you. Lu Qing'er pressed her lips together and smiled brightly. Gradually, Xu Changge's expression suddenly became serious, putting both Lu Qing'er and Miao under pressure. What's wrong? He asked. Qing'er, Miao, I will be going to a far place in a while. The journey is dangerous, and I can't take you with me. So, I want you to stay in the Yuhua dynasty. I will come back for you in no more than 10 years. Xu Changge stated directly. Miao was quite surprised. Shouldn't he expect things to just be getting better before facing separation? Young master, we're not afraid of danger. I know you're not afraid, but I can't let you be in danger. Xu Changge looked at Miao seriously. And one more thing, Miao, you don't have to call me young master anymore. I said from now on, you are my little sister, and it can't be false. Miao felt a bit anxious and timid, looking down at her toes. Her voice barely above a whisper, I understand, brother. Although Miao's voice was very soft, Xu Changge still heard it and smiled with relief. You've served me for 5 years. I promise you a lifetime of prosperity. Lu Qing'er found it strange, showing no significant reaction, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Her demeanor was as if she had already anticipated this day, showing no surprise. Since you made up your mind, then go. Don't worry. Miao and I will take care of ourselves, and one tea make you worry. Lu Qing'er stepped forward to adjust Xu Changge's clothes, her gaze affectionate. In no more than 10 years, I will definitely come back for you. Xu Changge assured her. Okay, we'll wait for you. Lu Qing'er believed Xu Changge more than anyone else in the world. If possible, Xu Changge wouldn't want to be apart from Lu Qing'er. However, due to various reasons, he had to do this. In this world where turmoil was about to arise, Xu Changge had to grow up in the shortest time possible. Going to the Wanyan sacred land was the best step for Xu Changge. 2 days later, Xu Changge accompanied Lu Qing'er to the Lu family cemetery. In a corner of the cemetery, a grave was covered in weeds, desolate and lonely, looking as if it hadn't been tended to in a long time. Xu Changge and the others cleared the weeds from the grave, placed some offerings, and bowed in respect. This was Lu Qing'er's mother's grave, who had passed away many years ago. Mother, my daughter is unfilial. Lu Qing'er knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to the tombstone, her voice trembling. Xu Changge looked at the tombstone and silently vowed, Aunt, don't worry. I will take good care of Qing'er in the future, and I will never let her down. After finishing these tasks, Xu Changge let Lu Qing'er and Miao go back first. Xu Changge went to another place alone, in a deep mountain within Yundong City. This was the Xu family's ancestral grave. After the clan leader, Xu Shanling, committed suicide, the servants buried him here. Unfortunately, since the Xu family had fallen from grace, their hearts scattered, Xu Shanling died without even a tombstone, appearing extremely desolate and sad. What have you gained after plotting for the Xu family for so many years? In the stillness of the night, leaning against a faint moonlight, Xu Changge stood before Xu Shanling's grave and spoke. Xu Changge had harbored deep hatred for Xu Shanling in the past, but now looking at the grave mound, everything seemed to dissipate like smoke. If you had come to see me even once in the past 5 years, I wouldn't have been so disappointed in the Xu family. After 20 years of twists and turns, the Xu family returned to the starting point, with only a few people struggling to hold on, most having fled. In light of our fate, I've come today to see you off. May your journey to the underworld be unobstructed, and may you not be human in your next life. Being human is truly exhausting. Xu Changge poured a cup of wine, and all grievances disappeared as the wine fell to the ground. For the time being, Xu Changge had no thoughts about the ancient Qing sect. Once Xu Changge's strength was sufficient, he would naturally visit the ancient Qing sect. After returning to the inn, Xu Changge contacted the third princess Bai Nianyan. The next day, Bai Nianyan arrived at the inn. This time, she was still disguised as a man, not wanting to attract too much attention. There was an old woman accompanying them, who was also Bai Nianyan's personal guard, an old matron from the palace with great strength. Young Master Changge, Bai Nianyan said respectfully, clasping her fists. Xu Changge returned the gesture, saying, I entrust my fiancée, and younger sister to the princess. If they encounter any trouble during this time, I hope the princess and the Yuhua dynasty will do their best to protect them. When I return, I will surely repay you. Lu Qing'er and Miao stood behind Xu Changge, having learned by Nian true identity from him and prepared themselves mentally. Young master is being polite. As long as this princess is alive, I will ensure that the two young ladies do not come to harm, by Nian promised. That is good to hear. Xu Changge pondered for a moment, walked a few steps toward by Nian, and said softly, Princess, Xu Changge, still stand by my words. You protect them for 10 years without incident, and I will ensure the Yuhua dynasty has 1,000 years of peace. However, if certain individuals in the Yuhua dynasty dare to bully them, then the Yuhua dynasty will have no reason to exist. Xu Changge's threatening words displeased by Nian greatly. Yet, recalling Xu Changge's performance that night within the illusory spirit pearl, she could only suppress her emotions and asked in a low voice, although your talent and temperament are exceptional, do not forget that you are currently just a practitioner at the pulse condensation stage. Whether you can grow is still uncertain. Princess, I've made my statement. Whether to believe it or not is up to you. Xu Changge replied calmly with a light laugh. Facing him, Bai Nian always felt a sense of frustration, unable to see through Xu Changge's thoughts. What surprised her even more was her subconscious belief that Xu Changge's words were not arrogance, but rather a statement of fact. Qing'er, Miao, with the protection of the third princess, you will not encounter danger. In no more than 10 years, I will definitely return, Xu Changge promised, his gaze firm. Chapter 36. The Path of Azura. The poor boy Xu Changge left, clad in a green robe, disappearing into the horizon. Lu Qing'er and Miao were very strong. They firmly believed that Xu Changge would one day return. All they had to do was live well and wait for his return. Bai Nian looked in the direction Xu Changge had departed and communicated with the old matron. Do you think he can really reach great heights? Someone like him, as long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, will surely gain fame throughout the world. The Yuhua dynasty may seem large, but in the vastness of the world, it's like a speck of dust. The old matron felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from Xu Changge. Even the ruler of the Yuhua dynasty could not compare. Warn the Guqing sect to stay put and not think about revenge. Bai Nian had learned of Xu Changge's grievances with the Guqing sect and sent guards to issue a warning. Yes, princess. If the Yuhua dynasty and Xu Changge become enemies because of the Guqing sect, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. Xu Changge set off on his journey, heading to the Wanyan Holy Land to establish himself in the world and regain his peak position. Wanyan Holy Land, I am coming. Old man, I am coming. Xu Changge's chief master was currently unaware of his whereabouts. In his previous life, Xu Changge held his chief master, Yan Xingyu, in the highest regard. Yan Xingyu had once told Xu Changge, Boy, as long as I am alive, I will bear the weight of the heavens. As long as you do not betray your original intentions, go ahead and do whatever you want, no matter how much trouble Xu Changge caused. Yan Xingyu would always stand up to help him. Looking at the world, the Wanyan Holy Land could only be considered a second-rate force, barely brushing against the first-rate powers. In his last life, Xu Changge thought his master, Yan Xingyu, was just someone living off the fat of the land, but later, when the Wanyan Holy Land encountered trouble, the high-ranking officials were powerless. At that time, Yan Xingyu had wielded his sword across 30,000 miles, appearing invincible and frightening the enemies. Only at that moment did the Wanyan Holy Land realize that Yan Xingyu was a sage, proficient in the sword path. Old man, you died in battle protecting my path in the last life. In this life, I will continue to bring you trouble. Xu Changge reminisced about past events, feeling grateful that he could start his life anew. Xu Changge sailed through the winds and waves, traveling 1,000 miles a day, having already left Yundong City far behind. Once he established himself in the Wanyan Holy Land, he would return to the Yuhua dynasty to bring Lu Qing'er and Miao over. Before leaving, Xu Changge gave each of them a cultivation technique, instructing them not to share it with others and to practice diligently. The techniques Xu Changge selected were among the most precious in the world. The cold jade longevity scripture, a sage-level technique, was given to Lu Qing'er. the Qingyuan Holy Scripture. Also a sage-level technique was given him Yaoer. Xu Changge used secret methods to impart the techniques to them, etching them into their memories. When they first received the techniques, they were shocked. These were the most top-tier scriptures and methods in the world, which would surely cause a bloody storm if revealed. Lu Qing'er and Yaoer were not foolish. They naturally would not tell anyone. As long as they kept quiet, how could outsiders possibly know? Unbeknownst to them, Xu Changge traveled for over a month and was about to reach the border of the Yuhua dynasty. After crossing the border, Xu Changge would still need to pass through 3 sects and 10 kingdoms to reach the territory of the Wanyan Holy Land. Xu Changge roughly calculated the time. With his cultivation level, it would take at least half a year. Previously, Xiao Dingyuan and Liu Pingjiang of the North Sparrow Guard had learned of the anomalies in Yundong City and were urged by the Holy Land to hurry there and investigate. What a strong smell of blood. Xu Changge passed through a village and had already left the borders of the Yuhua dynasty, unsure of his whereabouts. Upon entering the village, Xu Changge found that over 100 people had died, their deaths gruesome. What is happening here? Xu Changge cautiously walked into the village. The corpses on the ground had not yet begun to rot, indicating that the calamity had only just occurred. Deep in the village, Xu Changge saw a boy about 12 years old who was organizing the corpses, ensuring each one was buried properly. The boy wore thin clothing, his face pale and devoid of color. What puzzled Xu Changge was that when the boy saw him, he merely gave him a cold glance before continuing to clean up the corpses in the village. From the boy's gaze and expression, Xu Changge saw no fear of the corpses. It was all too indifferent. "What is your name?" Xu Changge felt a bit of interest and approached to ask. The boy did not answer and ignored Xu Changge. Light rain fell softly and dark clouds gathered. The blood and rainwater mixed together in the village, creating a shocking sight. And the smell of blood became even more pungent. Seeing that the boy did not respond, Xu Changge helped him with the task of organizing the corpses. After working for half a day, dusk approached, and they finally buried the dead in the village. At this time, the boy took off his clothes, which were stained with thick, foul-smelling blood. Xu Changge looked at the boy, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The boy had a tattoo on his body, depicting 3 faces and 6 arms, standing on the sea, with fire coming from his mouth, terrifying and cold. The boy picked up a cleaner piece of clothing from the ground and changed into it. After doing this, the boy turned to Xu Changge, expressionless, and said, "This is Dashan village. They all died because of me." "Died because of you?" Xu Changge frowned slightly. He did not sense any signs of the boy having killed anyone. "I am the source of calamity. Anyone who gets close to me will inevitably meet a tragic end. A few days ago, an old man in the village took pity on me and gave me some clothing and food. This morning, Dashan village was invaded by demonic beasts, and everyone died." The boy looked at the graves before him, his gaze calm, with no emotional fluctuations. It seemed he was accustomed to such scenes and had long since become numb inside. "Their deaths have nothing to do with you." Xu Changge had just noticed the tattoos on the boy's body. They were not acquired later, but were innate, etched into his flesh and even his soul. "Don't say too much to me. Be careful not to die mysteriously. Just go." The boy planned to leave the mountain village, seeking a desolate place to live a solitary life, finishing out his days. "Azura." Watching the boy turn to leave, Xu Changge spoke up. Suddenly, the boy stopped in his tracks, his body trembling violently. Many years ago, the boy had encountered a monk who had also spoken of Azura, and the monk had wanted to take him as a disciple, teaching him with care. Unfortunately, after spending a long time with the boy, the monk passed away not long after. Because of this event, the boy had completely sealed off his heart, refusing to communicate with anyone and walking in solitude. The boy turned to look at Xu Changge, saying not a word. "The Tao patterns on you come from the Buddhist sect," Xu Changge said slowly. "If you cannot control the karma of the Tao patterns, you will ultimately lose yourself and your kind heart. If you merge into the path of Azura, the future is promising. There was once a monk who wanted to save me, but he died," the boy said softly, lowering his head. "That was due to his insufficient Buddhist teachings and impure Tao heart." Xu Changge was willing to say a few more words because, in his past life during the era of the Eternal Night, he had personally witnessed the scenes of Azura battling in the starry sky. Although he was only in the realm of a sage, He could fight thousands of moves against the emperors of the Eternal Night era. Unfortunately, in his past life, Xu Changge had no intersection with those carrying the path of Azura, having only met once during that era. It seemed that the Azura had been afraid that his karma would implicate others, always avoiding the world until the arrival of the Eternal Night era, when he finally appeared to fight and protect a region. If Xu Changge's intuition was correct, the boy in front of him was the Azura who had reached the pinnacle in his past life. In this world, no one can save me. The boy was born to have killed his own parents, fighting dogs for food and wolves for meat. It was quite difficult for him to survive until today. I know one person who can save you. Xu Changge was not skilled in Buddhist teachings and was powerless regarding the path of Azura. However, with Xu Changge's vision, he could point the boy toward a path. To the east, traveling billions of miles, there's a boundless desert. It is said that there's an ancient temple within the desert where a highly enlightened monk resides. If you can receive guidance and salvation from that monk, you will certainly be able to carry the path of Azura. Xu Changge calculated the approximate location. The boy fell silent. He did not know if what Xu Changge said was true, but a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. A voice deep within him echoed, "A longing for life, go. Should I trust you?" The boy asked. Xu Changge pondered for a moment. That monk once said that even if you bear sins, you should not waste this life given by heaven. Strive to live on. Strive to live on. The boy made up his mind. He would continue eastward, find that boundless desert, and seek out the ancient temple within. With his heart resolved, the boy no longer felt lost and stepped forward towards the east without any hesitation. "Wait, I still don't know your name," Xu Changge said, looking at the frail boy's back, hardly able to imagine that the terrifying Azura from his previous life could appear so weak. Xu Yun, the character Qin. The boy's pace slightly paused. It took him a while to remember his own name, a name given by his parents in hopes that he would have a bright future. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. After saying this, the boy continued on. This time he would not stop. "Xu Qin, we will meet again," Xu Changge murmured to himself while watching the boy's retreating figure. The one who carries the path of Azura is destined to be extraordinary. Xu Changge began his journey, encountering some trivial troubles along the way. About 5 months later, Xu Changge finally arrived at the territory of the Wanyan Holy Land. Chapter 37. Entering the Wanyan Holy Land. The Wanyan Holy Land consists of 9 immortal mountains, towering into the clouds, standing at the cloud's peak. Auspicious purple light stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, surrounding each immortal mountain. The Holy Land has 7 branches, ordered as Jinluan Peak, Beijue Peak, Luoxia Peak, Yudao Peak, Luling Peak, Taohua Peak, and Dongshan Peak. The 7 branches occupy 7 immortal mountains, while the remaining 2 mountains are the main Hall Mountain and the Sex Forbidden Area. The 9 mountains mutually restrain and depend on each other, creating a scene of vibrant life. With immortal cranes soaring and the roars of spirit beasts echoing in the gentle breeze. The main Hall Mountain is located in the central position, with a snow-white door standing 20 zhang high, flanked by stone pillars carved with many Tao patterns, with rays of rosy light blooming, exuding a solemn majesty. To reach the gates of the holy sect, one must walk up 100,000 steps from the foot of the mountain. Ordinary cultivators cannot use Tao techniques and can only walk. This is to demonstrate the majesty of the Wanyan holy sect and serves as the first test for disciples. Most of those who come to enroll cannot muster the will and ability to reach the top of the mountain, let alone enter the gates of the Wanyan Holy Land. Returning to the familiar place, everything felt the same. Xu Changge stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the holy gate at the peak, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Although the Wanyan Holy Land is often filled with internal strife, they unite against external threats at critical moments, which is what Xu Changge values most. Reflecting on his past life, when the era of eternal night arrived, the Wanyan Holy Land fought as one, and not a single disciple fled. They all had the heart to face death. In terms of spirit, few forces could compare to the Wanyan Holy Land at that time. Unfortunately, due to factional struggles, the Wanyan Holy Land expended a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, the Wanyan Holy Land would surely not be merely a second-rate sect. At the foot of the mountain, There were many young people. Some had set up tents, while others sat on the ground. Xu Changge estimated there were thousands of them. In a few years, the Wanyan Holy Land would hold its grand disciple enrollment ceremony, and many had traveled far to wait here early. Xu Changge calculated the time and thought silently to himself. Xu Changge did not have the luxury of waiting for years. He needed to enter the Holy Land as soon as possible. Brother, the enrollment day for the Holy Land has not yet arrived. I advise you to find a place to wait, a young man kindly said upon seeing Xu Changge reach the mountain steps. Xu Changge turned back, smiled at the person, and prepared to ascend the mountain. Another self-important fool. He dares to climb the mountain before the time is up. Doesn't he fear being struck down by the Holy Land's laws? In the past, someone had tried to climb the mountain outside the enrollment period and, due to their extraordinary talent, caused an anomaly and was accepted as an inner disciple of the Holy Land. Last month, a scion from a noble family considered himself extraordinary, attempted to climb, and now he was probably still lying at home recuperating. This person was likely another fool, unaware of his impending doom. Many people began to notice Xu Changge and whispered among themselves. Xu Changge vaguely heard some discussions but thought little of them. Without any hesitation, Xu Changge took the first step forward. Clap! Xu Changge's left foot stepped onto the step, and contrary to what everyone had speculated, he was not struck back by the laws, remaining safe and sound. Upon seeing this, the thousands of people were all stunned. An uproar erupted. How is this possible? Could this person be an unprecedented prodigy? According to the Holy Land's rules and laws, only those with exceptional talent could climb the mountain outside the enrollment period, causing anomalies. Why did he not cause an anomaly? No way. Countless gazes turned to Xu Changge, voices of astonishment rising continuously. Xu Changge climbed step by step, facing no obstacles, leaving countless people dumbfounded. The elders guarding the holy gate noticed Xu Changge and were also quite puzzled. Who is this child? Xu Changge moved swiftly, effortlessly surpassing hundreds of steps in the blink of an eye. What surprised everyone was that although Xu Changge could ascend the mountain, he did not evoke any celestial phenomena, which was indeed strange. Little did they know, Xu Changge was extremely familiar with everything about the Wanyan sacred land. Not to mention this mere method of entering the mountain. Even the forbidden areas were easily accessible to him. Xu Changge's talent was naturally very high, but he did not want to attract too much attention. So he deliberately concealed his own abilities and ascended the mountain using the techniques of the Wanyan sacred land. Thus, Xu Changge did not cause any disturbances, and the path up the mountain was peaceful and quiet. Could it be that the laws of the sacred path have changed? Someone speculated. There were always some bold individuals willing to try. Seeing Xu Changge's effortless ascent, they became eager, not wanting to miss the opportunity. So, a few of them encouraged each other to climb the mountain together. Bang! The next moment, these individuals were violently expelled by the laws of the sacred path, leaving them in a miserable state with some injuries. The authority of the sacred path was formidable and should not be overstepped. Everyone abandoned their thoughts, filled with awe. They looked at Xu Changge's back with a mix of envy, respect, and a hint of confusion and jealousy. An hour later, Xu Changge reached the mountain's peak, standing outside the sacred gate. Who are you? How do you know the entry method of our sacred sect? The gatekeeping elder, an old man with a white beard and an ethereal demeanor, manifested an avatar and descended upon the peak, questioning him. The gatekeeping elder had been observing Xu Changge and noticed that he was not relying on his own talent and strength to ascend the mountain, but was using the sacred sect's techniques. In the elder's impression, there had never been anyone by the name of Xu Changge, making him both suspicious and wary. Suspecting that Xu Changge might be a spy from a hostile force. I have met Elder Shangwan. Xu Changge bowed respectfully. The gatekeeping elder was named Shangwan Guyun, one of the few people Xu Changge held in high regard. You know this old man? Shangwan Guyun was quite surprised. His name was rarely known even within the sacred sect, and he had a low profile. Because Shangwan Guyun did not belong to any of the seven veins and had no background, he had been relegated to this position as a gatekeeping elder. For over 1,000 years, Shangwan Guyun had been guarding the gate, and apart from some older members of the sect, no one knew his life story or name. My master, Yin Qingyu once mentioned Elder Shangwan, Xu Changge said without a hint of embarrassment. You say your master is who? Shangwan Guyun was taken aback, very surprised. Yin Qingyu, Xu Changge replied. Are you joking? The guy hasn't returned to the sect for over 100 years and isn't dead yet? Shangwan Guyun's expression was quite rich. Looking very displeased, Xu Changge smiled. Isn't there a life and soul lamp in the sect? Elder surely knows whether my master is alive or dead. Oomph. Shangwan Guyun snorted lightly. For what I know of Yin Qingyu, he is not someone who enjoys taking on disciples. Hundreds of years ago, he took in 2 disciples and then ran off, never fulfilling a single day of a master's responsibilities. Elder, please look. Xu Changge formed a hand seal and displayed the unique technique of Dongshan Peak to prove his identity. The seal of Dongshan Peak is indeed genuine. Shangwan Guyun confirmed after examining it for a moment. However, that is not enough. Elder, my master said he lost a bet to you 100 years ago regarding 3 jars of 1,000-year-old fine wine, which he has yet to fulfill. Xu Changge revealed some secrets. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Guyun instantly believed Xu Changge's identity. 100 years ago, Shangwan Guyun had indeed made a bet with Yin Qingyu, and only the 2 of them were present. In the end, Yin Qingyu lost and tried to renege on the bet, directly slipping away. 100 years had passed, and Shangwan Guyun had been unable to find Yin Qingyu, and his face turned green with rage. Where's your master? I want to skin him alive. Shangwan Guyun declared fiercely, rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Cough, cough, cough. Xu Changge coughed lightly with the bright smile on his face. Elder, I also do not know where my master is now. I have a feeling he won't return for the rest of his life. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with him, that damn guy. Shangwan Guyun was in a foul mood. Xu Changge had no doubt about Shangwan Guyun's capabilities and felt pity for his cheap master. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yin Qingyu and Shangwan Guyun were close friends, naturally enjoying each other's company, as they both disliked the open and covert struggles within the sacred land and did not want to become entangled in the mire, preferring a leisurely life. The strongest in the Wanyan sacred land were not the current sacred lord, but the gatekeeping elder Shangwan Guyun and Dongshan Peak's Yin Qingyu, both of whom were at the Saint Realm. Power and status were mere clouds to them. If it were not for repaying the favor of the Wanyan sacred land's cultivation, they would have left long ago. The various veins of the Wanyan sacred land fought for power, harming each other among their own, secretly engaging in deadly battles. If it were not for the struggle for power, the strength of the Wanyan sacred land could have easily ascended to a higher level. Elder Shangwan, I have come under my master's orders to collect the identity jade tablet. Xu Changge cupped his fists and said, Go in. Shangwan Guyun would not doubt Xu Changge's identity. He had been observing him with the sacred law just now, and there were no abnormalities. Coupled with Xu Changge's Dongshan Peak seal and the mention of a bet, it was undoubtedly true. This is the Elder's mark. Take it and go directly to the Hall of Registration to register. It will save a lot of trouble. Shangwan Guyun decided to lend a helping hand for the sake of Yin Qingyu. Thank you, Elder. Xu Changge bowed again, took the Elder's mark, and strode into the sacred gate. If your master sneaks back, you must tell me, and I will definitely reward you handsomely, Shangwan Guyun instructed. Disciple will remember. Xu Changge, deeply. Shangwan Guyun had always concealed his cultivation level, presenting himself as merely a peak elder of the essence realm, neither high nor low, almost transparent. There was an invisible attraction among strong individuals that made Shangwan Guyun and Yin Qingyu become friends, discussing Tao and tasting wine, living leisurely. Yin Qingyu's gambling skills were too poor. He hid away for 100 years over 3 jars of 1,000-year-old fine wine, which was truly excessive. Chapter 38. The senior brothers and sisters of Dongshan Peak in the Hall of Registration. Several handsome and burly guards were stationed around. With Shangwan Guyun's mark, Xu Changge was not treated as an outsider by the laws of the sacred land and made his way smoothly into the Hall of Registration. Upon entering the hall, Xu Changge took out Shangwan Guyun's mark and displayed the Dongshan Peak seal along with some credentials. When the elders and stewards in the hall learned that Xu Changge was a disciple taken in by Yin Qingyu, they were all stunned and kept sizing him up. The head of Yin has actually taken an interest in accepting disciples again. This is incredible. 600 years ago, Yin had reluctantly taken in 2 disciples due to the mismanagement of Dongshan Peak. Over the years, he had been a hands-off manager, rarely seen. Many of the cultivation caves in Dongshan Peak had fallen into disrepair, leaving a very desolate scene. Are you really He Yan's disciple? This is quite a rare occurrence. The stewards surrounded Xu Changge, as if they had spotted a rare animal. Xu Changge remained indifferent and cupped his fist towards the elders and stewards. Elders, may I obtain the identity jade tablet for Dongshan Peak? Yes, of course. The head elder in charge of the hall carved a jade tablet, inscribing Xu Changge's identity information on it. Moments later, a jade tablet landed in Xu Changge's hand. Thank you, Elder. Xu Changge expressed his gratitude. Do you know the location of Dongshan Peak? The head elder asked. My master has shown me the layout of the sacred land. I know the location of Dongshan Peak. Xu Changge replied before exiting the hall of registration. After that, Xu Changge rode the clouds and mist, heading towards the location of Dongshan Peak. With the identity jade tablet, Xu Changge would not encounter any restrictions within the sacred land. Not long after, the news that a new disciple had joined Dongshan Peak spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Dongshan Peak accepted disciples? What's going on? That scoundrel Yin Qingyu took in a disciple? Is it true? 600 years ago, Yin Qingyu took in 2 disciples, both of whom were mediocre. If it weren't for the long-standing heritage of Dongshan Peak, the Holy Land would have long since canceled this lineage. Every year, the Holy Land has to send some resources to Dongshan Peak. What a waste. For a time, Wanyan Holy Land became lively. All of this was because of Xu Changge's admission, which stirred up quite a wave. At Dongshan Peak, surrounded by mist and blooming flowers, Xu Changge slowly stepped onto Dongshan Peak, lost in thought. In the age of extreme night, the senior brother and second sister wore battle armor, fighting fiercely against enemies from beyond the stars. At that time, Xu Changge was engaged in battle with a formidable foe, unable to spare any attention, only able to watch helplessly as his brother and sister perished in the cosmos, filled with grief. Given a second chance, Xu Changge would not allow the same tragedy to happen again. Little fellow, who are you? Suddenly, a girl appeared before Xu Changge. She was dressed simply like a village girl, with coarse cloth binding her hair and some freckles on her face. Dongshan Peak had fallen to such a state today, with only 2 disciples left, both of whom were taken in by Yin Qingyu 600 years ago. One was named Wan Hani, and the other was Luo Huangxue. The girl before Xu Changge was the second disciple, Luo Huangxue. Disciple Xu Changge, apprentice of Yin Qingyu. May I ask how to address you? Senior sister? Xu Changge recognized the second sister at a glance, but he still had to act as if it was their first meeting. Saying this, Xu Changge took out his identity jade token and condensed the unique Dao seal of Dongshan Peak. Upon seeing this, Luo Huangxue was momentarily stunned, murmuring, Did my cheat master take in a disciple? Has the sun risen from the west? Luo Huangxue examined the identity jade token and confirmed the Dao seal of Dongshan Peak multiple times, without a hint of doubt. This was because the Dao seal of Dongshan Peak was personally created by Yin Qingyu, incorporating some complex Dao patterns that outsiders could not learn. Only those who received Yin Qingyu's inheritance could use it. Senior sister? Xu Changge could understand Luo Huangxue's feelings, as he also felt quite troubled by his cheat master. Luo Huangxue came back to her senses and looked at Xu Changge with a meaningful smile. Junior brother, hello. For some reason, Xu Changge always felt a chill from Luo Huangxue's smile. My name is Luo Huangxue, and I am your second sister. You also have a senior brother named Wan Hani. Luo Huangxue briefly introduced the situation at Dongshan Peak. Xu Changge was actually quite clear about these matters, but he still humbly sought advice. Being able to spend time and chat with his senior sister was a blessing from the heavens. Luo Huangxue took Xu Changge to the halfway up Dongshan Peak and shouted loudly in a certain direction. Senior brother, come quickly, we have good news. Moments later, a man appeared riding the wind, dressed in plain clothes, with a few strands of hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. He was Wan Hani, the eldest disciple of Dongshan Peak. It was he who caused various phenomena by not climbing the mountain within the recruitment period, and was accepted as a disciple against the rules. At that time, to compete for Wan Hani, the heads of various sects spared no effort. But in the end, Wan Hani chose Dongshan Peak, saying that his life was saved by the head of Dongshan Peak, and this trip was to become a disciple of Dongshan Peak. Since Wan Hani joined Dongshan Peak, he became indistinguishable from the crowd, and countless people within the Holy Land mocked him. If Wan Hani had chosen another branch at that time, he would have undoubtedly held a high position now. How could he have fallen to such a state? I've met the senior brother. Xu Changge sincerely bowed. The old man has taken in a disciple? Through Luo Huangshue's brief introduction, Wan Hani kept sizing up Xu Changge, his face filled with confusion and surprise. Our Dongshan Peak can finally be lively. Luo Huangshue was very happy. Wan Hani didn't say much in terms of admonitions, remaining silent for a long time, only saying to Xu Changge, as long as you don't do anything against your Tao heart, even if the sky falls, we will support you. There's no need to worry. After saying this, Wan Hani left, sitting alone at the mountain peak, looking extremely lonely and desolate. Junior brother, what have you learned from Master? Luo Huangshue glanced at the departing Wan Hani, pouted, and turned to Xu Changge. I haven't learned anything. Xu Changge shook his head. This was the truth. In his previous life, when he entered, his chief master taught him nothing, and he relied entirely on self-realization. Alas, how pitiful. Luo Huangshue sighed lightly. In the future, senior sister will teach you cultivation, so don't worry. Thank you, senior sister. For some reason, Xu Changge always felt a sense of foreboding. An hour later, Luo Huangshue gave Xu Changge a water bucket made of jade. Junior brother, from now on, you'll be in charge of watering the flowers. Make sure not to slack off. Xu Changge looked at the jade bucket in his hand. Chapter 39. The Rules of Dongshan Peak. Why is this storyline the same as the last life? Xu Changge felt helpless. His sister was great in every way, but she occasionally liked to tease and bully him. Yet when danger struck, she was particularly reliable. Senior sister, I understand. Xu Changge took the jade bucket and nodded in agreement. Very obedient. Senior sister is watching you. Luo Huangshue patted Xu Changge on the shoulder, appreciating his obedient nature. Then, Xu Changge took the jade bucket and prepared to water the flowers. At the top of Dongshan Peak, there was a sea of flowers, the seeds of which Luo Huangshue had planted in her childhood. Later, the seeds bloomed, and after years of nurturing, with Luo Huangshue's daily careful care, the sea of flowers extended for 10 miles, fragrant and inviting. Xu Changge had to fetch water from a spiritual spring at the foot of the mountain with a specially made jade bucket, running back and forth to water the flower sea without complaints. Each day, he had to work for at least 2 hours to finish his chores, using the remaining time to cultivate. From now on, you'll live here. Luo Huangshue took Xu Changge to a secluded cave dwelling called Dongshan Manor. Xu Changge had lived in Dongshan Manor in his previous life, and he never expected to reside here again in this life. Everything remained the same. Inside the Dongshan cave, there was a long-abandoned gathering spirit formation. Luo Huangshue tinkered with it for half an hour, restarting the formation so that Xu Changge could stay in the cave to cultivate, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Of course, Xu Changge still had to do his daily chores. Luo Huangshue had finally gotten a free labor, and she certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. Junior brother, you've just entered. Senior sister will tell you some rules of Dongshan Peak. Luo Huangshue sat on a stone, her freckles not masking her liveliness and beauty, but instead adding a touch of unique charm. If Luo Huangshue were not dressed as a village girl, she would surely attract the pursuit and admiration of many young talents. Junior brother is all ears. Xu Changge felt this scene was familiar and had already guessed what Luo Huangshue was going to say next. Remember, be careful when going out in the future. If you provoke an enemy, if you can win, don't show mercy. If you can't win, run as far as you can. Don't worry about face. As the saying goes, better to live humbly than die for pride. Second, Master advocates that we cultivate our hearts before cultivating the Tao. No matter what happens, you must be patient. In cultivation, wavering is strictly forbidden. Third, don't panic when faced with issues. You must know how to play the fool to catch the tiger. In simple terms, fight if you can win, run if you can't, and always keep a trump card for your life. Don't reveal your true strength to anyone. In summary, the one who lives until the end is the winner. The honors and disgraces in front of you are all fleeting clouds. Luo Huangxue said seriously. Xu Changge nodded gently. I understand. Junior brother is wise. He should be able to understand senior sister's meaning. Our Dongchun Peak seeks freedom and leisure, and we don't need to care about the chaos in the Holy Land. Luo Huangxue didn't want Xu Changge to get involved in the power struggle within the Wanyan Holy Land and earnestly advised her. Xu Changge listened to Luo Huangxue's words without impatience and took them seriously. In her previous life, Xu Changge had just entered the sect and was taken care of by her senior sister. In this life, getting to hear her senior sister's nagging again made Xu Changge very happy. After talking for a while, Luo Huangxue became tired and told Xu Changge to cultivate on her own. She reminded her to water the flower sea every 3 days and to sweep the floor in her spare time, not to forget. Before leaving, Luo Huangxue warned Xu Changge not to be lazy. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't forget, Xu Changge replied loudly in the direction Luo Huangxue was leaving. For the next half-month, Xu Changge lived on Dongshan Peak in tranquility and warmth. Her senior brother was usually quiet and preferred to sit at the mountaintop to gaze at the moon and watch the sunrise, looking like a fool. Xu Changge understood very well that her senior brother, Wan Hani, was cultivating the sword path, comprehending the way through nature, the sun, and the moon. For 600 years, he had sat at the mountaintop contemplating nature, regardless of wind or rain. As for the second senior sister, Luo Huangxue, although she seemed unfocused in her daily life, playing with strange gadgets and dressing without any semblance of a cultivator, if she truly got angry, the consequences would be terrifying. One day, Xu Changge went to the foot of the mountain as usual with a jade bucket, preparing to fetch some spiritual spring water to irrigate the flower sea. To her surprise, several people appeared at the foot of the mountain, and Xu Changge faced them. Are you the new disciple of Dongshan Peak? These people had heard that Dongshan Peak had recruited a new disciple and were curious to come and see. Yes, what's the matter? Xu Changge replied. What's your name? One of the disciples asked. Xu Changge glanced at them and found them unfamiliar, not noteworthy figures. She continued to fill her bucket with water and said nonchalantly, This place is Dongshan Peak's territory. If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Dongshan Peak has long been a mere name. We can come and go as we please. Over the years, who still takes Dongshan Peak seriously? As they spoke, someone used a spell to collect some water from the spiritual spring into a spatial artifact. Each main peak had a spiritual spring beneath it, a water source rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. The disciples and elders from other main peaks were numerous, and the spiritual spring water was simply insufficient. Therefore, disciples from various peaks often came to the foot of Dongshan Peak to take some spiritual spring water to enhance their strength. This matter was known to the high-ranking officials of each peak, and they all tacitly approved. With only 2 disciples on Dongshan Peak, it was indeed wasteful to occupy so many resources. Xu Changge watched as these disciples took some spiritual spring water without getting angry. It wasn't worth it. Dongshan Peak's disciples were not worth mentioning. The crowd mocked Xu Changge as they observed her indifference. It was said that after this disciple conference, the high-level officials of the Holy Land planned to discuss redistributing the resources of Dongshan Peak for more reasonable use. These people discussed it in front of Xu Changge without any reservations. Hey, I advise you to leave Dongshan Peak as soon as possible. After taking the spiritual spring water, the group left satisfied. Xu Changge pondered their words, realizing that the Holy Land intended to redistribute the resources of Dongshan Peak, implying they planned to abolish this lineage. While irrigating the flower sea, Xu Changge silently thought. Based on her memories, at this time in her previous life, she hadn't yet entered the sect. After joining the sect, she had heard that the Holy Land once planned to abolish Dongshan Peak. It was her senior brother who intervened to calm the situation. Chapter 40. You don't have the qualifications in her previous life. When Xu Changge had just entered the sect, she was curious about how her senior brother had calmed the situation. It wasn't until she gained considerable ability that she learned everything from her second senior sister. It was said that after her senior brother learned that Dongshan Peak was about to be abolished, he sought out the Holy Master and the elders that very night to argue. A core elder with a fierce temper said something unpleasant. and her senior brother suppressed that elder with a mere gesture, shaking the high ranks of the Holy Land. After that, the matter of Dongshan Peak was left unresolved, and no one dared to mention abolishing this lineage again. In this life, she had arrived at the Wanyan Holy Land early, and she wondered if it would change the original historical process within the Holy Land. After contemplating for a while, Xu Changge decided not to dwell on it and focused on her cultivation. The spiritual energy in the Wanyan Holy Land was already dense, and with the gathering array in the Dongshan Cave, Xu Changge's cultivation speed became extremely fast. Junior brother, this is for you. If you run out, remember to come back and get more from your senior sister. In the evening, Luo Huangxue casually tossed over 100 high-grade spirit stones onto the ground, being extravagantly generous. Thank you, senior sister. Xu Changge exclaimed joyfully, expressing her gratitude. Luo Huangxue nodded and turned to leave. 100 high-grade spirit stones were enough for Xu Changge to indulge for a long time. In the outside world, a single high-grade spirit stone could cause fierce conflicts. Even the inner sect elders of the Wanyan Holy Land would struggle to produce such a large number of high-grade spirit stones at once. Although Dongshan Peak had few people, it lacked resources. That night, relying on her previous life's experience and the high-grade spirit stones, Xu Changge cultivated to the peak of the condensation realm, just one step away from entering the Tao cultivation realm. A few days later, Xu Changge learned something and wanted to discuss it with her senior brother and senior sister. On the mountainside, her senior brother Wanhani and senior sister Luo Huangxue looked at Xu Changge and said, "Just speak your mind." Senior brother, senior sister, I heard that the battles among the peaks in the Holy Land are set to commence in 3 months, Xu Changge stated. The Wanyan Holy Land had 7 lineages, and to cultivate talent, every 10 years, a disciple battle would be held to enhance practical abilities. Additionally, if a disciple could claim the top position, their lineage would receive more resources in the following decade. Baitsu Peak was also one of the 7 lineages, but its existence was special. Anyone from the Holy Land could join Baitsu Peak and become a member. This meant that as long as one was excellent enough, they could be a disciple of other peaks and also a member of the Baitsu Guard. Only with the recognition of the head of Baitsu Peak could one become a Baitsu Guard. Many past high-ranking officials of the Holy Land, even the Holy Master, had spent some time in the Baitsu Guard. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush, Luo Huangxue said directly. Xu Changge shared her thoughts. I heard that the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land decided to abolish the lineage of Dongshan Peak. If senior brother and senior sister participate in the 7-peak battle, you will surely claim the top position and cut off the high rank's intentions. Junior brother, both your senior brother and I have been in the sect for 600 years. We are not qualified to participate in this battle, Luo Huangxue explained. Senior sister, don't lie to me. This time the 7-peak battle is different from before. It is said that all core disciples must appear, and anyone under 1,000 years of cultivation can participate. It is rumored that if one claims the first position among the core disciples, they can be titled Holy Son. The 7-peak battle features arenas for outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The battles among outer and inner disciples are not very interesting. Only the core disciple battles are the real highlights. Junior brother, you've only just arrived. How do you know so much? Luo Huangxue poked Xu Changge's forehead. Xu Changge smiled. I heard disciples from other peaks discussing these matters while I was fetching water down mountain. So you're trying to scheme against your senior brother and senior sister? Luo Huangxue glared at Xu Changge. Junior brother wouldn't dare. Xu Changge clasped his fists. All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just focus on your cultivation. Luo Huangxue wasn't genuinely angry and advised Xu Changge not to trouble himself with these issues. If possible, Xu Changge certainly did not want to get involved in such matters, as it was a thankless task. Xu Changge felt a bittersweet sensation in his heart whenever he thought about the destruction of the Wanyan Holy Land during the Eternal Night era in his past life. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of this homeland. Xu Changge was determined to do everything in his power to change the situation and put the Wanyan Holy Land back on the right track. The first step to changing the situation in the Wanyan Holy Land was to compete for the position of the Holy Sun. Only by obtaining the power of the Holy Sun could he gradually alter the circumstances and make the Wanyan Holy Land stronger. From Xu Changge's understanding of his senior brothers and sisters, any one of them could easily secure the position of the Holy Son. However, the eldest brother and the second sister adhered to the principle of survival and would never reveal their true strength unless absolutely necessary. For over 600 years, only two people in the Wanyan Holy Land knew the true abilities of Wanhani and Luo Huangxue. One was his master Yanqinyu, and the other was the gatekeeper, elder Shangwanguyan. It was clear that the eldest brother and the second sister had taken the principle of survival to the extreme, which was quite frustrating. Senior brother, senior sister, why don't you consider it? Xu Changge knew the hope was slim, but he still wanted to persist. Bored. Eldest brother Wanhani thought Xu Changge had some major issue, but it turned out to be such trivial matters. He turned around and went back to the mountain peak, staring at the sky alone, his back lonely. Boring. Luo Huangxue also lost interest, curling her lips slightly before turning to leave. Xu Changge was speechless. If it weren't for the future, he wouldn't want to deal with such matters. Xu Changge, the burden is heavy and the road is long. Xu Changge sighed softly, and in the end, this responsibility still fell on his shoulders. An unreliable master, unreliable senior brothers and sisters. Xu Changge silently complained in his heart, then descended the mountain to the main peak's assembly hall. Crossing the sea of clouds, Xu Changge arrived at a palace filled with a sea of people and many disciples. The main peak assembly hall handled all sorts of trivial matters within the Holy Land, including issuing bounty tasks, rewarding elders and stewards, and discussing matters. Xu Changge entered the main peak assembly hall and directly found an inner door elder presenting his identity jade tablet. Disciple of Dongshan Peak, Xu Changge. Participating in the Seven Veins War 3 months later. Disciple of Dongshan Peak? Here to participate in the Seven Veins War? For a moment, the large assembly hall fell silent, with pairs of eyes turning towards Xu Changge. Calculating the time, it had already been over 2,000 years since Dongshan Peak last participated in a war. The so-called Seven Veins War of the Wanyan Holy Land had actually only seen 6 veins competing over the years. You must be the new disciple of Dongshan Peak. The Seven Veins War requires the decree of each peak's head. As a new disciple, you are not qualified to represent Dongshan Peak. Just go back. An inner door elder looked at him with disdain. Chapter 41. Do you think Dongshan Peak has no one? The Seven Veins War was a serious matter. How could a new disciple be qualified to represent it? Everyone looked at Xu Changge with scornful and mocking eyes, showing no signs of concealment. Facing the cold stares of the crowd, Xu Changge remained unfazed and continued, according to the rules of the Wanyan Holy Land. Every inner door disciple of each vein is qualified to participate in battle. Why can't Dongshan Peak? Dongshan Peak had not participated in the Holy Land's wars for 2,000 years. When the head of Dongshan Peak, Yanqinyu, was still present, there was no reaction to this matter, which was considered a tacit acceptance. What qualifications do you, a newly initiated disciple, have to make decisions for the head of a peak? Moreover, Dongshan Peak has come to this point because of its own actions. If Dongshan Peak truly wishes to participate in this war, please let the head come forward. In a crowded place, the inner door elder reluctantly explained to Xu Changge to avoid losing face. You, an inner door elder, still want the head of a peak to come forward personally? Isn't that a bit excessive? Xu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Just for a matter of registering for battle, it couldn't go smoothly. It was easy to imagine how decayed the internal structure of the Wanyan Holy Land was. Presumptuous. This elder does things. How can you, a little brat, talk nonsense? The elder named Liang Zhongwei, a member of Jinhua Peak, was very angry, believing that Xu Changge was provoking his authority. Jinhua Peak was the top of the 7 veins, and the current Holy Master came from this peak. Liang Zhongwei held a high position, and other elders and disciples respected him greatly, which had cultivated his arrogant personality. Just now, Xu Changge had casually said something that had already made Liang Zhongwei unhappy. There were many elders like Liang Zhongwei. The Wanyan Holy Land had problems from top to bottom, and resolving them thoroughly was not a simple matter. Then, Liang Zhongwei prepared to expel Xu Changge. The other elders and disciples were happy to see this scene, with no one speaking out to stop it. as if they could already see Xu Changge being expelled in a sorry state. Some even prepared to use spirit stones to record the upcoming scene, saving it for later enjoyment, allowing more people to see the disgrace of the Dongshan Peak disciple. Xu Changge's expression darkened slightly. As long as this elder dared to act, the entire Holy Land would not have peace. Although the eldest brother was taciturn, if someone truly provoked Dongshan Peak, he would dare to fight even the Holy Master. Do not doubt the strength of the eldest brother Wanhani. In the vast Wanyan Holy Land, those who could defeat Wanhani were few, and at least the Holy Master was not among them. Do you really think Dongshan Peak has no one? At that moment, Luo Huangxue leisurely walked in. Who is she? The disciples exchanged glances, unsure of Luo Huangxue's identity, feeling puzzled. For many years, Luo Huangxue had not come down the mountain, so ordinary disciples naturally did not recognize her. I know, she's also a disciple of Dongshan Peak, brought back by the head of Dongshan Peak 600 years ago, a certain steward guest, looking at Luo Huangxue, who was dressed like a village girl. A disciple of Dongshan Peak actually looks like this? The crowd looked at Luo Huangxue, all showing disdainful expressions. The female disciples of the Wanyan Holy Land were not a single one as vulgar as Luo Huangxue. Luo Huangxue was dressed in plain clothes, her hair tied with a piece of coarse cloth, and she held a wooden basket containing several bright flowers. Dongshan Peak wishes to participate in the Holy Land War. The head's consent is required. You disciples are not qualified to represent Dongshan Peak, so hurry back. Inner door Elder Liang Zhongwei held a proud expression, looking down on the fallen disciples of Dongshan Peak. Luo Huangxue did not care about others' opinions and said to Liang Zhongwei, all disciples of Dongshan Peak can represent the will of Dongshan Peak. This is what my master said. Do you dare to ignore the words of the head of Dongshan Peak? Words without proof. How do I know you are not talking nonsense? The more the disciples of Dongshan Peak refused to back down, the more displeased Liang Zhongwei became, wanting to trip them up. Is this enough? Luo Huangxue took out a token from her basket. The token was engraved with the two characters Dongshan and emanated a terrifying aura. This token symbolized the authority of the head of Dongshan Peak. Seeing the head's token, the crowd gasped in shock. Liang Zhongwei's expression darkened. Although he looked down on Dongshan Peak, he did not have the courage to provoke the head's token. As long as Dongshan Peak was not abolished, the head's status would always be above the inner door elders of each peak. This was the rule. Enough, Liang Zhongwei said with a grim face, snorting lightly. Seeing this, Luo Huangxue casually tossed the token back in a basket and turned to Xu Changge. Junior brother, let's go back. Okay. Xu Changge did not expect Luo Huangxue to have been following him. Under the gaze of everyone, Xu Changge and Luo Huangxue returned to Dongshan Peak. Luo Huangxue guessed that Xu Changge would not give up on the Seven Veins War and had been paying attention to his movements. Sure enough, when Xu Changge descended the mountain, Luo Huangxue was worried he would be bullied and had been secretly following him. Inside a simple house of Dongshan Peak. This was the kitchen, usually used for brewing tea and cooking. Reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can already practice fasting and no longer needs to consume worldly food. However, Luo Huangxue has a craving and often cooks a few dishes for herself. If she gets the whim to brew a good pot of tea, then senior brother Wanhani will temporarily set aside his aloof and solitary demeanor and hurriedly come over to enjoy a cup of tea. Wanhani has only two hobbies in his life, drinking tea and comprehending the Tao. Ordinary tea doesn't interest him. But the tea brewed by second sister Luo Huangxue is extraordinary, made from the most tender flower buds and roots in the sea of flowers, infused with the essence of the Tao and fragrant. Why are you so concerned about this upcoming Seven Veins battle? Luo Huangxue poked Xu Changge's forehead and said irritably, if I don't come, you'll definitely be bullied. Xu Changge chuckled foolishly and said, sister, why don't you participate in this battle? I'm not going. It's too boring. I'd rather sleep more. Luo Huangxue firmly rejected. All right, I've still failed. Xu Changge was not surprised. He understood his sister's temperament too well. Luo Huangxue took out the talisman from the basket, walked step by step to a table in the kitchen, and muttered softly, our home is really poor. The table was slightly tilted and would shake with a gentle push. Luo Huangxue skillfully tucked the talisman under one corner of the table, stabilizing it so it wouldn't wobble anymore. Chapter 42. When the sky falls, their SA senior brother to support it, Xu Changge wanted to ask, is our home really poor? High-grade spirit stones are given casually, and there is a plethora of spirit herbs and treasures. A table can be exchanged in an instant. So why bother? Sister, how about we change the table? Xu Changge felt that placing the talisman in the corner of the table was somewhat inappropriate. If outsiders saw it, it would undermine their master's authority. No changing. Luo Huangxue seriously rejected the suggestion. This table matches well with our master's talisman. If we change the table, this talisman will lose its effect. Xu Changge was left speechless. It was clear that Luo Huangxue wanted to make fun of their master in a roundabout way, harboring deep resentment towards him. Sit down, sister will brew you a pot of tea. Luo Huangxue placed the basket on the table, then walked to a corner of the kitchen and began to prepare. Xu Changge glanced at the talisman supporting the table and, with his temperament, couldn't he help but smile wryly. In the Wanyan Holy Land, there are only 8 tokens symbolizing ultimate power, 7 for the heads of the veins and 1 for the Saint Master. Who could have imagined that the extremely important token of the East Dust Peak would be used as a table leg? If this news were to spread, it would surely cause quite a stir. After half an hour of busy work, Luo Huangxue brewed tea with the purest spirit spring water and ground flowers and herbs nurtured by spiritual water in the tea leaves. The process of brewing tea was extraordinarily quiet, every movement natural and pleasing to the eye. Just as the tea was ready, footsteps approached the door. Senior brother Wanhani pushed open the slightly ajar door, walked in slowly, and directly sat across from Xu Changge, silent and taciturn. Did I call for you? Luo Huangxue glanced at Wanhani, her disdain evident in her eyes. Wanhani seemed accustomed to Luo Huangxue's tongue and took no offense. Over the years, Wanhani had been like a stone, rarely chatting with Luo Huangxue to relieve boredom. Over time, Luo Huangxue became quite dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Wanhani, she would have long since knocked on the head of this taciturn fellow. Using a special technique, Luo Huangxue poured a cup of tea for Xu Changge and Wanhani. The spirit essence contained in the tea was absolutely comparable to a high-grade spirit stone. Importantly, while absorbing the spiritual energy from a high-grade spirit stone and converting it into one's own strength takes a long time. This cup of tea had already been processed by Luo Huangxue, allowing for easy absorption, nourishing the energy and enhancing cultivation. After drinking a few cups of tea, Wanhani put down his cup and looked deeply at Xu Changge. Xu Changge met Wanhani's gaze without backing down, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat heavy. After a long while, Wanhani's expression softened a bit. Since you've decided to do this, don't embarrass the East Dust Peak. Don't be afraid when facing challenges. The battle among peers depends on your own abilities. If the old fellows from other peaks dare to scheme against you, your senior brothers and sisters will seek justice for you. Yes, senior brother. Even though Xu Changge had ascended to the throne in his past life, hearing Wanhani's words once again stirred ripples in his heart. Xu Changge knew that Wanhani's usual silence and indifference to external matters were just to pursue a higher Tao. If the East Dust Peak were to encounter trouble, Wanhani would not stand by idly. Recalling his past life, Xu Changge had been bullied by the elders of various peaks because he was a disciple of East Dust Peak. Wanhani had said nothing at the time, but had directly gone to the main halls of the various peaks with his sword to reason with them. Since then, Xu Changge had never been bullied in the Wanyan Holy Land again. Everyone feared him. Xu Changge put aside his past thoughts. The only thing he needed to do now was participate in the Seven Veins battle 3 months later and establish the reputation of East Dust Peak. Xu Changge wanted to bring Lu Qing'er and Miao'er to the Wanyan Holy Land, which required a sufficiently high status and strength. Moreover, Xu Changge didn't want the Wanyan Holy Land to continue its internal strife. He wanted it to rise to a higher position. At least when the era of Eternal Night arrived, the Wanyan Holy Land would have the power to protect itself and not fall into a purgatory. The tea is finished. I'll take my leave. A pot of tea was little. Wanhani had barely taken a few sips before it was gone. Saying this, Wan Hani walked out the door without looking back, making Luo Huangxue so angry that she wanted to kick him. Of course, she could only think about it in her heart and didn't dare to act on it. One day, I will definitely give you a good beating. Luo Huangxue's lifelong wish was this pure and simple. As for whether it could be fulfilled, that would depend on fate. Although East Dust Peak was quiet, it had the taste of home, unlike other peaks that incessantly fought for rankings and benefits, which was meaningless. Xu Changge enjoyed this warmth, so he wanted to do everything he could to protect this land and not let the tragic outcomes reoccur. Today, Luo Huangxue specially brewed a cup of tea for Xu Changge because she noticed that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and wanted to give him a helping hand. In 3 months, Xu Changge needed to break through to the Dao cultivation realm to have a chance of achieving good results in the inner disciple competition. As for becoming a direct disciple of the vein, the procedures were extremely complicated. Not only did he need to gain the recognition of the head of the vein, but he also had to pass the test within the Holy Land, gaining the approval of more than half of the elders. Therefore, according to the rules of the Wanyan Holy Land, senior brother Wan Hani and second sister Luo Huangxue were merely inner disciples of East Dust Peak. 600 years ago, when Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue first entered, they had indeed considered participating in the core disciple assessment to strengthen East Dust Peak. However, their master, Yin Qinyu, had thwarted their intentions. The master once said, "My disciples can be accepted at will, without the need for those bastards in the Holy Land to agree. If you want to participate in the core disciple assessment, it's a waste of time. You might as well give me a massage." Since then, senior brother and second sister had become more and more like their master, as if they had opened up their meridians. Xu Changge returned to his cultivation cave, pondering about his master while meditating. He secretly said, "According to calculations, Master will probably return in no more than a year. How should I explain this to him?" Although the old man was usually lazy and somewhat unreliable, he was not foolish. Suddenly having me as a disciple would definitely raise his suspicions. Forget it. I want to think about it. If it really comes to that, I'll just have to threaten the old man. If he dares not to recognize me as his disciple, I will expose all the ridiculous things he has done. Xu Changge didn't want to add to his own troubles, so he quickly calmed his emotions and focused on his cultivation. Chapter 43. The Seven Veins Battle officially begins. For a whole 3 months, Xu Changge did not leave the cave for even a moment. This morning, Xu Changge's cultivation made another breakthrough. Boom! He reached the early stage of the hidden Dao realm. His internal organs contained the essence of the Dao, refining the Dao body, and could reach the highest spirit. Only by seeing through his own Dao repository could he ascend to the peak of the hidden Dao and step into the highest spirit. Countless cultivators in the hidden Dao realm were stuck at this level, unable to enter the highest spirit realm in their lifetimes. Only those who entered the highest spirit realm could truly be called experts, roaming freely between heaven and earth. With the strength of the early hidden Dao realm, Xu Changge felt more confident about the upcoming Seven Veins battle. He left the cave and continued to water the flower sea, everything as usual. A few days later, the Seven Veins battle officially began. This battle was different from the past. It was rumored that a new holy son would be selected among the core disciples. A new era had arrived, and the Wanyan Holy Land needed to choose a capable disciple to lead it to glory. Various forces received invitations from the Wanyan Holy Land and came to watch the battle. In the martial arts hall of the main palace of Wanyan Holy Land, smoke curled and it looked like a fairyland. At the top of the martial arts hall were rows of flawless jade thrones, where the high-ranking officials of various forces sat. The elders of the Holy Land entertained the representatives of these forces, aiming to showcase the new generation of the Wanyan Holy Land through this Seven Veins battle and intimidate all competitors. On Dongshan Peak, Xu Changge prepared to head to the main peak of the Holy Land, dressed in simple clothes and white boots, walking alone. Watching Xu Changge's back, the senior brother Wan Hani and the second sister Luo Huangxue stepped out from the shadows, each lost in thought. Our junior brother is not simple. Luo Huangxue sensed something extraordinary about Xu Changge. This feeling, although subtle, was captured by her. I contacted the old man, and he said he seemed to have taken on a disciple, confirming our junior brother's identity is indeed true. Wan Hani said, hands behind his back, pondering. Our junior brother is hiding something in his heart. He just entered the sect and is eager to participate in the Seven Veins battle, too impatient. Luo Huangxue had spent some time with Xu Changge and had never seen a flustered or confused expression on his face. He remained calm and composed. The more Xu Changge acted indifferent, the more curious Luo Huangxue felt. How could a newly entered disciple have such a resilient temperament? Everyone has secrets. Luo Huangxue wouldn't naively ask Xu Changge why he insisted on participating in the Seven Veins battle. She only worried that Xu Changge was unprepared and might get bullied in the battle. A few days ago, Wan Hani had contacted the head of Dongshan Peak, Yin Qingyu. After a brief exchange, Yin Qingyu admitted to having taken a disciple and urged Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue to take good care of the newly initiated junior brother. This was too strange. In this lifetime, Xu Changge had never met Yin Qingyu, let alone the matter of taking him as a disciple. However, Yin Qingyu surprisingly acknowledged Xu Changge's identity, which was quite puzzling. In a certain place in the vast world, a middle-aged man in plain clothes walked through the mortal realm, his face serious and emotions complex. This middle-aged man, with a stubbly beard, was none other than Yin Qingyu, the head of Dongshan Peak of the Wanyan Holy Land. Perhaps it was already destined in the dark. Yin Qingyu was a genuine sage. He sensed a slight change in the opportunity of heaven and earth some time ago. Following his heart, he arrived in this area, seemingly waiting for someone. But after waiting for a while, Yin Qingyu did not encounter the person he expected. Just a few days ago, his eldest disciple Wan Hani sent a message regarding Xu Changge. At first, Yin Qingyu was quite surprised, wondering when he had taken on a disciple. Why did he have no recollection of it? After being stunned for a long time, in order to avoid attracting Wan Hani's and outsiders' attention, he simply stated that he had drunkenly taken on a disciple once and couldn't quite remember it. Yin Qingyu brushed off the matter, looking up at the sky and murmuring, "To know the entry Dao techniques of my Wanyan Holy Land and to be able to carve out the Dao imprint of Dongshan Peak that I personally condensed. My chief disciple has an extraordinary background. The myriad causes and effects cannot be separated. I hope this connection is not a bad thing." Yin Qingyu could not deduce Xu Changge's true origins. The heavenly secrets were too vague. If he forced the calculation, he would definitely suffer a backlash. In the end, Yin Qingyu could only accept Xu Changge as his chief disciple, hoping it was a good fate. Unable to comprehend it, Yin Qingyu decided not to think about it anymore. He hid in a comfortable corner, lying down and drinking, enjoying life. Yin Qingyu did not want to go to watch the Seven Veins battle. It was all a bunch of pretentious people, and dealing with them was too exhausting. After the Seven Veins battle concluded, he planned to return to the Wanyan Holy Land to see what his inexplicably taken chief disciple looked like. At the main peak of the Holy Land, in the martial arts hall, Xu Changge entered at a leisurely pace, sitting in a secluded corner, waiting for his battle. "It is an honor for everyone to come to my Wanyan Holy Land." The master of the Wanyan Holy Land, dressed in a robe radiating a faint glow, exuded an imposing aura. Every gesture carried a sense of unparalleled majesty. Upon his appearance, he cupped his fists toward the guests from various forces. The master was named Wan Jundao, and his cultivation was at the peak of the highest spirit realm, extremely powerful. Behind Wan Jundao stood dozens of core elders, all of whom were of the highest spirit realm cultivation, not to be underestimated. After a round of insincere opening remarks, the strong for various forces took their seats. Master Wan Jundao signaled to the elder presiding over the Seven Veins battle. The elder took a few steps forward, overlooking the thousands of disciples standing in the martial arts hall, and with great momentum declared, "The Seven Veins battle officially begins. First, the outer disciples will compete, with opponents assigned randomly. The victors will advance. The defeated should not be discouraged. The road ahead is long, and there will be opportunities in the future." The elder's prestige was extremely high. As his words fell, the outer disciples began their matches in an orderly fashion, with no disturbances. The outer disciples' competition was not particularly exciting, and people's interest was lukewarm, but they could not leave. However, exceptions do exist. Some surprising situations could arise in the outer disciples' matches. For instance, A disciple with the initial cultivation of the pulse condensation realm defeated a disciple at the later stage of the same realm purely based on combat experience, catching the attention of several elders who looked pleased. Another disciple was able to multitask, instantly executing two completely different Dao techniques, leaving his opponent unprepared and quickly leading to their defeat. The outer disciples' competition reached its climax, with the disciples no longer holding back their hidden cards and strengths, making it increasingly exciting. Chapter 44. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then leave. Xu Changge sat in a corner of the martial arts hall, not drawing anyone's attention, watching the outer disciples of the Wanyan Holy Land battle it out. Xu Changge sighed inwardly. If the internal structure of the Wanyan Holy Land were not so decayed, these disciples would certainly receive better training and could become the backbone of the Holy Land in the future. Unfortunately, despite some disciples shining brightly with extraordinary talents, certain peaks would secretly sabotage these talented disciples if they could not obtain them, not wanting other peaks to succeed. This situation had persisted for thousands of years, and the internal strife within the Wanyan Holy Land had intensified. Sometimes, the elders from various peaks would even fight fiercely, let alone the hot-blooded disciples. Resolving this issue was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The only thing Xu Changge felt fortunate about was that although there was constant internal strife within the Wanyan Holy Land, when facing external powerful enemies, they united as one, vowing to defend against the invaders and never retreat. It is precisely this spirit of the Wanyan sacred land that makes Xu Changge believe there is still hope for it. In the following 7 days, the competitions among the outer disciples became increasingly exciting. Many disciples even directly gained the favor of the elders, and after the 7 veins battle concluded, they could directly become inner disciples, experiencing a tremendous change in their status and identity. On the 8th day, the competition for the outer disciples came to an end. The first place among the outer disciples was Linglong from Jinluan Peak, who excelled at using melodic sounds to daunt enemies and create illusions. Jinluan Peak has the strongest foundation among the 7 veins, and the current sacred lord also hails from Jinluan Peak. Over the years, the disciples of Jinluan Peak have become arrogant and their dispositions have changed. However, Linglong is like a breath of fresh air. He resembles an elegant scholar and speaks out whenever he encounters injustice within the sacred land. If it weren't for Linglong's talents, he would have been expelled from Jinluan Peak long ago. To know one cannot succeed, yet to try anyway, is either foolishness or wisdom. Clearly, Linglong is a wise man. Linglong was originally an infant, adopted by a steward of the Wanyan sacred land. Later, that steward was accidentally killed due to involvement in the internal faction struggles of the sacred land. Linglong was heartbroken and deeply saddened by this. From that moment on, he decided to change the Wanyan sacred land. Though I am but an ant, I possess an unyielding heart for the Tao. As long as I live, I will not abandon the beliefs I hold dear. Linglong stood in the center of the martial arts hall, facing the gazes of everyone without any fear. This disciple is indeed impressive. He must be well cultivated, thought the elders of Jinluan Peak with satisfaction, while the elders and disciples of other peaks were less pleased. In a corner, Xu Changge recognized Linglong, the righteous leader of the outer disciples, and silently thought, Linglong, it's been a long time. In the previous life, during the era of eternal night, it was this Linglong who won first place among the outer disciples, that led the Wanyan sacred land in its struggle against enemies. It is no exaggeration to say that without Linglong, the Wanyan sacred land would suffer a tremendous loss. Linglong's would influence many people in the future, and it was precisely because of this that the internal strife of the Wanyan sacred land began to improve gradually. Of course, all of this was from a previous life. Linglong was injured and was assigned by the elders of Jinluan Peak to a great place for recuperation. The next day, the competition among the inner disciples officially began. The first arena featured Zhongling from Jinluan Peak battling Feng Qiwen from Beike Peak. The second arena had Yang Yuan from Yudao Peak against Lu Xiaolu from Taohua Peak. The 100th arena saw Xu Changge from Dongshan Peak face Huangfu and from Jinluan Peak. One by one, the elders and stewards announced the matchups. and the disciples followed the arrangements of the sacred land to their respective arenas. When the name Dongshan Peak was mentioned, everyone's expressions changed. Those who had come to watch were also taken aback. Wasn't Dongshan Peak in decline for over 1,000 years? It had long been nominally existent. What was going on? Huangfu, and from Jinluan Peak, I have heard of this person. His strength ranks in the top 10 among the inner disciples of Jinluan Peak. Although Huangfu is nominally an inner disciple, he can actually be considered a core disciple, just without changing his identity token. Who is Xu Changge? Has anyone heard of him? It is said that Dongshan Peak recently got a new disciple who has only been in for a little over 3 months. To let a newly admitted disciple battle Huangfu and is simply setting Dongshan Peak up for failure, isn't it? Everyone was shocked, and most began discussing Dongshan Peak and Xu Changge, their curious gazes all falling on Xu Changge. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that this match was extremely unfair and had been deliberately arranged. If a disciple from Dongshan Peak lost in the first round, it would surely serve as an excuse for some to further solidify their resolve to abolish the Dongshan vein. If Dongshan Peak were abolished, the other 6 peaks would benefit and gain more resources. It could be said that the decision to abolish Dongshan Peak was practically set in stone. Xu Changge's battle against the well-known Huangfu was merely to make Dongshan Peak more embarrassed. No one present believed Xu Changge would win. They could already envision him leaving the arena in a disgraceful manner. You little brat, weren't you supposed to participate in the 7 Veins battle? I want to see how you lose, said Liang Zhongwei, the inner elder of Jinluan Peak, who arranged for Xu Changge to face Huangfu. 3 months ago, Xu Changge had offended Liang Zhongwei, who had been keeping an eye on him ever since. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Liang Zhongwei's mouth. He was eager to see Xu Changge embarrass himself and Dongshan Peak lose face. On the arena, Xu Changge and Huangfu faced each other, 1,000 meters apart. You should admit defeat. It could spare you some pain, Huangfu said to Xu Changge in a tone that suggested he was certain of victory, as if it were a concession. Huangfu was at the late stage of the Tao accumulation realm, making him one of the top inner disciples. Once the time was right, he would surely become a core disciple. Make your move. Xu Changge responded with indifference. What did you say? Huangfu narrowed his eyes in suspicion, his tone carrying a hint of threat. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. If it were a usual situation, Xu Changge could have disregarded the so-called face. But now, representing Dongshan Peak in battle, he could not remain silent. You're quite good, Huangfu said angrily, gritting his teeth. I want to see if your bones are as tough as your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu charged at Xu Changge with fierce momentum. He threw a punch at Xu Changge, intending to defeat him as quickly as possible and end this farce. Chapter 45. The path of the sword. Huangfu's offensive was extremely swift. The sound of air being broken echoed faintly. In the blink of an eye, Huangfu was in front of Xu Changge, his fierce punch containing terrifying Tao techniques. Xu Changge did not retreat a single step. Instead, he drew a 3-foot sword from his waist. Clang! As the sword rang out, Xu Changge thrust it toward Huangfu, who was charging at him. This sword was a spiritual weapon Xu Changge had casually taken from Dongshan Peak's treasury, and it should be sufficient for the 7 Veins battle. The Hanqing sword is an extraordinary divine weapon from the Linglong Tower. Ordinarily, it wouldn't be noticeable, but this is the Wan Yin sacred land. So it was possible that someone with keen eyesight could see the sword's exceptional quality, which would only add trouble. Thus, Xu Changge chose a suitable weapon for this 7 Veins battle. This 3-foot sword is named Luoxia, its blade a light red, resembling the afterglow of a sunset, radiating brilliance. With a single thrust, Xu Changge effortlessly blocked Huangfu's punch, remaining unfazed. A sword cultivator, Huangfu squinted slightly, sensing a trace of sharpness from Xu Changge's 3-foot sword. Huangfu's cultivation was far superior to Xu Changge's, so he did not regard Xu Changge as a serious opponent. Among the 3,000 paths, the sword is one of the most difficult to cultivate. It's easy to get started, but reaching the peak is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Countless self-proclaimed exceptional individuals have walked this path, yet they never truly entered the sword Tao in their lifetimes. Huangfu's words clearly indicated that he thought Xu Changge was overestimating himself. In the myriad realms, how many aspiring geniuses wish to achieve success in the sword path, only to fade into obscurity or switch to other paths? To succeed in the sword path, one either needs exceptional talent, being one in a billion, or a renowned master to guide them into the sword way. A disciple from Dongshan Peak daring to tread the sword path is utterly foolish. In Huangfu N's eyes, Dongshan Peak was merely a place for collecting scraps. Even if there were exceptionally talented disciples, Dongshan Peak lacked the qualifications to nurture them. It is said that 600 years ago, when the anomaly occurred with Wan Hani, all the Peak masters fought to recruit him, yet Wan Hani chose Dongshan Peak. Since then, Wan Hani has lived like an ordinary person, sitting atop the mountain daydreaming, seemingly becoming a waste. A few years ago, an elder visited Dongshan Peak and discovered that the top disciple, Wan Hani, was at the mid-stage of the Tao concealment realm, while the second disciple, Luo Huangxue, was at the early stage. Such cultivation levels were insignificant in the Wanyan sacred land. Little did you know, what you saw was merely what I wanted you to see. The disciples of Dongshan Peak are not as incapable as the legend suggests. Huangfu N and Xu Changge were engaged in battle, exchanging dozens of blows in just a short moment. Huangfu N, who primarily practiced fist techniques, unleashed each punch with the roar of a tiger and the momentum of a fierce tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable like a bamboo being split. Dongshan Peak is destined to decline. With this punch, Huangfu N exerted all his strength, and the aura of his fist faintly revealed the phantom of 7 ferocious tigers, their bloody mouths wide open and howling, instilling fear in onlookers. Xu Changge held the falling twilight sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze, making Huangfu N's speed appear increasingly slow, like a snail. How could the foundation of Dongshan Peak be understood by a group of frogs at the bottom of a well? Xu Changge spoke softly, his gaze becoming particularly sharp, the sword's momentum soaring to the heavens. The path of the sword can be categorized into technique, method, and intent. In other words, swordsmanship, sword methods, and sword intent. Swordsmanship and sword methods are the most fundamental aspects. Anyone with a bit of talent can step in with diligent practice. As for sword intent, it has blocked countless sword cultivators. There are thousands of sword intents, understood differently according to the heart of the sword practitioner, such as fire, water, darkness, light, etc. Only those who comprehend sword intent are qualified to climb the peaks of the sword path and become true sword cultivators, with a promising future. However, in today's world, there are very few who can grasp sword intent. In the vast Wanyan sacred land, the number of those who have comprehended sword intent does not exceed the number of hands, most of whom are elders who have gained insights after much time and accumulation. For Xu Changge, swordsmanship and sword methods were far too simple. As for sword intent, it naturally could not stump him. Let's not forget, in his previous life, Xu Changge reached the pinnacle of the great world, ruling over all. The sword control technique, the Tao methods within the Linglong Tower, are what Xu Changge practices in this life. With the heart guiding the sword, he and the sword become one. By condensing the sword heart, everything can become a sword. Slash. Xu Changge's momentum suddenly changed, and he slashed towards the aggressively approaching Huangfu N. In an instant, the sword light flashed, and before the falling twilight sword even reached Huangfu N, it had already shown signs of shattering his fist aura. In the next moment, the momentum of the 7 tigers charging dissipated, and the once powerful roars of the tigers vanished into thin air. Boom! The falling twilight sword struck Huangfu N squarely, breaking through his protective divine ability and causing blood to splatter on the spot. Thud! Huangfu N was sent flying by a single sword strike, landing at the edge of the arena, clutching his injured side, his face extremely grim. Huangfu N stared at Xu Changge, completely unprepared for the fact that he had been injured by him, nor did he anticipate the sharpness of the sword in Xu Changge's hand. The moment Huangfu N recalled his earlier mockery of Xu Changge, his face burned with shame. He could not lose. Losing to anyone was unacceptable, especially not to a disciple of Dongshan Peak. Huangfu N glanced at the elders of Jinluan Peak and noticed their expressions were somewhat grim. If Huangfu N were to truly be defeated by Xu Changge, Jinluan Peak would surely become a joke in the Wanyan sacred land, and he, Huangfu, and would become a disgrace to Jinluan Peak. With a heart set on fighting to the death, Huangfu dispelled his earlier dejection and stood up once more. Suddenly, his gaze turned extremely sharp, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Huangfu decided to use his hidden trump card, a means of self-preservation that even he could not fully control. Once unleashed, Huangfu would be unable to stop. Originally intended for dealing with life and death enemies, Huangfu could not afford to think of that now. He did not want to lose. If Xu Changge died in the arena, Huangfu would only face a few months of confinement as punishment. But if he lost to Xu Changge, he would undoubtedly be mocked by countless people. Xu Changge, you brought this upon yourself. I won't be to blame. Huangfu thought darkly to himself, stepping towards Xu Changge. Facing Huangfu, whose momentum was continuously rising, Xu Changge sensed a hint of threat. For the sake of so-called face, a friendly spar among peers had escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Xu Changge looked up and scanned the elders seated in high positions, none of whom intervened to stop this behavior. After a few breaths, Xu Changge tightened his grip on the falling twilight sword, his gaze sharp as a flame. Chapter 46. One sword defeats the enemy. Shocking the entire arena, the original intention of the Seven Veins battle was to enhance the fighting spirit of the disciples within the sacred land and increase practical experience. However, as time passed, the original intent of the battle had long been forgotten, becoming a path for the pursuit of fame and profit. Huangfu took out an iron bracelet and put it on his wrist. He immediately activated his Dao method, chanting a few incantations, and the bracelet instantly turned bright red, burning his wrist and merging with his flesh. Due to the bracelet, Huangfu felt immense pain, his face contorting. The bracelet stuck to Huangfu's wrist as if it had taken root. Visibly, his right hand had doubled in size, bright red, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing. 9 Tigers Thunder. Huangfu let out a low roar, condensing his life-saving and deadly divine ability, mercilessly charging towards Xu Changge. Boom! The arena trembled slightly, the floor sagging under Huangfu's force. This punch, like 9 ferocious tigers charging, seemed to carry the flash of thunder, exuding an incredibly terrifying momentum. Many people noticed the clash between Huangfu and Xu Changge, their expressions changing. Brother Huangfu actually used this move. Does he intend to take Xu Changge's life? The sect rules state that sparring among peers must not lead to life and death battles. This is merely an arena contest, so why go to such lengths? Xu Changge is doomed. Alas, numerous disciples whispered to each other, feeling pity for Xu Changge. Not a single elder stepped in to stop it. Perhaps some elders had the thought to intervene, but upon considering the consequences of interrupting the arena battle, they had to abandon the idea. Many core elders of the inner sect tacitly approved of this behavior. What qualifications did the ordinary elders have to intervene? Huangfu's punch was enough to make even peak Dao concealment realm cultivators retreat, not daring to take it head-on. This move drained all of Huangfu's spiritual energy, placing immense strain on his body. Huangfu could not care about the injuries he would suffer after the battle. He was solely focused on winning this contest, unwilling to lose to a disciple of Dongchen Peak. The sword wielder is a gentleman's weapon. Xu Changge looked down at the falling twilight sword in his hand, his expression calm in the face of Huangfu's terrifying punch. Just as Huangfu's punch was about to land on him, Xu Changge raised his sword, lightly thrusting it forward. The sword heart is clear. A single thought can enter the realm of intent. Xu Changge gently thrust out his sword, appearing plain and unadorned, yet containing an incredibly strong sword might. Boom! The sword light surged into the heavens, an anomaly manifested with brilliant rosy clouds. The might of the 9 Tigers' thunder was pierced by Xu Changge's single sword, shattering into nothingness. Huangfu was struck by backlash, his body flying back, spitting blood. Sword intent. In an instant, the observing elders and others were all stirred, exclaiming in shock. Xu Changge suddenly became the center of attention, with some elders expressing awe, others puzzled, and some showing serious and displeased expressions. The disciples of Jinluan Peak are not forbidden from losing, but they must not lose to a Dongshan peak that has declined for over 1,000 years. That would be too embarrassing. Xu Changge ignored the gazes of the crowd and slowly walked up to Huangfuan, his face expressionless. In the arena, life and death are left to fate. Some from Jinluan Peak twisted in their hearts, hoping Xu Changge would kill Huangfuan. Only in this way can the face of Jinluan Peak be preserved. If Huangfuan is allowed to live, as long as the world sees him, they will associate him with today's events, which would be a tremendous shame. In this battle, the disciple of Dongshan Peak, Xu Changge, wins. The elder presiding over the arena fights has been paying attention to this side and announced the result of the match according to the rules of the Holy Land. Xu Changge and Huangfu were only 5 meters apart, and the atmosphere was heavy. Just now, with that sword, you could have killed me. Why didn't you? Although Huangfu was very unwilling, he accepted his defeat and did not make excuses. What Huangfu did not understand was that, despite revealing his killing intent and fighting with all his might, Xu Changge showed mercy at a critical moment. Competing among fellow disciples is not a life-and-death enemy situation. There is no need to fight to the death. If it were a stranger, Xu Changge would definitely not hold back. But this is the Wan Yin Holy Land. Xu Changge's goal is not to destroy the future of the Wan Yin Holy Land, but to change the mindset of everyone in the Wan Yin Holy Land. Always remember one thing. Even if we are not brothers of the same lineage, we are still disciples of the Wan Yin Holy Land, connected in spirit. Internally, we can have competition and fights, but there must be a limit. Externally, we must work together to protect the peace of the Holy Land. Xu Changge's voice was not loud, but reached the ears of many. Some people heard Xu Changge's words and fell in a deep thought. Huangfu kept staring into Xu Changge's eyes and saw the clarity in them, which touched his heart the most. He knew that Xu Changge's words were not fake, but came from the heart. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, you must defeat all enemies ahead. Even if they are fellow disciples, you cannot show mercy. If you do, perhaps the one who loses will be yourself. Have the things I have insisted on all these years been wrong? Huangfu began to doubt himself. He had become a disciple of the Wan Yin Holy Land since childhood, constantly receiving the ideology of the elders, wholeheartedly pursuing the path, and opposing disciples from other peaks except for Jinluan Peak. Fists are not meant to be used against one's own people. Xu Changge glanced at Huangfu's bloodied right hand and said softly. Huangfu kept looking at Xu Changge, silent. Because of today's battle, Huangfu's worldview was shaken for the first time, and his gaze became somewhat confused. The one in the wrong is not Huangfu, but the entire upper echelon of the Wan Yin Holy Land. Even if Xu Changge killed Huangfu, it would not change anything. Starting today, he wants the Wan Yin Holy Land to gradually get back on track. Huangfu was taken aside by the disciples of Jinluan Peak to rest, and Xu Changge returned to the guest seating area, waiting for the next battle. The disciple from Dongshan Peak actually won. It was unbelievable. It was said that Xu Changge had only joined Dongshan Peak for a few months and could be this strong. Dongshan Peak only had him, so it couldn't make much of a splash. Ordinary disciples whispered among themselves, only knowing that Xu Changge won, but unable to understand more. Only the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land and the powerful figures of various factions sitting above knew how great Xu Changge's talent was. At such a young age, he had comprehended sword intent. With a little guidance, his future was limitless. What sword intent that little boy had comprehended was not seen clearly. A newly initiated disciple comprehended sword intent. Dongshan Peak was indeed lucky. Xu Changge suddenly attracted the attention of many powerful figures. Chapter 47, is this it? Xu Changge sat in a corner, surrounded by no one, standing out remarkably. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xu Changge, and waves of admiration came. Many disciples who had previously looked down on Xu Changge from Dongshan Peak believed he would surely embarrass himself, or even lose his life. Thousands of people did not expect things to take such a turn. Xu Changge defeated Huangfu from Jinluan Peak without a scratch. What shocked everyone even more was that Xu Changge had comprehended sword intent, and it was undeniable. Some people's hearts seemed to be tied to stones, constantly sinking. Others could not believe their eyes, as if struck by lightning, their bodies numb. The new disciple from Dongshan Peak actually defeated senior brother Huangfu. Everyone was stunned. Unable to speak for a long time, their reactions sluggish. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inner door elder Linglong Tower stood frozen like a piece of wood, trembling as he spoke. The battle between Huangfu and Xu Changge was arranged by Linglong Tower himself. Originally, Linglong Tower's plan was for Huangfu and to quickly suppress Xu Changge, severely stepping on the face of Dongshan Peak. However, the outcome was something Linglong Tower could not accept. In his view, Huangfu and S strength was enough to crush many inner door disciples. Dealing with a newly initiated disciple from Dongshan Peak should be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Linglong Tower overestimated Huangfu and underestimated Xu Changge. If possible, he wanted to pull this disciple into the Linglong Peak camp. With such a young age having comprehended sword intent, his future was limitless. A certain powerful elder from Linglong Peak proposed, and the other elders nodded in agreement. All the peaks had the same idea, wanting to pull Xu Changge into their own faction. The inner door disciples competition was still ongoing, and someone had already come to Xu Changge's side. Brother Xu, a charming female disciple, sat beside Xu Changge, her red lips like fire, features exquisite. I am Xu Yan, a disciple of Luoxia Peak. The elders of various factions saw this scene and all glared at the head, an elder of Luoxia Peak, criticizing them for acting so quickly and even sending a beautiful female disciple to act as a negotiator. It is often said that heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier. Is there something you need? Xu Changge turned to look at Xu Yan, unmoved by her beauty. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Xu just used the Luoxia sword, right? Xu Yan's smile had a captivating power, inciting impulsive thoughts. The Luoxia sword is originally our Luoxia Peak's treasured sword, but due to an unfortunate twist of fate, it was obtained by the head of Dongshan Peak and has not been returned until now. Today, seeing Brother Xu defeat an enemy with the Luoxia sword, perhaps this is fate. To show her respect for Xu Changge, Xu Yan addressed him as brother, hoping to draw closer their relationship. Let us talk business. Xu Changge maintained a cold demeanor, unperturbed. Also, your charm technique is not perfected yet. Don't think of enchanting me. If they're SA next time, don't blame me for being heartless. Xu Yan had been using her charm technique while speaking, intending to lower Xu Changge's defenses. Even after Xu Changge saw through and exposed her, Xu Yan did not feel embarrassed and continued to smile. Brother Xu obtained the Luoxia sword, indicating a connection with our Luoxia Peak. Why not join our Luoxia Peak? I assure you, you won't be disappointed. What are the benefits? Xu Changge did not immediately refuse. He was curious about what Luoxia Peak was willing to offer. Hearing this, Xu Yan thought the matter could be settled, and her smile grew even brighter. As long as Brother Xu is willing, regardless of the outcome of the inner door competition, you will become a personal disciple of the head. The resources of Luoxia Peak will definitely be tilted in your favor. Moreover, many of the junior sisters at Luoxia Peak admire you, wanting to seek guidance from you on swordsmanship. The meaning behind her last sentence was obvious. If someone else were tempted like this, not to mention agreeing, they would at least be moved. But Xu Changge remained as calm as water, not even raising his eyelids. Is this it? Does Brother Xu think it's not enough? Xu Yan asked. I'm already a disciple of the head of Dongshan Peak, and I lack for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. As for women, I'm sorry, but I already have a fiancée, so the conditions you mentioned, in my opinion, have no attraction at all, Xu Changge stated frankly. Xu Yan's smile became even more radiant. Hasn't Brother Xu heard a piece of news? After the Battle of the Seven Peaks concludes, the Holy Land will decide to abolish Dongshan Peak. In other words, it won't be long before Dongshan Peak ceases to exist. Where will Brother Xu go then? Xu Yan's words carried a hint of threat, urging Xu Changge to make a choice quickly. Who said Dongshan Peak would no longer exist? Junior sister, do not speak nonsense. Xu Changge chuckled lightly. This matter has been discussed by the Holy Master and the elders for many years, and they have reached a unanimous decision. Xu Xixiang, you should recognize reality. As she spoke, Xu Yan deliberately leaned a bit closer to Xu Changge, the faint scent of incense wafting in the air, stirring one's emotions. If this tactic worked on other young talents, it would certainly be effective. However, It was somewhat laughable for Luo Xiaopeak to use such clumsy charm and beauty tricks against Xu Changge. Xu Changge slowly turned to look at Su Yin, his gaze extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. When Su Yin met Xu Changge's eyes, she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, dark and devoid of light. In the next moment, Su Yin broke free from the illusion, her clothes damp with fragrant sweat, breathing heavily. Su Yin had just used her charm technique and fell into Xu Changge's heart realm, suffering a backlash. If Xu Changge wanted to deal with Su Yin, he could easily take the opportunity to hurt her. Su Yin's face lost its color, no longer daring to use her techniques on Xu Changge, her eyes darting. A bit terrified, I said, "Do not use charm techniques on me again. Your charm is still far from enough," Xu Changge warned. Su Yin gritted her teeth, not daring to retort. After a while, Su Yin mustered her courage and said, "Su Xixiang, you are exceptionally talented and powerful. But junior sister still wants to advise Xixiang. Among the entire Wanyan Holy Land, only Luo Xiaopeak is most suitable for your cultivation. You can raise any requests." Xu Changge did not respond. "Xixiang, take care of yourself." Having just suffered from her own technique, Su Yin did not want to stay there and turned to leave. Xu Changge's lips curled slightly. It was laughable that a little girl thought she could deal with him. The higher-ups in the Holy Land had been watching Xu Changge closely, and when they discovered that Luo Xiaopeak had suffered a setback, the people from other peaks gloated. How could a disciple capable of comprehending sword intent, with a firm Tao heart, be tempted by beauty? Soon, other elders from different peaks wanted to extend an olive branch to Xu Changge. However, time was running out. Xu Changge's next battle was about to begin. Therefore, everyone could only temporarily set aside their thoughts and see how Xu Changge would perform next. Xu Changge from Dongshan Peak faced Wang Hai from Yudao Peak. The Wanyan Holy Land had 7 peaks in total: Jinluan Peak, Beike Peak, Luo Xiao Peak, Yudao Peak, Luling Peak, Taohua Peak, and Dongshan Peak. Dongshan Peak had become virtually non-existent, and many had already forgotten about it. Today, due to Xu Changge's appearance, everyone was reminded of Dongshan Peak once again. I heard that the new disciple from Dongshan Peak is very strong and has comprehended sword intent. Is that you? On the arena, Wang Hai from Yudao Peak looked at Xu Changge, his fighting spirit high. Those who made it to the second round were not weak. Moreover, Wang Hai was quite famous in Yudao Peak. It was said that he was the next core disciple personally appointed by the peak's master, possibly even stronger than Huang Fuan. "It's me." Xu Changge looked at the familiar yet strange Wang Hai and nodded slightly. "I am a fire-type cultivator. I'm afraid your sword won't be effective." Wang Hai smirked, seemingly confident in his victory over Xu Changge. Xu Changge merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as neither Xu Changge nor Wang Hai made a move, both in a standoff. Wang Hai was searching for Xu Changge's flaws, wanting to defeat him in the shortest time possible so that he could use Xu Changge as a stepping stone to elevate his own fame. Who do you think will win this battle? The elders began to secretly place bets, looking for excitement. Xu Changge had comprehended sword intent, but given his age, it should not have fully formed, limiting his strength. Wang Hai, being proficient in fire techniques, could avoid close combat with Xu Changge, giving him a significant advantage. I bet on Wang Hai to win 30 top-grade spirit stones. Once a sword cultivator encounters a spell cultivator who can attack from a distance, their combat power is indeed considerably reduced. Moreover, Wang Hai was recognized as the core disciple by Yudao Peak's master and had been secretly guided a few times. Thus, his chances of winning were quite high. Do you really understand what a true sword cultivator is? A sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent cannot be easily countered. If Xu Changge were to fight Wang Hai on equal footing, the winner would definitely be Xu Changge. However, Wang Hai's cultivation level was higher than Xu Changge's, making the outcome uncertain. Wang Hai was in the late stage of the Daoan cultivation realm, proficient in fire control techniques. The battle between Xu Changge and Wang Hai attracted not only many disciples, but also drew the attention of the Holy Master and the heads of various peaks. Go! Seeing that Xu Changge had not moved, Wang Hai found it difficult to spot Xu Changge's flaws. Therefore, he decided to strike first, forcing Xu Changge to react and trying to find an opening. Wang Hai flicked his finger, sending a fist-sized fireball flying towards Xu Changge at great speed. Xu Changge merely waved his 3-foot sword lightly, effortlessly blocking the fireball. Can you block one fireball? Can you block a bunch? Wang Hai, confident of victory, decided to stop testing and prepare to get serious. Wang Hai used both hands to channel his spirit technique, instantly condensing dozens of fireballs behind him, infused with the might of the Daoin cultivation realm. With a flick of his right hand towards Xu Changge, dozens of fireballs surged forward in an instant. Chapter 48. The sword can cut everything. Xu Changge was surrounded by fireballs on all sides, with no way to evade, forced to confront them head-on. Even if he could evade, Xu Changge would not. Since I have decided to tread this path and wish to restore the glory of the Wanyan Holy Land, I cannot take a single step back. On the arena, Xu Changge aimed to showcase his own style and to make the world recognize Dongshan Peak once more. The sword is sharp and can cut everything. Xu Changge's sword intent was formless and shadowless, with a slight movement of the 3-foot sword in his right hand. He shattered the first fireball that rushed towards him into pieces. As dozens of fireballs fell, they seemed fierce and threatening. Yet they did not harm Xu Changge in the slightest. When the flames dissipated, Xu Changge stood still, one hand behind his back, the other holding the sword. Wang Hai, seeing his techniques easily blocked by Xu Changge, furrowed his brow slightly, finally revealing a hint of seriousness. Since Xu Changge could defeat Huangfu and from Jinluan Peak, his strength was certainly not weak. With this thought, Wang Hai soared into the air, flames erupting from his body, quickly engulfing the entire arena. This was not ordinary fire, but spiritual fire that Wang Hai had refined over many years. Xu Changge, it's still not too late to admit defeat. You talk too much. Xu Changge glanced at Wang Hai, retorting without courtesy. At these words, Wang Hai's expression darkened, feeling quite displeased. Seeking death, Wang Hai's face twisted slightly, and the overwhelming flames instantly engulfed the entire arena, swallowing Xu Changge. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. On the arena, Wang Hai would not hold back. This arena, ablaze with spiritual fire, attracted many gazes. Everyone saw the entire arena engulfed in flames, while Wang Hai stood in the void. As for Xu Changge, he had long been consumed by the flames, presumably struggling against the fire. I said, Xu Changge has just comprehended sword intent. He cannot possibly compete with Wang Hai, who is proficient in fire techniques. If it were close combat, Xu Changge would have a great chance of winning, but alas. An elder stroked his beard, expressing his views. Our Wanyan Holy Land has not produced such a talented sword cultivator in many years. We must not harm his life. A neutral elder was very worried about Xu Changge's safety, not wanting the Holy Land to lose a good seedling. Over the years, due to the rivalry among the peaks, many talented disciples have met tragic ends. If it were not for this, the strength of the Wanyan Holy Land would surely rise to a new level. Once on the stage, life and death depend on fate, and outsiders cannot intervene. Unless Xu Changge admits defeat, the rules of the Holy Land cannot be violated. Liang Zhongwei, the elder of the inner sect of Jinluan Peak, bluntly dispelled the thoughts of some elders who wanted to save Xu Changge at a critical moment. This time, Xu Changge's battle with the fire practitioner Wang Hai happened to encounter a counter. Was it really just a coincidence? Liang Zhongwei valued his reputation and did not want Xu Changge to shine too brightly, so he naturally had to secretly exert some means. In fact, many elders were aware of this situation, and even the Holy Master and the various sect leaders noticed it, but no one intervened in Liang Zhongwei's actions. Rest assured, if it comes to a crisis, the Holy Land will not let such a talented disciple fall. The leader of Jinluan Peak spoke up, wanting to take this opportunity to suppress Xu Changge's momentum and then save him at the critical moment. Once Dongshan Peak is dissolved, Jinluan Peak can use this as a pretext to make Xu Changge a disciple of Jinluan Peak. Except for Beak Feng. The leaders and elders of each faction have their own agendas, and internal strife is quite serious. Beak Feng has always adhered to the will and rules of the Holy Land, and if disciples out training encounter danger, the Baikwei will definitely assist with all their might and cannot be negligent. Therefore, Beak Feng has a very good relationship with the various factions and can be considered a refreshing current in the Wanyan Holy Land. The people of the various factions do not provoke Beak Feng. The days ahead are long, and they will always need to interact with Baikwei. Moreover, to step into the higher levels, one must go to Beakfeng to gain experience and polish. Everyone, the seven-faction war is to temper the disciples, not for selfish desires. This point, please remember. The leader of Beakfeng, who usually does not inquire about worldly affairs, surprisingly spoke this time. When the leader of Beakfeng spoke, the others dared not ignore it, and all expressed their understanding. However, while they said they understood on the surface, they did not take it to heart. The leader of Beakfeng sighed inwardly. Although he was the leader of a faction, many times he felt powerless. The only thing he could do was to keep himself awake and not fall into the abyss. On the stage, Wang Hai continuously manipulated the spirit fire to attack Xu Changge. Amidst the flames, Xu Changge condensed hundreds of sword lights, swirling around him to block the surging spirit fire. But if this continued, the sword array formed by the 100 sword lights would surely be eroded by the flames, and could not be delayed. Forget it. It can't be hidden forever. Xu Changge originally wanted to conceal some means to confuse the eyes of the crowd. After pondering for a while, Xu Changge decided to strike with thunderous force and display the unparalleled style of a sword cultivator. Sword control technique decree. Xu Changge's eyes flashed with sharp sword light as he raised his sword and struck down. Boom! As the 3-foot sword fell, the raging flames on the stage were directly split in two, revealing a path. Xu Changge walked out of the sea of fire, unharmed by the flames, his clothes fluttering. Sword intent. Only by comprehending sword intent can one split the spirit fire with a single strike. Countless eyes fell on Xu Changge. Feeling the strand of sword intent in the void, pondering it carefully, the crowd could not discern what kind of sword intent it was. It was blank, pure like water, yet seemed to carry the essence of a gentle breeze, even with a hint of thunder. Truly strange. The crowd was quite puzzled, frowning secretly. Seeing Xu Changge split the sea of fire with a sword, Wang Hai's pupils instantly contracted, and he immediately used his signature technique, no longer hiding his strength. 5 elements flame fire go. A faint red flame appeared in the palm of Wang Hai's right hand, merging into the other flames, instantly forming a red sea of fire. Roaring like a beast, its might several times stronger than the previous flames. The Tao fire born from the earth and sky. The crowd exclaimed. The laws of the world are wondrous, able to give birth to various things containing terrifying power, such as Tao fire, spirit water, and treasures of the 5 elements, etc. The foundation of Yudao Peak is not shallow. Many disciples within the Holy Land showed envious gazes. Whoosh! The falling sunset sword in Xu Changge's hand suddenly slipped from his grip and shot up into the sky. Chapter 49. You owe me a life. The falling sunset sword broke through the flames, spreading from all directions like flowing water, rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving a remnant shadow. Xu Changge's right hand formed a sword with his fingers, slicing sideways. Whoosh! The fingers like a sword swept out a white light, forming a barrier. Wang Hai pointed at Xu Changge, and the 5 elements flame fire lunged at Xu Changge like a ferocious beast, corroding the stage and distorting the void. Xu Changge was finished. The might of Tao fire was not something he could withstand. At a critical moment, it was necessary to intervene and save him. The Holy Land could not afford to lose such a talented disciple. How did the sword in Xu Changge's hand slip out? What kind of Tao technique is this? Or did Xu Changge give up? At this moment, everyone looked at the Tao fire conjured by Wang Hai, which was fiercely attacking Xu Changge. They also saw the falling sunset sword in Xu Changge's hand soaring into the sky, unaware of its intent. The Tao fire had overwhelming power, instantly submerging the entire stage. It's over. Countless people saw this scene and revealed expressions of sorrow and regret. In the shadows, Wan Hani, the senior brother of Dongchen Peak, and the second sister, Luo Huangsu, had been observing secretly, unnoticed by anyone. Luo Huangsu, still dressed like a village girl with freckles on her face, asked, Senior brother, do you think Changge can win? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Wan Hani retorted. The two maintained calm expressions. Even watching Xu Changge being engulfed by the Tao fire, they felt no concern, remaining quite indifferent. With their strength, they could sense that Xu Changge's aura had not fluctuated significantly. This meant that Xu Changge was under no pressure. Our junior brother always seems mysterious. Luo Wangsu had inquired about Xu Changge's background and learned that he came from a remote little town. She expressed great doubt about whether someone from such a place could possess this demeanor and temperament. Perhaps some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth. Regardless of what secrets he holds, it does not change the fact that he is a disciple of our Dongchen Peak. Other matters need not be considered, Wan Hani said coldly. Luo Wangsu agreed with Wan Hani's words, nodding slightly. Then, the two looked back at the stage where Xu Changge was, their gazes sharp. On the stage, many believed Xu Changge was bound to lose. The disciples of Yudao Peak even prepared to cheer, their faces radiating victory. However, the higher-ups in the Holy Land and the strong from various factions noticed something unusual, all displaying strange expressions. They had just used their spiritual sense to probe the situation within the Dao fire and discovered that Xu Changge had actually not been harmed by the Dao fire. Even his clothes remained intact. The disciples naturally could not perceive the situation within the raging Dao fire, thinking that Xu Changge was about to be defeated. Those who thought this way included Wang Hai, who had unleashed the Dao fire. Wang Hai watched Xu Changge on the stage while remaining alert to the falling sunset, sword soaring into the sky. Strangely, the falling sunset sword hovered in the clouds, showing no sign of action for the moment. As for Xu Changge, there was not a single sound of despair. The level of Dao fire was too weak. Xu Changge had once controlled the ultimate Dao fire of all realms. How could he be harmed by a mere 5 elements flame fire? Xu Changge's voice slowly emerged as he manipulated the burning Dao fire beside him, as if opening door after door effortlessly. At this moment, the original flame of the 5 elements flame fire in Wang Hai's right hand began to tremble gently, as if sensing some terrifying aura. Xu Changge, bathed in flames, pointed with his right hand and uttered a single word, slash. With a swish, as Xu Changge's words fell, his thoughts stirred, and the falling sunset sword suspended in the clouds instantly locked onto Wang Hai, transforming into a streak of flowing light. In an instant, the situation on the arena changed dramatically, and Wang Hai found himself somewhat at a loss. Defend. Wang Hai immediately summoned fire-based supernatural powers to form a series of protective fire shields in front of him, using all his strength without holding back. The falling sunset sword, carrying Xu Changge's intent, surged with sword energy and fiercely stabbed into the first fire shield. As expected, the first fire shield conjured by Wang Hai was shattered by the sword intent, crumbling like dried weeds. Following that, the second and third shields were destroyed as well. The might of the falling sunset sword did not diminish despite the barriers of the fire shields, shattering more than 70 fire shields, unstoppable. Wang Hai's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. He kept retreating, continuously conjuring fire shields for defense. However, the power of the falling sunset sword seemed inexhaustible, making it impossible to deplete its sword might. Ultimately, Wang Hai could no longer gather supernatural powers due to the depletion of his spiritual energy, and could only watch helplessly as the falling sunset sword pierced towards him. Not good. An elder from Yudao Peak wanted to intervene to stop the battle, fearing that Wang Hai would die beneath this sword. If Wang Hai fell, it would be a tremendous loss for Yudao Peak. No need to intervene. The head of Beitsu Peak stopped some elders from Yudao Peak and said softly, "This disciple from Dongchen Peak has no intention to kill." Because of the head of Beitsu Peak's words, Yudao Peak missed the opportunity to stop the battle and could only watch helplessly. Wang Hai wanted to shout for surrender, but there was no time. Am I going to die? At this moment, Wang Hai smelled the scent of death, as if he saw himself stepping into the gates of the underworld. Cold sweat poured down his body, soaking his clothes. Xu Changge's right hand tilted slightly, and the trajectory of the falling sunset sword instantly changed. According to the original sword path, the falling sunset sword would have surely pierced Wang Hai's heart. But as Xu Changge's thoughts shifted, the falling sunset sword deviated slightly, reducing its power by more than half, and instead stabbed into Wang Hai's shoulder. Ah! Wang Hai cried out in pain and fell to the arena with a thud, looking very disheveled. After injuring Wang Hai, the falling sunset sword autonomously withdrew and soared back to Xu Changge's hand. Xu Changge looked down at Wang Hai on the arena. "You owe me a life." Wang Hai coughed up blood and managed to stand up trembling. I didn't ask you to go easy on me. In a battle among fellow disciples, it should stop here, Xu Changge said. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai fell silent. All along, Wang Hai had adhered to the brutal reality of the path of cultivation, believing the principle that it was either you die or I die. In his youth, Wang Hai had once thought about finding a true friend within the sacred land to discuss the Tao and enjoy tea together. But gradually he abandoned that thought, developing hostility towards anyone he encountered, including his fellow disciples. Why aren't you burnt? Wang Hai could accept the fact that he lost, but he couldn't understand why Xu Changge was unharmed by the fire. As long as the fire in my heart is strong enough, it will be impervious to all flames, Xu Changge said patiently. Hearing this, Wang Hai was stunned, as if he had touched upon something that was close yet distant. Wang Hai immersed himself in his own world. Everything around him seemed blank, while he sought a way out in this blank state of consciousness. Has he had an epiphany? The onlookers watched as Wang Hai suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes turning white, and his body radiating a layer of Tao rhythm. Seeing this, the elders from Yudao Peak immediately guarded Wang Hai's side, preventing any unexpected disturbances to his enlightenment. The elder from Yudao Peak looked at Xu Changge with a gentle gaze, filled with kindness. If Xu Changge hadn't shown mercy, the pride of Yudao Peak would have surely fallen. Dying on the arena, Yudao Peak would have been helpless against Xu Changge. Xu Changge stood on the arena, stunning everyone. No one dared to underestimate this new disciple from Dongshan Peak anymore. In that brief moment, Xu Changge changed the trajectory of the sword, a feat that could only be achieved with great mastery over the soul and consciousness. The head of Beitsu Peak developed a strong interest in Xu Changge. What kind of sword technique is this? Observant people could see that once the falling sunset sword left Xu Changge's hand, it seemed to become a part of him. As long as Xu Changge's thoughts changed, the falling sunset sword would also change simultaneously. This realm is what countless sword cultivators dream of, the unity of man and sword, with a clear sword heart. A sword genius. Heaven bless our Wanyan sacred land. Some elders within the sacred land sighed in their hearts, grateful that a prodigy like Xu Changge had become a disciple of Wanyan sacred land. Half an hour later, Wang Hai woke up. Because of Xu Changge's words, Wang Hai gained a deeper understanding of the fire path. The control of fire is no longer about how rare and powerful the flames are, but about the heart of the Tao. I owe you a life, and I will repay it in the future, Wang Hai said, looking at Xu Changge standing on the arena, gritting his teeth. Xu Changge gently lifted the corner of his mouth and nodded. Wang Hai was taken to a safe place by the elders of Yudao Peak to recover and was advised not to go out for a while. In this battle, Xu Changge once again proved himself with strength. Everyone knew that Xu Changge, the new disciple from Dongshan Peak, was a highly gifted sword genius whose strength could not be underestimated. Xu Changge's talent was exceptionally high, but his cultivation level was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, this intersect battle would surely be quite a spectacle. Although Xu Changge displayed extraordinary combat power, people only marveled at his talent and did not believe he had the strength to compete for the top position. A disciple from Linglong Peak was recognized as the strongest among the 7 intersections. This person was secretly the direct disciple of the head of Linglong Peak, which had never been publicly declared. To be precise, this disciple was actually the big senior brother among the intersect disciples of Linglong Peak, and many core disciples were not a match for him. If it weren't for this intersect competition, this disciple's cultivation would have long since broken through to the extreme spirit realm. Even being half a foot into the threshold of the extreme spirit realm would be enough to stand on equal footing with some intersect elders. Pei Xiao, the big disciple of Linglong Peak, was at the peak of the Yuan Dao realm. The rules of Wanyan's sacred land state that only those in the early stage of the Yuan Dao realm can become intersect disciples, while those in the late stage can become core disciples. To become a core disciple, one must obtain the consent of the head and the recognition of many elders. In fact, many intersect disciples who have reached that level, due to time constraints, still bear the title of intersect disciples, while their strength is no weaker than that of core disciples. Some of the rules of Wanyan sacred land have been exploited by the elders of various peaks to seek benefits. Pei Yishao, as the big senior brother of Jinluan Peak, was no match for many core disciples. However, for the sake of reputation and benefits, Jinluan Peak continued to let Pei Yishao participate in battles under the identity of an inner sect disciple. In the following battles, Liang Zhongwei, an inner sect elder from Jinluan Peak, was too afraid to continue sabotaging and randomly chose his opponents. Xu Changge was fortunate. His opponents in several battles were relatively weak, far inferior to Wang Hai from Yudao Peak. It was not that Liang Zhongwei did not want to sabotage, but that he dare not do so. Although Wanyan sacred land had become somewhat decayed, the emergence of a highly gifted prodigy made the heads of various peaks cautious. The head of Jinluan Peak warned Liang Zhongwei to restrain his actions and observe the changes quietly. Days later, the intersect competition entered a heated stage. Only 4 people remained to compete for the first place in the intersect competition. During this time, elders from various peaks secretly approached Xu Changge, hoping to win him over to their respective peaks. Xu Changge rejected all of them. Disciple Xu Changge of Dongshan Peak faces off against disciple Xu Yuan of Luoxia Peak. Disciple Pei Yishao of Jinluan Peak goes against disciple Sun Furue of Luling Peak. An elder announces, in the grand main hall of the Wanyan sacred land, 2 arenas are formed. The arenas are circular, surrounded by barriers. Xu Changge's opponent is Xu Yuan from Luoxia Peak, a woman with a veil, graceful and alluring. I am Xu Yan's sister. Xu Yuan looks at Xu Changge with some hostility. Xu Changge recalls that Xu Yan is the one who invited him to join Luoxia Peak a few days ago. She was affected by a backlash after using charm magic. Clearly, Xu Yuan intends to avenge Xu Yan and will not let Xu Changge off easily. The sword in your hand is the treasure of Luoxia Peak. I advise you to put it away. The master of Luoxia Peak once made a bet with Yin Qingyu, and the Luoxia sword ended up in Yin Qingyu's possession, carelessly tossed into the treasure vault of Dongshan Peak. Xu Yuan's cultivation is at the peak of the Yundao realm, a core disciple by designation. The master of Luoxia Peak taught Xu Yuan the incantation to control the Luoxia sword, specifically for dealing with Xu Changge. Are you sure? Xu Changge looks at the Luoxia sword in his hand. Xu Yuan forms hand seals and recites a spell. Whoosh! The Luoxia sword flies uncontrollably from Xu Changge's hand, then is sealed by a barrier, landing in Xu Yuan's grasp. Xu Yuan lifts her proud neck, looking at Xu Changge with disdain. Without your sword, what makes you think you can fight me? Xu Changge seems to have anticipated this, showing no surprise. The Luoxia sword is indeed a treasure of Luoxia Peak, long lost. This time, Xu Changge brought the Luoxia sword to battle in order to return it to Luoxia Peak and ease the relationship between Dongshan Peak and Luoxia Peak. The sword is not about its form, but its intent. Su Jin is my Fi Li. Chapter 51. Clarity of the Sword Heart. Controlling the sword with the heart, everyone watches as the Luoxia sword is taken by Xu Yuan, who seals it with Luoxia Peak spells, making it impossible for Xu Changge to regain it anytime soon. For a sword cultivator, to lose control of their sword is truly laughable. A sword cultivator without a sword is like a tiger without teeth. This battle, Xu Changge is sure to lose. The fact that a disciple from Dongshan Peak has made it this far has surprised everyone. Even if Dongshan Peak is abolished, Xu Changge will undoubtedly have a bright future. Some feel pity for Xu Changge. If he hadn't used the treasure of Luoxia Peak, he wouldn't have lost it so easily to Xu Yuan. Most, however, believe Xu Changge to be quite foolish, knowing the Luoxia sword belongs to Luoxia Peak, yet still using it against Xu Yuan, a disciple of Luoxia Peak. Is Xu Changge truly a fool without sense? Some elders of Wanyan's sacred land stare at Xu Changge on the arena, doubting that a prodigy who has comprehended sword intent would overlook this detail. There must be deeper meaning behind it. The masters of each peak glance at the master of Luoxia Peak, pondering. Xu Changge's actions clearly indicate he intends to return the Luoxia sword to Luoxia Peak. Could it be that he has decided to switch allegiance to Luoxia Peak? The master of Luoxia Peak is equally perplexed, unable to decipher Xu Changge's intentions for now. For a sword cultivator, the most important thing is not the sword in hand, but the sword in the heart. Xu Changge remains calm, showing no signs of panic despite losing the Luoxia sword. Xu Yuanyuan looks at Xu Changge, who appears indifferent, unsure where his confidence comes from. Let us see what you can do. Xu Yuanyuan wields a deep red whip, which seems out of place with her attire. In the blink of an eye, Xu Yuanyuan is 100 meters away from Xu Changge, and as she swings her whip, it elongates, ready to strike Xu Changge. Xu Changge remains unperturbed, lightly stepping down with his right foot, creating a shallow pit in the arena floor. Immediately, he picks up a piece of shattered stone that has cracked from the floor with his right hand. Xu Changge imbues the stone with his sword control technique and flicks his finger. Whoosh! The stone strikes Xu Yuanyuan's whip just as she swings it, causing her to stagger back a few steps, her expression changing slightly. Without the sword, how can Xu Changge still exhibit sword intent? A piece of rock. Xu Yuanyuan stares at the piece of stone floating in the air, sensing a wisp of sword intent emanating from it, incredulous. Xu Changge uses his heart to control the stone, transforming this ordinary rubble into a sharp sword, thrusting towards Xu Yuanyuan. Xu Yuanyuan immediately swings her whip to repel the stone. Smash! As Xu Yuanyuan strikes, the stone shatters into dust, scattering in the wind. The pieces of stone beneath Xu Changge's feet begin to rise into the air, roughly counting more than 30. In just a few breaths, Xu Changge seems to connect with the 30-plus pieces of stone. Go. In an instant, the stones fly like swords, the chilling sword intent making Xu Yuanyuan shiver, involuntarily causing her to tremble. Xu Yuanyuan does not dare to be careless, focusing intently on the current situation. Each time Xu Changge lightly points with his right hand, a piece of stone shoots towards Xu Yuanyuan, the sword intent sharp and swift. Bang, bang, bang. One piece after another crashes towards Xu Yuanyuan, making her feel particularly strained. According to Xu Yuanyuan's expectations, without the Luoxia sword, Xu Changge should be an easy target, so why can he still display such formidable sword intent? Moreover, what astonishes Xu Yuanyuan even more is that she cannot see through what sword intent Xu Changge has comprehended. Xu Changge's sword intent is like a blank sheet of paper. As long as he wishes, he could draw any pattern he desires on it. However, Xu Changge has yet to make a mark, and no one can discern what sword intent he has comprehended, only watching quietly. Xu Yuanyuan from Luoxia Peak obviously has a higher cultivation level than Xu Changge. Why has she fallen into a disadvantage so quickly? Four-sword cultivators, once they walk their own path and comprehend sword intent, they can fight beyond their level. Xu Changge's ability to contend with Xu Yuanyuan, whose cultivation is higher, does not surprise me. What puzzles me is why Xu Changge's combat ability has not declined without a sword. Using stones as swords, this is a first for me. Controlling the sword with the heart requires immense mental strength. The higher-ups of the sacred land and powerful figures from various factions have developed a strong interest in Xu Changge. In a corner of the main hall arena, Wan Hani of Dongshan Peak and Luo Huangxue hide in the shadows, watching the events unfold on the arena, repeatedly astonished by Xu Changge. Our junior brother is truly surprising. Luo Huangxue previously thought Xu Changge was a newly admitted disciple and was afraid he would be bullied by others. Now it seems Luo Huangxue was overthinking. Is he a prodigy born for the sword, with a clear sword heart? Wan Hani, a genuine sword cultivator, immediately recognizes Xu Changge's extraordinary qualities, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Although Wan Hani has long reached the state of clarity of the sword heart, at Xu Changge's age, he was still a naive child, merely imitating sword techniques without touching sword intent. Senior brother, I've known you for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you lose your composure. Luo Huangxue quietly remarks, catching the surprise in Wan Hani's eyes. In Luo Huangxue's memory, Wan Hani has always been a taciturn person, very somber. 600 years ago, Wan Hani forcibly broke through the sacred path, causing a manifestation of phenomena, at which point the masters of the various peaks appeared. Faced with the higher-ups of the sacred land, Wan Hani remained calm and composed, rejecting them one by one, ultimately choosing Dongshan Peak. Over the years, Wan Hani occasionally went out for a walk, but most of the time he sat atop Dongshan Peak, gazing at the sun and moon, indifferent to worldly affairs. Wan Hani's personality was very aloof, few people or events could influence his emotions. His junior brother's sword intent was pure. As long as he wished, he could follow any path of swordsmanship. To outsiders, Xu Changge had just comprehended sword intent and had not yet stabilized it. However, in Wan Hani's eyes, it was entirely different. Xu Changge was not on an ordinary path of swordsmanship, but was aspiring towards a higher pinnacle of swordsmanship. The old man had always been lazy, and this new disciple he took in was truly remarkable. Luo Huangxue directly spoke ill of her cheap master without any reservations. If Wan Hani regarded Yin Qingyu as a mentor, then Luo Huangxue treated Yin Qingyu as a cheap old father. When Luo Huangxue was a little girl, her parents and relatives all died due to famine, and she narrowly escaped death with her tenacious vitality, wandering the wilderness. Just as she was about to starve to death, she encountered Yin Qingyu, who saved her. From then on, Luo Huangxue followed Yin Qingyu and gradually grew up. When she turned 18, Yin Qingyu brought her back to the Wanyan sacred land, officially becoming a disciple of the sacred land. However, although Yin Qingyu brought Luo Huangxue to Dongchen Peak, he did not teach her how to cultivate. According to Yin Qingyu, he only hoped that Luo Huangxue could live a stable life and not embark on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is long, and the suffering far outweighs the joy. After that, Yin Qingyu left Luo Huangxue on Dongshan Peak and turned to leave. For many years, Yin Qingyu had not truly taught Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue how to cultivate, merely allowing them to browse through the library on Dongshan Peak. The old man is probably coming back soon. Wan Hani glanced at Luo Huangxue and said lightly. Luo Huangxue showed a hint of excitement, but the next moment she pouted and said unhappily, "It's such a pity that the old man has been out for over 100 years and hasn't died out there." Wan Hani understood Luo Huangxue's personality very well. She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If Yin Qingyu really came back, Luo Huangxue would definitely treat him with the best food and drink, being more obedient than anyone else. On the arena, Xu Changge and Xu Yuanyuan fought for over 100 exchanges, causing the entire arena to tremble. Xu Yuanyuan fiercely lashed her whip at Xu Changge, while her left hand condensed a defensive technique to block the shards carrying sword intent. Xu Changge used his profound combat experience and keen eyesight to make up for the gap in cultivation between him and Xu Yuanyuan. When Xu Yuanyuan's whip came swinging, Xu Changge did not dodge. Instead, he extended his right hand to grab the whip, seeking death. Seeing this, Xu Yuanyuan sneered. The onlookers thought Xu Changge was being reckless. If Xu Changge used his hand to meet Xu Yuanyuan's full-force whip, his right hand would surely be shattered and his vitality harmed. Boom! However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Xu Yuanyuan's whip did not shatter Xu Changge's right hand. Instead, it lost its original momentum and was tightly grasped in Xu Changge's palm. Xu Changge's right hand bore a whip mark, indicating he was indeed hurt by Xu Yuanyuan's strike. However, such a terrifying blow only managed to injure a small portion of Xu Changge's flesh, which was hard to accept. This is impossible. Many people showed expressions of shock, doubting whether they had seen it wrong. I have experienced Xu senior sister's moves. This whip is enough to break a spiritual treasure, and cultivators of the same realm have to avoid its edge. A disciple from Luoxiao Peak stated with righteous indignation. What has happened? How did Xu senior sister's divine ability get resolved by Xu Changge in the blink of an eye? A large number of people were still confused about what had just happened, looking bewildered. Some elders also showed expressions of surprise and confusion, unable to discern how Xu Changge achieved this. Chapter 52. An intense dual sword intent. The first seat of Beitu Peak slowly uttered 2 words. Having seen through Xu Changge's actions, when did he draw his sword? The elders expressed their confusion. His right hand is the sword. The Wanyan sacred lord placed great importance on Xu Changge as well, narrowing his eyes slightly and continuously observing. Once the Wanyan sacred lord explained this, everyone suddenly understood. On the surface, people saw Xu Changge using his right hand to grab Xu Yuanyuan's weapon, but in reality, Xu Changge had transformed his right hand into a sword, neutralizing the power of Xu Yuanyuan's weapon and subsequently seizing it. Let go! Xu Yuanyuan exerted great effort but could not retrieve her whip. The other end of the whip was tightly grasped by Xu Changge. No matter how Xu Yuan used her techniques, she could not free the whip from Xu Changge's right hand. How could this be? Xu Yuan had encountered similar situations before, where her weapon was controlled by the opponent. For this reason, she had even modified her technique, condensing a fierce force on her long whip. Unless the opponent's cultivation level was significantly higher than hers, they would definitely be hurt by the force emanating from the whip. The current situation left Xu Yuan extremely puzzled and shocked. Clearly, Xu Changge's cultivation was lower than hers. Why could he still control the end of the whip without being harmed by it? Here you go. Xu Changge released his grip. Whoosh! The whip danced like a snake, twisting the air a few times before shortening and returning to Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan looked at the handprint left on the whip and frowned. I won't hold back anymore. Xu Yuan flicked her right hand with the whip, her gaze sharp. Xu Changge smiled indifferently, always ready. With a snap, the whip struck the arena, directly leaving a whip mark over several hundred meters long. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of meters of whip mark froze, exuding cold air. The temperature on the arena suddenly dropped, causing the disciples far away in the audience to shiver uncontrollably. Senior Sister Xu is angry. She has to get serious now. The disciples of the Luoxia Peak understood Xu Yuan well. Once she unleashed her ice techniques, it meant she was truly angry, and she would show no mercy to anyone. Sister, make sure to teach him a good lesson. Xu Yan, a disciple of Luoxia Peak who practiced charm techniques, had been sent a few days ago to invite Xu Changge to join the Luoxia Peak, but was rejected. In a panic, Xu Yan secretly used charm techniques, but instead suffered a backlash from the technique and left in disgrace. Xu Yan and Xu Yuan were sisters, known as the twin beauties of Luoxia, captivating many disciples. Yuan is losing control of her internal cold energy. Xu Changge is in for trouble now. The first seat of the Luoxia Peak revealed a slight smile. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman, the only woman among the 7 peak masters. Just thinking about Xu Changge rejecting to join the Luoxia Peak made her somewhat displeased, wanting to let the disciples within the sect temper Xu Changge's sharpness. At a critical moment, Xu Changge must be saved. He is an excellent seed, and his foundation must not be damaged. An elder reminded everyone. Rest assured, I believe Yuan knows how to handle it. The first seat of Luoxia Peak nodded. Xu Yuan, born with a cold body, had a very special constitution. The high-level officials of Wanyan's sacred land were aware that Xu Yuan possessed a special constitution, which she usually did not display. One reason was that showing the power of her cold body would result in a backlash, causing her unbearable pain. The second reason was that among her peers in Wanyan's sacred land, there were very few who could make Xu Yuan truly utilize the power of her constitution. The first seat of the Luoxia Peak had traveled thousands of miles to find suitable cultivation methods for Xu Yuan, consulting many spiritual physicians and friends of the same path. In the end, the first seat of the Luoxia Peak suppressed the coldness that often erupted within Xu Yuan's body, allowing her to slowly regain control over her innate physical power. Is she finally ready to make a real move? Xu Changge understood Xu Yuan very well. Even he, who usually remained calm and composed, couldn't help but tense up and prepare himself. In the last life, during the era of Polar Night, there was an invasion of foreign tribes in the territory where the Wanyan sacred land was located. Xu Yuan, relying on her innate cold body power, froze mountains and rivers for millions of miles, killing thousands of foreign beings in an instant, protecting her homeland. However, because Xu Yuan was unable to truly master the power of her innate cold body, she did not die at the hands of the foreign beings, but instead perished by her own doing, turning into ice, becoming an ice beauty, forever freezing her body and appearance. In this new life, Xu Changge was well aware of Xu Yuan's weaknesses. As Xu Yuan's cultivation deepened, her physical condition would eventually become the most dangerous obstacle on her path to cultivation. Right now, Xu Yuan's cultivation was not high, and there was still time to act. Let me see the power of the innate cold body. In his previous life, Xu Changge did not have the opportunity to spar with Xu Yuan, but in this life, he had that honor. Xu Changge no longer acted casually. Instead, he took out the Hanqing sword from the Linglong Tower within his body. There were many powerful cultivators present, and among them were those with keen insight who could sense the extraordinary nature of the Hanqing sword. However, Xu Changge was not worried. Initially, he had not taken out the Hanqing sword to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, he had to show his true abilities, otherwise he would definitely not be able to handle Su Yuan in her physical state. Anyway, with his senior brothers and sisters present, Xu Changge had no concerns. A wooden sword? Everyone looked at the suddenly appeared Hanqing sword in Xu Changge's hand, their eyes filled with confusion, exchanging glances. Ordinary people could not discern the true nature of the Hanqing sword, but the deeply cultivated saints and others could sense a hint of its extraordinary essence. This sword was not simple. The first seat of Beitu Peak suddenly recalled something. Two of his Beitu guards had reported news about Xu Changge, secretly speculating. Some time ago, there was an anomaly, clearly indicating that a rare treasure had emerged. However, when the Beitu guards arrived, they found no trace of any treasures, but instead sensed the great yin seal that Xu Changge had manifested, assisting him. Could it be that this sword is the reason for the anomaly? That bastard Yin Qingyu was traveling outside and unexpectedly took Xu Changge as his disciple, coincidentally encountering the emergence of a rare treasure, silently acquiring it and giving it to Xu Changge, which caused various forces to miss out. The first seat of Beitu Peak speculated in his heart, feeling that everything made sense now. After thinking for a while, the first seat of Beitu Peak believed that the specific situation from some time ago was likely not far from his guess. Yin Qingyu really cared for his disciple. In the mind of the first seat of Beitu Peak, he had already concluded that this Hanqing sword was the entry gift Yin Qingyu gave to Xu Changge. A perfect misunderstanding was born just like that. Meanwhile, on the arena, Xu Yuan seemed to have transformed into another person, exuding an extreme coldness all over. Her gaze alone could send chills down one's spine, piercing through the bones. Xu Yuan glanced at the wooden sword in Xu Changge's hand, unimpressed, and swung her whip. Crack! The whip swept across, leaving a frozen arc in the void where it passed, with chilling air emanating, instilling fear in onlookers. Xu Changge gripped the wooden sword and slashed towards the incoming long whip. Bang! The wooden sword collided violently with the long whip. And just when many thought the wooden sword in Xu Changge's hand would shatter into pieces, reality delivered a harsh slap to everyone's face, completely unexpected. The Hanqing sword not only did not shatter from the long whip strike, nor was it frozen by the cold air. Instead, it repelled the long whip. The long whip was sent back, crashing against the edge of the arena, directly freezing that area. When Xu Yuan exerted a little force, the frozen section of the arena turned into ice blocks and collapsed with a thunderous sound. Xu Yuan gazed at Xu Changge and the wooden sword in his hand, her brows furrowing. Is the problem with the sword or the person? The sword must be good, and the person is certainly not bad either. No matter how sharp the sword is, it needs to meet a true swordsman to unleash its full brilliance. Xu Yuan did not think too much and swung her whip again, this time with much greater force than before. In the face of Xu Yuan's fierce attack, Xu Changge handled it with ease, deflecting each of Xu Yuan's strikes without sustaining any damage. The vast arena had completely transformed into an ice sculpture, beautiful and spectacular. The arena became a wreck, with pieces of broken stones floating in midair and then freezing in place. Dodging and weaving. Is this your swordsmanship? Xu Yuan's whip techniques were superb, each strike aimed at Xu Changge's vital points. However, each attack was blocked by Xu Changge, which made Xu Yuan extremely furious. I don't draw my sword, fearing that you might lose too early. Xu Changge and Xu Yuan stood suspended in the void, gazing at each other from a distance, arrogant and conceited. Xu Yuan is norted coldly. If it weren't for the sacred land's rules and restrictions surrounding the arena, the pressure generated from the battle between Xu Yuan and Xu Changge would certainly overwhelm many disciples, and the destruction would not have been limited to just one arena. Boom! The arena turned into ruins due to the battle between the two, and Xu Yuan continuously urged the coldness within her body, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. This time, Xu Yuan's long whip seemed to possess intelligence. directly avoiding the wooden sword in Xu Changge's hand and striking against Xu Changge's back. Xu Changge was knocked to the ground by the whip, shattering a pile of ice sculptures, and the dust that was splashed up instantly froze. As if time had frozen at that moment. It really hurts. Xu Changge slowly emerged from the ruins, patting the frozen area on his back with his left hand, shattering it without causing harm to his body, the force perfectly controlled, neither too much nor too little. Seeing this, Xu Yuan tightened her grip on the long whip, her fighting spirit intensifying. I was still worried about hurting your foundation, but it seems I was overthinking it. Xu Yuan had been suppressing the coldness within her body, fearing that a mistake might harm Xu Changge's future. Now seeing Xu Changge attacked by her coldness but not suffering any harm, she no longer had any reservations. This is troublesome. The first seat of the Huaxia Peak looked at Xu Yuan, who was urging all the coldness within her body, his brows furrowing tightly. Chapter 53. Show some mercy. Xu Yuan had been suppressing the power of her innate cold body, fearing that a careless move could injure Xu Changge's foundation, or even his life. The previous whip contained extreme coldness, but did not harm Xu Changge in the slightest. Seeing this, Xu Yuan truly recognized Xu Changge's strength, no longer holding back, willing to fight with all her might. Xu Changge, you must not die. Xu Yuan awakened all the coldness within her, which she still had not fully mastered. If the battle continued, Xu Yuan was unsure of what the final outcome would be. Rest assured, I will not die. Xu Changge gripped the Hanqing sword, his long robe lightly swaying, a few strands of black hair dancing with the cold wind. Soon, Xu Yuan was enveloped in a layer of frost, emanating chilling mist. It seemed that Xu Yuan was experiencing a backlash from her innate cold body. A hint of a grimace appeared on her face as she let out a muffled groan of pain. Xu Changge did not strike. He waited for Xu Yuan to awaken all the coldness within her. In his previous life, Xu Changge had little interaction with Xu Yuan, only knowing that she was one of the few awakened ones who had protected the Wanyan sacred land for many years. This time, Xu Changge wanted to force Xu Yuan to unleash all her abilities, simply to see the extent of the coldness within her. At that time, Xu Changge would look for opportunities to help Xu Yuan gradually control her cold body and become a true peerless genius. The future of Wanyan sacred land could not rely solely on Xu Changge. It required the help of every disciple. With a long roar, Xu Yuan unleashed the violent might of her cold ice, flooding out like a deluge, instantly freezing every part of the arena, even the void itself. At one moment, the barriers surrounding the arena were coated with a layer of frost, trembling slightly. Such terrifying coldness. Everyone was shocked, their expressions grave. In this state, Xu Yuan could already challenge early-stage extreme spirit realm cultivators. There was a vast chasm between the Essence Path realm and the extreme spirit realm. Countless peak Essence Path realm cultivators spent their entire lives without crossing into the extreme spirit realm. Sister, you can't get into trouble. Su Yan, a disciple from Huaxia Peak, watched Xu Yuan on the arena, her hands tightly clenched, very worried. Xu Yuan seemed to have transformed into another person, her entire body frozen, resembling a queen of ice and snow, standing atop a 100-meter-high iceberg, looking down at Xu Changge standing on the shattered arena. The overwhelming cold swept over, causing Xu Changge to shiver. After all, Xu Changge was only at the early stage of the Essence Path realm, vastly different from Xu Yuan. If it weren't for Xu Changge's many abilities and high combat experience, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying cold. However, even though Xu Changge saw through Xu Yuan's techniques, due to the gap in cultivation, his legs were still frozen, firmly stuck to the arena, unable to move for the time being. The ultimate coldness, the innate ice spirit body. If she had obtained the right cultivation method, or had a great master to guide her in her previous life, she definitely wouldn't have suffered from the backlash of her constitution and would have gone much further. Xu Changge looked up and met Xu Yuan's cold gaze, silently saying to himself, considering Xu Yuan's past life, where she fought to protect the Wanyan sacred land and the nearby beings, Xu Changge would not let her walk the old path again. A genius like Xu Yuan must not be cut short. If I make a move, I might lose myself. Think carefully, Are you really not going to admit defeat? Xu Yuanyuan never intended to take Xu Changge's life from the beginning. She only wanted to teach him a lesson and vent her frustration for her sister. At the same time, Xu Yuanyuan wanted Xu Changge to recognize the strength of Luoxia Peak and willingly become a disciple in the future. Xu Changge said, "Go ahead." Xu Yuanyuan said no more. Since Xu Changge was ready to face everything, she would not hold back. Crack! Xu Yuanyuan whipped her lash towards Xu Changge, moving as fast as lightning. Arriving in an instant, Xu Changge's legs were temporarily frozen by the ultimate coldness. Unable to dodge, he could only raise his sword to block. As a sword cultivator, one must have a fearless heart, Xu Changge murmured, striking with his sword. The cold blue sword struck the whip, and the terrifying cold spread along the whip to the sword body, causing layers of frost to appear on Xu Changge's right hand. Xu Changge gently shook his right hand, dispersing the cold that clung to it and the cold blue sword, a strand of sword intent rebounding to push the whip back. Seeing her first attack fail, Xu Yuanyuan struck again, without any hesitation. Just as Xu Yuanyuan said, at this moment, she fully unleashed the might of her cold body, gradually losing her original rationality. Deep in her heart, Xu Yuanyuan had only one thought. She would not stop until Xu Changge was defeated. Boom! One whip after another fell, turning the frozen arena into powder with a few strikes. Not a speck of dust was raised. Relying on his high combat experience, Xu Changge always cleverly resolved Xu Yuanyuan's killing moves, using his sword to confront his enemy, not changing his expression. Outside, the high-ranking members of the Sacred Land initially thought Xu Changge would soon be defeated by Xu Yuanyuan, but they were surprised to see that he could hold on for so long, showing no signs of defeat. Wasn't Xu Changge a newly admitted disciple? Why did he have such solid combat experience? An elder exclaimed, unable to comprehend. Some people are born geniuses, naturally capable. The head of Beitsu Peak was very optimistic about Xu Changge and planned to meet him personally after the Seven Veins battle ended. If Xu Changge's cultivation were a bit stronger then, everyone's hearts trembled at the thought of this scenario and dared not think further. The battle between Xu Changge and Xu Yuanyuan exceeded everyone's expectations. Powerful figures from various factions watched this battle with great interest, their underlying unease flashing away. If all the disciples of Wanyan's sacred land grew up, it would definitely pose a great threat to other forces. On the arena, in the blink of an eye, Xu Yuanyuan unleashed several lashes, each aimed at Xu Changge's vital points, such as his forehead, neck, heart, and so on. But no matter how Xu Yuanyuan attacked, Xu Changge could always resolve it. Xu Changge had already broken free from the ultimate cold's restraints, standing in the void, slashing again and again to shatter the encroaching frost. On the vast arena, only the spot where Xu Changge stood remained untouched by the cold, pristine white, resembling a stunning ice sculpture painting. Bang! 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 Blocks of ice sculptures shattered, and ice fragments splashed up around Xu Changge, obscuring his vision. Xu Yuanyuan's long whip, like an ice snake, took advantage of this moment to wrap around Xu Changge from behind, entangling him. The whip coiled around Xu Changge's waist, wrapping several times, with streams of cold air continuously surging in, leaving Xu Changge nowhere to escape. Xu Changge tightly pressed his lips together, releasing the cold blue sword with his right hand, using his mind to control it. Then a scene appeared. Xu Changge stood in the void, tightly bound by the long whip. Exuding cold mist, his mobility slowed, and he was about to be frozen into an ice block. The cold blue sword hovered beside Xu Changge, and with a thought, its spirit seemed to awaken, stabbing towards Xu Yuanyuan across the distance. Xu Yuanyuan immediately formed dozens of ice shields in front of her as a defensive measure. Bang! 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 However, the cold blue sword was unstoppable, instantly piercing through Xu Yuanyuan's ice shields, aiming directly for her body. Left with no choice, Xu Yuanyuan could only retract the whip, using it to fend off the cold blue sword, changing its trajectory. Boom! With a loud bang, the cold blue sword wounded Xu Yuanyuan's left shoulder, slicing through flesh and embedding itself into the shattered arena. Xu Yuanyuan sealed the wound with cold air, preventing blood from flowing out. Xu Changge regained his ability to move, a hint of seriousness appearing in his indifferent gaze. From the recent confrontation, Xu Changge had basically understood Xu Yuanyuan's control and development over her cold body. Xu Changge wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more backlash Xu Yuanyuan would suffer. Similarly, the spiritual energy within Xu Changge was gradually insufficient, making it difficult for him to continue exhausting himself against Xu Yuanyuan. The first form of the sword control technique, meridian cut, Xu Changge silently recited in his heart, operating the sword control technique he obtained from the Linglong Tower. Whoosh! Suddenly, the cold blue sword seemed to come to life, a layer of green light appearing on its once withered blade, making its sword intent sharper. The cold blue sword circled around Xu Changge's head a few times, as if merging with him. As long as Xu Changge's thoughts changed, the cold blue sword would move accordingly. Go! Xu Changge pointed with his right hand. At the same time, the cold blue sword erupted with immense sword might, shattering all the frost that had gathered from all directions, heading straight for Xu Yuanyuan. Xu Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively took a defensive posture, her long whip spinning like a vortex. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xu Yuanyuan's defensive technique was pierced by the Hanqing sword, and the chill of the defensive power formed by her whip vanished in a thin air. The Hanqing sword broke through all obstacles and finally pressed against Xu Yuanyuan's brow. As long as Xu Changge's mind moved slightly, he could advance the Hanqing sword half an inch and take Xu Yuanyuan's life. Show mercy! The headmaster of Luoxia Peak and the elders all stood up, anxiously shouting. They were very disciplined and did not break the barrier of the arena, but transmitted their voices to the arena, hoping Xu Changge would spare Xu Yuanyuan's life. Xu Changge retracted the Hanqing sword, his eyes clear and devoid of killing intent. Chapter 54. The intersect battle is coming soon. Xu Changge turned to look at the headmaster and elders of Luoxia Peak, nodded gently, and smiled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Xu Changge show mercy. Their hearts had been in their throats, worried to the extreme. If Xu Yuanyuan really died in the arena, it would be a tremendous loss for Luoxia Peak and even for the Wanyan Sacred Land. This kid had no killing intent from the very beginning. Why were you all so agitated? The headmaster of Beakfeng increasingly liked Xu Changge and casually said to the headmaster of Luoxia Peak. The headmaster of Luoxia Peak snapped back. The one standing on the arena is not your disciple from Beakfeng, so of course, you are not worried. I can't be bothered to argue with you. The headmaster of Beakfeng, Jian Yunhe, showed a helpless expression and muttered, Good men do not quarrel with women. I want to stoop to your level. What do you mean by that? The headmaster of Luoxia Peak, the only female headmaster, pointed her finger at Jian Yunhe's nose and unleashed her anger. Jian Yunhe, if you have the guts, speak loudly instead of mumbling to yourself. Jian Yunhe, the headmaster of Beakfeng, was someone who genuinely thought about the Wanyan Sacred Land. Without Jian Yunhe, the Wanyan Sacred Land would undoubtedly be in greater chaos. Jian Yunhe knew he couldn't win against the headmaster of Luoxia Peak, so he directly shut up. The other headmasters and elders watched from the corners of their eyes, not planning to get involved. They did not want to be scolded by the headmaster of Luoxia Peak, which would be too embarrassing. The key was that not only could they not win the argument, but they also couldn't win in a fight, which was too uncomfortable. The headmaster of Luoxia Peak was named Qiao Feiqing, the strongest woman in the Wanyan Sacred Land, bar none. If Qiao Feiqing got angry, she would dare to confront the Lord with weapons, showing no fear. The Lord chose to ignore this scene, as it was none of his business. At this moment, on the arena, Xu Yuanyuan knew she had lost, and the chill on the arena receded like a tide. A trace of fresh blood seeped from the corner of Xu Yuanyuan's mouth as she expressionlessly wiped it away with her sleeve. Her gaze fixed on Xu Changge without averting it. I want to know what sword technique you just used. Xu Yuanyuan's face turned slightly pale as she asked softly. Xu Changge pondered and replied, controlling the sword with the heart. I lost, and I am convinced. Xu Yuanyuan faced her defeat head-on, not feeling discouraged. If she were to lose her composure because of a single failure, she would not have reached this point today. Xu Changge smiled without speaking. He had already devised a set of cultivation techniques for Xu Yuanyuan to control her innate cold body in his mind. But now is not the right time to mention it. The battle determined a victor, and the barriers around the arena were lifted. Su Yuanyuan wobbled as she walked off the arena. An elder from Luoxia Peak hurried over to support her and took her away from the scene. "Thank you." As they left, the elder expressed gratitude to Xu Changge, thankful that he had not dealt a fatal blow. Furthermore, Xu Changge also handed the Luoxia sword back to this elder, stating, "This sword belongs to its rightful owner." The headmaster Qiao Feiqing and the elders of Luoxia Peak all fell silent. Initially, they were speculating about Xu Changge's intentions in using the Luoxia sword against Su Yuanyuan. It turned out that Xu Changge's original plan was to return the Luoxia sword to Luoxia Peak. Xu Changge, after the Seven Veins battle, must come to Luoxia Peak as a guest. The elder received a message from Qiao Feiqing and conveyed it. "All right, if I have time, I will definitely visit Luoxia Peak." Xu Changge nodded in agreement. At that moment, even if Xu Changge had killed Su Yuanyuan, Luoxia Peak would have nothing to say. Fortunately, Xu Changge had no killing intent and showed mercy, preventing Luoxia Peak from losing a gifted disciple. All the factions and people from the sacred land looked at Xu Changge. Their expressions varied, but they had one thing in common. They were shocked by Xu Changge's strength. A large portion of the disciples within the Wanyan sacred land were stunned by this battle, resembling clay sculptures or wooden carvings, completely motionless. The disciple from Dongshan Peak is terrifying. Some disciples felt a ringing in their ears, buzzing, their bodies numb as they trembled. A few months ago, I went to Dongshan Peak to borrow water from a spiritual spring and saw him fetching water and sweeping fallen leaves. At that time, I mocked him as a fool for joining Dongshan Peak. Now I feel like a fool myself. If I had angered him back then, I would have been severely punished. One disciple recalled what happened a few months ago when Xu Changge had just entered the Wanyan sacred land. He had gone to seek him out and said some unkind words. Thinking of this, the disciple trembled with fear. Dongshan Peak has gained a good disciple this time. It's a pity that Dongshan Peak will cease to exist after the battle ends. The elders marveled and lamented. Xu Changge left the arena and sat in the audience. The first form of the sword control technique he had just used had completely drained all the spiritual energy from his body. If Su Yuanyuan had blocked that sword, the outcome of the battle would have undoubtedly changed. Of course, since Xu Changge decided to use the sword control technique, he must have seen through Su Yuanyuan's flaws in her techniques and had absolute confidence in winning. In this life, Xu Changge acted with great caution. Xu Changge's performance once again amazed the entire audience, leaving no one unshocked, no one unrespectful. Previously, the disciples and elders from various peaks looked down on Xu Changge, thinking he was someone who had lost his marbles and that being an outer disciple was better than being an inner disciple from Dongshan Peak. But now, it seemed that the one who had lost their mind was not Xu Changge, but those who had belittled and mocked him. Many people in the sacred land did not dare to look Xu Changge in the eye, feeling ashamed as they recalled the moments when they had laughed at him. Even if Dongshan Peak was abolished later, Xu Changge would undoubtedly be one of the brightest stars in the sacred land. With any peak willing to extend an olive branch to him, many disciples began to envy Xu Changge, and some even called him Su Shixiang with admiration. The battle between Xu Changge and Su Yuanyuan ended, and the next match was about to begin. Pei Xiao from Jinluan Peak was to fight Sun Furu from Luling Peak. After stepping onto a new arena, Pei Xiao's gaze was not on his current opponent Sun Furu, but on Xu Changge sitting in the audience. For Pei Xiao, this battle was undoubtedly a sure win. He never expected that the final opponent competing for the first position in the intersect would be a new disciple from Dongshan Peak. Xu Changge and Pei Xiao exchanged glances from a distance, sensing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes, eager to begin. This battle quickly commenced. As the battle started, Pei Xiao quickly gained the upper hand with absolute strength. Although Sun Furu from Luling Peak was strong, the gap between him and Pei Xiao was still quite significant. After over 100 exchanges, Sun Furu had already revealed his trump card, injured and flying backward, crashing hard onto the arena. However, even as Sun Furu displayed his trump card, he could not force out Pei Xiao's true strength. With no other choice, Sun Furu could only admit defeat with a grim expression. "I am not your opponent." After speaking, Sun Furu left the sight of the crowd in disgrace. The elders and disciples of Lu Lingfeng felt deeply ashamed. To concede defeat after only 100 exchanges was truly embarrassing. Pei Yishao easily won this match. Not a wrinkle on his clothes. Tomorrow, the disciples of Dongshan Peak, Xu Changge, will face off against Pei Yishao from Jinluan Peak in the intersect finals. An elder announced loudly. That night, many people found it hard to sleep. The final battle for the intersect disciples was tomorrow. Who would emerge victorious? People discussed endlessly, analyzing various scenarios. Some disciples even opened betting, eager for excitement. Based on the betting situation, few believed Xu Changge could ultimately prevail. Pei Yishao's reputation was deeply ingrained, leading people to firmly believe he was the eventual victor. Pei Yishao was recognized as the strongest intersect disciple in Wanyan Holy Land, with many core disciples not being his match. In name, he was an intersect disciple, but in reality, he had long enjoyed the treatment of a core disciple. On Dongshan Peak, Xu Changge leaned against a rock, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky, lost in thought. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Luo Huangxue quietly approached Xu Changge from behind and sat down. Concerned about the pressure on Xu Changge, she came to check on him. It's nothing. Xu Changge thought of his fiancée, Lu Qing'er, and recalled the tragic state of the endless night era in his past life. If I truly cannot defeat Pei Yishao tomorrow, conceding defeat is not shameful. You've come this far, exceeding everyone's expectations and proving your strength, Luo Huangxue encouraged. Xu Changge smiled lightly. Sister, don't worry, I'm not that weak. If I really can't win, I will definitely concede. Xu Changge only had early-stage cultivation in the path-accumulating realm, while Pei Yishao was at the peak of the path-accumulating realm, with 1 foot already in the extreme spirit realm. All right, as long as you understand this, Luo Huangxue said, still worried that Xu Changge cared too much about this intersect competition, fearing he might bet his life on it and couldn't let go of being the number 1 in the intersect. Xu Changge had surprised Luo Huangxue too many times on a journey, but she still understood the reality. Pei Yishao had an extraordinary talent, and, coupled with his overwhelming cultivation, Xu Changge currently showed no chance of victory. Rather than forcing Xu Changge to hold on, it would be better to concede directly, which wouldn't cause any harm. Sister, rest assured I know my limits. Xu Changge gave Luo Huangxue a reassuring look. Meeting Xu Changge's gaze, Luo Huangxue's heart inexplicably calmed down. Okay. The next day, the decisive battle of the intersect disciples was about to begin. Xu Changge and Pei Yishao both appeared, waiting for time to pass. Chapter 55, Intersect Decisive Battle. Who will win and who will lose? Everyone held their breath, preparing to witness this decisive battle, their hearts racing with excitement. The intersect disciples' decisive battle begins. The elder in charge of the competition announced. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drums echoed around the arena, dispersing the fog, revealing a clear sky, bright blue for miles. Pei Yishao from Jinluan Peak stood on the arena, dressed in a black robe, with coarse cloth binding his palms, his expression stern. A weapon was inserted at his side, exuding a pressure that made it hard for Xu Changge to breathe. This weapon, named Liuli Feng Ming Tang, resembled a fork, with 3 sharp blades at the top for combat, the middle resembling a spear tip, and the 2 side blades curving like crescents, about 7 feet long. In this battle among intersect disciples, few opponents could make Pei Yishao resort to using a weapon. In the final showdown, Pei Yishao intended to fight with all his might, leaving no opportunity for Xu Changge. Xu Changge and Pei Yishao stood on the arena, locking eyes, the fighting spirit slowly rising. Clang! Pei Yishao gripped the Liuli Feng Ming Tang, causing the ground to shatter beneath him, a formidable presence. Compared to Pei Yishao, Xu Changge wielded a 3-foot Qingfeng sword, his aura far inferior. In the intersect battle, Brother Pei is undoubtedly the victor. The disciples of Jinluan Peak seem to already envision Pei Yishao defeating Xu Changge, their faces beaming with joy. For nearly 500 years, every session of the Seven Veins battle had seen Jinluan Peak take the title. Many believed this time would be no exception. Pei Yishao was hailed as a rare prodigy in Wanyan Holy Land, with many core disciples from various peaks unable to match him, showcasing tremendous combat power and ruthless methods. It was said that Pei Yishao could fight against core disciples at the early stage of the extreme spirit realm, with his peak path-accumulating realm cultivation, and remain undefeated, even gaining the upper hand at times. The chasm between the path-accumulating realm and the extreme spirit realm was like a vast divide. Pei Yishao could break through the barriers between the two realms, battling undefeated and sometimes even achieving small victories, making the higher-ups of the Holy Land full of expectations for him. In my opinion, this battle has no suspense at all. Xu Changge should concede rather than be humiliated. Reaching this point already proves himself, and there's no need to force it. Even if Xu Changge loses, his future achievements are limitless. The higher-ups of various peaks have already noticed him, and it won't be long before he becomes a core disciple. I heard Brother Pei is just half a step away from entering the extreme spirit realm, destined to become a standout among core disciples. According to the rules of Wanyan Holy Land, disciples in the late path-accumulating realm can become core disciples. However, due to cumbersome procedures, many disciples who reach this level have not completed the various assessments to become core disciples, causing delays. Some peaks even deliberately instructed their disciples not to undergo the core disciple assessments temporarily, opting to participate in this Seven Veins battle first. However, Wanyan Holy Land has a mandatory rule. Any disciple who reaches the extreme spirit realm can skip the assessments and directly become a core disciple. This rule exists because the competition among various peaks is too fierce, with many secretly sabotaging others. There have been multiple instances where disciples with sufficient strength were unable to become core disciples simply because they did not receive the consent of over half of the elders in the Holy Land. On the arena, Pei Yishao held the Liuli Fengming Tang in one hand, slowly approaching Xu Changge. Bang! 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 Pei Yishao did not hold back. Each step shattered the ground beneath him, causing it to collapse slightly. The sharp blade of the Liuli Fengming Tang lightly touched the ground, leaving a continuous deep scar that sent chills down people's spines. The Liuli Fengming Tang is said to weigh 9,700 jin, every inch crafted from precious stone materials, making it extremely valuable. Many disciples in the Holy Land cannot even lift such a heavy weapon, let alone contend against Pei Yishao wielding it. It is not an exaggeration to say that if an ordinary inner sect disciple were struck by the Liuli Fengming Tang, they would be instantly reduced to pulp, a gruesome sight that is hard to imagine. Is Brother Pei really this serious right from the start? The disciples of Jinluan Peak, familiar with Pei Yishao's character and strength, felt the overwhelming pressure from the audience seats, their hearts racing. Brother Pei is acknowledging Xu Changge's strength, believing he can withstand the power of the Liuli Fengming Tang. If it were any of us, we wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. The disciples all had immense faith in Pei Yishao's strength. After this battle, Pei Yishao would surely enter the extreme spirit realm. At that point, aside from the sage, the first seat, and a few elders, no one would be able to compete with him. Not only that, but even the elders of various peaks recognized this. After all, Pei Yishao's achievements and strength were evident, and some elders dared not engage him in direct combat. Facing the fierce approach of Pei Yishao, Xu Changge did not retreat a single step, nor did he show the slightest hint of fear or trepidation, maintaining a calm demeanor. The onlookers were puzzled by Xu Changge's calmness, unable to understand how he could ignore Pei Yishao's pressure, not even breaking a sweat. Pei Yishao was extremely strong. His junior brother was likely no match for him, Luo Wang Shui said anxiously. The senior brother, Wan Hani, remained indifferent and said slowly, "Let's see how it goes. If my junior brother is truly in danger, I will intervene. Hopefully, my junior brother can hold on for a while longer." Although Luo Wang Shui was Xu Changge's senior sister, she was well aware of Pei Yishao's strength. In her view, not to mention inner disciples, even half of the core disciples would struggle against Pei Yishao. Xu Changge, who had just entered the sect, was far too weak compared to Pei Yishao, relying solely on his swordsmanship talent. It would be difficult for him to contend with him. The thought of Xu Changge defeating Pei Yishao never crossed Luo Wang Shui's mind. However, Wan Hani seemed to harbor a hint of expectation for Xu Changge. What exactly was Wan Hani looking forward to? Which path of swordsmanship would you choose? Since Xu Changge had displayed his swordsmanship talent, he He had not truly manifested any specific sword intent. His sword intent was still very pure and weak, lacking in strength. Only by choosing a specific path of swordsmanship could he transform the sword intent he comprehended and genuinely possess the formidable combat power of a sword cultivator. On the arena, Pei Yishao raised the Liuli Fengming spear in his right hand, swinging it towards Xu Changge at a steady pace. This seemingly casual strike stirred up countless violent winds, tearing through the void and the arena below. Boom! Xu Changge slightly tilted his body, and the Liuli Fengming spear struck the ground 2 meters to his left, shaking the entire arena violently. At the same time, Xu Changge was pushed back 100 meters by the residual force of the spear. What overwhelming pressure! Xu Changge's expression turned serious. For the first time in this Seven Veins battle, he sensed a taste of danger. If that strike had landed squarely on him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 700-pound Liuli Fengming spear, combined with Pei Yishao's Dao might, was terrifyingly powerful. Pei Yishao maintained his cool demeanor and attacked again. Following that, Pei Yishao's speed increased with each strike. Each blow destroyed a large section of the arena, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring vision. Xu Changge seemed to sense the trajectory of Pei Yishao's attacks in advance, dodging each one. Whoosh! Pei Yishao leaped into the void, looking down at the arena, gripping the Liuli Fengming spear tightly, veins bulging, and shouted, "Ha!" After obtaining the Liuli Fengming spear, Pei Yishao, with his own comprehension and the foundational techniques of Jinluan Peak, specifically created a set of martial techniques suited to himself. There were 8 techniques for wielding the Fengming spear: support, capture, fold, flip, lift, hook, thrust, and scoop. Rumbling. Suddenly, a wave of thunder and lightning gathered on the blade of the Liuli Fengming spear, growing larger and more imposing. The next moment, Pei Yishao unleashed a strike on the arena below without mercy. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the massive arena collapsed in an instant, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the situation inside the arena. Xu Changge, he wouldn't be dead, would he? Some disciples looked at Xu Changge, who had not moved for a long time, hesitantly. After a few breaths, a figure slowly emerged from the ruins of the arena. "You've dirted my new clothes." Xu Changge gently patted the dust off his body, appearing in the void, 10 miles away from Pei Yishao. Below them was a rolling cloud of dust, and the arena was destroyed. Pei Yishao frowned slightly. He had initially thought that a strike would be enough to suppress Xu Changge, rendering him unable to fight back. But the reality exceeded Pei Yishao's expectations. Aside from a few holes and dirt on his clothes, Xu Changge was unharmed. Although that strike could not be considered Pei Yishao's strongest move, it was certainly one of his trump cards. Xu Changge's performance surprised Pei Yishao and made him take him more seriously. Xu Changge withstood Pei Yishao's thunderous strike without injury. That was quite exaggerated. Looking at Xu Changge standing in the void, many disciples found it hard to accept, erupting in an uproar and gasping in amazement. What exactly happened in that moment? Many elders were baffled, let alone the disciples within the sect. Sword intent, riding on power. The head of the falling sunset peak, Qiao Feiqing, said solemnly. At that moment, Qiao Feiqing thought Xu Changge was undoubtedly going to lose, yet he never expected Xu Changge to apply swordsmanship to such a level. It was indeed remarkable. The Holy Land cannot afford to lose such a monstrous disciple. If necessary, I will personally step in to rescue him. The higher-ups of the Holy Land were completely astonished by Xu Changge's talent. They quickly reached a consensus, all knowing that once Xu Changge grew, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Holy Land and must not be allowed to perish. Chapter 56. Chaotic Sword Intent, an Unknown Path in the Void. Pei Yishao assessed Xu Changge and exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected my final opponent would be you." A few months ago, when Pei Yishao heard about a new disciple at Dongshan Peak, he thought little of it. Who would have thought that in the battle among inner disciples, his opponent would be this newly admitted disciple? Is it surprising? Xu Changge smiled and asked softly, "It is indeed surprising." Pei Yishao acknowledged Xu Changge's strength, nodding. "Someone like you can obtain the best treatment and cultivation wherever you go. Why did you choose the already declining Dongshan Peak?" "Personal reasons." There's no need to explain that to you. Dongchen Peak hasn't declined. It simply chooses to remain aloof. Xu Changge tightened his grip on the Hanjing sword. The sword's momentum continuously rising, soaring towards the clouds. Are you sure you want to continue fighting me? Pei Yishao said with pride. For him, this battle was already won. The only question was how long it would take. Why not fight? Are you going to admit defeat? Xu Changge teased deliberately, causing Pei Yishao's expression to darken slightly. Pei Yishao originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but the development of the situation was completely different from what he had anticipated. There was no choice. Pei Yishao thought he had to spend more time to quickly suppress Xu Changge and conclude this intersect competition. You chose this yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Pei Yishao tightened his grip on the Liuli Fengming spear, charging towards Xu Changge at an extremely fast speed, leaving a blurry afterimage behind. Xu Changge focused entirely on countering Pei Yishao's deadly moves, not relaxing for a moment. If it were a battle at the same level, Xu Changge could maintain his calm demeanor. However, the gap in cultivation forced Xu Changge to use all sorts of means to compensate. If not for Xu Changge's rich combat experience and diverse techniques, anyone else would have long since been defeated and would not have been able to hold on. Pei Yishao wielded the heavy Liuli Fengming spear with incredible speed, showing no signs of effort. One could imagine Pei Yishao's strength was absolutely formidable with such a suitable weapon. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Xu Changge dodged blow after blow, his expression serious, looking somewhat pressured. The gap in cultivation was significant. Xu Changge understood that he could not delay any longer and needed to find a suitable method. If this continued, Xu Changge would surely be defeated due to his depleting spiritual energy. Forget it. It'll be exposed sooner or later, so I might as well do it a bit earlier. As Xu Changge fought Pei Yishao, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed through the heavens. Each time they clashed directly, Xu Changge would be knocked back a considerable distance, his right hand numb. Since comprehending the sword intent, Xu Changge has not revealed what that sword intent is. It's not that the level of sword intent he has grasped is insufficient, but rather he is still contemplating which path of swordsmanship he should take. There are many paths of sword intent, the 5 elements, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. Among these numerous paths, which one will Xu Changge ultimately choose? Only by truly stepping onto the path of sword intent can Xu Changge completely bridge the gap in cultivation between him and Pei Yishao, gaining absolute combat power for a direct confrontation. In fact, from the very beginning of his choice to walk the sword path in this life, he had already decided what road he should take. In the eyes of everyone, Xu Changge is retreating step by step, soon being pushed to the edge of the platform. At this moment, Pei Yishao's hammer strikes down with overwhelming force. If this blow lands on Xu Changge, it could at best damage his foundation, or at worst, take his life. Seeing this, the heads of various sects could no longer sit still and prepare to intervene. When Xu Changge's life is truly threatened, they will not stand by and watch him fall. Such a prodigy of swordsmanship must not perish here. He is destined to be one of the guardians of the Holy Land in the future. Secretly, Luo Huangxue is extremely anxious, planning to disregard the rules of the Holy Land to save Xu Changge. Don't rush. Wan Hani remains calm. Luo Huangxue does not understand why her senior brother is still indifferent at such a critical moment. Wan Hani keeps his eyes on Xu Changge, observing his gaze, body movements, traces of sword intent, and so on. Not a single aspect shows Xu Changge's panic. Boom! On the platform, Pei Yishao's hammer strikes towards Xu Changge, tearing a corner of his clothing from 100 meters away, turning it to ashes. Xu Changge truly feels the violent might of Pei Yishao, with the barrier of the platform behind him, leaving him no way to retreat. Is Xu Changge about to lose? The spectators, from the holy master to the outer disciples, all hold their breath, not daring to blink. Admit defeat quickly. Many disciples silently shout in their hearts, hoping Xu Changge can set aside his dignity and bow down to admit defeat. Only by admitting defeat can he have a chance to let Pei Yishao hold back, saving his life. It's over. At such a close distance, with no place to escape, he's doomed. In this moment, most disciples in the Holy Land share a thought. They hope Xu Changge survives. However, the possibility is too small, giving rise to despair. Still not admitting defeat? Is he crazy? Su Yuan from Falling Sunset Peak, who lost to Xu Changge yesterday, is present today, not nursing injuries but coming to watch the battle. At this moment, many cannot bear to look and divert their gazes. The Lioli Phoenix hammer is about to smash down, and Xu Changge will surely be turned into a mist of blood, leaving not even a whole corpse. The power of chaos carries all things. My sword path is neither the five elements, nor the tides of rivers and seas, nor light nor dark. It is to carry everything, to merge into one. Where the sword exists, it shall cut through all. Where the sword points, it can open up the heavens and the earth. Xu Changge has endured many hardships and experienced the era of extreme night. He knows one thing well: ordinary sword intent, even if taken to the extreme, cannot change the situation of the extreme night era. Only by integrating countless different paths of sword intent into his own power can he forge an invincible path. Even if this path has never been walked before, and dangers abound ahead, Xu Changge will not be afraid or timid. When he sees through life and death, he will move forward without hesitation. Xu Changge names this sword intent chaos. The chaos sword intent initially resembles a whirlpool the size of a palm. However, as the whirlpool expands, it can surely engulf a giant mountain, a river, a star, or even a world. All sword paths converge into one. That is the method of chaos. Water nurtures all things and can also destroy the heavens and the earth. On the tip of Xu Changge's tightly gripped cold blue sword, a drop of water seems to appear out of thin air. Xu Changge seems to enter a certain mysterious realm, facing the charging Pei Xiao. He not only does not adopt a defensive posture, but also soars forward on his sword. Crazy. Countless people cannot comprehend this, thinking that Xu Changge is seeking death. The head of Falling Sunset Peak, Xiao Feiqing, can no longer contain herself. She does not want Xu Changge to die on the platform. Just as Xiao Feiqing intends to break the rules to save Xu Changge, a sudden change occurs, shocking everyone. As Xu Changge's sword falls, waves of water ripple up, each strand of water containing sharp sword intent. Pei Xiao's full-force strike crashes against Xu Changge's cold blue sword. The scene everyone expected does not occur. Xu Changge is not defeated by a single blow. Instead, he and Pei Xiao are locked in a stalemate. Strands of sword intent infused with a water element wrap around Pei Xiao's Lioli Phoenix hammer. The overwhelming offensive force clashing continuously with the water element sword intent. Waves of water are smashed into countless small droplets by the Lioli Phoenix hammer, splattering across every corner of the platform. Yet in the next moment, countless small droplets reassemble and rush toward the Lioli Phoenix hammer again. This situation repeats dozens of times. Pei Xiao's full-force strike is thus blocked by Xu Changge. Its offensive power nearly dissipated. Pei Xiao forcefully pulls out the Lioli Phoenix hammer, which is entangled with water element sword intent. Retreating a distance while looking fiercely at Xu Changge, the sword intent of the five-element water system, your swordsmanship talent is truly terrifying. Xu Changge smiles silently, standing with his sword in hand, exuding elegance and distinction. Strands of water ripple around Xu Changge's body, flowing gently, appearing extremely soft with no lethality. Everyone in the arena watches the situation on the platform, dumbfounded. What is happening? Xu Changge actually blocked Pei Xiao's full-force strike. Could this be real? What sword intent is that? No one can utter a word, only silently shouting in their hearts, incredulous expressions etched on their faces, unable to fade for a long time. Not to mention the ordinary disciples who are stunned. Even the high-ranking heads and elders did not expect the situation to turn out this way, their faces filled with shock. The most awkward person is none other than Xiao Feiqing, the head of Falling Sunset Peak. She has already stood up, one foot stepping into the void. Now, seeing Xu Changge unharmed, continuing to battle Pei Xiao, Xiao Feiqing is frozen like a statue, maintaining the posture of about to intervene, but not yet doing so. In the next second, Xiao Feiqing retracts her foot that stepped into the void, whispering in astonishment. This kid Xu Changge actually comprehended the water element sword intent at such a critical moment. Should I say he is lucky, or that his talent is truly monstrous? Xiao Feiqing sits back down, already pondering how to recruit Xu Changge to Falling Sunset Peak. Should she use beauty, gifts, or coercion? Pei Xiao takes a deep breath, still confident. Even if you have truly grasped sword intent at this moment, you are still not my opponent. Admit defeat. It's not shameful. I have a flaw. I simply want to admit defeat, Xu Changge replies calmly. Then let me correct this bad habit of yours. Pei Xiao thinks not to kill Xu Changge by accident. Heroes appreciate heroes. However, Xu Changge's way of speaking and attitude infuriate Pei Xiao. As long as you have this capability, I am quite willing. The cold blue sword in Xu Changge's hand is entwined with a strand of water wave, moving like a snake. Chapter 57. The exciting duel. Pei Xiao initially thought he could easily seize the top position in this intersect battle. Xu Changge's emergence has put pressure on him, causing the situation to change. You will regret this. Pei Xiao's muscles bulge, directly tearing through his sleeves, exuding a violent aura. Pei Xiao suppresses his true strength. At this moment, he is playing for real. The head of Jinluan Peak furrows his brow, somewhat worried. He is not concerned about Pei Xiao's safety, but fears that Pei Xiao might accidentally kill Xu Changge. Pei Xiao was operating the body-strengthening technique he had cultivated, and his power would double in strength. This immense increase in strength also brought Pei Xiao considerable trouble. Every time it reached a specific moment, he had to endure immense pain. If he could endure, everything would be fine. If he couldn't, he would directly fall. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Pei Xiao did not want to use his body-strengthening technique. I will not regret it. Xu Changge clearly felt the pressure from Pei Xiao, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. Xu Changge knew Pei Xiao all too well. In his previous life, Pei Xiao suffered backlash from the body-strengthening technique and fell during a closed-door meditation. Because of this, the Wanyan sacred land lost an excellent talent, which triggered a series of events. If Pei Xiao had not fallen, he would surely have become a saint, or even gone further. Xu Changge felt a pang of regret upon hearing the news of Pei Xiao's demise in his past life. Pei Xiao, how should one describe him? He was extraordinarily gifted and very proud, as if no one in the world could compare to him. Once he faced a setback, his resolve could very well waver. However, Pei Xiao had lived in the Wanyan sacred land since childhood, treating the sacred land as his home. No matter how fierce the internal faction struggles, if his fellow disciples encountered trouble outside, he would secretly lend a helping hand. More importantly, Pei Xiao seemed to be a straightforward person, focused solely on cultivation, with no interest in matters of men and women. Despite his extraordinary talent and handsome appearance, many female disciples were infatuated with him. However, Pei Xiao showed no interest in any woman. Xu Changge, if you can withstand my strongest 7 moves, then you win. Pei Xiao shouted loudly, gripping the Liuli Fengming spear tightly and directing his attention towards Xu Changge. Xu Changge's deep gaze fixed on Pei Xiao, understanding the hidden meaning in his words. Pei Xiao had been suppressing the spiritual energy within him for years to prevent himself from breaking through to the extreme spirit realm. Firstly, it was to help Jinluan Peak win the first place in the intersect. Secondly, it was to lay a solid foundation for himself. Countless cultivators dreamt of quickly entering the extreme spirit realm. Yet Pei Xiao was entirely different. He could have entered the extreme spirit realm without risk 10 years ago. But he chose to suppress himself to create a flawless foundation. If Pei Xiao unleashed all his strength, he would certainly mobilize all the spiritual energy within him. It was highly likely that he would directly break through on the arena. Once he broke through to the extreme spirit realm, he would be promoted to a core disciple. In that case, Pei Xiao would no longer hold the identity of an intersect disciple, and the victor would be Xu Changge, provided Xu Changge could withstand the impending storm from Pei Xiao. The bones in Pei Xiao's hands cracked as he focused his sharp gaze on Xu Changge. Treating him as prey, the Liuli Fengming spear was swung towards Xu Changge, tearing the void in its path apart, causing a shiver in the soul of anyone who glanced at it. Xu Changge raised his sword to defend, water-based sword intent wrapping around the Liuli Fengming spear, trying to dissipate the overwhelming force above. However, Pei Xiao's dominance was terrifying. With Xu Changge's recently comprehended water-based sword intent, it was difficult to withstand. Bang! In an instant, the sword Xu Changge swung shattered, and the residual overwhelming force struck him. Xu Changge was knocked to the ground by Pei Yishao's blow, creating a massive pit, akin to a deep abyss. That hurt. Xu Changge let out a soft grunt, a large bruise forming on his left shoulder. If it weren't for the water-based sword intent he had condensed at a critical moment, this blow would have cost him half his life. The disparity in cultivation levels, coupled with Pei Yishao being a prodigy, made Xu Changge's pressure evident. This was why Xu Changge could withstand it. Had it been another sword cultivator in the early stage of the concealed path realm who had just comprehended sword intent, they would likely be lying on the ground, unable to move. You are making me more and more excited. Pei Yishao saw Xu Changge slowly emerging from the deep pit, his fighting spirit rising, igniting a blazing fire within him. Pei Yishao was certain that his earlier strike was enough to suppress even a peak concealed path realm cultivator, or even directly annihilate them. Yet, Xu Changge appeared to be unharmed, and most only suffering some superficial injuries. Hurry up and attack. Xu Changge seemed to see through Pei Yishao's predicament. The longer you delay, the less time you have. Pei Yishao's cultivation bottleneck felt subtly loosened. If he continued to maintain the body-strengthening technique, he would surely break through the bottleneck and enter the extreme spirit realm. A hint of surprise flashed in Pei Yishao's eyes as he thought to himself. How did he figure that out? Pei Yishao had no time to ponder further and once again attacked Xu Changge. In this battle, Pei Yishao would not allow himself to lose. If he lost to Xu Changge, who was merely in the early stage of the concealed path realm, it would surely leave him with a psychological scar, making future cultivation difficult. In the second move, Pei Yishao instantly flashed to Xu Changge's side, moving so fast that Xu Changge could hardly catch his trace. Immediately, Pei Yishao gripped the Liuli Fengming spear tightly, gathering the body-strengthening power, and fiercely thrust it towards Xu Changge. Go! Xu Changge immediately drew his sword, turning to face Pei Yishao, forming several strands of water-based sword intent in front of him. Rumble! The Liuli Fengming spear directly shattered Xu Changge's water-based sword intent, and it looked like it was about to pierce Xu Changge's body. The water-based sword intent was gentle, and even if shattered, it could reassemble quickly. However, Xu Changge's cultivation was simply too low. He was not on the same level as Pei Yishao. Therefore, Pei Yishao could use his overwhelming power to disperse the water-based sword intent, preventing it from reassembling in an instant. In this way, Pei Yishao could directly strike at Xu Changge's defense, suppressing him. Xu Changge had high talent, but ultimately he was defeated by Pei Yishao. However, Xu Changge proved himself. Though he lost, he did so with honor. Everyone thought Xu Changge was about to lose. Pei Yishao's move caused many early-stage extreme spirit realm elders and core disciples to panic. Xu Changge was merely in the early stage of the concealed path realm, with no chance of winning. Chapter 58, Dual Sword Intent. Shock across the arena. Just as everyone was speculating this, one person thought otherwise. That person was Wan Hani, the eldest disciple of Dongshan Peak. Wan Hani was also a sword cultivator and had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. At first, when Wan Hani saw Xu Changge's water-based sword intent being broken by Pei Yishao, he was quite worried, and a thought of inevitable defeat flashed through his mind. However, Wan Hani noticed that the shattered water-based sword intent did not quickly reassemble. Instead, droplets containing sword intent were suspended in the void, remaining completely still. What is the meaning of this? Wan Hani felt a sinking sensation in his heart, not understanding. According to the trajectory of swordsmanship, as long as the water-based sword intent had not been truly destroyed, it would autonomously gather quickly. After being broken by Pei Yishao, Xu Changge's water-based sword intent hovered in midair, with countless tiny droplets invisible to the naked eye seemingly sticking to the void, which was quite strange. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the vast Wenyan sacred land, few people noticed this detail. Everyone watched as the Liuli Fengming spear was just 2 meters away from Xu Changge, believing that he was about to lose. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred, one that no one had anticipated. Even the usually stern senior brother Wan Hani showed a look of shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Freeze! Xu Changge lightly uttered a word, and the sword intent suddenly transformed. Whoosh! In an instant, centered around Xu Changge's position, ice suddenly appeared, freezing everything ahead. Most importantly, the Liuli Fengming spear thrust by Pei Yishao was frozen by the ice, its speed slowed, and it could barely advance an inch. What is going on? Pei Yishao was stunned. Boom! At the same time the scene unfolded, the master and the heads of various branches stood up, their astonishment evident on their faces. The powerful figures from all sides were stunned, their expressions rich with disbelief. Ice sword intent. The head of Beak Feng, Jian Yunhe, trembled his lips and exclaimed in amazement. Did Xu Changge not comprehend the water element sword intent from the five elements? How did it suddenly transform into ice sword intent? What on earth is happening? All the elders were at a loss, staring in shock. Xu Changge had comprehended two types of sword intent, solidifying ice from water. The majesty on the Holy Lord's face diminished by more than half, replaced by shock. On the stage, Xu Changge calmly faced Pei Yishao, blocking this second attack. Everything happened so quickly and abruptly that it was unexpected. Clearly, Xu Changge was about to be defeated, yet he managed to block it. You have comprehended two types of sword intent. How is that possible? Pei Yishao's expression changed. In Pei Yishao's understanding, sword cultivators could only follow one path, once chosen. It cannot be changed. Otherwise, they would suffer backlash from the sword intent and lose their cultivation. How could Xu Changge master both water and ice sword intents? Anything is possible, Xu Changge replied with a light smile. Are you not afraid of straying from the path and severing your sword path? Pei Yishao said while drawing the Liuli Fengming spear, frozen by the ice sword intent. As cultivators, how can we be timid? Xu Changge said. Among the entire Wanyan sacred ground, you alone make me feel truly fearful. A person like you, if not cut short, has an infinite future. Pei Yishao rarely praised others, but was genuinely shocked by Xu Changge today, offering sincere admiration. Your dominance is terrifying, but it feels like something is missing, Xu Changge stated while holding his sword. With a loud bang, Pei Yishao shattered the ice sword intent and gripped the Liuli Fengming spear tightly. Missing what? Speak plainly. Among peers, it was probably unprecedented for Pei Yishao to ask Xu Changge to speak. Pei Yishao was too proud. If someone like him could reach the peak, he would undoubtedly become an extremely formidable powerhouse. However, if he encountered great troubles on the path of cultivation, it could lead to inner demons and sever his path ahead. Your dominance is too strong. Lacking a bit of softness, Xu Changge expressed his view. Ridiculous. If softness and dominance are cultivated together, one will inevitably go astray. Besides, I believe that brute force can overcome all methods. Anything can be cut down, but it requires softness. Pei Yishao scoffed, completely disagreeing with Xu Changge's words. Xu Changge smiled without responding, thinking to himself, I've already pointed this out to you. Whether you can ultimately survive the tribulations of life and death depends on your own fortune. People like Pei Yishao are born proud. If Xu Changge said too much, it would be counterproductive. A seemingly casual remark was enough for Pei Yishao to remember. At a crucial moment, perhaps Pei Yishao would recall it. I have never fought against someone who has comprehended two types of sword intent in my life. Let's experience it today. Pei Yishao was astonished by Xu Changge's swordsmanship talent, but quickly suppressed his inner emotions. Pei Yishao unleashed his third strike, sweeping the Liuli Fengming spear towards Xu Changge with even greater force than before. Xu Changge held the Hanqing sword in his right hand and swung it towards the approaching Liuli Fengming spear, solidifying ice from water, overcoming hardness with softness. Countless shards of ice, formed from the condensed sword intent, were shattered into fragments by the sweeping Liuli Fengming spear. However, the shattered ice dust transformed into tiny droplets of water, reuniting into sword intent and stabbing towards Pei Yishao. Pei Yishao used his left hand to perform a divine ability, blocking the sudden attack of the sword intent, while his right hand continued to sweep the Liuli Fengming spear towards Xu Changge. Xu Changge gradually depleted Pei Yishao's attacks with the water and ice sword intents. As the Liuli Fengming spear approached Xu Changge, he effortlessly swung his sword and repelled it. Pei Yishao grew more courageous in battle, engaging in an exhilarating fight with Xu Changge. Soon, Xu Changge received 6 strikes from Pei Yishao, accumulating many bruises and a few trickles of blood on his body. However, Pei Yishao was not faring much better. He had several shallow sword marks on his chest, his clothes stained with blood. Oh no! The spiritual energy within Xu Changge has been greatly depleted, and his right hand, gripping the Hanqing sword, is slightly trembling. Pei Yishao's momentum increased, and with his 7th strike, the Liuli Fengming spear came crashing down towards Xu Changge's head. My junior brother's spiritual energy is exhausted. This is troublesome. Secretly, Wan Hani still did not understand how Xu Changge managed to fuse 2 types of sword intent. Now, seeing Xu Changge cornered, he felt a bit confused. Chapter 59. Achievements await in the future. Pei Yishao's oppressive force suddenly surged, and this strike, aimed at Xu Changge's head, was like a bamboo being split. Xu Changge had consumed most of his spiritual energy, leaving only a trace. He looked at the Liuli Fengming spear about to strike his head, his entire body tensed. If Xu Changge took this hit head-on, he would either die or be severely injured. However, had Xu Changge, who had reached the pinnacle in his past life, ever held back? Spirit sword technique, ice blade slash. Xu Changge swung his sword, exhausting the last bit of his spiritual energy to execute the spirit sword technique. In an instant, all of Xu Changge's spiritual energy was drained, and his body swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Ha! Pei Yishao shouted loudly. This strike could be considered his strongest move. As Xu Changge unleashed his sword, the area where the sword's edge passed instantly froze. A thick layer of sword intent ice, several meters thick, formed in front of Xu Changge to block Pei Yishao's attack. However, Pei Yishao's assault was ferocious, and the Liuli Fengming spear crashed down on the sword intent ice block, shattering it into powder. The violent aftershocks surged towards Xu Changge, tearing apart part of the flesh on his chest. Due to the lack of sufficient spiritual energy to support him, Xu Changge was directly injured by the aftershock, his body plummeting heavily onto the broken arena's ruins, shrouded in a cloud of smoke, leaving his condition unknown. The power of the Liuli Fengming spear remained unabated, continuing its descent towards Xu Changge's location. Xu Changge's talent was certainly not inferior to Pei Yishao's. He had comprehended 2 types of sword intent and fused them into one, and his talent was even greater than Pei Yishao's. Unfortunately, Xu Changge's cultivation level was too low, and he lost this battle. If Pei Yishao cannot hold back at the final moment, we must intervene to save Xu Changge's life. Such a swordsmanship prodigy must not be cut short. That Xu Changge could fight Pei Yishao to this extent was already terrifying. In the future, he would undoubtedly become one of the pillars of our Wanyan sacred ground. Such a prodigy had never been seen or heard of before. Just when everyone thought Xu Changge was bound to lose, hanging by a thread, a change occurred. An unusual situation arose that astonished everyone. Although Xu Changge had fallen to the depths of the arena, his figure vanished. A flash of green light appeared, and the Hanqing sword flew from his hand, soaring into the sky. At the moment the Liuli Fengming spear fell, Xu Changge activated the spirit sword technique. Xu Changge was practically dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to his defeat at Pei Yishao's hands, possibly resulting in damage to his foundation. The Hanqing sword shot into the sky, just in time to meet the descending Liuli Fengming spear. The 2 weapons collided, each possessing undeniable might. With a rumble, the clash shattered the void of the arena, creating a massive storm. If it weren't for the barrier's restrictions, many watching disciples would have been injured by the aftershock. The cold blue sword froze the void in all directions, gradually diminishing the might of the Liuli Phoenix whistle. Due to Xu Changge's insufficient spiritual energy, the cold blue sword lost its subsequent support and continued to retreat. In the eyes of the onlookers, the cold blue sword was being suppressed by the Liuli Phoenix whistle, quickly falling into a disadvantage. What was the meaning of the final struggle? Many Inner-Gate elders shook their heads secretly, believing that everything Xu Changge did was in vain. Such perseverance is beyond our reach, one strong person marveled. With an unyielding heart, if this child does not die, he will surely achieve great success in the future. The powerful figures from various factions had high hopes for Xu Changge, but unfortunately, Such a prodigy was not their own disciple, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Xu Changge felt as if he were sealed and unable to move. He lay on the ground covered in dust and debris, looking disheveled, his clothes torn. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face. All things exist in mutual generation and restraint. Water is soft and flows lightly, while dominance is hard and unbreakable. Softness overcomes hardness. Though it is a skillful strength, it can repel enemies. Xu Changge murmured this to himself. Then, the originally aggressive Pei Yishao sensed some changes in the void of the arena and glanced around. The speed of the cold blue sword's descent had slowed significantly, gradually supporting the overwhelmingly powerful Liuli Phoenix whistle. What? Just a moment ago, Pei Yishao thought Xu Changge was exhausted, his sword intent collapsing, and that he would surely win. But at this moment, Pei Yishao discovered that the might of the Liuli Phoenix whistle in his hand was rapidly depleting. What on earth is happening? Pei Yishao was puzzled and wanted to infuse spiritual energy into the Liuli Phoenix whistle to break through all techniques with force. However, the more spiritual energy Pei Yishao infused at this moment, the faster the might of the Liuli Phoenix whistle diminished. This scene left the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. The heads of the Wanyan Holy Land exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Ice formed from water, and water transformed into ice. The two paths merged, with softness overcoming hardness. In the shadows, Wanhani noticed the change in sword intent in the arena, his expression rich, and he instinctively tightened his hands. If Xu Changge were in front of Wanhani at this moment, he would certainly want to ask how Xu Changge achieved this. Through this battle, Wanhani gained a lot of insights and had a clearer direction for his own path ahead. In the arena, Pei Yishao shattered one after another of the ice sword intents with the Liuli Phoenix whistle, but immediately after, the ice sword intents melted into mist, forming countless water-based sword intents that attacked Pei Yishao. Moreover, due to the water-based sword intents, the Liuli Phoenix whistle could no longer draw spiritual energy from Pei Yishao, causing its might to decrease rapidly. After several breaths, the Liuli Phoenix whistle was ultimately frozen in midair, and Pei Yishao's hands bore many sword scars due to the water-based sword intents, with a layer of ice forming on his body. Thus, Pei Yishao's seventh strike was blocked by Xu Changge, its might rendered null. Break! Pei Yishao's expression was grim as he reconsolidated his overwhelming force, shattering the sword intents surrounding his body and the Liuli Phoenix whistle. Pei Yishao stood in the void, a complex expression appearing on his face. From the very beginning, Pei Yishao believed he would be the first among the inner disciples. The current situation was something he could never have predicted. It was unbelievable. Tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps sounded as Xu Changge took advantage of that brief moment to recover a bit of strength and slowly walked out. Chapter 60. The first among the inner disciples, everyone is shocked. Xu Changge parted the thick fog and smoke, reappearing before everyone. Whoosh! The cold blue sword fell from the void into Xu Changge's hand, its blue light gradually fading and returning to the appearance of a dead tree, showing no outstanding features. Xu Changge had several wounds on his body, his clothes tattered, looking particularly disheveled, unable to draw his sword anymore. In contrast, Pei Yishao only suffered some trivial flesh wounds and still had the strength to fight again. Xu Changge and Pei Yishao exchanged glances for a few breaths. Pei Yishao withdrew his overwhelming force, and the muscles in his arms slowly returned to normal, the fighting spirit in his eyes receding like a tide. I lost, Pei Yishao said in a very calm tone. Xu Changge smiled without speaking. According to the rules of the Wanyan Holy Land, Pei Yishao had indeed lost. When the disciples in the Holy Land heard Pei Yishao's words of surrender, an uproar erupted. What? Why did senior brother Pei surrender? Wasn't Xu Changge out of fighting strength? Senior brother Pei only needed a simple technique to suppress Xu Changge. But why is it senior brother Pei who admits defeat instead of Xu Changge? Does senior brother Pei want to give up the position of first among the inner disciples? But according to senior brother Pei's previous style, he would never do such a thing. It was truly strange. The disciples could not understand at all, and the questioning voices rose like a tide. Silence. An elder shouted loudly, using his authority to silence the disciples. Although thousands of disciples quieted down on the surface, deep down they were still shouting. Unconvinced by the outcome of this battle, Pei Yishao had reached his limit. If he used even a trace of spiritual energy, he would break through his cultivation bottleneck and step into the extreme spirit realm. The higher-ups of the Holy Land were not surprised by Pei Yishao's surrender. Understanding why he did so, none of us expected the outcome of this battle, the Holy Master remarked, gazing at the two on the arena in quiet amazement. This generation of disciples is much stronger than before, said the head of Beak Feng. At this moment, Pei Yishao, if he used just a bit of spiritual energy, would loosen the bottleneck and directly ascend to the extreme spirit realm. Once he stepped into the extreme spirit realm, Pei Yishao would no longer be an inner disciple, and there would be no need for this battle to continue. Moreover, Pei Yishao did not want to break through his cultivation in front of everyone. What he needed most now was a safe and quiet place to meditate. You are strong, the most formidable opponent I have encountered since I began my cultivation, Pei Yishao said, gazing at Xu Changge. Not bad, Xu Changge replied with a thick skin, nodding directly. Seeing Xu Changge nodding so shamelessly, Pei Yishao's lips twitched slightly. If there's a next time, I hope to fight you again. Next time we meet, you'll be in the extreme spirit realm. Are you planning to bully me? Xu Changge teased deliberately. Pei Yishao was silent for a moment. I'm not that kind of person. And then, Xu Changge asked. Forget it. Pei Yishao's ability to speak was weak. Facing Xu Changge's teasing, he couldn't hold on anymore. Then, Pei Yishao turned and left without looking back. Just leaving like that? Don't you want to chat a bit more? Xu Changge felt quite comfortable after winning this match in a clever way. Pei Yishao didn't want to talk to Xu Changge for now. He only wanted to close himself off and break through, and when the opportunity arose in the future, he would definitely finish this unfinished battle with Xu Changge. Soon, Pei Yishao disappeared from sight. Xu Changge coughed a few times, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. Pei Yishao, your overwhelming body strength is indeed terrifying, but it will also become your cause of death. You are very arrogant. If I directly told you to cultivate soft path techniques, it would definitely backfire. In this battle, I use sword intent to overcome hardness with softness. I hope you can understand. Xu Changge thought to himself, watching the direction in which Pei Yishao left. With Pei Yishao gone, Xu Changge was left alone on the arena, which had turned into ruins. The entire venue was silent, and many people were still immersed in shock, unable to extricate themselves. Pei Yishao of Jinluan Peak, born with a dominant body, lost just like this? Pei Yishao had once fought against a cultivator at the early stage of the extreme spirit realm and remained undefeated, even gaining the upper hand. Such terrifying strength was unexpectedly defeated by Xu Changge, who only possessed the early stage of the essence path realm. The elders within the Holy Land were stunned, and the disciples wore expressions of terror, finding it hard to accept this outcome. However, no matter how shocked and awed everyone was, Xu Changge's victory was a fact that could not be changed. The Holy Master, witnessing the elder presiding over the intersect competition in a daze, personally stood up and loudly declared, in the intersect duel, Xu Changge of Dongshan Peak wins. Boom! With this proclamation from the Holy Master, the competition among the inner disciples came to a complete end, solidifying Xu Changge's position as the first among the inner disciples. Xu Changge from Dongshan Peak became the #1 inner disciple. Countless people were left speechless, and words could hardly describe their complex feelings at that moment. Is this still human? The disciples looked at Xu Changge, and the previous contempt and disdain were replaced with deep reverence and admiration, along with a hint of fear. Senior brother Xu is mighty. Some disciples became infatuated with Xu Changge, shouting loudly as if they themselves had won the title of the first inner disciple. The sound of the tide rolled in, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Holy Master personally reached out and brought Xu Changge before him from a distance. I have met all the seniors. Xu Changge cupped his fists in respect towards the Holy Master and others. Facing the high-ranking members of the Holy Land and the powerful figures from various factions, Xu Changge's calm demeanor surprised everyone, elevating their view of him even further. Such a monstrous disciple hails from the Wan, Yin Holy Land, Sai. The strong figures from various factions sighed inwardly, feeling quite helpless. Xu Changge, your performance has greatly surprised us. The Holy Master was very satisfied with Xu Changge, his eyes filled with appreciation. I merely fought with all my strength. Xu Changge replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. According to the rules of the Seven Veins battle, you will receive generous cultivation resources. The Holy Master took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xu Changge. Xu Changge was not polite and directly accepted the spatial ring. Thank you, Holy Master. Xu Changge, the head of Dongshan Peak, has long been absent from the Holy Land and cannot provide guidance. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come to consult me. The Holy Master made a promise. Many elders were stunned, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. The Holy Master's words clearly indicated his intention to take Xu Changge as a disciple. But he was being tactful out of consideration for the face of the head of Dongshan Peak. Chapter 61. Refusing the Holy Master's kindness, Xu Changge discerned the implication in the Holy Master's words. He wanted to take him as a disciple. If Xu Changge agreed to the Holy Master, he would directly become a highly influential figure within the Wan Yin Holy Land. The heads of the various factions did not expect the Holy Master to say this in front of everyone. The intention was too obvious. In fact, certain heads had entertained this thought as well, but upon realizing that Xu Changge was the disciple of Yin Xinyu, the head of Dongshan Peak, they abandoned that idea, only wishing to draw Xu Changge to their own factions. What a leap to success! Numerous inner sect elders revealed envious expressions, and some were even thinking about how to curry favor with Xu Changge in the future. Liang Zhongwei, an elder from Linglong Peak, looked extremely displeased. He had never anticipated that the Dongshan Peak disciple he once looked down upon would seize the #1 position among the inner disciples, let alone that the Holy Master would favor him. Based on Xu Changge's current performance, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. When Liang Zhongwei recalled how he had previously offended Xu Changge, secretly arranging for a strong inner disciple to battle Xu Changge in hopes of making him look foolish, he felt a great deal of inner turmoil upon seeing how things had turned out. It's over. My junior brother might turn to another master. In secret, Luo Huangxue expressed her worries, seemingly envisioning a scenario where Xu Changge would betray Dongshan Peak. After all, one was the long-declined Dongshan Peak, and the other was the olive branch extended by the Holy Master, who would choose Dongshan Peak. Senior brother Wan Hani seemed still immersed in Xu Changge's swordsmanship talent, showing no reaction. Senior brother, aren't you the least bit worried? Luo Huangxue turned to look at Wan Hani, finding him expressionless. This is his own choice. What is there to worry about? Wan Hani replied from a distance, hiding in the shadows while watching Xu Changge, speaking softly. Despite this, Luo Huangxue thought it was quite unpleasant that their Dongshan Peak finally had a new disciple, and if he disappeared just like that, it would not sit well with her. Imagining herself facing such temptation, she feared she would not hesitate and would directly choose to become the Holy Master's closed-door disciple. Wan Hani remained silent, hands clasped behind his back. On the high platform, the Holy Master looked at Xu Changge with appreciative and expectant eyes, waiting for Xu Changge's answer. Thank you for your kindness, Holy Master. I am just a rough person and do not dare to trouble you. Xu Changge cupped his fists and said, boom. As Xu Changge's words fell, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. He refused? Xu Changge actually rejected the Holy Master's goodwill? Did he not know the Holy Master intended to personally cultivate him? The heads of the various factions had initially thought Xu Changge would be overjoyed to express his gratitude. But who would have thought that he would politely refuse the Holy Master's kindness? The head of Beiziu Peak looked at Xu Changge with a strange and surprised expression, secretly thinking, I am becoming more and more interested in this kid. Xiao Feiqing, the head of Wanxiao Peak, also displayed an extremely astonished expression. If it were not for such an occasion, she would have definitely pinched Xu Changge's face and said, Little Changge, why are you so adorable? The strong figures from various factions and the elders of the Holy Land were left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with rich emotions. In secret, Luo Huangxue slightly parted her red lips, not expecting Xu Changge to so decisively refuse the Holy Master's goodwill? Just a moment ago, she was quite worried that Xu Changge would leave Dongshan Peak. Now, she could not understand why Xu Changge wanted to stay at Dongshan Peak. Senior brother. What kind of drug did the old man give her junior brother? He doesn't even care about the Holy Master. I don't know, Wan Hani replied tersely, his expression unchanged. It was as if he had determined from the very beginning that Xu Changge would not leave Dongshan Peak. No matter how unreliable the old man was, his disciple was certainly not someone who would waver. At the very least, his character was acceptable. The Holy Master was taken aback. He probably did not expect Xu Changge to directly refuse him so resolutely. After a breath, the Holy Master regained his composure and nodded, saying, "It's fine. There's still plenty of time ahead." The Holy Master's words undoubtedly indicated that he did not blame Xu Changge, allowing him to think it over carefully. Xu Changge bowed to the Holy Master and others, took the spatial ring belonging to the first inner disciple, and turned to leave. The inner sect battle had finally come to a close. The name Xu Changge had spread throughout every corner of the Wan Yin Holy Land and gradually reached the ears of various factions. The early stage of the Essence Path realm, coupled with the comprehension of dual sword intents, was exceedingly rare. Such a monstrous disciple was enough to attract everyone's attention. Xu Changge returned to Dongshan Peak and immediately ran into Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue. Senior brother, senior sister. You did well. Luo Huangxue stepped forward and patted Xu Changge on the shoulder, her face beaming with joy. Just average, Xu Changge replied. Only when facing those closest to him did he lower his guard. Don't get too complacent just because I praised you. This time was far too dangerous. You almost lost your life. If such a situation arises again, you must not act like this, do you hear? Luo Huangxue suddenly changed her expression, sternly reprimanding him. I understand, I won't do it again. Xu Changge nodded. Xu Changge was not proud or complacent about winning the title of the inner sect's first disciple, which made Luo Huangxue quite pleased. The water system's sword intent and the ice sword intent must be mastered well, and one must not be impatient. If later on you are unable to balance the two sword intents, you must understand the need to make choices. Wan Hani was surprised by Xu Changge's talent in swordsmanship, but was also worried about Xu Changge's future path. Xu Changge had just embarked on the path of swordsmanship, having comprehended sword intent, and the pressure from the dual sword intents was naturally not very great. However, as one progresses further along the path of swordsmanship, it becomes increasingly difficult. For Xu Changge to master two different sword intents would be extremely challenging, and it could even endanger his life. Wan Hani thought this way, hoping that Xu Changge would know when to make sacrifices at critical moments. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I understand. Although Xu Changge was very confident in himself, he still needed to humbly accept guidance to avoid worrying his seniors. Wan Hani nodded and then changed the subject. I also practice swordsmanship like you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will do my best to help you within my capabilities. Yes. Xu Changge enjoyed this warmth within the sect. All right. You have consumed too much this time. You should take a good rest. Wan Hani said. Chapter 62. The Peach Blossom Tragedy of the Wanyan Sacred Land. After chatting with his senior brothers and sisters, Xu Changge returned to his cave abode, ready to meditate. Before meditating, Xu Changge naturally wanted to see what the reward for being the first disciple of the inner sect was, so he immediately opened his spatial ring. It must be said that the rewards for each session of the Seven Veins Conference were quite good, enough to support a small sect that was not mainstream. Xu Changge's divine sense entered the spatial ring and saw thousands of high-quality spirit stones, as well as various spiritual herbs and pills. For Xu Changge's current resources, this was a substantial gain, enough for him to squander for quite a while. In the following half-month, Xu Changge refined several high-quality spirit stones, and his vitality and spirit were restored to their best state. At the same time, Xu Changge's cultivation level rose a bit, and he was faintly approaching a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Yuandao realm. Xu Changge exited the cave, preparing to observe the ongoing competition of the core disciples. According to the rules of the Wanyan Sacred Land, one could become a core disciple at the late stage of the Yuandao realm. Therefore, the strength of core disciples varied greatly, with some weaker core disciples unable to match certain intersect disciples. The number of core disciples was very small, and half a month had already come to an end. On the spectator seats, Xu Changge's appearance attracted the attention of many people. A group of disciples made way, creating a better spot for Xu Changge. Senior Brother Xu, please. Senior Brother Xu, I am from the falling sunset peak. Senior Brother Xu, I'm also a sword cultivator, but I have yet to comprehend sword intent. May I ask you for guidance? Senior Brother Xu. Many intersect disciples looked at Xu Changge, calling him Senior Brother. Some of the female disciples were quite bold, publicly declaring their desire to be Xu Changge's partner. To be honest, these female disciples were quite beautiful and could be considered top-notch beauties outside. Faced with the enthusiasm of the disciples, the chattering voices echoed in his ears, making Xu Changge feel somewhat helpless. Fame brings its own burdens. Xu Changge had already anticipated such a situation when he participated in the Seven Veins Conference. After giving a slight smile to the disciples, Xu Changge took a seat in a better position and ignored the crowd. Seeing that Xu Changge was focused on observing the battles of the core disciples, the other disciples also stopped talking, understanding the situation. On the arena, a man dressed in blue was particularly conspicuous. He easily defeated his opponent, chatting and laughing. Xu Changge's gaze immediately fell on this person, silently saying, "The top core disciple, Bai Xuan." Indeed, this man in blue was the strongest among the core disciples. Of course, currently, only Xu Changge knew this, as he possessed memories from his past life. Bai Xuan was a core disciple of the Peach Blossom Peak, known for being low-key and had a very low presence in the Wanyan Sacred Land. Even the head of the Peach Blossom Peak was unaware of Bai Xuan's strength. Among the 7 veins of the Wanyan Sacred Land, the weakest was Dongshan Peak, followed by Peach Blossom Peak. Thus, the foundation of Peach Blossom Peak was relatively low compared to other peaks, and the strength of its head ranked at the bottom. Who is this core disciple? The powerful figures from various factions noticed Bai Xuan and communicated with each other telepathically. It seems he is a disciple from Peach Blossom Peak. Named Bai Xuan. Someone recognized Bai Xuan's identity and looked toward the head of Peach Blossom Peak. They initially thought that the disciple from Dongshan Peak was already a dark horse, but unexpectedly, Peach Blossom Peak was hiding so deeply. Everyone was astonished as they watched Bai Xuan easily defeat his opponent. Not only were the spectators surprised, but even the head of Peach Blossom Peak was bewildered, thinking, "My disciple is this strong? Why have I not known anything for so many years?" Bai Xuan currently displayed a cultivation level at the peak of the Yuandao realm, with no one of the same realm able to contend with him. His weapon was quite unique, a long flute. Holding the flute, Bai Xuan appeared like a suave gentleman, gentle and refined. In the audience seats, Xu Changge observed Bai Xuan, internally monologuing. This person is not as simple as he appears. He is a genuine, strong one at the extreme spirit realm. Xu Changge had a deep understanding of Bai Xuan based on his past life memories. Bai Xuan was extremely talented, adept in the way of music, low-key in his actions, and had always hidden his true strength. In his past life, Xu Changge remembered Bai Xuan achieving the position of the top core disciple. Later, due to an accident, Bai Xuan fell into madness and perished. If Bai Xuan had not fallen, the Wanyan Sacred Land would surely have ascended to a new height. In his past life, Xu Changge truly thought it was just an accident, only to later discover the truth. It was all a conspiracy. This core disciple competition was to select the new saint's son. Bai Xuan becoming the top core disciple meant he would be the future saint's son, inheriting the position of the saint master. However, certain elders of Jinluan Peak did not want the lowly Peach Blossom Peak to rise, secretly taking action and harming Bai Xuan. As a result, the Wanyan Sacred Land lost a monstrous disciple, and later, the head of Peach Blossom Peak learned the truth and forcefully stormed Jinluan Peak for an explanation, leading to a fierce conflict between the two sides. In the end, the head of Peach Blossom Peak was injured and retreated, feeling completely disappointed with the Wanyan Sacred Land, subsequently leaving. It was because of this event that the Wanyan Sacred Land began to decline. Ancient records refer to this event as the Peach Blossom Tragedy. The most outstanding disciple of Peach Blossom Peak met a tragic end, and the head left with resentment. From then on, the talents of Peach Blossom Peak began to wither, and the overall strength and foundation of the Wanyan sacred land declined, with various factions taking the opportunity to cause trouble, resulting in irreversible consequences. It was not until later disciples gradually grew that the awkward situation of the Wanyan sacred land was broken. Thinking of this matter, Xu Changge's expression gradually became serious, internally saying, "The same thing cannot happen a second time." Xu Changge would not allow the peach blossom tragedy to occur again and had to think of a suitable solution. Certain parasites within the sacred land also needed to be cleaned out as soon as possible. A few days later, the competition among the core disciples entered a heated stage. This time, Bai Yishuan's opponent was a disciple at the early stage of the extreme spirit realm, and everyone thought Bai Yishuan would be defeated. However, at a critical moment, Bai Yishuan revealed his true cultivation level and won with a strong attitude. In an instant, exclamations echoed throughout the Wanyan sacred land. As everyone was shocked, this disciple from Peach Blossom Peak is truly a dark horse. After several more days, the decisive battle among the core disciples arrived. This battle was between Bai Yishuan of Peach Blossom Peak and the core disciple of Jinluan Peak. Both of them were crushing their way through, possessing immense strength, not weaker than half of the elders in the Holy Land. Chapter 63, Poisoning Backfires. Bai Yishuan relied on his own strength to push through without any obstacles and reach this point, shocking everyone. The head of Taohua Peak looked at his disciple with a face full of doubt, yet could hardly conceal his excitement and joy. In his eyes, Taohua Peak was about to rise. The core disciple from Jinluan Peak, named Jiangchun, was quite famous. If it weren't for Bai Yishuan's appearance, he would have comfortably held the first position among the core disciples. Now, with Bai Yishuan as a dark horse, everything was uncertain. "Brother Jiang, please." As a fellow core disciple, Bai Yishuan naturally recognized the renowned Jiangchun and cupped his fists in greeting. Jiangchun was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. "Make your move." Jiangchun's arrogance was different from that of the inner disciple, Pei Yishao. Pei Yishao was proud and unyielding, never easily giving up on anything, adhering to a principle and bottom line in dealing with others. Jiangchun from Jinluan Peak, however, was a form of prideful arrogance, believing that no one in the entire Wanyan Holy Land could match him, having been instilled with negative ideas since childhood. Over time, Jiangchun's personality changed drastically, becoming extremely self-conceited. The root of all this was his father, the great elder of Wanyan Holy Land, Jiang Yufeng. From childhood, whatever Jiangchun wanted, great elder Jiang Yufeng would go to great lengths to obtain it for him. As Jiang Yufeng had a son late in life, and Jiangchun was his only seedling, he doted on him greatly. The final battle of the core disciples began. Bai Yishuan displayed the path of music, and the flute in his hand seemed harmless, yet contained terrifying power. In a short while, Bai Yishuan and Jiangchun exchanged over 50 moves, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, as time passed, Bai Yishuan's path of music gradually affected Jiangchun's mind, causing confusion in his thoughts. Jiangchun used a technique to restore his clarity, realizing he couldn't drag this out with Bai Yishuan. Otherwise, he would definitely be broken through by the path of music, and this battle would become dangerous. Kill. Jiangchun couldn't bear to imagine losing and directly used his trump card, Pear Blossom Spirit Jade Needles. A total of 6 long needles containing killing intent were urged by Jiangchun, seeking an opportunity to strike at Bai Yishuan. Pear Blossom Spirit Jade Needles. "You actually passed this to Jiangchun?" The Holy Master glanced at Great Elder Jiang Yufeng, his tone flat, revealing no emotion. "Jiang Yufeng, is it a bit excessive for you to give your protective weapon to Jiangchun during your disciples' match?" The head of Baitsu Peak accused. "Can't take a loss?" The various heads and some elders frowned slightly. The Pear Blossom Spirit Jade Needles Jiangchun used were not originally his, but were the hidden weapons of Great Elder Jiang Yufeng. To ensure Jiangchun could compete for the top position among core disciples, Jiang Yufeng specially gifted him these hidden weapons. Facing the questioning and dissatisfied gazes of the crowd, Great Elder Jiang Yufeng appeared oblivious, maintaining a fearless posture, watching the battle with his head held high. In an instant, Bai Yishuan sensed the crisis of death approaching. Bai Yishuan never expected that during a friendly match among fellow disciples, Jiang Chun would resort to such sinister means, truly unworthy of a gentleman. Bai Yishuan had no time to think and immediately began to play the flute, unleashing his strongest trump card. Since you, Jiang Chun, do not adhere to righteousness, don't blame me for being merciless. A series of flute sounds emanated, spreading outwards from Bai Yishuan's position in every direction. At a critical moment, the 6 pair of blossom spirit jade needles were just 5 meters away from stabbing Bai Yishuan, but stopped mid-air, motionless due to the flute music. How is this possible? Jiang Chun looked at his strongest divine ability being effortlessly blocked by Bai Yishuan, unable to believe it. I'll return it to you. Bai Yishuan, who had just been a graceful young master, now revealed a fierce gaze. Swish! The trajectory of the pair blossom spirit jade needles changed abruptly, turning towards Jiang Chun. Control. Jiang Chun wanted to manipulate the pair blossom spirit jade needles, but he was suppressed by the path of music, making it difficult for him to operate his internal spiritual energy in time. In a flash, Jiang Chun dodged 4 of the pair blossom spirit jade needles, but was still struck by the other 2, injuring him. 2 spirit jade needles pierced Jiang Chun's left shoulder and wrist, blood flowing freely. However, it was merely a flesh wound, not serious. Brother Jiang, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Bai Yishuan pointed the flute at Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun made no move. Clutching his chest with his right hand, his face flushed, looking somewhat unwell. Seeing this, Bai Yishuan frowned slightly, convinced he had shown mercy and wouldn't seriously injure Jiang Chun. After a few more breaths, Jiang Chun still made no move and did not speak. Something's wrong. The high-ranking heads seated above noticed Jiang Chun's aura becoming chaotic at an alarming speed. Suddenly, Jiang Chun lost his balance and collapsed on the arena. Black blood oozed from his wounds. Seeing this scene, everyone understood and exclaimed, "The needles are poisoned." The pair blossom spirit jade needles had been poisoned by Jiang Chun, and once injured by the spirit jade needles, the toxin would instantly fill the body. Chun'er, great elder Jiang Yufeng, disregarded the rules of the Holy Land, directly opening the barrier and rushing onto the arena, holding Jiang Chun in his arms. Using a technique to seal Jiang Chun's meridians to ensure the toxin wouldn't attack his internal organs, Jiang Yufeng carried Jiang Chun away, shooting a fierce glare at Bai Yishuan as they left. Bai Yishuan clenched his teeth. Had he not been strong enough, he would have been the one lying on the ground. This is too much. In a friendly match among fellow disciples, someone actually poisoned. Who poisoned? Brother Jiang? Or Brother Bai? Are you stupid? The pair blossom spirit jade needles were launched by Brother Jiang, and Brother Bai never touched them from the beginning. Who do you say poisoned? Harming others ultimately harms oneself. Brother Jiang poisoned himself. If the pair blossom spirit jade needles hadn't been poisoned, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Everyone racked their brains, never expecting the decisive battle among core disciples would end in such a manner. Jiang Chun's reputation had always been poor, and after today's poisoning incident, he would likely be infamous in the future. The high-ranking officials within the Holy Land remained silent for a long time, each with a grim expression. However, to maintain order within the Holy Land, the Holy Master decided to resolve the matter quickly. Silence. Everyone immediately closed their mouths. Chapter 64. The war ends, preparing to abolish Dongchen Peak. The Holy Master directly announced the results of the core disciples competition. In today's battle, Bai Yishuan from Tawak Peak wins. Subsequently, the Holy Master awarded the first prize among the core disciples to Bai Yishuan. From the very beginning, the Holy Master of Wanyan and all the high-ranking officials from Linglong Peak believed Jiang Chun would claim the top position among core disciples and declare him the current Holy Son. But now Jiang Chun was injured by his own poison, his life and death uncertain. As for Bai Yishuan, he was from Tawa Peak, and the matter of the Holy Son would have to be deliberated further. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all of you. Please move to the inner hall for a cup of tea. The Holy Master said to the strong figures from various factions. No need for that. The various factions saw such a spectacle today. On the surface, they expressed regret, but in their hearts, they felt quite satisfied. The more severe the internal strife within Wanyan Holy Land, the better it was for all factions. The high-ranking officials from Taohua Peak took by Yishuan away from the scene. Even though they had won first place in the Seven Veins War, their expressions were still grim. If it had been another disciple fighting Jiang Chun, they would likely be looking at a corpse by now. Over the years, Jinhua Peak has monopolized various resources, leading to an increasingly unbalanced foundation among the Seven Veins. There's nothing to be done. After all, the current Holy Master was once a disciple of Jinhua Peak. What frustrates many is that Jiang Chun from Jinhua Peak is so ruthless towards his fellow brothers and sisters, secretly using poison. The Holy Master hasn't mentioned this matter at all and has not punished Jinhua Peak, not even scolding them once. The issue of the Holy Sun is difficult to decide. Xu Changge thought to himself as he turned around and returned to Dongxin Peak. Xu Changge was sure that if Jiang Chun won this battle, Wanyan Holy Land would definitely announce Jiang Chun as the successor to the position of Holy Sun. However, the top disciple among the core disciples is from Taohua Peak, which makes things a bit awkward. 2 years ago, I met by Yishuan from Taohua Peak and never expected his strength to be this formidable. Luo Huangxue had just watched a good show. Jinhua Peak's performance was too ugly. What was even more unexpected was that Jiang Chun from Jinhua Peak was so treacherous that he not only failed to harm others, but ended up harming himself with his own means. A boring act. Wan Hani, who had always been averse to the Seven Veins battle, became even more resolute in his thoughts upon seeing the situation. The so-called Seven Veins battle is just a joke. Brothers and sisters harming each other, while the higher-ups of the Holy Land remain indifferent. Today, there was even a show of poisoning, yet the Holy Master and others chose to ignore it. If this continues, the Holy Land will surely face major problems sooner or later. Senior brother, senior sister. After Xu Changge returned, he saluted Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue. Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue nodded in response. Ever since Xu Changge rejected the Holy Master's goodwill, Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue's fondness for him has greatly increased, treating him as one of their own. As long as Xu Changge doesn't make any fundamental mistakes, they are willing to be tolerant. The Seven Veins battle has come to a close, and the Holy Land probably won't announce the Holy Sun's matter in the short term. I don't even know if that kid Jiang Chun is still alive. Jinhua Peak must be in a state of chaos. Luo Huangxue really wanted to run to Jinhua Peak to take a look, but she suppressed this thought and continued to tend her flowers and plants, not asking about worldly matters. Boring. Wan Hani lost interest and turned back to the peak of Dongxin, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, letting time slip away through his fingers. A few days later, news came from Jinhua Peak. Jiang Chun was no longer in life-threatening danger. He had only sustained some damage to his foundation and would need a long time to recover. Jinhua Peak has a deep foundation, so it would definitely be able to restore Jiang Chun's foundation, and it shouldn't be a big problem. Holy Master, is it inappropriate for Jiang Chun to use poison in the competition among fellow disciples? One day, the first seat of Taohua Peak found the Holy Master and spoke bluntly about his intention. A few days ago, the strong from various forces had already left Wan Yin Holy Land. With no outsiders present, some things could be put on the table for discussion. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate, but Jiang Chun has already received the punishment he deserves. This matter need not be mentioned again. In the Great Hall, the Holy Master sat in the highest position and spoke in a deep voice. All the first seats, except for Dongxin Peak, were present, and upon hearing the Holy Master's words, they felt a sense of desolation. Since when could poisoning among fellow disciples be brushed aside so easily? Jiang Chun's poisoning backfired, and he brought it upon himself. Doesn't he deserve to be punished properly? The first seat of Beitu Peak spoke frankly. If the Holy Land allows poisoning among fellow disciples today, tomorrow there will probably be more disciples imitating it. How should we position ourselves then? How should Wanyan Holy Land develop? The various first seats spoke up, as they genuinely did not wish to see similar incidents occur again, and also wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Jinhua Peak's arrogance. Over the years, Jinhua Peak has indeed become somewhat inflated. The attitudes of the various first seats were very firm, and the Holy Master could not casually brush them off. Elder Jiang Yufeng, who was very high in status, just below the first seats of each peak, couldn't help but say angrily about the discussions regarding his son Jiang Chun. Once you step onto the arena, you should give it your all. What wrong has my son done? How audacious! the first seat of Beitu Peak, who had not cared about the Holy Land's internal affairs for many years, could not let this matter of poisoning be buried. Jiang Yufeng, don't think you could do as you please just because of your seniority. Is the pear blossom spirit jade needle Jiang Chen's? Is poisoning something that should be done in a battle among fellow disciples? Jiang Yufeng, don't treat us all as fools. Facing the reprimand from the first seat of Beitu Peak, Elder Jiang Yufeng did not dare to refute, only able to clench his teeth in silence with a pale face. Holy Master, this matter cannot be ignored and must be dealt with seriously. The first seat of Beitu Peak was very strong and also commanded the Beitu guards. Even a Holy Master would not easily offend the first seat of Beitu Peak. All right, I understand. Once Jiang Chun has healed, I will handle it. And I will definitely give the various first seats an explanation, as well as an explanation to all disciples in the Holy Land. For the sake of the overall situation, the Holy Master could only nod in agreement. Since the Holy Master has said so, the various first seats were not unreasonable and fell silent. The atmosphere in the Great Hall quickly became oppressive and heavy. After a while, the Holy Master changed the subject. The Seven Veins battle has ended. What do you all think about Dongshan Peak? We have already discussed the result some time ago. There is no need to discuss it further, right? The first seats of each peak nodded in agreement. Dongshan Peak must be abolished, except for the first seat of Beitu Peak. The other first seats all nodded in agreement and were very supportive. Once Dongshan Peak is abolished, each peak will be able to compete for quite a few resources. Who wouldn't want that? Chapter 65. A hypocritical man, the first seat of Beitu Peak, Jian Yunhe, stood alone in opposition, which would not have much effect. Abolishing Dongshan Peak would save a lot of resources, benefiting everyone else. At that time, the cultivation caverns and various spiritual treasures and herbs within Dongshan Peak will be divided among the various veins. Yin Xinyu, it's not that I don't want to help you. I really have no way. If you don't come back soon, Dongshan Peak will be gone. Jian Yunhe thought to himself, hoping Yin Xinyu could return quickly. Jian Yunhe and Yin Xinyu were close friends, often chatting and joking together. Over the years, if it weren't for Jian Yunhe's secret support for Dongshan Peak, it would have been abolished long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on to this day. Now, Jian Yunhe could no longer help Dongshan Peak. He had done his best. Go notify those disciples from Dongshan Peak. Give them 7 days to adjust, and then the Holy Land will directly intervene in Dongshan Peak to redistribute resources. The Holy Master, named Ling Beichun, had a serious expression. An elder received Ling Beichun's instruction and immediately headed to Dongshan Peak. At this moment, Dongshan Peak was still as usual, with Xu Changge and others living a peaceful and leisurely life. An intersect elder descended upon Dongshan Peak, standing in the void, overlooking every corner of Dongshan Peak. He saw Wan Hani staring at the sky on the mountaintop, looking like a fool, and also saw Luo Huangxue dressed like a village girl, picking flowers. A useless effort. The elder secretly despised. Then, the elder sent a voice transmission to every part of Dongshan Peak, loudly announcing, according to the unanimous decision of the higher-ups of the Holy Land, Dongshan Peak will be officially abolished in 7 days. And the original 3 disciples of Dongshan Peak are ordered to move out as soon as possible. After speaking, the elder turned away, unwilling to stay longer. With this announcement, the entire Wanyan Holy Land was shaken. In fact, this news even reached the ears of various forces, causing quite a stir. Since the establishment of Wanyan Holy Land, the 7 veins have been closely connected, and the situation of abolishing a vein had never occurred. Today, Wanyan Holy Land is likely to set a precedent. If the first seat of Dongshan Peak, Yin Xinyu, had managed this vein well, perhaps the higher-ups of the Holy Land would not dare to do this. However, Yin Xinyu happens to be a lazy person, often absent from the Holy Land and completely indifferent to the affairs of Dongshan Peak. Over time, Dongshan Peak had fallen to such a state that even with Xu Changge, there were only 3 disciples left. As for the original elders of Dongshan Peak, they had long since defected to other branches. Xu Changge, who was meditating, heard this voice and immediately got up to walk outside the cave dwelling. Xu Changge was not worried that Dongshan Peak would be abolished. He knew very well that his senior brothers and sisters were not as simple as they appeared. If the higher-ups of the Holy Land truly angered his senior brothers and sisters, even the Holy Lord would have to suffer, in the eyes of his brothers and sisters. If it weren't for the old man, Yin Qingyu, they would have left the Wanyan Holy Land long ago and had no feelings for it at all. Little Changge, our Dongshan Peak is about to be abolished. What are your thoughts? Luo Huangxue appeared out of nowhere, standing beside Xu Changge with a half-smile, asking. Xu Changge was already used to Luo Huangxue's sudden appearances and was not startled. I have no thoughts. It's just a trivial matter. What? Luo Huangxue originally wanted to tease Xu Changge and bully her junior brother a bit, but seeing Xu Changge's calm demeanor surprised her. You call this a trivial matter? Don't you know that if Dongshan Peak is gone, we will have nowhere to go? When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. There's nothing to worry about. Xu Changge looked at Luo Huangxue, who pretended to be worried, appearing indifferent on the surface, but feeling quite helpless inside. His senior sister was great in every way, except that she liked to bully him. Clearly, Luo Huangxue wanted to test Xu Changge to see how he would react to the potential abolishment of Dongshan Peak. In his previous life, Xu Changge was young and ignorant, often bullied by his senior sister. Every time he thought back to it, he felt both warmth and heartache, along with a hint of nostalgia. You really have a big heart. Luo Huangxue assessed Xu Changge, feeling that her junior brother's temperament was too good, completely unlike what a young person should be like. After a while, Luo Huangxue exclaimed, "Junior brother, you have fought for the first place in the inner sect, if Dongshan Peak is abolished. The other peaks will surely be at your disposal. For you, this is actually a good thing." Xu Changge, reborn, truly could not withstand Luo Huangxue's sarcastic remarks. "Sister, can we speak normally? Can we do something human?" Xu Changge thought to himself, but did not dare to say it out loud. If he did, he could imagine how Luo Huangxue would educate him. Currently, Xu Changge was no match for Luo Huangxue. As long as she was willing, she could send Xu Changge flying thousands of miles away with a single slap. "Sister, do I look like someone who would defect from the sect?" Xu Changge retorted. "People's hearts are hard to read. How do I know what you're thinking?" Luo Huangxue feigned seriousness and questioned. Xu Changge was at a loss for words. "Then what do you think I should do to change my image in your eyes? When you heard that Dongshan Peak is about to be abolished, at the very least, you should show some worry. Look at yourself. You don't have the slightest bit of concern. Are you not looking forward to going to a better place?" Luo Huangxue sighed. "Alas, Dongshan Peak's talents have dwindled. It's hard to find a disciple who is first in the inner sect, and now they are about to leave." Xu Changge felt a headache coming on. "I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" Luo Huangxue suddenly changed her tone and asked fiercely. "Wrong for not feeling worried about Dongshan Peak. Acting like a disciple of Dongshan Peak." Xu Changge stated seriously. However, in his heart, he muttered, "The real mistake is that I just talked to you, and my heart is too tired." "Umph. Hypocritical man." Luo Huangxue snorted lightly. "How am I hypocritical?" Xu Changge asked in extreme surprise. "You say you worry about Dongshan Peak, but your eyes show no sign of worry. What do you call that if not hypocrisy?" Luo Huangxue questioned. Xu Changge was speechless. Could he say he already knew Dongshan Peak would be fine and that his senior sister and brother were very capable? Boring man. Luo Huangxue initially wanted to take this opportunity to tease Xu Changge, but seeing his indifferent expression, she lost interest. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Huangxue turned around and left, leaving Xu Changge standing there in a daze, filled with question marks. Chapter 66. Xu Changge rejects invitations from various peaks. After Luo Huangxue left for a while, Xu Changge revealed a helpless smile. But then he thought, being teased and looked down upon by his senior sister was also a kind of unique happiness, right? Xu Changge shook his head, deciding to avoid meeting his senior sister alone as much as possible. Otherwise, she would surely find ways to bully him. Only in front of their master brother Wanhani would she hold back a little. In 7 days, Dongshan Peak would be abolished, and this news shook the Holy Land, causing all disciples to be in an uproar. The next day, 2 disciples from Wanxia Peak arrived, Su Yuan and Su Yin, outstanding inner sect disciples. Especially Su Yuan, born with a cold body, had extremely high talent. Not long ago, Su Yuan had a battle with Xu Changge and unfortunately lost. Su Yin had previously used charm techniques on Xu Changge, wanting to recruit him to Wanxia Peak. Unfortunately, Xu Changge's will was firm, and Su Yan's charm techniques backfired. They were known as the twin beauties of Luanxia Peak, considered the most famous women in Wanyan Holy Land. The master of Luanxia Peak, Xiao Feiqing, went to great lengths to recruit Xu Changge as a disciple, directly sending Su Yuanyuan and Su Yin to work together, clearly a beauty scheme. Senior Sister Luo, we come on behalf of our master to thank junior brother Xu Changge. Su Yuanyuan bowed respectfully to Luo Huangxue, who was picking flowers by the roadside. Understood. You may go, Luo Huangxue said, without raising her head. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. Su Yuanyuan and Su Yin politely expressed their gratitude. Then, Su Yuanyuan and Su Yin walked side by side to the depths of Dongshan Peak, heading towards Xu Changge's location. On the way, Su Yin quietly transmitted, Sister, I heard that this Senior Sister Luo has been in the sect for 500 years and is still only at the initial stage of the Yuan Dao realm. Her talent is really too poor. Why do you care so much? We're not looking for her anyway. Su Yuanyuan replied. That's true. Once Dongshan Peak is erased, Senior Sister Luo and Master Brother Wan will definitely have no peak willing to take them in. If they are lucky, they might become outer sect disciples. If unlucky, they might be directly expelled from the Holy Land. Su Yin sighed. Other people's matters have nothing to do with us. Su Yuanyuan admonished Su Yin, telling her not to meddle in unnecessary affairs to avoid trouble. Understood. Su Yin nodded lightly in agreement. Before long, they arrived outside Xu Changge's cultivation cave. Junior brother Su, disciples Su Yuanyuan and Su Yin from Wanxia Peak, come pay a visit. Xu Changge walked out of the cave at a leisurely pace and invited the two fairies inside. Please, take a seat. He then personally brewed a pot of tea for them and sat down. What brings you two fairies here today? I'll speak plainly. If my words are inappropriate, please forgive me, junior brother Su. Su Yuanyuan did not like to beat around the bush. She glanced at the tea Xu Changge brewed and stated directly, the Holy Land has decided to abolish the Dongshan Peak lineage. What will you do, junior brother Su? After a pause, Su Yuanyuan continued, Junior brother Su, you have exceptional talent, and no matter which peak you go to, you will receive good treatment and cultivation. However, our Luanxia Peak is the most sincere. As long as you are willing to join, we will absolutely ensure you have ample cultivation resources. Moreover, our master greatly appreciates you and has even decided to make you the future head of Luanxia Peak. Junior brother Su, the female disciples of our Luanxia Peak admire you very much. If you come to Luanxia Peak, you might just find a suitable Dao partner. Su Yuanyuan seemed a bit shy. Her face slightly flushed as she spoke these words. If it weren't for her master, Xiao Feiqing repeatedly advising her to use beauty tricks, Su Yuanyuan wouldn't want to say such things. I hope brother Su can consider it carefully, Su Yuanyuan said seriously. Su Yin, sitting beside Su Yuanyuan, did not say a word and seemed somewhat afraid of Xu Changge. When Su Yin tried to seduce Xu Changge with charm techniques, she ended up getting hurt instead, leaving her with lingering fears. Sorry, I'm not going anywhere. So you two have made a wasted trip, Xu Changge rejected without hesitation. Brother Su, can't you consider it a bit? Su Yuanyuan frowned, surprised by Xu Changge's straightforward refusal, caught off guard. No need to consider, Xu Changge said firmly. 7 days later, there will be no more Dongshan Peak in Wanyan Sacred Ground, and Brother Su will still have to make a choice. Su Duanduan Bandith. I believe Dongshan Peak will not be abolished. Xu Changge smiled gently. Su Yuanyuan thought Xu Changge was dreaming. The abolition of Dongshan Peak was a unanimous decision by the higher-ups of the Sacred Ground, and no one could change it. Even if the head of Dongshan Peak returned, it would likely be futile. But what if that day really comes? Won't Brother Su leave himself a way out? Su Yuanyuan asked. If Dongshan Peak really disappears, wherever my master goes, I will go, Xu Changge replied. All right, then we won't disturb you any longer. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanyuan realized that persuading Xu Changge to join the Luanxia Peak was hopeless. Instead of staying here, it was better to leave. Afterwards, Su Yuanyuan pulled Su Yin and left Dongshan Peak. On the mountain peak, Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue, sitting in a corner picking flowers, both revealed faint smiles. In the following period, disciples and elders from various peaks came to persuade Xu Changge, offering many benefits. In short, Each peak went to great lengths to compete for Xu Changge as a disciple. However, Xu Changge remained unmoved by various temptations and rejected them all. For a full 5 days, Xu Changge was almost driven mad. Meanwhile, Wanhani and Luo Huangxue enjoyed peace and quiet, as no peaks sought them out. In the eyes of others, Wanhani and Luo Huangxue were seen as people who just ate and waited to die, without any value. After Dongshan Peak was abolished, sending the two of them to the outer sect as stewards was already considered a good outcome. They think they are so proud just because they have some talent. When Dongshan Peak is completely gone in a few days, they will still have to come begging us. Talented individuals all have their pride, which is understandable. When the time comes, Xu Changge will make his choice. The matter of Dongshan Peak has already been settled. Everyone is looking forward to the day they can divide the resources of Dongshan Peak. The various peaks have already discussed the distribution of benefits, and they believe there will be no problems. Even if Yin Qingyu returns at this time, it won't change the situation. At least, that's what the higher-ups of the sacred ground believe. Chapter 67. A Sleepless Night, Wanyan's Sacred Ground, Dongshan Peak. The noise and disputes from the outside world did not affect the tranquility here. Tomorrow is the 7th day. Will this piece of pure land of Dongshan Peak still exist? The high-ranking members of each peak were sleepless tonight, discussing how to distribute the benefits of Dongshan Peak. Some elders argued so fiercely that they almost came to blows. In the dead of night, under the full moon, in a quiet bamboo house, Wanhani and Luo Huangxue sat across from each other in silence. After a while, Wanhani looked up at the round moon, then lowered his head to gaze at the teacup on the table and took a small sip. The tea was slightly bitter, with a hint of sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. I believe in my junior brother. I will go talk to them about reason. Wanhani planned to finish the pot of tea on the table and then have a heart-to-heart talk with the higher-ups of the sacred ground, believing they would understand his concerns and be willing to reason with him. Just don't let things get too big. Luo Huangxue did not stop him and showed a rare cold expression. Perhaps it was because Luo Huangxue also wanted to discuss reason. Or perhaps she was becoming increasingly disappointed with Wanyan sacred ground. If it weren't for the old man, Wanhani and Luo Huangxue would have long since left this place, enjoying freedom in the world without needing to stay here and endure. That said, although they had no feelings for Wanyan's sacred ground, they had grown attached to the grass and trees here. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Wanhani and Luo Huangxue glanced at each other and saw an old man in a white robe with graying hair, tall and broad-nosed. This old man was the gatekeeper elder of Wanyan's sacred ground, Shangwan Guyun. What do you two kids want? Shangwan Guyun was initially unwilling to intervene in the trivial matters of the sacred ground, but ultimately couldn't sit still. Elder Shangwan, Wanhani, and Luo Huangxue stood up to greet him. In the vast sacred ground, there were few who truly earned their respect, and Shangwan Guyun was definitely one of them. While others were unaware of Shangwan Guyun's strength, Wanhani and Luo Huangxue were very clear about it. According to the old man Yin Qingyu, Shangwan Guyun's strength was no less than his, a true enlightened sage. In the world, sages are terrifying existences, free to roam wherever they please. Elder Shangwan must have heard about the situation with Dongshan Peak. Luo Huangxue, dressed simply, with freckles adding a unique charm to her, resembled a big sister from the neighborhood. Of course, I know, Shangwan Guyun nodded. My senior brother is preparing to talk reason with the sacred lord and others. What does the elder think? Luo Huangxue poured a cup of tea for Shangwan Guyun. Shangwan Guyun took a sip of tea, acknowledging Luo Huangxue's gesture, and said slowly, I'm not here to stop you. I just want to say one thing. Please speak. Elder, Luo Huangxue respected Shangwan Guyun greatly. Try not to make too much noise about this matter. Know when to stop. After all, you don't want to expose your own strength and lose the peaceful life you currently have. Shangwan Guyun clarified his intentions. Wanyan's sacred ground is going to abolish Dongshan Peak. Shangwan Guyun certainly wouldn't stop Wanhani and Luo Huangxue. He only hoped to resolve the matter as gently as possible. We will try our best. Luo Huangxue and Wanhani exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Shangwan Guyun smiled slightly and clasped his fists. You're too kind, elder. Wanhani and Luo Huangxue quickly returned the gesture, They were not yet able to bear the salute of sage. Shangguan didn't care about such formalities, shaking his head and smiling as he turned to leave. Watching Shangguan Giyun's figure gradually fade away, Wan Hani asked slowly, "Elder, with your abilities, why stay as a gatekeeper in Wanyan's sacred ground?" Shangguan Giyun had guarded the mountain gate for over 1,000 years, long forgotten by the higher-ups. This was all because he had no background. It is said that when Shangguan Giyun entered the sect, his talent was so poor that no peak wanted to take him in. Eventually, the last head of Dongshan Peak believed that Shangguan Giyun had exceptional perseverance and made an exception to allow him to become an outer disciple. Once a head spoke, the sacred ground certainly wouldn't care about such details. Since then, Shangguan Giyun became an outer disciple and, as he aged, was assigned to the mountain gate as a gatekeeper elder without any power. This piece of homeland has left my youth behind. Shangguan Giyun paused, not turning around, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. Then, Shangguan Giyun's figure disappeared, continuing to guard the mountain gate, 1,000 years like a day, without any complaints or regrets. Wan Hani and Luo Huangxue fell silent. What was the reason for their continued stay in Wanyan's sacred ground? They regarded Dongshan Peak as home. In their most destitute and helpless moments, it was the old man who took them in, guiding them from the depths of suffering towards the light. Wherever the old man was, that was their home. Now, someone wanted to destroy their home. How could they allow that? Wan Hani took another sip of tea, not saying a word, and turned to walk into the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, Wan Hani approached the hanging rack and took a plain white shirt and a blunt iron sword. He slung the iron sword behind him, donned the white shirt, and secured his long hair with a bamboo hairpin, resembling a wandering knight in the mortal world. This iron sword was named Qingxi, a gift from Yin Qingyu to Wan Hani 500 years ago. Yin Qingyu once said that a true swordsman needs a lifetime to nurture a sword. Even if that sword is a mundane weapon, rusty and chipped, it is still a peerless treasure in the eyes of a true swordsman. Although the sword was not sharpened, it could still stabilize the mountains and rivers. Over the past 500 years, Wan Hani had used the Qingxi iron sword only a handful of times. He regarded the old man's words as truth, always nurturing this originally mundane iron sword with his own spirit and soul, never using it lightly. "Senior brother, come back early," Luo Huangxue said, looking at Wan Hani. Wan Hani nodded slightly, and with a single step, he vanished into the clouds and mist. Meanwhile, Xu Changge stood on a small hillside, seemingly seeing Wan Hani's figure riding the mist away, a faint smile on his lips. By tomorrow morning, the matter would surely be resolved. Tonight, sleeplessness was destined. Xu Changge murmured to himself, a pot of fine wine in the mountains, admiring the moon and flowers. Such is the joy of life. Xu Changge sat on a stone, holding a pot of wine, gazing at the moon, his eyes deep, revealing a sense of the passage of time. Inside the main hall of the Wanyan Holy Land, the Holy Master was dealing with the trivial matters regarding the distribution of Dongshan Peak's benefits. "Holy Master, disciple Wan Hani requests an audience," a steward reported as he entered the hall. Chapter 68. One person, one sword. Confronting the higher you pass, the Holy Master, named Ling Beichun, furrowed his brows slightly, initially intending to have the steward dismiss Wan Hani. However, he reconsidered. If Yin Qingyu, the head of Dongshan Peak, returned in the future, he would definitely come looking for trouble. Therefore, Ling Beichun decided to promise Wan Hani some benefits, allowing him to sign the agreement to abolish Dongshan Peak. Although Wan Hani had little presence, he was still the eldest disciple of Dongshan Peak. If Wan Hani signed the agreement, even if Yin Qingyu wanted to cause trouble later on, Holy Master Ling Beichun would have an excuse to deflect. "Let him in," Ling Beichun said. The steward immediately conveyed the message to Wan Hani, who was waiting outside the main hall, in a cold manner. "The Holy Master invites you in." Wan Hani didn't even glance at the steward, walking straight into the hall. Every spirit stone pillar inside the main hall seemed to support the heavens and earth, intricately carved with dense Tao patterns. The floor was paved with flawless jade, seamlessly blending together. "What do you want?" This was the first time Ling Beichun had seen Wan Hani up close in 500 years. In Ling Beichun's perception, Wan Hani was merely an ordinary disciple, inconsequential and unremarkable. I heard the Holy Land plans to abolish Dongshan Peak. Is that true? Wan Hani asked directly without bowing to Ling Beichen. Ling Beichen was quite displeased with Wan Hani's attitude. However, he didn't care much about these details, thinking that as a disciple of Dongshan Peak, Wan Hani must have some emotions upon hearing that Dongshan Peak was about to be abolished. Hence his rudeness could be understood. Ling Beichen nodded and said, "It is indeed true. I asked the Holy Master to retract this decision," Wan Hani stated plainly, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Ling Beichen laughed directly. After a moment, his smile vanished instantly, and his face became extremely serious, a wave of pressure descending upon Wan Hani. "You are just a disciple of Dongshan Peak. What qualification do you have to speak to me like this?" Ling Beichen had thought Wan Hani would be flustered by his pressure, but to his surprise, Wan Hani stood there as if a gentle breeze was brushing against him, showing no discomfort and not changing his expression. Seeing this, Ling Beichen thought to himself, could it be that he possesses some spirit treasure? Although Dongshan Peak had declined, how much foundation it had was unknown to outsiders. Ling Beichen speculated that since Wan Hani could withstand his authority, he must have relied on some spirit treasure from Dongshan Peak. Realizing this, Ling Beichen's resolve to take Dongshan Peak deepened, eagerly anticipating the moment he could unlock its hidden treasures. According to the rules of the Holy Land, all 7 peaks must unite. None can be missing. Now, the Holy Land was ignoring the teachings left by the ancestors. Was it not allowed for disciples within the door to question it? "You wear a plain white shirt and carry an iron sword," Wan Hani said coldly. "This matter was decided by the heads and elders of each peak together. You have no right to question it. You came at the right time. As the eldest disciple of Dongshan Peak, sign this agreement to abolish Dongshan Peak, and you will become an inner disciple of Jinluan Peak." Ling Beichen casually tossed a jade slip in front of Wan Hani, making it hover in midair. In Ling Beichen's view, allowing Wan Hani to become an inner disciple of Jinluan Peak was already a great favor. As long as Wan Hani wasn't foolish, he would surely sign the agreement obediently. Looking at the jade slip before him, Wan Hani remained silent, his expression unchanged. Inside, Wan Hani whispered to himself, "Elder Shangwan, it's not that I don't give you face, but the Wanyan Holy Land is pressing me step by step." From the beginning, Wan Hani never thought the Holy Land would change its mind because of his 2 sentences. If it weren't for considering Elder Shangwan Guyun's face, Wan Hani would have just cut open the door with a sword instead of letting the steward report his entrance to the hall. Unfortunately, Holy Master Ling Beichen had never looked at Wan Hani directly, presenting himself in an aloof manner. It was understandable. Ling Beichen was the master of the Wanyan Holy Land and naturally would not regard an ordinary inner disciple highly. "Please summon all the heads and elders of the peaks to discuss this matter together." Wan Hani raised his eyes to meet Ling Beichen's gaze from his high seat. Ling Beichen subconsciously thought Wan Hani was afraid he would go back on his word, and after signing the agreement, he wouldn't be able to become an inner disciple of Jinluan Peak. "Rest assured, I am not so petty as to deceive a little brat like you. Please summon the heads and elders of each peak." Wan Hani reiterated. "Fine, I will comply with you." Ling Beichen initially wanted to get angry, but a thought flashed through his mind. If Wan Hani signed the agreement to abolish Dongshan Peak in front of the high-ranking members of the Holy Land, with witnesses and evidence, it would be more convincing if Yan Qingyu returned later. Compared to this, a mere position as an inner disciple of Jinluan Peak was trivial, so he granted it to Wan Hani. Subsequently, Ling Beichen sent a message to the heads and elders of each peak, instructing them to rush to the main hall immediately without delay. Soon, all the heads and core elders were present, over 50 people in total. The head of Jinluan Peak, Xiao Chenlin. The head of North Sparrow Peak, Jian Yunhe. The head of Falling Sunset Peak, Xiao Feiqing. The head of Jade Path Peak, Jiang Xinhan. The head of Willow Spirit Peak, Zhong Yi. The head of Peach Blossom Peak, Cheng Wenjun. All 6 peak heads were present except for the head of Dongshan Peak. "Holy Master, what urgent matter is this?" an elder asked, puzzled. The Holy Master briefly explained the reason for the matter, and everyone looked at Wan Hani with satisfaction, waiting for him to sign the agreement. If Yan Qingyu truly wanted to cause trouble, he would first come to his own disciple. "Child, just sign it. I guarantee you can enter Jinluan Peak, and you won't lack cultivation resources some elders of Jinluan Peak promised. 500 years of cultivation and still only at the mid-stage of the Tao nurturing realm. I wonder how many precious resources were consumed, truly a waste. On the surface, everyone smiled and appeared friendly, but inwardly they all looked down on him. Wanhani glanced at everyone, then slowly extended his right hand toward the jade slip floating in front of him. The crowd was prepared to witness the moment Wanhani signed the agreement. But the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Crack! Wanhani grasped the jade slip, but instead of opening it, he applied a slight force, and the slip instantly shattered into powder. This scene startled everyone. Immediately after, an elder's expression changed, and he shouted, "What are you doing?" Wanhani rubbed the jade slip powder in his palm, slowly opened his hand, and let the remnants fall to the ground. "When did I say I would sign an agreement?" Wanhani said to the Holy Master Ling Beichen and others. Boom! Ling Beichen was furious, and a pressure surged forth. Chapter 69. A sword shocks everyone. Do you dare to mock me? Ling Beichen had repeatedly tolerated Wanhani, but now, in front of the high-ranking members of the Holy Land, he had lost face. The terrifying pressure bore down on Wanhani, intending to give him a severe lesson. Wanhani remained expressionless, allowing the pressure to wash over him without taking a step back. Seeing this, everyone felt puzzled. The Holy Master's pressure was something even the elders found hard to withstand. How could a mid-stage Yuan Dao realm Wanhani maintain such a calm demeanor? He must have some impressive protective treasure. Everyone thought so. However, one person felt differently. That person was Jian Yunhe, the head of Beike Peak. Jian Yunhe was friends with Yin Qingyu and had often visited Dongchun Peak for wine and tea, having seen Wanhani multiple times. Initially, like everyone else, Jian Yunhe believed Wanhani was finished. But gradually, he began to think otherwise. He always felt that Wanhani was not as simple as he appeared. Let us not forget, 500 years ago, someone caused a phenomenon in the world, possessing extraordinary talent. At that time, the heads of various peaks revealed their avatars, wishing to take that person as their disciple. However, that person unhesitatingly chose the fallen Dongchun Peak. Since then, he gradually concealed his brilliance, blending in with the masses. The person who caused the phenomenon 500 years ago was Wanhani. I once tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. The old man said, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind. High talent does not guarantee reaching the peak in the future. Only the tenacious can cut through thorns and forge ahead. I have severed my talent for 500 years, descended the mountain several times, vanquished demons and monsters without leaving a trace, just to validate my heart of the Tao. What happens to the Wan Yin Holy Land is none of my concern. But Dongchun Peak is the only attachment of the old man, and it is our only home." Wanhani, unafraid of Ling Beichen's pressure, seemed to be speaking to everyone, yet also to himself. As everyone listened to Wanhani's words, they felt somewhat confused but also caught on to some key points. However, Wanhani did not give them time to think and spoke again. "You are all seniors in the Holy Land. As a disciple of Dongchun Peak, I should respect you. However, if you all wish to destroy my home today, then don't blame me for not respecting my elders. Is this kid crazy? A mere mid-stage Yuan Dao Realm Jr. Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly in front of us? Wanhani, if you had become a disciple of our peaks back then, your future would have been limitless. Although you have lost your former talent now, we are still willing to give you a chance. Do not mislead yourself." The heads of various peaks and elders began to criticize, pressuring Wanhani to agree to sign the agreement to abolish Dongchun Peak. Initially, they did not want Wanhani to take the blame, but now that the arrow was on the string, they had to release it. Wanhani slowly took down the blunt iron sword from his back, which seemed to have some rust on it. Ignoring the words of the crowd, Wanhani gripped the 3-foot iron sword, pointing it at the heads and the Holy Master. "I do not wish to draw my sword against you, but I ask you to retract the decision to abolish Dongchun Peak." My God, this kid actually points a sword at the 6 heads and the Holy Master. Is he seeking death? The elders of each peak were dumbfounded, staring blankly, their minds a blank. A threat, a blatant threat. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that an inner sect disciple would dare to threaten the heads and the holy master of the Holy Land with a sword. Such a thing had never happened in other forces. Outrageous! The crowd was stunned for a few breaths, and an elder from Jinluan peeked sword into the air, slapping toward Wanhani. If Wanhani was allowed to continue, the Holy Land high-ranking members would lose all face. This elder was the second elder of Jinluan Peak, named Dong Qingyan, with mid-stage extreme spirit realm cultivation, holding a high position. Such cultivation was enough to rank within the Wan Yin Holy Land. As Dong Qingyan's palm was about to fall on Wanhani merely waved his sword lightly, and a flash of sword light passed, instantly shattering Dong Qingyan's palm technique. Moreover, the sword light did not dissipate and directly struck Dong Qingyan. Puffed. A long sword mark appeared on Dong Qingyan's chest. Blood gushed out, and with a bang, he crashed to the ground, severely injured. Everything happened too quickly. Many elders had not yet reacted, their faces still showing the anger and sarcasm directed at Wanhani. When they saw the second elder Dong Qingyan lying on the ground unconscious, their expressions quickly shifted to fear and disbelief, and their bodies trembled violently. Wanhani, dressed in simple white clothes, stood upright in the center of the main hall, his gaze indifferent. Boom! In an instant, the entire main hall trembled, and Holy Master Ling Beichen and the heads all stood up, their faces filled with shock that could not be concealed. Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. I asked the Holy Land to retract the decision to abolish Dong Chun Peak. Wanhani held the 3-foot iron sword upright beside him, his voice like a trickling stream, slowly reaching everyone's ears. From this moment on, no one dared to ignore Wanhani and what he said. A single sword severely injured an elder of the mid-stage extreme spirit realm. Even if that elder had been careless, it was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Wanhani was far from the mid-stage Yuan Dao realm cultivation he appeared to have. What was his true strength? At the very least, he must have mid-stage extreme spirit realm cultivation, or perhaps late stage. This disciple of Dong Chun Peak had hidden himself too deeply. The hearts of everyone were pounding wildly, their eyes wide like fists, filled with shock and surprise. However, would the Wan Yin Holy Land change its mind because of Wanhani's sword? Did they really think the Holy Master and the heads were pushovers? You kid have hidden for so many years, and we have all misjudged you. Ling Beichun suppressed his shock deep within and returned to a serious demeanor. The decisions made by the Holy Land cannot be changed. Considering you injured an elder for the sake of Dongchen Peak is understandable, but the crime cannot be reduced. I punish you to face the wall in Jinluanyu Valley for 10 years. Jinluanyu Valley is a place in Jinluan Peak, specifically used to discipline disobedient disciples. On the surface, the Holy Master's action appeared to be a punishment for Wanhani, but in reality, it directly sent Wanhani to Jinluan Peak, making it easy for him to become a disciple there in the future. With Wanhani's talent and strength so formidable, the Wanyan Holy Land certainly could not kill him. They even wanted to recruit him well. Ling Beichen was truly an old fox. Chapter 70. Sword pointing at the Holy Master, please forgive my bluntness, but you all may not have the ability to punish me. Wanhani had hidden for many years, sitting at the mountain's peak every day, looking up at the sky, giving off an air of despair. Little did they know, he was not gazing at the blue sky, but rather looking up at the vast sea of stars, pursuing the path of the sword. Every moment, Wanhani was comprehending the way of the sword, seeking the correct direction amidst the boundless sea of stars. Wanhani, your performance today indeed surprises us. You need to understand one thing. This is the Wanyan Holy Land, and you cannot act recklessly here. Ling Beichen is very fond of talent and wants to recruit Wanhani. However, Wanhani is unwilling to accept the punishment of facing the wall in the Jinluan Valley for reflection, which greatly displeases Ling Beichen. It seems that unless Wanhani is properly taught a lesson today, this farce cannot come to an end. To maintain the dignity of the Wanyan Holy Land, even though everyone values Wanhani, they have no choice but to suppress him. Otherwise, if today's events were spread, the higher-ups of the Wanyan Holy Land would be embarrassed and definitely become a laughingstock. I came here to reason with you, but unfortunately, you are not listening. Wan Hani has already shown enough respect to the gatekeeper Elder Gu Yun, and until now he still wants to try to discuss matters with the Holy Land, hoping for a slight change in the handling of Dongshan Peak. However, the matter concerning Dongshan Peak involves everyone's interests. How could it possibly change because of Wan Hani? Even if Wan Hani performs exceptionally and has strong abilities, at most he is only at the mid or late stage of the extreme spirit realm. The Holy Master Ling Beichen and several other heads are all at the peak of the extreme spirit realm. Furthermore, it is rumored that Ling Beichen has already 1 foot in the Saint realm, making his strength extremely terrifying. I will give you one last chance. You injured the second elder of Jinluan Peak, so accept your punishment and face the wall in reflection. Once your punishment is over, the Holy Land will still cultivate you well. Wan Hani, do not mislead yourself, Ling Beichen advised. In front of the other heads and elders, Ling Beichen must adopt a tough stance. Otherwise, if Wan Hani is not punished for his insubordination today, others will definitely follow suit in the future. Ling Beichen has made himself clear. Anyone can understand. Considering your exceptional talent and strength, you can face the wall in the Jinluan Valley for 10 years, which is just like taking a nap or closing off for a while. It will pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, you will surely become a pillar of the Holy Land with limitless prospects. Everyone understands that with Wan Hani's strong abilities, the Holy Land cannot really impose too harsh a punishment on him. The so-called punishment is merely a formality, just to give the higher-ups some face. I promise someone not to make too much noise about this matter to avoid becoming a laughingstock in front of outsiders. However, since the Holy Land still refuses to change its decision to abolish Dongshan Peak, I have no choice but to offend. Wan Hani said to Ling Beichen and the others. Everyone was confused. Who did Wan Hani promise? Moreover, it seems from Wan Hani's words that he does not intend to accept the punishment and wants to cause some trouble. Talented individuals all have their tempers. This saying is indeed true. A prodigy like Wan Hani has made it this far, relying solely on his own abilities without any guidance, which is truly rare. The head of Dongshan Peak, Yin Xingyu, has not been in the Wanyan Holy Land for many years. So Wan Hani's abilities must have been comprehended through his own cultivation. Everyone thinks this way, so their gazes towards Wan Hani are filled with surprise, making it hard to remain calm. What do you want, kid? Ling Beichen is angry. He has already given Wan Hani multiple opportunities, but Wan Hani has never taken it seriously. The old man once said that when reasoning with others fails, one should shut their mouth and use their fists to express their viewpoints and values. Wan Hani murmured to himself, walking towards Ling Beichen as he spoke. Although the old man is unreliable, sometimes his words do make some sense. In any era, using fists to reason is the simplest method. Of course, the premise is that one's fists must be hard enough. Otherwise, if one ends up being educated instead, that would be embarrassing. If you defeat me, I will comply with whatever you say. Wan Hani slowly raised the 3-foot iron sword in his hand, pointing it at Ling Beichen, his tone calm. Wow! Everyone was shocked and erupted in an uproar. Those present were all powerful figures in the Wanyan Holy Land, having experienced many storms and hardships, accustomed to various scenes. Yet, tonight their hearts have been frightened countless times, all because of Wan Hani. Wan Hani wants to fight the Holy Master? Insane. Absolutely insane. Every head displayed a mix of astonishment and shock. Although Jian Yunhe, the head of Beitu Peak, has always known that Wan Hani was not simple. He never expected Wan Hani to be this formidable, and his expression was extremely complicated. Ling Beichen was momentarily stunned, then became extremely serious. I will oblige you. After saying this, Ling Beichen decided to personally intervene, intending to suppress Wan Hani with a thunderous force and teach him what rules are. Wait, Wan Hani said. Afraid? Regretful? Ling Beichen lightly furrowed his brows. Let's change places. Wan Hani did not want to make too much noise about tonight's events. This place is the main hall, and if a fierce battle breaks out, it will definitely cause quite a stir. All right. Ling Beichen snorted softly and waved his hand to activate the restrictions within the Holy Land, opening a vortex passage. Then, Ling Beichen entered the vortex passage, with Wan Hani closely following. Inside the main hall, Ling Beichen and Wan Hani's figures had vanished. The vortex passage just now led to the forbidden area of the Wanyan Holy Land. A battle in the forbidden area would not be known to outsiders. It contains the seals and barriers left by the ancestors of past generations, representing the true foundation of the Wanyan Holy Land. In the main hall, with the departure of Ling Beichen and Wan Hani, the air seemed to be filled with a suffocating aura, the atmosphere becoming extremely oppressive. They initially thought they could easily and justifiably abolish Dongshan Peak, but no one expected a Wan Hani to emerge. However, everyone was not worried that Wan Hani's appearance would cause any impact. After all, Holy Master Ling Beichen is a world-class powerhouse who has one foot in the Saint Realm. Dealing with Wan Hani should be a piece of cake. I hope the Holy Master will show mercy and not harm Wan Hani's foundation. I vaguely remember 500 years ago, this kid Wan Hani was dressed in thin clothing, causing a natural phenomenon. Unfortunately, this kid only wanted to become a disciple of Dongshan Peak. I thought he would fade into the crowd, but unexpectedly, he has been hiding his strength, which truly surprised us. That old bastard Yan Xinyu took such a good disciple, but did not teach him carefully. If we had been the ones to teach him, this kid Wan Hani would probably have become even stronger. Everyone began to discuss, all expressing that Wan Hani's talent is 1 in a billion and constantly criticizing Yan Xinyu. Chapter 71. You will never understand. Half an hour passed, and the crowd had not yet seen Holy Master Ling Beichen and Wan Hani emerge, their faces filled with confusion. Logically speaking, with the Holy Master's abilities, he could easily suppress Wan Hani without needing this much time. Could it be that the Holy Master decided to take this opportunity to recruit Wan Hani? The crowd speculated secretly, feeling that this possibility was very high, and couldn't help but sigh that the Holy Master is indeed a cunning old fox. If Jinluan Peak really took Wan Hani as a disciple, the interests of our other branches would likely be significantly affected. The heads of various peaks did not want Wan Hani to become a part of Jinluan Peak. After a moment, a vortex passage reappeared in the main hall. Everyone turned their heads in unison, staring intently at the passage. The first to emerge was Wan Hani, his face looking somewhat pale, slightly ashen, and his clothes torn in several places. Even though Wan Hani looked a bit disheveled, it still could not hide his sharp sword aura, startling everyone and bringing a tremendous sense of pressure. Wan Hani stood holding his sword, seemingly not seriously injured. It seems the Holy Master showed mercy. That's good. The crowd murmured quietly. After a few breaths, Holy Master Ling Beichen also walked out from the vortex passage, fully dressed and still exuding his imposing aura. Holy Master. The elders all bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. Ling Beichen slowly nodded and directly took his seat at the main position, looking very serious. Wan Hani, you should hurry and thank the Holy Lord. This time, your punishment of being sent to the Jinluan Valley for reflection is also to temper your character. You need to understand the Holy Lord's good intentions, said the head of Jinluan Peak, Xu Changge, pointing directly at Wan Hani's nose and speaking loudly. Wan Hani remained silent, staring at everyone with a calm gaze. Do you still want to make trouble? The elders of Jinluan Peak spoke one after another. If you remain stubborn, don't blame us for being merciless. Everyone subconsciously thought that Wan Hani had been suppressed by Ling Beichen, which explained his slightly disheveled appearance. In contrast, Ling Beichen was dressed brightly and appeared untainted by dust. The outcome of their battle was evident. Wan Hani, why are you silent? Do you still not understand? Voices echoed in the main hall, lingering for a long time. At this moment, Ling Beichen spoke. Enough, everyone stop. With Ling Beichen's reprimand, everyone finally closed their mouths and stopped scolding Wan Hani. The ordinary elders could not detect the subtle meaning in Ling Beichen's words, but the heads of the peaks understood, their eyes flashing with shock, their bodies trembling slightly. The Holy Lord is injured. Just as Ling Beichen started to speak, the heads of the peaks sensed that his aura was somewhat chaotic, as if he was forcibly suppressing an internal injury and did not want to show it. However, the heads of the peaks were all powerful figures, and it was difficult for Ling Beichen to hide this from them. They looked at the serious Ling Beichen and then turned to examine Wan Hani, feeling a storm of emotions rising in their hearts, unable to calm down. He injured the Holy Lord. How did he do it? The heads of the peaks understood the current situation well, but did not voice their thoughts, only asking themselves in their hearts. Wanhani sheathed his 3-foot iron sword and strapped it to his back. Then, Wanhani glanced at everyone and said to Ling Beichen, "The decision to abolish Dongshan Peak is hereby nullified. Is there anyone who disagrees? Kid, are you crazy? At such a time, why are you still putting on a brave face?" The elders were all astonished. They naturally thought that the Holy Lord Ling Beichen had won and could not understand the meaning behind Wanhani's words. The abolition of Dongshan Peak is a fact. You alone cannot change anything. Wanhani, I advise you not to delay your own future for the sake of Dongshan Peak. Someone else said, "The Holy Lord has shown you mercy, but you refuse to cherish it. Is a fallen Dongshan Peak necessary? Is it worth it?" This was not the only elder who spoke these words. Upon hearing this, Wanhani's thoughts were pulled back to 500 years ago, and he momentarily looked dazed. That year, Wanhani had gone through great difficulties to reach the Wanyan Holy Land, passing numerous tests and manifesting celestial phenomena. Faced with any temptation, Wanhani resolutely refused, only to become a disciple of Dongshan Peak. Because Yan Xingyu had once saved a young man during his journey through the mundane world, rescuing him from the depths of darkness. The young man said that his relatives were all dead, and living had no meaning anymore. In response, Yan Xingyu seriously said one sentence, "Child, if you can go to the Wanyan Holy Land and join my Dongshan Peak, then Dongshan Peak will be your home from now on." From that moment on, Dongshan Peak became the meaning of Wanhani's life. Wanhani was very clear that he had traversed various perilous places as a child and had not lost his life, but safely arrived at the Wanyan Holy Land, which was not due to extraordinary luck, but because Yan Xingyu had been silently protecting him all along. If Dongshan Peak were gone, then my home would be gone too. Wanhani would not allow his home to be divided as a benefit by others. Is it necessary? Of course, it is necessary. Is it worth it? Naturally, it is worth it. People like you will never understand. Wanhani looked at the elders with a sorrowful gaze and spoke softly. Impudent. The elders were all furious. Although they were not Wanhani's match, with the Holy Lord and the heads of the peaks present, they were fearless. Wanhani was somewhat tired and did not want to waste more words with these people, his voice turning colder. I will say it one last time. The decision to abolish Dongshan Peak is hereby nullified. Wanhani, you are too impudent. The elders were all enraged. At this moment, Ling Beichen directly used his divine power to instantly silence the voices of the elders and scolded. Shut up, all of you. What are you acting like? Holy Lord, Wanhani is so disrespectful. I suggest punishing him properly. Propose an inner gate elder from Jianwan Peak. Many elders echoed. Yes. Stop talking. Ling Beichen's gaze remained fixed on Wanhani, his lips pressed tightly together, his voice low. The elders did not understand why Ling Beichen continued to refrain from punishing Wanhani, but instead scolded them. Ling Beichen was feeling very irritated at this moment. A glance swept over everyone, and no one dared to speak recklessly anymore. The heads of the peaks initially only guessed that Ling Beichen had suffered minor injuries, but now observing his behavior, they feared it was not so simple. The decision regarding Dongshan Peak will be discussed later. Ling Beichen seemed to exert great effort, gritting his teeth to announce this matter. Chapter 72. 100,000 miles of sword marks, shocking the heads of the peaks when Ling Beichen's words fell. Everyone was stunned. Why? Many showed confused expressions, staring blankly. Hadn't the matter of Dongshan Peak been discussed for many years before a decision was made? How could such a critical issue be postponed? What exactly happened during the battle between the Holy Lord and Wanhani in the Forbidden Area? The elders were all puzzled, their gazes fixed on Ling Beichen, hoping to glean some clues from his expression. Ling Beichen remained expressionless, and the elders could not discern any useful information. Their minds filled with questions, but they did not dare to voice them. Wanhani, carrying his iron sword, took a deep look at Ling Beichen before turning to leave. No one dared to stop him as he exited the main hall. After Wanhani had left for a long time, one elder finally mustered the courage to ask, Holy Lord, what exactly happened? Nothing happened. Ling Beichen had no intention of revealing anything and ordered, You all may leave. Seeing the Holy Lord's expression was somewhat off. Even though everyone was curious and unwilling in their hearts, they could only suppress their feelings, bow, and withdraw. Once all the elders and heads of the peaks had left, Ling Beichen finally took a deep breath, his tense expression relaxing instantly his eyes filled with shock. Wan Hani. Ling Beichen repeated Wan Hani's name several times, replaying the scene of their battle in his mind, feeling lingering fear. Wan Hani's 3-foot iron sword, seemingly rusty and dull, actually possessed boundless sword might that was alarming. In the previous battle, Wan Hani and Ling Beichen had fought over 1,000 moves, and in the end, Wan Hani found Ling Beichen's flaw and wounded him with a single sword strike. Although Wan Hani was also injured, comparatively, Ling Beichen's injury was more severe. If this had been a life-and-death battle, Wan Hani would have had a greater chance of winning. However, Wan Hani proved his strength, sheathed his sword, and allowed Ling Beichen to tidy himself up and conceal his injuries, not wanting to lose face as the Holy Lord. Thus, it was Wan Hani who first stepped out from the vortex passage. After a while, Ling Beichen then appeared in formal attire, his expression indifferent, concealing everything. Dongchun Peak has produced an extraordinary individual. Ling Beichen did not hold a grudge against Wan Hani, as such a strong person should only be befriended, not made an enemy. Ling Beichen, capable of sitting in the position of Holy Lord, was not a fool and had a heavy heart. From now on, the attitude towards Dongchun Peak will change. Ling Beichen began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body to heal his injuries. Fortunately, this battle has come to a halt, within a month at most. Ling Beichen's injuries will recover, and it will not be a big deal. After the heads of each peak returned, the elders could no longer suppress their inner doubts and began to ask their respective heads, why did the Holy Master suddenly change his mind? Wan Hani of Dongchun Peak is not an ordinary person. The heads of each peak had just noticed that Ling Beichen was injured, and his breath was subtly disordered while speaking. Moreover, with Ling Beichen changing his decision towards Dongchun Peak, the battle in the forbidden area must not be simple. At the very least, Wan Hani possesses combat power that can rival the Holy Master Ling Beichen. Late at night, unable to contain their curiosity, the heads of the peaks secretly sneaked into the forbidden area. Naturally, the heads could enter the forbidden area without the need for various cumbersome procedures. The head of Jinluan Peak, Xiao Chenlin, was the first to arrive in the forbidden area. Sensing several familiar auras, he stopped and waited quietly. It turned out that the other heads also had the intention to explore the forbidden area. "Oh, you all came." Xiao Feiqing of Luoxiao Peak joked as she looked at the heads of each peak. All 6 heads appeared. "Let's go in and take a look." A group of 6, all with curious minds, ventured deeper into the forbidden area. The battle between Wan Hani and Ling Beichen had just ended, and Ling Beichen surely had not had time to erase the remnants of the battle. When everyone arrived at the battlefield, they were shocked by the scene before them. Their mouths slightly agape, eyes filled with astonishment, and expressions horrified, hard to conceal. The ground was scarred, and a radius of 100,000 miles had turned into ruins. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the remaining sword intent continued to tear through the void, with rolling dust covering many places, making it difficult to settle in a short time. What shocked everyone the most was a sword mark in the sky that spanned 100,000 miles, seemingly splitting the sky in two, forming an extremely spectacular and terrifying chasm. Ling Beichen was not a sword cultivator, and this sword mark was certainly not left by him. Therefore, the only one capable of delivering such a sword strike must be Wan Hani. As everyone guessed this point, their bodies trembled slightly, unable to believe it. Feeling the residual might of this sword, everyone's hair stood on end, and their scalps tingled. They even began to wonder if they could withstand such a sword if they faced it head-on. It was a heavy suspense. The group remained silent for a long time. No one dared to speak. All were stunned by the scene before them. For a long time, people from Wanyan Holy Land and the outside world believed that Wan Hani was a person who merely lived off of resources. Having cultivated for 500 years and only reached the mid-stage of the Tao concealment realm, which was quite ordinary. But now, they found Wan Hani to be extremely terrifying, with exceptional temperament, talent, and strength. In their youth, the greatest taboo was pride and complacency, believing that some talent made them look down on anyone in the world. Many talented young people lost to themselves, defeated by their weak character. Wan Hani directly eliminated this situation. He spent 500 years, as if it were a day, staying at Dongchun Peak, free from worldly disputes, indifferent to fame and fortune. The sword in his hand was merely an ordinary weapon, and it was even rusty. Could such a sword withstand such terrifying sword intent? One head broke the oppressive atmosphere of the scene, his throat rolling slightly, trying to maintain calm but finding it difficult. A true sword cultivator can turn every grass and tree into a sword, let alone an ordinary weapon. Even a wild grass by the roadside can become the most terrifying killing tool in the world. The head of Baitsu Peak, Jian Yunhe, suddenly recalled something someone once said, which Jian Yunhe had always thought was a joke and didn't take to heart. At this moment, seeing the eternal sword mark in the sky, Jian Yunhe instantly remembered. The person who said this was none other than Yan Xinyu, the head of Dongshan Peak. A true sword cultivator is indeed frightening. It took the heads a long time to regain control of their emotions. With Wan Hani in Dongshan Peak, it would be hard not to rise. The heads of the peaks were extremely envious of Dongshan Peak, even more so of Yan Xinyu, believing that Yan Xinyu was truly fortunate. Just as the heads were still marveling and exclaiming, a figure appeared. "You've all come." The newcomer was none other than Holy Master Ling Beichen. "Holy Master." Everyone turned around and slightly cupped their hands. They all saw that Ling Beichen had initially wanted to erase some of the remnants of the battle overnight. But these heads were faster than him. There was no way to hide this, and Ling Beichen accepted it calmly. "What are your views?" "Dare I ask the Holy Master? In your battle with Wan Hani, who won and who lost?" Jian Yunhe of Baitsu Peak asked directly, without any hesitation. Other heads also revealed extremely curious expressions, their gazes fixed on Ling Beichen, waiting for him to speak. Ling Beichen pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "After fighting for over 1,000 moves, I fell into a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, the emotions of all the heads instantly fluctuated, although they had already guessed. Hearing Ling Beichen say it out loud still surprised them. It should be noted that Ling Beichen had already 1 foot in the realm of saints. Looking across the world, without saints, he could be considered an unparalleled strongman. The fact that Ling Beichen, with such strong strength, fell into a disadvantage against Wan Hani was truly astonishing, making people feel a chill in their hearts. This kid Wan Hani has endured for so many years. Does he really have no other thoughts? One head began to speculate conspiratorially. It wasn't that this head was narrow-minded, but Wan Hani was too extraordinary. For over 500 years, Wan Hani had shown no abnormalities. Sitting on the peak of Dongshan every day, staring blankly like a fool. He simply didn't want to reveal himself. Do not speculate recklessly. Jian Yunhe of Baitsu Peak countered. If it weren't for Dongshan Peak, I believe that even after another 500 years, this kid would still not reveal his strength. Why is that? With his exceptional talent and strength, why would he need to be an inner disciple? And still a disciple of Dongshan Peak? Besides Jian Yunhe, the others didn't understand and could not figure it out. Jian Yunhe said seriously, Wan Hani regards Dongshan Peak as home. For him, fame and fortune are unimportant. Home. Everyone was taken aback, their minds involuntarily recalling their own memories from youth. Unfortunately, those memories were a bit fuzzy, and they had long forgotten the feeling of what home was. All the heads were old monsters who had practiced for thousands of years, having long since seen through the emotions of the world. In their eyes, there was only cultivation and their own interests. Jian Yunhe looked at everyone's reactions and thought of Yan Xinyu, who often traveled in the mortal world. Perhaps Yan Xinyu did not want to forget his original intentions because of cultivation, which is why he stayed in the mundane world. People thought Yan Xinyu was muddled and didn't care about Dongshan Peak, but little did they know that the most clear-minded person was Yan Xinyu. The ones truly trapped in confusion were the people of Wanyan Holy Land. To be able to teach a disciple like Wan Hani, you don't really think Yan Xinyu is someone who can't be relied on, right? This was something Jian Yunhe could only say in his heart and did not voice it. When Yan Xinyu returned, Jian Yunhe would definitely seek him out for a good chat. Regarding Dongshan Peak, do not mention it again in the future. Holy Master Ling Beichen said to everyone, his tone very firm and not to be refuted. We understand. The heads were not fools and understood the seriousness of the situation. The thought of wanting to divide the benefits of Dongshan Peak had to be cut off. Wan Hani was a prodigious disciple with combat power equal to that of the Holy Master, and he might break through to the realm of saints in the future. Upon thinking of this, the various peak masters did not dare to provoke Wan Hani and planned to order their disciples not to stir up trouble with East Dust Peak or to casually discuss matters regarding it after returning. By the way, do you all remember what Wan Hani initially said? Jin Yunhe recalled something, his brow slightly furrowing. What did he say? Including Ling Beichun, everyone looked over. Wan Hani mentioned that he had promised someone and did not want to escalate the matter. Who was that person Wan Hani referred to? Jin Yunhe pondered this question and voiced his doubts. When Jin Yunhe brought this up, everyone recalled that Wan Hani had indeed said this. It certainly wasn't Yin Qingyu. Everyone could confirm that. If Yin Qingyu had instructed Wan Hani, he wouldn't have referred to that person in such a vague manner, but would have directly called him master or old man. Who could that person be? In this regard, everyone began to feel confused again. Ling Beiqin and others thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a suitable answer. In the end, everyone had to give up. They could never have guessed that the person referred to would be the gatekeeper elder, the one with the least power, forgotten by the Holy Land. After all, just a gatekeeper elder who would care. In fact, in Ling Beiqin and others' minds, there was no such figure at all. Forget it. Let's not think about it. When the time comes, we might find out. Ling Beiqin shook his head, suddenly feeling that the Wan Yin Holy Land had become somewhat mysterious, and, as the Holy Master, he was completely unaware. This feeling of being beyond his control was quite uncomfortable. Since the Peak Masters had learned of the situation regarding the battle, Ling Beiqin simply set aside his pride and had all the Peak Masters work together to erase the traces of the battle, willing to make sacrifices for one person. The Peak Masters reluctantly took action. After more than an hour of effort, everyone finally managed to clear away the traces of the battle. Naturally, the matter of the battle between Wan Hani and Ling Beiqin would not be spread by the Peak Masters, nor would it be mentioned by the elders within the sect. It was a significant matter, and the fewer people who knew, the better, in order to maintain the dignity of the Holy Master. That night, Wan Hani returned to East Dust Peak, his hair slightly disheveled. Upon entering the bamboo house, Wan Hani took off his tattered clothes with several holes and placed his 3-foot iron sword on the rack. Afterwards, Wan Hani sat down in the courtyard, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. In the courtyard, Luo Huangxue was observing Wan Hani. She personally poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Senior brother, how did it go? Did you win?" Not finished, but he agreed to cancel the decision to abolish East Dust Peak, Wan Hani said, taking a sip of tea softly. That's good. Luo Huangxue noticed some minor injuries on Wan Hani and took out some ointment to apply to his wounds. After applying the ointment, Wan Hani said nothing and headed toward the mountain peak again. Can't you at least say thank you? Luo Huangxue was quite angry, the scent of the ointment still lingering in her hands. Oh, thank you. Wan Hani paused the steps and said without looking back. Chapter 74. The Holy Land is in an uproar. What a perfunctory response. Hearing this thanks, Luo Huangxue became even angrier, biting her red lip in frustration. She shook her head helplessly. The reason she often wanted to bully Xu Changge was precisely because of this. For 500 years, Wan Hani had been like a closed-off gourd, sparing words. Every time Luo Huangxue wanted to find someone to talk to, she had no opportunity. Over time, she could only plant flowers and grasses to pass the time. Whenever she spoke to Wan Hani, she would get so frustrated that it felt like there was a stone stuck in her heart. Xu Changge's appearance was a source of great joy for Luo Huangxue. What could be more enjoyable than bullying a junior brother? Luo Huangxue, having vented her frustrations on Wan Hani, rushed to Xu Changge's cultivation cave that night. Junior brother, are you there? Xu Changge immediately came out of the cave and welcomed his senior sister inside. Senior sister, what's wrong? What happened? By tomorrow morning, East Dust Peak will probably be gone. What are your plans? Tell me, senior sister, Luo Huangxue said with a sigh, as if she had lost her home. Xu Changge looked at Luo Huangxue with a puzzled expression and gently coughed a few times. Senior sister, where there's a will, there's a way. Worrying unnecessarily isn't a solution. By tomorrow morning, maybe the Holy Land will change its mind. Let's not be so pessimistic. Xu Changge thought to himself, Senior sister, why are you so dramatic? Don't think I don't know that senior brother has already resolved this matter. Can we be honest and not try to set traps for me? If Xu Changge were to say he wanted to leave East Dust Peak, he would definitely face consequences from Luo Huangxue, learning from his previous life's experience. He would make such a low-level mistake again. You really have a big heart. Luo Huangxue always felt that something was off. At this moment, shouldn't Xu Changge be acting panicked? Why was he so calm? What surprised Luo Huangxue even more was that she had a strong feeling that Xu Changge already knew that East Dust Peak would not be abolished. His expression calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. That's good. Xu Changge smiled slightly. Luo Huangxue stared at Xu Changge, making him feel uncomfortable all over. After a while, Xu Changge spoke. Senior sister, do you have anything else? Luo Huangxue huffed lightly, her tone somewhat displeased. Nothing else. After saying that, Luo Huangxue prepared to leave. Take care, senior sister. Xu Changge bowed in farewell. Originally, Luo Huangxue intended to tease Xu Changge a bit to lighten her mood, but after chatting with him for a few moments, she felt even more frustrated. Sigh. Luo Huangxue sighed deeply, leaving in low spirits. The eldest senior brother was a closed-off person, while the third junior brother was as clever as a fox, his words carefully chosen. Why is my life so difficult? Luo Huangxue lamented, feeling downcast. After Luo Huangxue left, Xu Changge chuckled to himself, muttering, still trying to set me up? Dream on. Xu Changge would never give Luo Huangxue a chance to use that as an excuse to bully him. The next morning, many disciples of Yin Holy Land looked towards East Dust Peak, waiting for the higher-ups to go to East Dust Peak and announce the decree to abolish it. However, after waiting for a long time, none of the peak masters or elders showed up, leaving the disciples puzzled. Didn't they say East Dust Peak would be completely abolished today? It's almost noon. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that we remembered the wrong date? It's not today, but tomorrow? Impossible. The last elder clearly said it would be 7 days later. Counting the days. Today is exactly the last day, that's right. The disciples continued to wait, temporarily losing interest in their cultivation. After another 2 hours, the sun was blazing overhead. The Grand Elder is here. The Grand Elder of Jinluan Peak, named Jiang Yufeng, stood high above the Holy Land, instantly attracting the attention of all the disciples. The elder was certainly there to announce the abolition of East Dust Peak. Everyone was looking forward to it, as this matter concerned the interests of many people. If East Dust Peak was eliminated, its resources could be distributed among the other peaks, and the disciples within the sect would receive more resources in the future. According to the discussions among the high-ranking members of the Holy Land, all matters concerning East Dust Peak were null and void. The 7 peaks of the Holy Land were interconnected and indivisible. No one could carelessly discuss matters related to East Dust Peak. After Grand Elder Jiang Yufeng finished speaking, he turned and left, ignoring the expressions of the disciples in the Holy Land. When this announcement was made, all the disciples were stunned. Didn't they say they would abolish East Dust Peak? A matter that seemed set in stone was just canceled like that. Everyone was astonished, unable to comprehend how the situation had changed so quickly, making it hard to accept. In the Yin sacred land, a commotion arose. Subsequently, the heads of various peaks summoned the elders and deacons to issue a decree forbidding disciples from entering Dongshan Peak to steal resources, such as the water from the spiritual spring. Anyone who violated this rule would be punished according to the laws of the sacred land, with no exceptions. If the cancellation of the decision to abolish Dongshan Peak was like a thunderclap, then the news that inner disciples were not allowed to go to Dongshan Peak was like a massive earthquake. Why? The disciples voiced their inner questions. For thousands of years, disciples from various peaks had taken turns coming to the foot of Dongshan Peak to collect some of the spiritual spring water. Some even took the opportunity to pick spiritual herbs and treasures. This had become an unwritten rule of the Yin sacred land. Even the elders would turn a blind eye to it. Now, with the sacred land strictly prohibiting such actions, disciples would no longer have access to this source of cultivation resources. No one was allowed to disobey. Seeing the scene of disciples discussing among themselves, which was quite disorderly, the heads of the peaks immediately transmitted their voices and sternly reprimanded them. Thus, even though the disciples were uncomfortable in their hearts. They could only hold it in and dared not complain. The other peaks were in disarray, while Dongshan Peak remained as calm and quiet as ever. Xu Changge walked up to Luo Huangxue and cheerfully said, "Senior sister, see, I was right. The sacred land really canceled the decision. And we at Dongshan Peak are still the same as before. Get lost, don't bother me." Luo Huangxue shot him a disgruntled glare. "Senior sister, I came to ask you for something." If possible, Xu Changge would absolutely prefer not to ask Luo Huangxue for help, because she would definitely take this opportunity to squeeze him. "Oh, what is it?" Luo Huangxue raised her eyebrows, intrigued. "I want to borrow something from senior sister." Xu Changge hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Just say it directly. What do you want to borrow?" Luo Huangxue slipped a flower basket on her left wrist and locked eyes with Xu Changge. "The heart-stabilizing pearl." Xu Changge stated plainly, without beating around the bush. "What do you want that for?" A hint of confusion appeared on Luo Huangxue's brow. "How do you know I have the heart-stabilizing pearl?" The heart-stabilizing pearl was a precious treasure that stabilized the mind. Only Dongshan Peak possessed it, and outsiders were unaware. It was said that the heart-stabilizing pearl could dispel inner demons and enhance one's mental state, making it an excellent item for seclusion. This pearl was given to Luo Huangxue years ago by Yin Xinyu, who had found it by chance for her to keep safe. "The old man told me before," Xu Changge said. "He said that second senior sister is obedient and will keep the heart-stabilizing pearl safe, and that whenever I need it, I could just ask second senior sister for it." Upon hearing this, Luo Huangxue rolled her eyes at Xu Changge. She knew that the so-called obedient words were just Xu Changge flattering her. However, despite knowing it was flattery, she still felt quite pleased. "If you want it, I can give it to you. But you should probably not be at the point where you need to borrow the heart-stabilizing pearl for seclusion. What do you really want it for?" Luo Huangxue didn't care much for treasures. She was just bored and found life too dull. "I'll explain it to you in detail later." Xu Changge didn't want to reveal his intentions just yet. Luo Huangxue stared at Xu Changge for a long time, but his gaze remained calm and steady. After a while, Luo Huangxue nodded. "I can give you the heart-stabilizing pearl, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Xu Changge felt uneasy. "Find a time to deliver this letter to the Yuling sword sect." Saying this, Luo Huangxue took out a letter from her spatial treasure, which was also inscribed with some restrictions. With Xu Changge's current cultivation level, he certainly couldn't break the restrictions on the letter to see its specific contents. The Yuling sword sect was not far from the Wanyin sacred land, and their strength was comparable. Recently, during the Seven Peak War, the experts from the Yuling sword sect had been invited to watch the battle. "Senior sister, why do you want me to deliver a letter?" Xu Changge didn't believe that Luo Huangxue just wanted him to be a messenger. There must be more to it. "Just go when I tell you to. Why so many questions?" Luo Huangxue didn't want to explain, putting on a big sister attitude. "One word. Will you agree or not?" Xu Changge needed to obtain the heart-stabilizing pearl. Otherwise, the calamity of the Peach Blossom tragedy would surely occur again. The Peach Blossom tragedy involved the tragic death of the chief disciple of the Peach Blossom Peak, leading the peak's master to leave the Wanyin sacred land out of hatred, resulting in a significant decline for the sacred land. In his past life, Xu Changge experienced the Peach Blossom tragedy. Now that he had a second chance, he naturally wouldn't let that calamity happen again. "All right, I'll go." Xu Changge gritted his teeth and agreed. Having lived a second life, he wasn't afraid of anyone, but he was wary of his sister, who was too scheming. However, to be fair, his sister was quite reliable at critical moments. It was just best to avoid interacting with her when unnecessary. In summary, if there was something to rely on, it was his sister. When the eldest senior brother, Wan Hani, sat at the mountain peak for a long time, he would return to enjoy a cup of tea for a while before heading back up. Based on Wan Hani's temperament, he couldn't provoke Luo Huangxue, but he could still avoid her, right? Over time, Luo Huangxue accumulated over 500 years of frustration, which all had to be vented on her new junior brother. Xu Changge, really obedient. Luo Huangxue's face radiated joy as she approached and ruffled Xu Changge's hair, nodding in satisfaction. Xu Changge looked at the letter in his hand, feeling like it was a ticking time bomb, very unsafe. However, having promised Luo Huangxue He had no reason to back out. If he were to refuse now, Luo Huangxue could instantly turn against him, and the situation would become even more severe. When Luo Huangxue left, she tossed a smooth, transparent pearl into Xu Changge's hand, which was indeed the heart-stabilizing pearl. What great storms haven't I seen? It's just a letter. This plot was something Xu Changge had never encountered in his past life. So he didn't know Luo Huangxue's true intentions or the contents of the letter. After pondering for a moment, Xu Changge remembered something and muttered to himself. If I recall correctly, the Yuling sword sect chose a holy son years ago. Seems like his name was Jian Wushuang, and he seemed to have taken an interest in senior sister, pursuing her for quite some time. Unfortunately, in my past life, senior sister was indifferent to matters of love and repeatedly rejected Jian Wushuang's advances, and it ultimately came to nothing. This time, senior sister asking me to deliver a letter to the Yuling sword sect. Could it possibly be related to Jian Wushuang? Xu Changge speculated silently. Due to the restrictions set by Luo Huangxue on the envelope, Xu Changge couldn't open it. Thus, he could only keep the envelope safe and wait until he dealt with some matters within the Wan Yin sacred land before heading to the Yuling sword sect. Peach Blossom Peak ranked second to last in the heritage of the Wan Yin sacred land. When Xu Changge arrived at Peach Blossom Peak, disciples immediately respectfully invited him inside. Nowadays, who in the entire Wan Yin sacred land didn't know Xu Changge's name, the top inner disciple and a swordsmanship prodigy? Brother Xu, please wait a moment. The Grand Elder will be here soon. A female disciple blushed, her voice like a lark, bowing in greeting. No need to be concerned. Xu Changge smiled and nodded while sitting in the guest hall. Before long, the Grand Elder of Peach Blossom Peak personally came to host Xu Changge. With Xu Changge's talent and strength, he was fully qualified for such treatment. Nephew Xu, what brings you here today? The Grand Elder greeted Xu Changge politely, a smile on his face, with several inner elders standing behind him. The higher-ups of the Wan Yin sacred land all knew that the eldest disciple of Dongchen Peak, Wan Hani, was not an ordinary person, regardless of the face of Wan Hani or the strength of Xu Changge himself. Tao Weifeng must properly entertain Xu Changge and not neglect him. From some words of the head of Tao Weifeng, the elders vaguely learned that Wan Hani from Dongchen Peak might not be weaker than the Holy Lord. Just based on this, who would dare to offend Xu Changge? The elders of Tao Weifeng had smiles on their faces, looking quite kind. Xu Changge stood up and saluted, saying, "To not hide it from you, esteemed elders. I came to Tao Weifeng today to meet with senior brother Bai Yishuan. Bai Yishuan, the top core disciple, a true dark horse." Chapter 76. Decisive choice to pit senior sister in this Seven Veins battle. No one expected Bai Yishuan from Tao Weifeng to win first place, which left everyone stunned. Oh, what does Xu Changge want with Bai Yishuan? The Grand Elder wanted to inquire clearly. After all, Bai Yishuan is now a treasure of Tao Weifeng, and they couldn't be careless. I admire senior brother Bai Yishuan and wish to befriend him. Xu Changge revealed a hint of admiration. Ha ha! The elders laughed heartily. This reason made them suspicious. Since Bai Yishuan shone brightly, many disciples in the Holy Land wanted to meet him. Xu Changge is exceptionally talented and will surely be the pillar of our Wanyan Holy Land in the future. The elders overpraise me. Xu Changge smiled lightly. Since Xu Changge has the intention, Bai Yishuan will surely be willing to befriend you. It is very normal for the younger generation to befriend each other. If Xu Changge had just entered the sect and Master Brother Wan Hani had not shown a strong side, the elders of Tao Weifeng would definitely not have shown such a gentle side and would have used various excuses to dismiss Xu Changge. Xu Changge smoothly arrived at the cultivation cave of the core disciple of Tao Weifeng, named by Yuetan, which is Bai Yishuan's residence. The water of Taohua pool flowed down like a waterfall, with blooming flowers and the fragrance of birds and flowers. It was like a fairyland bringing joy to the heart. Senior brother Bai, disciple Xu Changge from Dongshan Peak has come to disturb you. Xu Changge shouted loudly ahead. The elders of Tao Weifeng sent Xu Changge to Bai Yuetan and then left. They, a group of old men, should not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Moreover, it is a great thing for Tao Weifeng to befriend Xu Changge. Please come in, junior brother Xu. Bai Yishuan released the barrier around Bai Yuetan. and a path appeared at Xu Changge's feet leading to the bottom of the pool, emitting a faint glow of various colors. At the bottom of the clear pool, Bai Yixuan sat on a flawless ice bed, surrounded by simple tables, chairs, tea sets, and some musical instruments. Senior brother Bai. Xu Changge cupped his fists in salute towards Bai Yixuan. Bai Yixuan immediately stood up and walked to Xu Changge, returning the salute. Junior brother Xu, please sit. There is nothing good at home to entertain you. Please forgive me. Bai Yixuan had seen Xu Changge's inner door competition before and knew that Xu Changge was a sword genius with limitless potential, and he was also keen to befriend him. Bai Yixuan personally poured a cup of tea for Xu Changge, showing no arrogance of a core disciple, with a calm attitude. Xu Changge took a sip of tea. Senior brother is too polite. It is a blessing to drink the tea brewed by senior brother. All right, let us not flatter each other, Bai Yixuan said, disliking this way of speaking, finding it too hypocritical. Ha ha ha. Xu Changge laughed a few times. It's our first meeting. Courtesy should not be neglected. I will speak frankly. Did you come here today for something specific, or just to sit and chat? Bai Yixuan had just received a message from an elder saying that Xu Changge admired him and came specifically to befriend him. However, Bai Yixuan had been observing Xu Changge and did not sense any so-called admiration. Thus, Bai Yixuan concluded that Xu Changge's so-called admiration was actually an excuse. Xu Changge must have another reason for coming to find him. Indeed, there are some matters Xu Changge also did not like to beat around the bush. Xu Changge took out the heart-stabilizing pearl and placed it on the table. This item is called the heart-stabilizing pearl, which can stabilize the mind and prevent the emergence of inner demons. Such a precious Tao treasure. Why did junior brother take it out? Bai Yixuan immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the heart-stabilizing pearl. I want to lend it to senior brother for a while, Xu Changge said. Lend it to me? Bai Yixuan was taken aback. Why? Bai Yixuan remembered that he had never interacted with Xu Changge before and had no ties with Dongchen Peak. This was unusual, and there must be something behind it. Bai Yixuan dared not accept Xu Changge's goodwill, his eyes flashing with a hint of vigilance. I have a connection with senior brother Bai, Xu Changge said with a light smile. Bai Yixuan had a skeptical expression. Junior brother Xu, it's better for us to be straightforward. If you have something you want me to help with, being fellow disciples, I will naturally do my best. No need to beat around the bush. Xu Changge lowered his brows and remained silent, looking at the heart-stabilizing pearl on the table, letting out a long sigh internally. If it weren't for the fear of the Wanyan Holy Land repeating its mistakes, I wouldn't have come here. I have something to ask you for help, and if I don't show up, you won't have many days to live. Xu Changge felt helpless. There were many things he could not say and could only fabricate numerous lies. Junior brother Xu, why are you not speaking? Bai Yixuan saw Xu Changge keeping silent and quietly asked. Xu Changge tightened his hands, feigning hesitation, and slightly frowned. After hesitating for a moment, Xu Changge looked up and made eye contact with Bai Yixuan, then shyly lowered his head. Senior brother Bai, to tell you the truth, this heart-stabilizing pearl was sent by my senior sister. I'm just a messenger. Senior sister said that you have just gone through the battle of core disciples and will need to enter seclusion for a while to consolidate your cultivation and foundation. The heart-stabilizing pearl is a spiritual treasure that can protect your Tao. Your senior sister asked you to bring it? Upon hearing this, Bai Yixuan was stunned. Soon, the image of Luo Huangxue flashed before Bai Yixuan's eyes. That girl, dressed plainly with faint freckles on her face, looked very ordinary, but had an otherworldly aura. Well, originally, my senior sister didn't want me to tell you. But senior brother Bai, you kept asking, so I had to clarify. Xu Changge nodded lightly. This is too precious. Bai Yixuan glanced at the heart-stabilizing pearl on the table and murmured softly. This is just temporarily lent to senior brother Bai. You can return it later. It's no problem, Xu Changge said. But Bai Yixuan hesitated, clearly wanting to accept the heart-stabilizing pearl, but feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm just a messenger. I've delivered the item, so I'll take my leave now. Xu Changge was worried about revealing his intentions and hurriedly left. By the time Bai Yixuan reacted, Xu Changge had already vanished. The anxious scene of Xu Changge leaving fell into Bai Yixuan's eyes, as if he was afraid of being punished by senior sister for failing to complete his task. Bai Yixuan looked at the heart-stabilizing pearl on the table and chuckled. After leaving Tao Weifeng, Xu Changge sighed. Senior sister, it's not that I'm trying to pit you. It's just that I had no choice. Bai Xuan seems serious. But he is actually quite narcissistic, just a conceited person. Only in this way would Bai Xuan not suspect my intentions and accept it gladly. Chapter 77. What a good child. I estimate that in about 3 months, this matter will be resolved. During this time, I should go out and hide for a while. After thinking about it, Xu Changge felt that once this matter was exposed, he would certainly be beaten by senior sister. Therefore, the best course of action for now is to quickly leave Wanyan Holy Land and hide for a while. Bai Xuan would be in seclusion recently, and some elders from Jinluan Peak would take the opportunity to attack Bai Xuan, causing him to go astray during his seclusion. This way, the Holy Son of Wanyan Holy Land would not need to give way to Bai Xuan from Tao Weifeng, and the interests involved are significant. Xu Changge calculated the time. The matter would be resolved in 3 months. With Bai Xuan's arrogant personality, as long as he safely passes through the crisis, he will definitely come to Dongshan Peak to return the heart-settling pearl. By then, Luo Huangxue will surely know about what Xu Changge has done and said, holding a grudge in her heart. Bai Xuan, I have paid a considerable price for you, so you must hold on and not die. Xu Changge trusts Bai Xuan's strength. With the heart-settling pearl to protect him, Bai Xuan will not easily be tempted or disturbed by external forces, and thus cannot go astray. By the way, I will also make a trip to the Yuling Sword Sect. Xu Changge promised Luo Huangxue to deliver a letter to the Yuling Sword Sect, which is a good opportunity to leave. I don't even know what is written in the letter, it's so mysterious. If Xu Changge forcibly breaks open the contents of a letter, he will definitely be sensed by Luo Huangxue. Immediately after, Xu Changge walked straight to the entrance of the Wanyan Holy Land. Before leaving, Xu Changge bowed to the elder Shangwan Guyun, who was stationed at the gate. Elder, are you going out? Shangwan Guyun, with an ethereal demeanor and youthful appearance, asked. I am following senior sister's order to deliver a letter to the Yuling Sword Sect. Xu Changge did not hide his intentions. Shangwan Guyun nodded lightly. Go ahead. Take care, elder. Xu Changge bowed and left. What a good child. Shangwan Guyun smiled with satisfaction as he watched Xu Changge's departing figure. Little did he know, Xu Changge deliberately showed his face in front of Shangwan Guyun, providing a witness. In the future, even if senior sister Luo Huangxue inquires, Xu Changge can confidently say that he is not running away, but rather delivering a letter. Xu Changge left Tao Weifeng and did not return to Dongshan Peak, fearing that the news would spread, and he would be caught by Luo Huangxue. A few days later, Bai Xuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, arrived at Dongshan Peak. Luo Huangxue was cleaning the courtyard at that time, living simply, showing no signs of cultivating. I've come to see senior sister, Bai Xuan, who entered the sect later than Luo Huangxue, clasped his fists, and said, Hello. Luo Huangxue glanced back at Bai Xuan and nodded in greeting. Do you have something to discuss? Bai Xuan looked at Luo Huangxue's calm eyes, her emotions showing no fluctuations, and secretly guessed, girls are shy, so it must be difficult for her to express herself in person. I can understand. I understand senior sister's feelings. However, the path of cultivation emphasizes fate, and I cannot give senior sister an accurate answer. Once I understand my own heart in the future, I will definitely provide a timely response. Bai Xuan usually appears elegant and extraordinary, but once he has the chance to show off, he's certainly one to let it go. Bai Xuan deliberately struck a pose that he thought was handsome and pretended to be deep and helpless as he spoke. Hearing Bai Xuan's words, Luo Huangxue was filled with question marks, her gaze making it seem as if she was looking at a fool. What is this guy talking about? Why can't I understand a word? What does he mean by my feelings? What is this response about? Has he gone mad? What on earth is he doing? Luo Huangxue, perplexed, did not comprehend a single word of what Bai Xuan had said. Then, Bai Xuan took out some cultivation resources from his pocket, including spirit stones and precious medicinal materials. As a gentleman, I do not covet things belonging to senior sister. I estimated that these resources should be enough to exchange for 1 month with a heart-settling pearl. Once I exit my seclusion, I will definitely present the heart-settling pearl to you. Initially confused, Luo Huangxue directly asked upon hearing about the heart-settling pearl. Is the heart-settling pearl in your possession? Yes. By Yishuan, not understanding the significance of Luo Huangshua's question, thought, "Didn't you ask Xu Changge to deliver it? How could it be with you?" Luo Huangshue had just given the heart-settling pearl to Xu Changge, and in the blink of an eye, it had ended up in Bai Yishuan's hands. It was indeed strange. Was it you who asked Xu Shidi to deliver it? Bai Yishuan countered. At this point, Luo Huangshue suddenly realized, her expression becoming quite rich. A thought emerged in Luo Huangshue's mind, to retrieve the heart-settling pearl. However, she dismissed this thought. Since Xu Changge had gone to great lengths to deliver the heart-settling pearl to Bai Yishuan, there must be a compelling reason for it. Luo Huangshue looked up at Bai Yishuan, seemingly understanding the meaning of what Bai Yishuan had initially said. Bai Yishuan mistakenly thought that she liked him and was trying to befriend him, while Bai Yishuan felt too embarrassed to refuse and did not nod in agreement. Thinking of this, Luo Huangshue's expression darkened, wishing she could strangle Xu Changge on the spot. Get lost. Luo Huangshue glared coldly at the smiling Bai Yishuan, growing increasingly annoyed. Bai Yishuan was very puzzled. This was not the scene he had initially imagined. Shouldn't Luo Huangshue be shy and unable to speak? Why was she so irritable? Suddenly, Bai Yishuan speculated. Girls are thin-skinned. It must be because I was too straightforward in my words that I hurt senior sister as pride, which is why she is so unhappy. Senior sister, I didn't think it through enough, my apologies. Bai Yishuan clasped his fists, looking very apologetic. Get lost. Luo Huangshue spat out a word. Well, I can still hold back. Hurry up and leave. Luo Huangshue held back her anger, her expression gloomy. Then, Bai Yishuan placed the cultivation resources he had taken out on the ground and turned to leave. Once Bai Yishuan had left Dongshan Peak, Luo Huangshue began to secretly use her techniques to search for Xu Changge's whereabouts. Little shitty, just wait and see how I deal with you. After searching for a long time, Luo Huangshue could not find Xu Changge's aura within the Wanyan Holy Land. Finally, she arrived at the entrance of the Holy Land and encountered Shangwan Gyun. Elder Shangwan, have you seen my little shitty from Dongshan Peak? Luo Huangshue respected Shangwan Gyun and bowed. I saw him. He left a few days ago. Shangwan Gyun stroked his beard and smiled. This child listens to you very well. He said he was specifically going to the Yuling Sword sect to deliver a letter for you. What a good child. Chapter 78. The Daily Life of Tricking the Junior Brother. Good child. That's him. Luo Huangshue had a belly full of anger with no place to vent. Clenching her fists tightly, holding it in, do you think you can escape a calamity by going to the Yuling Sword sect? You little rascal. You are still too young to compare wits with me. Luo Huangshue consoled herself, thinking fiercely. Returning to Dongshan Peak, Luo Huangshue continued her life. At the same time, Bai Yishuan officially entered seclusion, and on the surface, the Wanyan Holy Land appeared peaceful, but undercurrents were surging. In Xianyuzhou, at the Yuling Sword sect, the relationship between the Yuling Sword sect and the Wanyan Holy Land was generally average, with both sides having similar strength and foundation. Following Luo Huangshue's instructions, 10 days later, Xu Changge arrived at the Yuling Sword sect and delivered the letter to the higher-ups of the sect. Upon learning that Xu Changge from the Wanyan Holy Land had arrived, the Yuling Sword sect immediately arranged for him to be well received. Not long ago, Xu Changge had shown brilliantly in the Seven Veins battle, showcasing unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, which had spread far and wide. Young master, Xu has traveled a long distance. Our Yuling Sword sect must not be negligent. The elders exchanged pleasantries, hoping to have Xu Changge stay longer at the Yuling Sword sect, although they knew it was unrealistic to make Xu Changge switch to the Yuling Sword sect. It would still be a good thing to have him spar and discuss with the disciples of the Sword sect. Respect is better than obedience. Xu Changge was just worried about where to hide for a while, and the Yuling Sword sect was indeed a good choice. The letter Xu Changge brought had a restriction set on it, and many elders could not open it. In the end, the letter fell into the hands of the sect master. In the main hall of the Yuling Sword sect, the sect master sat at the highest position, while the other elders were seated on either side. Among them, one person stood out, dressed in a brocade robe, wearing a feather crown, stepping in white boots, with a sword on his back. This young man was the holy son of the Yuling Sword sect, named Jian Wushuang. Years ago, Jian Wushuang accidentally met Luo Huangshue and was amazed by her beauty, instantly falling in love. Since then, Jian Wushuang secretly expressed his affection for Luo Huangxue and pursued her relentlessly. Unfortunately, while Luo Huangxue had feelings, Jian Wushuang's efforts were unreciprocated, and she repeatedly rejected him. Recently, during the Seven Veins battle at the Wanyan Holy Land, Jian Wushuang came to watch the match with his elders and found some free time to visit Dongshan Peak, where he met Luo Huangxue again. However, things did not change, leaving Jian Wushuang very discouraged. Even though Jian Wushuang had become the holy son of the Yuling Sword sect, he still did not earn Luo Huangxue's respect, let alone her agreement to his pursuit. Master, what does the letter say? Jian Wushuang learned that the letter was sent by Luo Huangxue through someone else and was eager to know its contents. The sect leader lifted the seal on the envelope and read the letter, furrowing his brow as his expression darkened. What's wrong, sect leader? The elders noticed the unusual expression on the sect leader's face. The sect leader said nothing and glanced at Xu Changge, who was sipping tea, then handed the letter to the elder beside him. The elders huddled together to read the contents of the letter. In an instant, their faces turned gloomy, and they were quite displeased. Some elders who had been warm towards Xu Changge earlier now looked very displeased, with cold snorts escaping their lips. Xu Changge noticed the atmosphere in the hall becoming tense and realized something was amiss. Could the contents of the letter be unfriendly? He secretly guessed, losing interest in his tea. Let me see, Jian Wushuang said to the elders. Holy son, I advise you not to look, an elder warned. The more you try to stop someone from doing something, the more they want to do it. Thus, the elder's advice had no effect, instead intensifying Jian Wushuang's curiosity. Jian Wushuang swiftly moved in front of the elders and snatched the letter from their hands. Moments ago, his face was filled with high expectations and excitement. However, when he read the letter, his expression froze. The letter read, Jian Wushuang, you narcissistic freak, mentally challenged child. Do you think you can pursue me? You should look in the mirror. Do you think getting the position of holy son of the Yuling Sword sect makes you impressive? You even came to show off in front of me, claiming you have the right to pursue me. Let me tell you, you have no qualifications whatsoever. Even if you become the sect leader, I still wouldn't look at you. Do you think you are handsome? I think you could use a complete overhaul. Your looks are quite repulsive. Just looking at you feels like my eyes are being tarnished, and I need to rest for days to recover. With your appearance, you can't even compare to a single hair of my junior brother. In terms of talent, my junior brother is unparalleled in the Yuling Sword sect. Can you find anyone who cultivates both sword and intents? In terms of looks, my junior brother leaves you in the dust. If you were the same age as my junior brother, you probably wouldn't even have the courage to draw your sword. Holy son of the Yuling Sword sect? That's laughable. To be honest, your Yuling Sword sect is just a tiny place. What success can the chosen holy son achieve? You are just the tallest among a group of short people, but fundamentally, you are still short and not worthy of the grand stage. In a battle of the same realm, can you even withstand a single strike from my junior brother? On a larger scale, who in the entire Yuling Sword sect can compare to my junior brother? Just a bunch of trash. After reading the letter, Jian Wushuang crumpled it into a ball, his face turning ashen. This is too much. Everyone turned to Xu Changge, their gazes sharp and unkind. Xu Changge felt like he was on pins and needles. He was also curious about the letter's content and softly asked, what did my senior sister say? Why are you all looking at me like that? Take this. Jian Wushuang threw the crumpled letter into Xu Changge's hands. Xu Changge immediately opened it and skimmed through it. Not only did Luo Huangxue scold Jian Wushuang harshly, but she also disparaged the Yuling Sword sect a few times. Xu Changge felt unfortunate that his senior sister mentioned his name, stating that no disciple of the Yuling Sword sect was as good as him. That was just too insulting. Senior sister, you're such a scammer. Xu Changge regretted agreeing to deliver the letter for his senior sister. He felt deceived. Everyone, please calm down. If I said I knew nothing about this, would you believe me? Xu Changge looked at Jian Wushuang, who was approaching him step by step, with a bitter smile. What do you think? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, his sword intent rising like flames. I really didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come deliver the letter, Xu Changge argued. Enough talk, draw your sword. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. Chapter 79. Harmony brings wealth at first. The letter only insulted Jian Wushuang. and while the sect leader and elders felt uncomfortable, they could tolerate it. However, what pushed everyone to their limits was the last line of the letter, which was the final straw that ignited their anger. Just a bunch of trash. That last sentence insulted everyone in the Yuling Sword sect, and anyone who read the letter felt as if Luo Huangxue was pointing at their noses and scolding them. Harmony brings wealth, brother. Xu Changge looked at Jian Wushuang, whose face was filled with anger, regretting his decision immensely. If he could do it over, he would rather let Bai Yishuan be ambushed and die than deliver this letter for his senior sister. It was just too troublesome. What's the point of wealth when you're here to cause trouble? Stop pretending. Jian Wushuang was at the early stage of the extreme spirit realm, and many elders within the sect were not his match. He was exceptionally strong. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had comprehended sword intent and was a true sword cultivator, highly valued by the Yuling Sword sect. In the future, as long as Jian Wushuang did not die, he would undoubtedly become the next sect leader, holding a position of great power. Such a talented individual was belittled by Luo Huangxue, making him feel worthless. I really didn't know about this. Can we sit down and talk it over? Xu Changge did not want to fight. He had come to the Yuling Sword sect to deliver a letter purely to avoid trouble. He never expected that delivering a letter would lead to such a mess, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Indeed, I underestimated my senior sister's scheming ability. Next time, I will never make such a low-level mistake again, Xu Changge mumbled to himself. Having lived a second life, he still couldn't escape his senior sister's traps. Now that the matter had reached this point, there was nothing more to discuss. Jian Wushuang was furious, clearly wanting to take it out on Xu Changge to relieve his frustration. Xu Changge felt helpless. He truly had no justification in this matter and understood Jian Wushuang's and the Yuling Sword sect's anger. However, Xu Changge would not allow the Yuling Sword sect to bully him. I'm just a messenger. If the Yuling Sword sect uses its power to bully me, a new disciple who just joined the Wanyan Holy Land not long ago, wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? I'll fight you at the same level without bullying you. Jian Wushuang was infuriated by the letter and shouted loudly. I'm really not here to cause trouble. There's no need for that. Had he known the contents of the letter, Xu Changge would never have come to the Yuling Sword sect. Jian Wushuang did not want to hear Xu Changge's explanation. In fact, his anger was not as great as his jealousy. The letter contained every word belittling Jian Wushuang while praising Xu Changge. Jian Wushuang admired Luo Huangxue greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continued to pursue her despite being rejected multiple times. Jian Wushuang wanted to defeat Xu Changge to prove himself and show Luo Huangxue his abilities. That was Jian Wushuang's true intention. All right, everyone be quiet. The sect leader did not want the situation to escalate further, making it difficult to handle later. With the sect leader's intervention, Jian Wushuang had to stop, his eyes fixed on Xu Changge, his fighting spirit burning like flames. The elders were all filled with resentment, and cold snorts echoed from every corner of the Great Hall. If it weren't for their status, they would have long since rushed at Xu Changge. As for this letter, Xu Xiaoxia must also be in the dark, so please do not vent your anger on him, the sect master said to everyone. The crowd actually understood the content of the letter very well. Xu Changge was absolutely unaware. If Xu Changge knew what was written in the letter, he wouldn't dare to come to the Yuling Sword sect for tea. That would be too bold. The sect master's words were indeed true. Xu Changge felt that the sect master of Yuling Sword sect was very magnanimous and developed some good feelings for him. However, since the fairy Lo Huangxu from Dongshan Peak praised Xu Xiaoxia so much, if our Yuling Sword sect remained silent, wouldn't it truly become a group of useless people? The sect master's eyes narrowed slightly as he said sternly, therefore, the peers of Yuling Sword sect are willing to spar with Xu Xiaoxia and discuss swordsmanship. Indeed, I have a few outstanding disciples under my command. Although their talents may not match Xu Xiaoxia's, they shouldn't be considered useless. An elder snorted coldly, and it seemed that the last sentence of the letter, referring to them as a group of useless people, had angered the higher-ups of Yuling Sword sect. I agree with the sect master's proposal. The peers of the sword sect can all spar with Xu Xiaoxia. The elders nodded in agreement, with no one opposing. Xu Xiaoxia's talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary. He surely won't refuse. If Xu Changge were to leave Yuling Sword sect just like that, where would the face of the sword sect go? Xu Changge's smile froze for a moment. He originally thought the sect master of Yuling Sword Sect was very personable, but he didn't expect the sect master to be retreating to advance, with no intention of letting Xu Changge off. Do I have a choice in this matter? Xu Changge looked at the angry eyes of the elders and asked helplessly. No, an elder answered decisively. It seemed that Xu Changge could not leave Yuling Sword Sect safely. Senior sister, I hate you. Xu Changge shouldn't have agreed to let Luo Huangsu send the letter from the beginning. He regretted it now. Although Xu Changge was not afraid to fight with the peers of the Sword Sect, it was still troublesome. The disciples of Yuling Sword Sect were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. If they came one after another, it would tire Xu Changge to death. You guys are too much. Fortunately, Wanyan Holy Land and Yuling Sword Sect were not hostile forces, and since Yuling Sword Sect was a reputable sect, they wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics against Xu Changge. However, regarding the dignity of Yuling Sword Sect, Xu Changge could forget about leaving easily. After the sparring ended, the Sword Sect would definitely treat Xu Xiaoxia with good wine and food. Our Yuling Sword Sect is quite courteous. The sect master's words had two meanings. Xu Changge had to fight even if he didn't want to, otherwise he couldn't leave the Sword Sect. Furthermore, the sect master directly criticized the disciples of Wanyan Holy Land for lacking manners, daring to travel thousands of miles to deliver a letter insulting the Sword Sect, which was shameful. Fine. Xu Changge, caught between a rock and a hard place, could only nod in agreement reluctantly. Is there a rule for the sparring battle? Our Yuling Sword Sect has about 100 young disciples of similar realms as you. I believe they all want to spar with Xu Xiaoxia. I hope you won't mind. The sect master calculated and said straightforwardly. Xu Changge was taken aback. Did that mean he had to fight 100 people? This was too much. Wasn't this bullying? The next moment, Xu Changge recalled the letter his senior sister Luo Huangsu had written, cursing the entire Yuling Sword Sect. The fact that Yuling Sword Sect decided to send peers to spar with Xu Changge to regain face was already quite good. Chapter 80. Rumors Arise. Public outrage. If it were any other sect, they would have already suppressed Xu Changge. How could they be so polite? Thus, the news that Xu Changge was about to spar with the inner disciples of Yuling Sword Sect quickly spread throughout the Sword Sect, spreading rapidly. Even the newly initiated disciples knew about it and were waiting to watch the fun. An elder arranged a guest room for Xu Changge, allowing him to rest for a few days. When the time came, they would spar. Xu Changge was effectively under soft house arrest, with someone following him in and out. In short, Xu Changge could not leave Yuling Sword Sect. Regarding dignity, Yuling Sword Sect could not back down. This matter fermented for several days, and the Sword Sect was extremely lively, filled with voices. Xu Changge from Wanyan Holy Land deliberately provoked our Yuling Sword Sect, intending to challenge 100 inner disciples of the Sword Sect by himself, which is quite arrogant. I heard that Xu Changge, in front of the sect master and elders, openly stated that all the disciples of our Yuling Sword Sect are useless, which is extremely arrogant. It is said that several elders were so angry that they were confused. Xu Changge won first place in the inner disciple competition of Wanyan Holy Land, comprehending the sword intents of the water and ice systems, showing extremely high talent. Among our young generation in Yuling Sword Sect, fewer than 10 have comprehended sword intent. If they were to spar at the same realm, there would likely be no one who could match Xu Changge. One elder said that Xu Changge was very arrogant, and anyone below the extreme spirit realm could fight him. Too arrogant. If Xu Changge continues to be so reckless, how can our Yuling Sword Sect stand in the world? Rumors about Xu Changge's arrogance spread throughout the Sword Sect. With 3 people making a tiger, many believe them. Some even deliberately fabricated various versions, saying that Xu Changge came to Yuling Sword Sect just to make trouble, looking down on everyone in the Sword Sect. Meanwhile, Xu Changge, staying in the elegant pavilion, comfortably leaned back in his chair, sipping tea, completely unaware of the external evaluations and discussions about him. The disciples of the Sword Sect had begun to resent Xu Changge, wishing to tear him apart. Senior sister, aren't you afraid of getting me killed? Xu Changge murmured quietly while drinking tea. In these days, Yuling Sword Sect had been selecting suitable inner disciples to battle. They had to have some ability to avoid embarrassment. After all, everyone knew that Xu Changge was a swordsmanship genius who comprehended two types of sword intent. They could not be careless. In the still of the night, the sect master and the elders were discussing in the inner hall. Xu Changge's talent is extremely high, and in battles of the same realm, it is feared that no one can match him. The sect master of Yuling's sect had witnessed Xu Changge's strength during the recent Seven Meridians battle. Who can swallow this anger? If we do not teach Xu Changge a good lesson, none of us will have our faces intact. All the elders agreed, but the key is how to regain face. Xu Changge is a true genius and must be taken seriously. I have already sent some words out. Anyone below the extreme spirit realm can battle Xu Changge. Now the sword sect is filled with voices of cursing. Everyone wants to exchange a few moves with Xu Changge. An elder stroked his beard and said seriously, "Although this approach is somewhat inappropriate, it is indeed the only way. If they were disciples in the early stage of the Tao cultivation realm, they would definitely not be able to handle Xu Changge. However, disciples below the extreme spirit realm might have some chance." Everyone knew that using this method to deal with Xu Changge was underhanded and not honorable, but this also acknowledged Xu Changge's strength, hence this desperate measure. Since it has been decided, then let's do it. After thinking for a long time, the sect master nodded in agreement. Core disciples at the peak of the Tao cultivation realm could indeed challenge Xu Changge to regain face. If this matter spreads in the future, just say it was Xu Changge's own request, and everything has nothing to do with Yuling Sword Sect. Rumors began to spread, and the disciples of Yuling Sword Sect all believed that Xu Changge was going to challenge those below the extreme spirit realm, causing public outrage. However, Xu Changge, the person involved, remained completely unaware. A few days later, an elder came to Xu Changge's elegant pavilion and coldly said, "Young Master Xu, the arena has been set up. It depends on whether you dare to go up. If I say I don't dare, can I be exempted?" Xu Changge retorted. The elder initially wanted to provoke him, but unexpectedly, Xu Changge didn't play by the rules and didn't want to fight as he followed the staircase down. For a moment, the elder was dumbfounded, his mind blank. After a while, the elder said firmly, "Of course, you can't avoid it. Even if you don't want to fight, you have to. Then why say so much nonsense?" Xu Changge Oomph. The elder snorted coldly, told Xu Changge the location of the arena, and turned to leave. Xu Changge strolled out of the elegant pavilion and stretched lazily. One must admit that even after being insulted and scolded like this, the Yuling Sword Sect did not mistreat Xu Changge, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor. Xu Changge rode on clouds and mist, arriving at the Yuling Sword Sect's martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was vast, surrounded by towering mountains and endless giant trees. Clouds and mist swirled, and celestial cranes soared. Thousands of disciples gathered in the martial arts hall, each face filled with fury, all directed at Xu Changge. Why hasn't Xu Changge arrived yet? Could it be that he is too scared? With such arrogance and boastfulness, if he doesn't have the courage to show up at a crucial moment, he will surely be the laughingstock and will have no face to see anyone in the future. It is said that Xu Changge is a rare genius in the sword path, having comprehended two types of sword intent. A person like him should not back down. The disciples stood at the edge of the martial arts hall, leaving the center empty for the arena. Surrounding the arena was a barrier set up by the Yuling Sword Sect to prevent any unexpected situations. Xu Changge wore a thin blue shirt, a few strands of hair swaying in the wind, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, giving off an ethereal and untainted vibe. He has arrived. Everyone turned to look at Xu Changge, who was walking on clouds, and the noise not only did not diminish but became even more boisterous. Xu Changge landed in the center of the arena, cupped his hands in salute to the sect leader and the elders, showing his respect. Then, Xu Changge glanced around at the sword sect disciples with a smile, remaining silent. He appeared gentle and refined, unlike the arrogant and overbearing figure described in rumors. As everyone watched Xu Changge's every move, some began to doubt the rumors. Don't be fooled by Xu Changge's appearance. It's all an illusion. Some disciples fan the flames, hating Xu Changge to the core. Yes, he relies on his extraordinary talent and shows no respect for our Yuling Sword Sect. I heard some elders say that Xu Changge pointed at the Holy Sun's nose and called the Sword Sect disciples trash. Such baseless claims have surprisingly become facts. Chapter 81. Withered with sword intent, Nanshaowu Xu Changge genuinely sensed the hostility from the Yuling sword sect disciples. Each of their eyes carried anger, and a few even looked like they would love to swallow Xu Changge whole. What happened? What did I do? Xu Changge was filled with confusion, completely unaware of the current situation. Xu Changge, if you want to challenge the younger generation of our Yuling sword sect, I hope you have the corresponding strength. The sect leader said seriously, looking down at Xu Changge standing in the center of the arena. Xu Changge wanted to refute that he had no intention of challenging the disciples of the Yuling sword sect. However, the situation had developed to this point, and it was no longer up to him. With things having come to this, Xu Changge had no choice but to accept and fight to the end. Who was willing to spar with young hero Xu? The sect leader glanced at the more than 100 disciples beside him. With a thud, all the disciples stepped forward, their eyes sharp. After a few days of fermentation, every disciple wanted to teach Xu Changge a severe lesson. Even knowing they weren't Xu Changge's match, they would still draw their swords and fight, not wanting to lose the prestige and dignity of the Yuling sword sect. Xiao, will you go? The sect leader looked at a disciple dressed in black with a stern face. Nan Xiaowu, a core disciple of the Yuling sword sect, was at the late stage of the Dao realm and had comprehended sword intent 5 years ago. Among the younger generation, Nan Xiaowu's strength could be ranked in the top 10. Yes, sect leader. Nan Xiaowu had a gloomy personality and rarely spoke. He preferred to be alone, so he had no friends in the Yuling sword sect. For him, the 3-foot green blade in his hand was his only companion. Nan Xiaowu leapt 1,000 meters to the arena. Nan Xiaowu and Xu Changge exchanged glances from afar, both brewing their sword momentum, searching for each other's flaws. Xu Changge drew out an ordinary spiritual sword, trying not to expose his trump card too early to avoid trouble. A single spiritual sword was enough for Xu Changge to display his true strength. Brother, what should I call you? Xu Changge did not recall a character named Nan Xiaowu. Either he had died young in his previous life or had not reached a high position. Nan Xiaowu remained silent, as if he had not heard. Soon, the two fell into a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. Reluctantly, Xu Changge decided not to waste time and deliberately exposed a flaw to Nan Xiaowu. In an instant, Nan Xiaowu charged at Xu Changge like a madman, the 3-foot green blade in his hand exploding with chilling sword light, leaving a long sword mark on the ground, distorting the void slightly. Bang! Nan Xiaowu's sword technique was very straightforward, lacking any flashy movements, simply thrusting towards Xu Changge's chest. Xu Changge immediately raised his sword to block, redirecting the trajectory of Nan Xiaowu's blade, causing him to miss. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changge's left hand struck towards Nan Xiaowu's chest. Nan Xiaowu had been wary of Xu Changge, and at the same time, he leaped to avoid Xu Changge's palm, flipping behind Xu Changge and striking again. Xu Changge raised his sword to block and caught Nan Xiaowu's strike. Withered wood sword technique. Nan Xiaowu tested Xu Changge's capabilities, realizing that Xu Changge was not an ordinary opponent and that he had to show his true skills. As he slashed, the area where the sword struck was filled with a sense of deathly silence. Xu Changge unleashed a water-type sword intent, maintaining some distance from Nan Xiaowu. Withered wood sword intent. Xu Changge recognized Nan Xiaowu's sword intent and was slightly startled. The withered wood sword intent, when first comprehended, lacked any sword might and at most could only leave traces of decay on certain things. However, once the withered wood sword intent reached great perfection, a single sword could drain the vitality of all things, causing them to wither and perish. In his previous life, Xu Changge had not heard of anyone making a name for themselves using the withered wood sword intent, meaning that Nan Xiaowu must have faced tribulations and found it difficult to reach the peak. Your sword intent is just beginning. You're far from it. Xu Changge blocked every strike from Nan Xiaowu with ease. Even if there was some gap in cultivation, it did not affect Xu Changge much. Oof. Nan Xiaowu snorted coldly, remaining silent, but the speed of his sword strikes began to increase. Before long, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. To outsiders, their battle seemed intense and evenly matched. Senior brother Xiaowu's swordsmanship is exceptional, yet he hasn't been able to defeat Xu Changge instantly. Many disciples of the Yuling sword sect whispered in surprise. Xu Changge is the #1 inner disciple of the Wanyan Holy Land. He should not be underestimated. On the arena, Xu Changge's ice sword intent froze a section of the void, blocking Nan Xiaowu's attacks. In the next moment, Nan Xiaowu activated his sword intent and directly decayed the ice sword intent. The withered wood sword intent contains elements of death, decay, and despair. If comprehended properly, the withered wood may bloom in spring, bringing hope. His sword intent was corroding his own body. Xu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, fighting against Nan Xiaowu while also noticing the condition of Nan Xiaowu's body. With the keen eyes of the Yuling sword sect's higher-ups, they surely had also noticed Nan Xiaowu's physical condition. The high-ranking officials of the sword sect must have been in a bind, unsure how to handle Nan Xiaowu's bodily issues. In fact, there was a most appropriate solution: to have Nan Xiaowu abandon his sword intent. However, for a sword cultivator, this would be harder than death. Thus, Nan Xiaowu firmly believed he could find a path of hope, and even if it meant death, he could never abandon his sword intent. Your body is gradually unable to cope. You're no match for me. Xu Changge repelled Nan Xiaowu by several thousand meters and communicated through sound. A true swordsman does not easily concede defeat. Although Nan Xiaowu knew he was no match for Xu Changge, he resolutely refused to retreat for the dignity of the Yuling sword sect. Forcing a battle will only accelerate the decay of your body. Xu Changge exposed Nan Xiaowu's physical condition with a single remark, causing a noticeable fluctuation in Nan Xiaowu's emotions. How do you know? Only a few people, including the Yuling sect master, were aware of Nan Xiaowu's condition. Xu Changge's sudden transmission surprised Nan Xiaowu. I can tell, Xu Changge said. Nan Xiaowu and Xu Changge exchanged a glance, believing Xu Changge's words. My business has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight, just fight. Don't waste words. Nan Xiaowu had no intention of stopping, determined to fight Xu Changge to the end and never concede defeat. In response, Xu Changge had to end the battle as quickly as possible. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him, as he would have to deal with other disciples of the sword sect later. Similarly, if it continued, Nan Xiaowu's body would also not be able to endure. Chapter 82. Despicable and shameless Xu Changge in the eyes of the world. Xu Changge comprehended the sword intent of the water element and the ice sword intent. Little did they know, the true path Xu Changge intended to take was the path of chaotic swordsmanship. No one had ever walked this path in countless ages. The path of chaotic swordsmanship carries the essence of all swords from ancient times. Since Xu Changge chose this path, he could not back down and was prepared to bear the consequences. In battling Nan Xiaowu, Xu Changge could also take the opportunity to comprehend the dry wood sword intent and seek his chance. Xu Changge unleashed several swords, and Nan Xiaowu could no longer withstand them, being pushed to the edge of the arena. 1/3 of the arena was frozen by the ice sword intent, the space solidified, leaving nowhere to escape. Nan Xiaowu was forced into a corner, unable to break free from the frozen void in a short time, and had no choice but to confront Xu Changge head-on. Ending this battle sooner would be beneficial for both of us, Xu Changge subtly indicated, as the 3-foot green edge fiercely stabbed forward. Nan Xiaowu countered with his sword, but before his blade could touch Xu Changge's sword, he was deflected by a wisp of water sword intent. At the critical moment, Xu Changge bypassed Nan Xiaowu's attack and pressed a sword against Nan Xiaowu's chest. The sword penetrated 3 inches, and a wisp of blood flowed from Nan Xiaowu's chest. Xu Changge showed mercy, only injuring Nan Xiaowu's flesh without harming his bones. You have lost. Xu Changge retracted his 3-foot sword, his expression indifferent. Nan Xiaowu looked deeply at Xu Changge, silently acknowledging his defeat. If Xu Changge had not shown mercy with that last sword, he could have at least severely injured Nan Xiaowu. In the arena, even if Nan Xiaowu had died, the Yuling sword sect would have nothing to say. The sword intent emanating from Nan Xiaowu slowly dissipated, and he no longer had the will to fight. Xu Changge watched as Nan Xiaowu prepared to leave the arena and transmitted, if you do not find a suitable way to control the sword intent, you will ultimately die by your own sword. It is none of your business. Nan Xiaowu glanced back at Xu Changge, his expression cold. Your matters truly have nothing to do with me. Xu Changge replied, I just do not want to see a good talent fall like this. If you want to reach the peak of swordsmanship and see a broader world, come to the Wanyan Holy Land to find me. Nan Xiaowu paused, questioning. Find you? What right do you have? Trust or distrust is entirely up to you. If Xu Changge were not so fond of talent, he wouldn't bother to say so much to Nan Xiaowu. Nan Xiaowu left, and for the time being, he would definitely not seek Xu Changge's help. In his eyes, Xu Changge was his peer, and it was impossible to find a way to deal with a dry wood sword intent. He dismissed Xu Changge's words as air. No one noticed that a wisp of dry wood sword intent flashed on the 3-foot green edge tightly gripped in Xu Changge's right hand. Through the battle with Nan Xiaowu, Xu Changge saved a lot of trouble, directly capturing the opportunity of the dry wood sword intent and comprehending and integrating it. Brother Xiaowu lost. How could this be? The disciples were in an uproar, unwilling to accept the outcome of the battle. Xu Changge was indeed extremely arrogant, but he also had some real skills. Every corner of the martial arts hall echoed with noisy voices. Xiaowu lost. Who is willing to fight next? The Yuling sect master seemed to have already guessed this outcome and was not surprised. A few days ago, the Yuling sect master witnessed Xu Changge's strength firsthand. He could fight anyone below the extreme spirit realm, and his swordsmanship was extraordinary. I'll go. A burly disciple carrying a heavy black sword suddenly landed on the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble a few times. Xu Changge looked at the burly man in front of him, and his sword intent surged again. Boom! After a breath, the burly man tightly gripped the heavy sword and swung it fiercely at Xu Changge. Xu Changge used his sword to block, but was directly pushed back by the burly man's strike for several thousand meters, the 3-foot green edge in his hand trembling continuously. The intent of the heavy sword can cut through all things, even without a blade. The burly man's heavy sword had no edge, resembling a massive chunk of black iron. This is the intent of the heavy sword, breaking through all laws with sheer force. In the entire world, looking at one of the 9 states, Xuanyu State, if only discussing swordsmanship, the Yuling sword sect could be ranked among the top. The Yuling sword sect could be considered a second-tier force, being a sword sect. Its individual combat power was very strong. In terms of combat power, without a sage, the Yuling sword sect could be considered undefeated. Xu Changge initially felt very helpless about his senior sister's actions, but now he found many benefits. Xu Changge could spar with the outstanding disciples of the Yuling sword sect one by one, seizing the opportunity to comprehend various sword intents, which would save him many years of effort in battling the burly man who had comprehended the heavy sword intent. Xu Changge knew he could not clash head-on and had to use skill. So, in the following 100 or so exchanges, Xu Changge avoided the burly man's attacks, dodging around. As time passed, the burly man's strength was significantly depleted, and he began to pant heavily, angrily stating, "As a swordsman, if you lack the courage to face your opponent head-on, you might as well abandon the path of swordsmanship early. Sword cultivators indeed should advance fearlessly, unafraid of anything. However, this does not mean one should foolishly seek death. One must learn to be flexible." Such a crude provocation would not fool Xu Changge. Every strike from the burly man had the might to split mountains and calm seas, but as his power reached its peak, he lost the speed that a sword should have. Xu Changge seized on this point, constantly dodging and evading every strike from his opponent. After several more exchanges, Xu Changge caught a flaw in his opponent and immediately thrust the sword he had been brewing for a long time toward the opponent's back. Due to the heavy sword's momentum being difficult to retract, even if the opponent sensed Xu Changge behind him, he would find it hard to respond immediately. Puffed. Xu Changge pierced the opponent's back with his sword, the tip pressing against a bone, as the ice sword intent froze his body. Xu Changge pressed on, unwilling to give his opponent a chance to counterattack, and pulled out his sword to stab again. With his strike, Xu Changge cut through a bit of flesh at the opponent's throat, and a trickle of bright red blood slowly flowed out. "You win." The burly man gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this. I concede. Xu Changge smiled slightly and retreated to a distance. "Oomph." The burly man coldly snorted, leaving the arena with a face full of displeasure. Xu Changge is truly despicable. The crowd pointed at Xu Changge and shouted angrily. Xu Changge had been fleeing. His victory was merely a stroke of luck. Unmoved by the disciples' scorn, Xu Changge remained calm and indifferent. We are swordsmen. If we fight, it must be a fair fight. Never resorting to the despicable means of Xu Changge. It is unknown who directly labeled Xu Changge with the tag of shamelessness, but it quickly gained the recognition of the crowd. Chapter 83. A change in atmosphere, guiding the crowd. Xu Changge unexpectedly won again, not only failing to instill jealousy and fear in the disciples of the Yuling Sword sect, but instead igniting their fighting spirit. If they couldn't deal with Xu Changge on their own turf, then everyone from the Yuling Sword sect would lose face. Let's take him down. The higher-ups of the Yuling Sword sect remained silent, while the disciples began to stir restlessly. Some of the stronger disciples, knowing they were no match for Xu Changge, still decided to step onto the arena, refusing to back down. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the martial arts hall of the Yuling Sword sect. One after another, disciples of the Sword sect boldly rushed up, all to fight for the dignity of the sect and the spirit of being a swordsman. In just half an hour, more than 10 had been defeated by Xu Changge. This was the territory of the Yuling Sword sect, and Xu Changge wouldn't use lethal force, always showing mercy at critical moments. Moreover, while Xu Changge was not a virtuous person, he was not a bloodthirsty one either. It was merely a spar between peers, and the disciples of the Sword sect looked at Xu Changge with intense fighting spirit, without any killing intent, so Xu Changge had no reason to take their lives. With the vision of an emperor on the path to enlightenment, Xu Changge quickly spotted the flaws and shortcomings of his opponents. Out of goodwill, after defeating each opponent, he would directly point out how they could become stronger and make their 3-foot sword sharper. A sword can be both rigid and soft. Only by balancing rigidity and softness can one reach the peak of the sword path. Xu Changge defeated a disciple with a fierce sword technique, using water-based sword intent to gently dissolve the opponent's offensive. Speaking frankly, as a swordsman, one must be fearless. If the path ahead is perilous, you can retreat, take a detour, or wait for the right moment. However, you must never show signs of fear. If you feel fear, your sword will no longer be sharp, losing the brilliance that a sword should have. The next opponent was an inner disciple of the Yuling Sword sect, at the early stage of the Enlightenment realm. This person, facing Xu Changge, broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating to draw his sword. Xu Changge lectured him, loudly saying, "Since you have drawn your sword, how can you be cowardly? Strike." Xu Changge formed a sword with his fingers and made a stabbing motion towards the opponent from a distance. Whoosh! The sword moved like a gale, sweeping in all directions. The wind, like a dragon, bit at this disciple. Left with no choice, the disciple shouted and drew his sword to block, finally overcoming his inner fear, and his resolve deepened. After dozens of exchanges, Xu Changge had his sword pressed against the heart of this disciple. With just a slight push, he could take his life. The outcome was clear, and Xu Changge slowly retracted his 3-foot sword. "Thank you, senior brother Xu, for your guidance." This disciple cupped his fists in gratitude towards Xu Changge, remembering today's favor. Xu Changge remained silent, waiting for the next opponent. To cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Don't you understand this principle? This time, Xu Changge noticed that the mindset of his 27th opponent was somewhat chaotic, wildly swinging his sword with scattered techniques and lacking practical experience. "Please guide me, senior brother." This person pressed his pale lips together, respectfully holding his sword. "Make your move," Xu Changge said solemnly. After a brief exchange, Xu Changge easily defeated his opponent without a scratch. "Thank you, senior brother, for your leniency." Unknowingly, the martial arts hall had stopped discussing Xu Changge's shamelessness, and their gazes towards him had greatly transformed, filled with admiration, awe, and worship. Even the elders and sect leader of the Yuling Sword sect were charmed by Xu Changge's demeanor. Originally, this was a battle where the Yuling Sword sect bullied Xu Changge. An unfair spar. However, Xu Changge didn't care about this at all. Instead, he pointed out the mistakes of every disciple who stepped onto the arena and guided them on which direction to take in their sword cultivation. Xu Changge's words were incisive, like a sudden enlightenment, benefiting many disciples greatly. Gradually, the sparring battle took on a different flavor. More and more disciples stood outside the arena, forming a line to take turns fighting Xu Changge. They all wanted Xu Changge's guidance to enhance their strength. This was a rare opportunity, and there was no risk involved. Initially, the Yuling Sword sect planned to arrange core disciples to take the stage in a wheel battle to exhaust Xu Changge's stamina and gain victory. But now, the higher-ups of the Yuling Sword sect felt deeply ashamed, abandoning their initial thoughts and choosing silence. Those core disciples who had no chance to fight were stuck in place. Were they really going to line up? How embarrassing. However, every time Xu Changge fought an opponent, he would offer guidance, which was very useful. As core disciples, they had all encountered bottlenecks in their sword paths, which were difficult to resolve, so they naturally wanted to gain insights as soon as possible. However, they were too shy to rush onto the arena. Senior brother, I practice fire-based sword techniques, but I have yet to comprehend sword intent. Is my talent too poor? Or am I not suited for the fire sword path? An inner disciple stepped onto the arena, not immediately attacking Xu Changge, but directly explaining his cultivation situation. The fire path of the 5 elements requires a strong heart to comprehend. To be honest, do you have unresolved worries? If your heart is burdened and you don't dare to risk it all, I advise you to give up. If you have made up your mind, with your foundation in swordsmanship, comprehending sword intent is only a matter of time. Xu Changge let this disciple strike a few times, contemplating his words. I do have unresolved worries. Senior brother, you have keen insight. This disciple, named Zhou Hao, was not particularly outstanding among the inner disciples, and few people knew him. Resolve your hearts not as soon as possible, or you will fall into madness. Xu Changge spoke plainly. Thank you, senior brother, for pointing the way. Zhou Hao cupped his fists in salute and turned to leave the arena, not knowing where he was headed. It's my turn. In an instant, another inner disciple rushed onto the arena. The remaining disciples quickly lined up, not allowing anyone to cut in line. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. Senior brother. Logically, Xu Changge has just become a disciple of the Wanyan sacred land and is still young. However, in the cultivation world, strength is always respected. Since Xu Changge possessed this ability, the disciples of the sword sect naturally called him senior brother, showing great respect. At first, they called Xu Changge by his name, glaring fiercely. Now, they all refer to him as senior brother, with smiles on their faces, as if treating a real brother. The higher-ups of the sword sect did not dare to interrupt and silently observed. The situation had turned this way, which was not detrimental to the Yuling sword sect. Many disciples had gained fortune, saving years of hard cultivation. How embarrassing. Our elite disciples of the sword sect need an outsider like Xu Changge to guide them. The sect leader quietly scolded the elders, but his eyes were always fixed on Xu Changge, filled with great satisfaction. Chapter 84. The Little Princess of the Sword Sect. Xia Yener. In the face of the sect leader's scolding, the elders did not dare to speak, pretending not to hear. The sword path is vast and varied. It is already commendable for the elders to comprehend even a small aspect of it. How could they all be proficient? Moreover, a significant number of elders, although they had reached the extreme spirit realm, had not comprehended sword intent for hundreds of years, remaining stuck in place. If they themselves had not comprehended sword intent, how could they guide the disciples within the sect? Therefore, it is not that the inner elders are unwilling to teach the disciples. The sword path is one that a master leads one through the door, but cultivation lies in the individual. Xu Changge is truly a prodigy. Does he not dabble in and understand all the various sword paths? The elders were deeply moved by Xu Changge's guidance to each disciple. Some elders even gained significant insights, benefiting greatly. The Wanyan sacred land has struck gold. The sect leader was originally overjoyed at the rapid improvement in the strength of the disciples within the sect. The sect leader secretly pounded his chest in envy and jealousy when he thought of Xu Changge not being from the sword sect. Why don't we try to recruit Xu Changge to our Yuling sword sect? Propose an elder. Don't you all know? Dongshan Peak was almost abolished, and all the heads of the various branches wanted to recruit Xu Changge, but he rejected them all. All the beauty traps and coercive tactics are useless. Speaking of which, how did Dongshan Peak end up okay again? It's really strange. The high-level members of the Yuling sword sect were all aware of the situation at Dongshan Peak. At first, they thought that there would be no more Dongshan Peak in Wanyan Holy Land. But who would have thought that Wanyan Holy Land announced that Dongshan Peak would always be an inseparable part of the Holy Land? Everyone was not foolish. Something major must have happened within Wanyan Holy Land during the time Dongshan Peak was about to be abolished, which led to the reversal of the situation. It's better not to rashly recruit Xu Changge, lest we achieve the opposite of our intentions. Everything will be left to fate. The sect leader spoke, and the elders naturally had to give up their thoughts. The Holy Sun, Jian Wushuang, had been watching the situation on the arena and could not help but want to step down and spar with Xu Changge. However, Jian Wushuang was at the extreme spirit realm. If he stepped down to fight, it would be too much of a bully. If this matter got out, the Yuling Sword Sect would lose all its face. Thus, the Yuling Sword Sect initially wanted to take this opportunity to criticize Xu Changge, but unexpectedly, the situation turned out like this, beyond their expectations. Xu Changge still needed to draw his sword after the previous battle, but the current situation was becoming increasingly off track. Xu Changge sat in the center of the arena, pointing out the cultivation of the disciples who came up. Your foundation is unstable. You need to hone it well. A tall building rises from the ground. Remember that. Your practical experience is too poor. Go out and hone for a few years. As long as you don't die, the path of the sword will surely be much smoother. Next, Xu Changge had sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, but he did not point it out and went with the flow. Xu Changge didn't mind doing a favor for the Yuling Sword Sect. It would be more convenient for him to handle matters in the future. Moreover, Xu Changge could save himself some trouble and avoid a big battle. One disciple after another directly ignored the elders sitting on the high platform, with only Xu Changge in their eyes. Senior brother Xu, may I ask if you are married? My name is Xia Yin'er, and I am 17 this year. A female disciple stepped onto the arena, her face flushed, speaking softly. The elders looked at Xia Yin'er, and their expressions changed. This was the precious daughter of sect leader Xia Lingqian, the little princess of the Yuling Sword Sect. Everyone in the Sword Sect knew that Xia Yin'er was not to be trifled with. If anyone made her cry, sect leader Xia Lingqian would surely come after them. After all, she was his only daughter, a late-born daughter. How could he not spoil her? Sect leader, how did Yin'er get up there? The elders were all stunned. When they heard Xia Yin'er's words, they were all momentarily dumbfounded. What did this mean? Could it be that she had taken a liking to Xu Changge? No way. Absolutely not. Sect leader Xia Lingqian's face turned ashen, his anger rising. Upon hearing this, Xu Changge was momentarily taken aback and coughed softly a few times. I have a fiancé. Oh, I see. Xia Yin'er showed a disappointed expression, her hands clasped tightly together. After a while, Xia Yin'er looked up at Xu Changge again and asked seriously, Senior brother Xu, who is prettier, me or your fiancé? Of course, my fiancé is prettier. Xu Changge pondered for a moment and replied. Xu Changge's answer directly expressed his intentions, cutting off Xia Yin'er's misguided thoughts. It was understandable for a 17-year-old girl to admire Xu Changge's handsome demeanor as he guided the disciples of the Sword Sect. Well then, Xia Yin'er was very disappointed and ran off the arena, unable to stay any longer. Above, sect leader Xia Lingqian watched his daughter's disappointed appearance and heard Xu Changge's words, wishing he could go up and give Xu Changge a big slap. How dare he say my daughter isn't pretty? Too much. This is really too much. The good impression Xia Lingqian had of Xu Changge instantly vanished. If it weren't for several elders holding him back, he would have gone up to argue with Xu Changge. Sect leader Xu Changge is just trying to cut off Yin'er's thoughts. This is a good thing. You can't get angry. The Grand Elder advised earnestly. That little brat actually said, Yin'er isn't pretty. I can't stand it. Xia Lingqian's voice was low and very displeased. Do you want Xu Changge to praise Yin'er for being pretty and then take her away? An elder said. He dares. Xia Lingqian, in a rage, puffed out his cheeks and glared. So, Xu Changge's actions are correct. You shouldn't be angry. Xia Yin'er was Xia Lingqian's soft spot. Whoever provoked her would be in trouble. Xia Lingqian thought about it and seemed to find some reasoning. If Xu Changge really praised Xia Yin'er for being pretty, who knows what else might happen? Too scary. Master, if Yin'er really has feelings for Xu Changge, it might not be a bad thing. With a prodigy like Xu Changge, he would rightfully become the son-in-law of our Yuling Sword Sect. The Holy Sun, Jian Wushuang, suggested. Smack. Without saying a word, sect leader Xia Lingqian directly slapped Jian Wushuang, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Then, Xia Lingqian snorted coldly, hands crossed over his chest, striking a pose that dared anyone to provoke him. The elders initially had thoughts similar to Jian Wushuang's, but when they saw Jian Wushuang's fate, they fell silent. On the arena, Xu Changge sat comfortably, sipping drinks while guiding each disciple's cultivation. That's enough. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. Xu Changge stretched lazily, ready to end this farce. At that moment, a fluctuation of laws appeared in a corner of the Yuling sword sect. Chapter 85. A word of guidance. Comprehending sword intent, a fireball erupted into the sky, wrapped in a strand of sword light, spanning 3,000 miles across the sky. Sword intent. Everyone looked up at the sky, exclamations ringing out. Shortly after, a disciple transmitted a message to the martial arts hall. Senior Brother Zhou, how has comprehended sword intent? In an instant, the entire sword sect was shaken, from the sect leader to the outer disciples, all in an uproar. 5 days ago, an inner disciple named Zhou Hao had sparred with Xu Changge on the arena. Xu Changge pointed out Zhou Hao's shortcomings, urging him to resolve his mental block quickly. Otherwise, not only would he never step onto the path of the sword, but he might also go astray while cultivating the sword. It had only been a few days, and the disciples of the Yuling sword sect had quite good talent. Xu Changge gazed at the fire-type sword intent lingering in the sky, murmuring to himself. Without a sage overseeing, the Yuling sword sect, lacking guidance, would indeed cause many talented disciples to miss opportunities and not find the correct path. In this life, due to Xu Changge's appearance, the path of the Yuling sword sect would surely be entirely different. Half an hour later, Zhou Hao arrived at the martial arts hall. When Zhou Hao appeared, countless gazes fell upon him, filled with shock, awe, pity, and reverence. Zhou Hao wore a thin gray long robe, his complexion slightly pale, with a long-lost smile at the corner of his mouth. 5 days ago, Zhou Hao had left the Yuling sword sect unscathed. At this moment, Zhou Hao's left arm was missing, and his sleeve fluttered slightly in the breeze, empty and desolate. Howard, what happened? An inner elder quickly appeared in front of Zhou Hao, asking with concern, cutting off karma, resolving mental blocks. Zhou Hao shook his head, indicating that he was fine. A disciple who had been following Zhou Hao previously knew about his situation, facing the questioning gazes of the elders. This disciple immediately explained. Senior Brother Zhou Hao lost his parents at a young age, and it was his uncle and aunt who raised him. Once, Senior Brother Zhou Hao went hunting with his uncle and encountered a giant insect. His uncle lost an arm while trying to protect Senior Brother Zhou Hao and ended up disabled. Since then, Senior Brother Zhou Hao often felt guilty. For many years, his uncle and aunt had used this as leverage to extort many spiritual stones and money from Senior Brother Zhou Hao, and now they had become local wealthy landowners. Human nature is inherently greedy. Relying on Senior Brother Zhou Hao as their background, they often bullied the villagers and oppressed the weak. Every time Senior Brother Zhou Hao returned home and spoke to them, they would bring up the incident from years ago when they had sacrificed an arm to save him, continuously squeezing him for more. 5 days ago, Senior Brother Zhou Hao returned home and directly dealt with the relatives and servants who had been oppressing the villagers. In front of many people, he cut off his left arm, completely repaying his debt of gratitude and severing the karmic ties. Over the years, Zhou Hao had been troubled by this issue, unable to see through to his true heart. For a sword cultivator, if the heart is unstable, let alone comprehending the sword intent, even life itself would be hard to protect. No wonder Zhou Hao preferred to keep to himself and rarely spoke. Dealing with such ungrateful relatives was indeed a headache. However, as a sword cultivator, Zhou Hao dared to sever his own arm, which required immense courage. Upon hearing about Zhou Hao's inner conflict, everyone felt deep sympathy. Until this time, under Xu Changge's guidance, Zhou Hao finally made up his mind to resolve the old grievances and debts of gratitude. With his mind clear, Zhou Hao took a decisive step into the realm of sword intent, causing quite a stir. He walked straight to Xu Changge on the arena and bowed deeply, saying, "Actually, I have known for a long time that I have a mental block, but I lack the courage to face and resolve it. Today, thanks to Brother Xu's guidance, I have achieved clarity and can finally step onto the path of the sword." "You're being too polite," Xu Changge said, raising his hand from 10 meters away to help him up. I only pointed out your shortcomings. Whether you can step into the realm of sword intent ultimately depends on your own abilities. I will repay Brother Su's kindness in the future if the opportunity arises. Zhou Hao promised. Xu Changge smiled, accepting this debt of gratitude. As for what would happen next, it all depended on fate. Having just comprehended the sword intent, I need to enter seclusion for a period. Please forgive my rudeness as I take my leave, Zhou Hao said, bowing to the elders and leaving without hesitation. In just 5 days, Zhou Hao had transformed from an unnoticed ordinary intersect disciple into a prodigy who comprehended sword intent. This was related to Zhou Hao's own talent, but it was also undoubtedly connected to Xu Changge's guidance. Soon after Zhou Hao left, the gazes of everyone towards Xu Changge became increasingly fervent. If one received Xu Changge's guidance, they would have the chance to comprehend sword intent, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. The disciples would not give up. This was a tremendous opportunity, one that could not be sought after. If this chance was missed, they might never have another in their lifetime. Brother Su, please guide me. Another intersect disciple stepped onto the arena, looking at Xu Changge with awe and expectation, eagerly awaiting his guidance. Xu Changge had originally planned to put down his burden, but Zhou Hao's sudden comprehension of sword intent disrupted his rhythm. Seeing the eager eyes of these disciples, Xu Changge knew he had to resolve this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Moreover, he couldn't help but recall the efforts he had made in his youth to pursue the Tao. Forget it. Let this be my fate with the Yuling sword sect in this life. Xu Changge sighed inwardly, deciding to endure the fatigue. He began to clear the tables and chairs on the arena, and his expression gradually became serious. Then, Xu Changge sat cross-legged on the ground, hands forming a circle in front of his chest, as a strand of pure, unblemished sword intent appeared behind him. This was the initial stage of sword intent. Many sword cultivators would overlook it and quickly choose their own path, rushing through it. Little did they know that the moment they had just comprehended sword intent was the most crucial moment in their sword cultivation journey. Everyone, what do you think a sword is? Xu Changge slightly closed his eyes, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the entire martial arts hall. Is Brother Su going to give a lecture? The disciples were extremely surprised. In the next moment, all the disciples sat down, emptying their minds and circulating their spiritual energy. Wasn't it a bit too arrogant for someone at the initial stage of the Tao accumulating realm to give a lecture? The higher-ups of a Yuling sword sect acknowledged Xu Changge's exceptional talent and insight. However, giving a lecture would attract the laws of the Tao. If one's cultivation was insufficient or their heart was not calm, it could lead to backlash, resulting in severe consequences. Chapter 86. The Blessing of Heaven. Shocking the old sect master, giving a lecture requires the right time, place, and harmony among people. All three are essential. Xu Changge's actions were indeed reckless. If it came to a dangerous point, they would do everything possible to protect Xu Changge. This child is a prodigy. Even if he is not one of our sword sect, he cannot have any mishaps. Sect Master Xiao Lingshan sent a message to every elder, instructing them to be ready to protect Xu Changge. Since Xu Changge had already begun to lecture, if it were forcibly interrupted, he would inevitably bear the consequences of the heavenly laws. We understand. Although the elders of the Yuling sword sect had different temperaments, some were irritable, ruthless, or indifferent. They were all pure-hearted sword cultivators without any wicked thoughts. In the central position of the arena, Xu Changge's voice slowly reached all directions. What do you think a sword is? Many disciples were immersed in thought, each coming up with their own answers in their minds. A sword is a tool for killing. The sword is a companion, my only friend. A gentleman's tool. Everyone was silently speaking in their hearts. The core disciples near the elders also unconsciously sat down, setting aside their own appearances, beginning to merge with the sword Tao principles that Xu Changge was forming, listening intently to his teachings. This was a rare opportunity. Regardless of whether Xu Changge could withstand the corresponding laws and consequences, everyone could not miss it and focused intently. Each of your answers in your hearts is the path of the sword you will take in the future. Where the heart goes, the sword follows. The Tao resides in the heart, and the path ahead is endless. You always seek the path beneath your feet, wanting to enhance your sword skills, comprehend sword intent, and reach the pinnacle. However, you overlook the direction of your own heart. To cultivate the sword, you must first cultivate the heart. You cannot be too hasty. Cultivating the heart leads to clarity and self-understanding. There is a Tao in the mountains and rivers, and there is a Tao in the streets and alleys of the mortal world. Even amidst the endless yellow sands, there is a Tao. First, put down the sword in your hand and maintain a meditative state. Once you have thoroughly seen through your heart, then pick up the sword again. Perhaps it will be different. Xu Changge spoke slowly, each word falling into everyone's ears. As Xu Changge's lecture continued, a vortex of colorful clouds appeared above the Yuling sword sect. An array of white light shot down from the center of the vortex, landing on Xu Changge. A layer of Tao rhythm white light emerged around Xu Changge, nourishing every part of his being. Suddenly, Xu Changge seized an opportunity and directly broke through his cultivation bottleneck. Stepping into the mid-stage of the Tao accumulating realm, with a solid foundation and flawless Tao, Xu Changge sat expressionlessly on the arena, continuing his narration of the path of the sword, showing no surprise at his own cultivation improvement. Sect Master Xiao Lingshan and the others stood up in shock, their mouths slightly agape, their expressions frozen. The sound of the Tao blessed him. Xu Changge had received the grace of the heavenly laws, and he could withstand the consequences of this lecture. The elders were dumbfounded, each one more stunned than the last, their minds filled with questions. This child is a prodigy. Sect Master Xiao Lingshan had held back for a long time and finally uttered this single sentence. Suddenly, Xiao Lingshan thought it might not be a bad thing if his daughter, Xia Yin'er, were truly fated to be with Xu Changge. Where could one find a prodigy like Xu Changge? However, the next moment, Xiao Lingshan showed a pained expression. He still could not allow his precious daughter to be taken away by anyone, no one at all. It is impossible for him, a disciple of the Yundao realm, to invoke the blessings of heaven and earth. Many elders in the sword sect were filled with suspicion and disbelief, unable to accept it at all. Some people are destined to be the protagonists of great eras, transcending all things. Unfortunately, he is not a disciple of our Yuling sword sect. However, it is still a good outcome that the sword sect has formed a connection with this child today. The higher-ups of the sword sect began to feel relieved that they hadn't completely offended Xu Changge, filled with a sense of dread. If they had provoked such a prodigy, how could the Yuling sword sect survive in the future? Xu Changge is magnanimous. Not only does he not blame us for setting up the challenge, but he is also willing to guide the sword sect disciples in their cultivation. This kindness, our Yuling sword sect may not be able to repay. An elder of the sword sect sighed deeply, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of profound relief. It is truly rare for someone with such high talent as Xu Changge to have no